Chapter 1 Who is behind the crane? The setting sun is like blood. The gentle breeze rustled, causing the fallen leaves to drift. In the country of fire, at the edge of a small forest in the northeast corner of Konoha village, a boy was holding a kitchen knife in both hands, rubbing it on the whetstone, making a squeaking sound. The afterglow of the setting sun shines through the sparse leaves, reflecting his small face in a golden color. His eyes are not big, his eyebrows are not thick, his lips are not thick, and the bridge of his nose is not straight. There is obviously some nervousness on his face that is barely handsome because of his young age. His eyes were staring straight at the kitchen knife, as if he could see the flowers, and he was extremely focused. Ahem! A low cough sounded, causing the boy to jerk up. His eyes wandered and he withdrew from the state of concentration. His expression became lively. He was stunned for 2 seconds and weighed the kitchen knife in his hand. It seemed that he finally realized what he was doing. His face twitched a few times. He stood up and walked halfway. Crouching beside the strong man, he took a deep breath. The kitchen knife was raised high, and dropped hard. Puff! Bright red blood spurted out. The boy hurriedly dodged, but still got a few drops of blood hanging on his sleeve. Looking at the separated corpse in front of him, he got a haircut and murmured softly, "It turns out it's very simple." A big hand fell from the sky and landed accurately on the top of his head, rubbing him so hard that he shook. "Nonsense, how can it be so difficult to kill a chicken? How dare you still be a ninja? How did my uncle teach you? Your clothes are stained with blood. Your aunt will have to wash them for you when you get back. Uncle Craftsman, don't mess up my hair. It doesn't matter. The clothes are stained with blood, and Auntie Shiu must be scolding you because you didn't take good care of me." The boy whispered, avoiding the big hand above his head. His eyes were out of focus, and soon his face was full of disappointed, "Oh, I didn't get the attribute points. Can't I just kill the chicken? I have to kill people. What are you mumbling about, little bastard? Clean the chicken, go home and cook it. I don't know how crazy you are this day. You don't help me and your aunt with work during the holiday, and you run around the village like that stupid boy in your class. And suddenly I want to buy a live chicken to kill. Uncle Craftsman, I'll leave the rest to you." The boy chuckled, turned around and ran away. The big and thick man rolled his eyes, and was a little worried. The little guy is feeling very strange today. Could it be that he is in love? He is a little brat, only 8 years old, better than his uncle. The boy quickly left the grove and walked into the east alley of Konoha village. He held a kunao in his hand and carefully combed his thick black hair, staring directly at an illusory panel in front of him. Template, Ninja Apprentice, 0/3. Basic Attributes, 3. Physical Strength, 16.71. Mental Strength, 27.92. Chakra Amount, 16.45. Main Skills, 4. 3 Body Technique Level 0, 81%. Throwing Level 0, 74%. Chakra Refining Method Level 0, 72%. Physical Skills Level 0, 51%. Auxiliary Skills, 9, hidden. Free Attribute Points, 0. The boy's name is Jendai. This is his first day in the world of Naruto. After all kinds of complicated emotions, he struggled with the legendary attribute panel that came from nowhere. The reward is running around the Leaf Village in a crazy circle. The physical strength has increased from 16.70 to 16.71, and it seems that because the adult soul has replaced the original child soul, the spiritual energy has been growing rapidly, and the amount of chakra has also increased slightly. But this is not enough. Shaji failed to obtain free attribute points, which means that this weak chicken panel will be with him for a long time, and the world he traveled through is the world of Naruto. Naruto, also known as the 5 Villages of Legend of Blood, belongs to a super high-risk world. As a pure Naruto fan, a master of the various Naruto forums, a senior Hokage researcher who was nicknamed Correction Belt because of his surname Zheng Dai. Zheng Dai knows Naruto very well. If you work hard, genius can surpass. This sentence by Xiao Li that touched countless people proved him wrong in the end. Maybe it's not wrong. If you work hard, genius can be surpassed, but how can you surpass someone who is stupid? More importantly, there are too many dangers in the world of Naruto. Konoha village has been destroyed several times. If you are not careful, you may die. Therefore, after Gendai, who has never even killed a chicken, came to the world of Naruto, he first hoped that he would also be a cheater, and that the right way is to cheat. Killing people, I probably won't have a chance in the short term, and killing people may not get attribute points. Besides, I don't dare, I'm just a keyboard king. He is very talented and has a strong desire to become stronger. As a member of the Hokage Research Party, I can personally explore the unsolved mysteries of Hokage, keeping it true and accurate, without having to fight with Kuriko. Thinking of Gangjing, he suddenly thought of the eve of time travel. Who developed the 8-gate Dunjia is a frequently debated topic. Some people say it was Mat Dai, and some people say it was the second Hokage. Each has its own reasons, and each has its own incomprehensible explanations. Zheng Dai tends to be the second generation to come up with ideas and lay the foundation. Later, Dai successfully opened the 8 gates for the first time, and Kai perfected it to its peak. Of course, this is a personal judgment and is subject to controversy. But there is a barrage spirit, which was developed by the Uzumaki clan's predecessor, Uzumaki Jingzu. Who is Uzumaki Izuku? Gendai thought he had made an omission, but after questioning, he found out that it was a secondary creation of a Naruto fan written by an online author, which almost made Gendai furious. See you soon in Naruto's life? What a bad name, only a devil will look at it. After reading 2 chapters with the purpose of ridicule, Gendai couldn't help but feel angry all night long. After reading that amazing fan novel, he felt that it was the 8-gate dungeon developed by Uzumaki Izuku. Paying money for a genuine subscription, Zheng Dai plans to take a nap, recharge his batteries, express a new point of view, and start a new round of fighting. 8-gate Dunjia can be regarded as a kind of sealing technique, and the 8 gates are the 8 channels through which chakra circulates in the human body. As a buffer seal, it is reasonable for the Uzumaki clan to develop the 8-gate Dunjia. Then Gendai had a dream. It was a dream that seemed very strange. I can't remember the specific content. I only vaguely remembered that in the dream, Madara was grinning at him and Orochimaru was sticking out his tongue at him. It was so scary. When he woke up from the dream, he traveled through time. I can't remember the specific content at all. Zheng Dai walked into a house and shouted, "Aunt Yu, I'm back. I'm sorry, I accidentally soiled my clothes while killing the chicken. Your uncle can't do anything." In the back room, a fat middle-aged woman heard the sound and walked out quickly, scolding, "Throw it in the basin, and my aunt will wash it for you after dinner." "Okay. What's for dinner tonight?" "Aunt Yu, I'll cook your favorite fish and stew half of the chicken you just killed." "Fish?" Gendai blinked, his expression suddenly stiffened. "Is it a live fish?" "Of course, it's fresh. Auntie just killed me." "What's the matter, Xiao Gendai?" "It's okay, I'm just a little tired. I'll go back to the house and lie down for a while. Get some sleep. Dinner is due in an hour." Bang! As soon as the door closed, Gendai immediately jumped on the bed, rubbed his hair frantically, and styled his hair into a 3/4 hairstyle, sighing, "Wanduzi, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net. It seems that my soul has penetrated this child. His IQ is not that good, but he kills chickens and fish? He looks so bald." Because of the perfect fusion of memories, Gendai naturally communicated with his guardian, Uncle Zhongshuer, on the first day of time travel. Those 2 people were not his parents, but they were better than his parents. The three of them originally belonged to a small village in the Land of Fire. During the Second Ninja War that ended the year before last, the village was looted by the enemy. He lost his parents, his uncle and his aunt lost their children, and only 7 or 8 people in the village survived. The person was taken to Konoha village, and the three of them formed a new family. Uncle Takumai is a Chunin, and a rare craftsman-type ninja. He has excellent skills in making ninja tools, so the family of 3 lived a relatively prosperous life after coming to Konoha village, and they were able to support the qualified ninja Masade to attend Konoha ninja school. It's a pity that Jendai didn't live up to his expectations, and his grades have always been very poor. He was average or below average in the class, and was only 2 or 3 steps away from the end of the crane. Masade, who has traveled through time, knows that this cannot be blamed on young Masade. Those who were born in Konoha in 33 years and studied in the 3rd grade of Konoha Ninja School in Konoha in 41 years are all great guys. But even if you are really a tailgater, it's still easy to blend in with other tailgaters. Those who are neither above nor below have no sense of existence and are even more embarrassed. After all, those who stand out among Hokage are either top students or low achievers. His performance at the end of this term is particularly scary. Uchiha Obito, the second middle boss who is the enemy of the world for the sake of love. Metkai is the strongest middle-level Kaihuang among the non-player tribe. Hitaki Kakashi, a Chiyunyu who can have a 50-50 split with anyone. Hey? I am scratching my head, who is at the end of the crane? Obito, Kai, Kaka. Nishi. Oh my god, it's not just that I don't have a high IQ, but am I dressed like a fool? Chapter 2 Correction. Worrying that he might look like a fool, Dai ate the chicken and fish dinner to no avail. After the meal, he left the words go back to the house to refine chakra and quickly ran back to the room. Uncle Craftsman and Aunt Chiu looked at each other and muttered such gossip as the child has grown up and a bit precocious. Kakashi, Kakashi. Masahiro Dai in the room frantically searched for memories, graduated at the age of 5 and became a Chunin at the age of 6. It's not an original animation. How could Kakashi be in the same class as me until the 3rd grade? He is 1 year younger than Obito, that is, 1 year younger than me. 7 years old, he shouldn't be in the ninja school. The more I think about it, the worse it feels. Is it because of the original animation? In the original animation, Kakashi and Obito took the Chunin exam together. When Obito was 9 years old. Then it's impossible for him to be behind the wheel. Jendai continued to search the memories left by Xiao Jendai, his expression getting weirder and weirder. What's going on? The next morning, Monday. Early in the morning, it took Jendai 5 minutes to go to the toilet and eat breakfast, and another 5 minutes to straighten his hair into a 40-6 section. He carried a small school bag and ran to the ninja school in a hurry. He found a student on duty in the class, a boy named Guliang who had similar grades to him and had a good relationship. Jendai pondered for a moment and asked, "Do you know where Kakashi's seat is?" Guliang took a broom and swept away the dust on the steps. His eyes were half closed and his expression was dull. On-duty students arrive at school half an hour earlier than other students. In his opinion, missing half an hour of sleep at such a young age is a kind of devastation, especially on Monday, which is even more terrifying. When he heard someone asking, he rolled his half-closed eyelids and muttered, "It's you, Jendai. Who are you asking? Kakashi? Well, he hasn't come yet. By the way, why hasn't this bastard come yet? Come on, he's on duty with me. Damn it." Zheng Dai breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm not stupid." "Ah, no, you're asking where Kakashi sits? What do you want to do? Change seats with him?" Guliang suddenly woke up and asked warily, "Do you also like classmate Lin?" Zheng Dai was stunned for a moment. "Yet. Wake up, Guliang, you are just a sidekick." Leaving her aside, "Did I defeat Kakashi in the actual combat exercise at the end of last semester?" Gu Liang looked at him like a fool and said speechlessly, "I'm so sleepy that I have forgotten all this?" "Yes, you won, but beating him is nothing." "Yes, Kakashi has always been the top 2 in our class, and he is recognized as the number 1 in the battle. But since Lord Whitefang committed suicide half a year ago, Kakashi has been in despair. He doesn't fight back at all. Who can't defeat him?" Zhang Dai is silent. Kakashi fell into despair after Whitefang committed suicide? Yes, this is exactly the same as the memory Xiao Zhende left me, but what went wrong? Is the version of Naruto I traveled through time wrong? Fan version? Unlimited monthly reading version? Ninja Master Edition? Ultimate Storm Edition? Mobile version? Question marks popped up from above his head. At this time, Gu Liang's eyes suddenly lit up. He slapped Zhang Dai away, and said with a bright smile, "Good morning, classmate Lin." "You're so early." "Classmate Lin?" Zhang Dai was stunned for a moment and immediately turned around. A cute girl with short brown hair and big dark brown eyes came into view. There are 2 conspicuous purple patterns on both sides of the girl's cheeks. The rare features clearly indicate her identity, Nohara Lin. She probably ran here, slightly out of breath, and said apologetically, "Good morning, classmate Giliang, classmate Zhende. I was late, and I forgot to exchange duty time with Kakashi before." "Where else? No cleaning? Just let me do it." Gu Liang was startled and shook his head quickly. "Ah, it's okay, classmate Lin. I've almost finished the little work. I don't need you, I really don't need you, he he he." He smiled brightly, and complained about Kakashi being late. It was completely 2 people. Tisk. His contempt for Gu Liang suppressed his excitement to see Nohara Lin alive. Zhende successfully resisted the urge to step forward and pinch Nohara Lin's face to see what material the purple pattern was painted on. "It seems the windowsill has not been wiped." Lin was stunned, nodded repeatedly, quickly ran to her seat, put down her small pink satchel, and went to wash the rag, leaving Gu Liang stunned. Immediately, Gu Liang looked at Zhende with disdain, opened his mouth to speak, then shook his head and went to the window to sweep the floor. "How premature!" Zhende sighed. Of course he was also interested in Lin, but it was a different kind of interest. After all, at this age, even a hair has not grown, so what's the use of chasing girls? Besides, now, Kakashi is more interested in Masade than Lin. So Zhende found a seat near the door and sat down, staring straight at the door. As time went by, he met many acquaintances. When it comes to famous figures in Hokage, his class has more names than Naruto's class. "My classmates include Obito, Ibiki, Hitake Dragonfly, Kurane, Asuma, Mizuki, Lin, Shizuan, Kai, etc. And my senior students in the 4th grade include Ebisu, Yamashiro Aoba, Shiranui Genma, etc., for 1 and 2 years. Among the junior students there are Gangzisha, Hongdu, Shinayu Izumo, Moonlight Hayate, etc. When Zhende searched Xiao Zhende's memory, these people all appeared, and half of them had interacted with and spoken to Xiao Zhende. Because there was a big class on Monday morning, a compulsory course that had to be taken every year regardless of whether it was grades 1, 2, 3 or 4, so under the watchful eye of Zhang Dai, these people entered the classroom one after another. Even though Dai suppressed his emotions, he still made some people look uncomfortable and inexplicable. It wasn't until 2 minutes before class that Kakashi came late. If it weren't for the mask, he would hardly have recognized it was Kakashi. His white hair was as messy as a chicken coop, his eyes were dull, and there was even obvious eye mucus in the corners of his eyes. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net. He was like a rural woman going shopping, shuffling her steps and walking towards the seat step by step. When he passed by Zhang Dai saw that the short sword he was carrying behind him was crooked. That was his father, Konoha Whitefang's sword. For some reason, Zheng Dai suddenly felt a little angry and annoyed for no reason, and had an inexplicable hatred that iron cannot be transformed into steel. Probably the same emotion as when I went to a comic exhibition and saw cosplayers with extremely low restoration. Trash cosplayer, ruin me Kakashi. Feeling blessed, he crossed his legs and accidentally rubbed Kakashi's trouser leg with his toes, leaving obvious grey marks. Kakashi paused and turned to look at him. Zheng Dai raised his eyebrows, lowered his voice, and said with a playful smile. "I'm sorry, I accidentally bumped into you. Do you want to help you wipe it? I'm defeated." Kakashi frowned slightly, turned around and continued walking to his seat, leaving behind, "No need." Looking at Kakashi's pace that was the same as before, Jendai breathed a sigh of relief. He was really different after killing people. If he punched me twice with his backhand, he would have to kneel down and beg me not to die, right? But Kakashi really has a big problem, and he was only slightly angry when he was maliciously provoked. Why does such a deviation occur? This Kakashi probably needs some correction. He has always only talked with each other and corrected the correction tape of the gangsters on the internet. Now he may have the opportunity to correct real people, and he is actually a little excited. At this moment, 2 lines of subtitles suddenly floated in front of Zheng Dai's eyes. Kakashi correction, 1%. Get free attribute points *1. Zheng Dai was stunned, blinking his eyes, his heart beating rapidly, and he managed to suppress his shock after straightening his bangs. Is this a wish fulfillment system? Chapter 3 Note. Template, Ninja Apprentice, 0/3. Basic Attributes, 3. Physical Strength, 16.71. Mental Strength, 31.33. Chakra Amount, 19.75. Main Skills, 4. Repetitions omitted. Auxiliary Skills, 9, hidden. Free Attribute Points, 1. The eye-catching free attribute point values at the end of the attribute bar made Dai happy. Kakashi's correction degree is 1%, correction degree. The wish fulfillment system is just a joke. After thinking about it for a few seconds, Jendai tilted his head and glanced at Kakashi, who had returned to his seat. If I understand correctly, then I only need to conquer Kakashi to become stronger. How much strength can one free attribute point improve? He glanced back and forth on the attribute bar. When he turned his attention to the 3 basic attributes, there was an additional 1, plus 10, which made his eyes widen. It's actually 10 o'clock? His current physical strength is only 16.71, which means that adding 1 point of free attribute can strengthen his body by 60%? This made him very excited, and he touched his hair to force himself to calm down. Before you understand how the effect of adding points works, it may be risky to increase it so much in an instant. His body is still this small. He is only 8 years old, but his physical strength has increased by 60%. Will he suddenly grow taller? Or bulging big muscles? In this era, the roots should be established. Orochimaru is also in Konoha, right? I have to guard against it. He glanced down, and found, plus 20%, on the 4 main skills, and, plus 30%, on the 9 auxiliary skills. It was easy to understand. At this time, 2 more subtitles suddenly flashed in his eyes. Kakashi's correction degree is 2%, Kakashi's correction degree is 3%. What's going on? The more you think about it, the angrier you get. Maseda turned his head again and met a pair of big, slightly reproachful eyes. No Harurin again? No, you're making a snitch. The corner of his mouth twitched. What made him even more depressed was that the 2% and 3% corrections did not give him any more free attribute points. This thing actually pays attention to Facebook? In Lin's eyes, Zheng Dai just pursed her lips nonchalantly and began to lose focus. She had no intention of apologizing at all. Even with her gentle personality, she couldn't help but feel a little angry. She was more angry with Kakashi. Gendai's guess was right. She and Kakashi didn't exchange duty hours at all. They just went to Kakashi's house this morning to ask him to go to school together. Kakashi refused to get up no matter what. Seeing that it was getting late, she had no choice but to he ran to school to take care of Kakashi. Kakashi, when will you get back on your feet? While she sighed, a young man with short hair, a square face and a slightly plump face strode into the classroom with a book under his arm, attracting the attention of all the students. Mr. Amu, a Chunin, an elite teacher of the ninja school, and the head teacher of the Gendai class. This morning's big class, Introduction to Ninjaism, a characteristic of the Fire Nation, is his class. Gendai had more thoughts in his mind. This guy, he remembered appearing in the original work. In Kai's memories, teacher Ogai provided Kakashi with a perfect environment to show off. Kakashi showed off his clone technique to let Kai know what a genius looks like, which was also the trigger for countless PKs between Kai and Kakashi. But now will Kai still regard Kakashi as his lifelong enemy? Zheng Dai was helpless because his whole body was affected by one move. It was clear that he, a time traveler, had not done anything yet, so his prophetic advantage was about to collapse. Teacher Amu stood on the podium, took out a few books from his armpits, knocked them flat on the desk, turned around and knocked on the blackboard, bang bang bang. Students, wake up, we have class. A sleeping classmate. Ogai paused for 2 seconds and took a deep breath. Uchiha Obito arrived. Obito, who was sleeping soundly, stood up and answered, causing the students to burst into laughter. Sit down and listen carefully to the lecture. There is only 1 month left before the final exam of our first semester. Introduction to Ninjaism, a characteristic of the Fire Nation, is the easiest course to score among the required courses. Some students refuse to take the points they must get, which gives the teacher a headache. Oh, yes, one more thing. Your physical education teacher has gone on a mission, so this afternoon the 3rd grade physical education class has been changed to self-study. The teacher has issued a set of simulation papers. Let's take a test in class. Ah! The physical education teacher is a task maniac. The 1st, 2nd, and 4th grade students are thankful. The 3rd graders complained. Gendai rolled his eyes and wanted to laugh. The system of the ninja school is different from the schools Gendai attended in his previous life. Each academic year is divided into 3 semesters, divided by spring, summer, and winter vacations. As for assessment, a credit system is adopted. There are 4 compulsory courses, totaling 10 credits, which must be taken every year and the credits must be obtained. If you don't graduate after getting the credits, you still have to study and earn your grade points. 6 elective courses, totaling 9 credits, are optional. If you get 6 credits out of 9 elective courses, you can apply for the graduation examination. If you pass the graduation exam, you will be a genin. This is different from the rules of Naruto's session. The main reason is that the Second Ninja War has just ended less than 2 years ago. Konoha is in urgent need of fresh blood and does not need to read for many years. As long as you are talented enough, you can graduate immediately after enrolling. Of course, if you never graduate, you won't be able to waste teachers in the ninja school indefinitely. During the war, the ninja school lasted for 3 years. If you couldn't graduate in 3 years, it would be difficult to become a ninja again. After the war, it was a 6-year system, so currently, the oldest students in the ninja school are only the 4th-year seniors, and they are the second ones. Xiao Gendai has been working hard, hoping that he can graduate successfully in 5th grade at the latest. It can be seen that his performance is indeed not very good. The compulsory courses are all good, they all pass, they can get full credits, and the better ones can score over 70 points. Of the elective courses, only one could pass, and the worst one only had a score of more than 10 points. Stupid scumbag! Gendai scratched his hair, opened the auxiliary skill bar and took a look. Introduction to Ninjaism, a characteristic of the Land of Fire, Level 0, 69%. Hide. So weak. I only have one attribute point. Does my rise have to start from memorizing questions? Carrying things is very harmful to my hair. Gendai sighed, looked at Kakashi again, his eyes turned, and he froze at the leak in his backpack. Half of the lunch box was filled. This big course, Introduction to Ninja Way Characteristics of the Land of Fire, UU reading www.uuganshu.net contains 2 parts. One part is the Ninja Code, which is learned by all ninjas, and the other part is the Will of Fire. This course lasts for 72 hours each school year, with 2 classes on Monday morning, each class lasting 80 minutes, which is also the most drowsy time. After these 2 classes, it was lunch time, and the students were like wild horses, either alone or in groups, going home for dinner. A small number of them had already prepared lunch and ate it in the classroom. Kakashi is one of them. He casually pulled the books on the table aside, turned around and took out the lunch box, and suddenly saw a small note sliding down the lunch box to the ground. This made him a little confused. It had been a long time since a girl had handed him a note. He bent down to pick up the note, quickly frowned in astonishment, and turned back to look at the lunch box. Coward, you only deserve to eat my saliva. A little bit. Grimace. Obito? Childish. He hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly put the lunch box back into his backpack. What's wrong, Kakashi? Is today's lunch not to your liking? I can't finish my lunch, so I'll share half with you. Lin noticed the situation and asked. No, I'm going out to eat. Kakashi refused and secretly tucked the note into a ball. Lin was keenly aware and silently stretched out her hand. The two were frozen for 3 seconds before Kakashi gave in. Kakashi's correction degree is 4%, Kakashi's correction degree is 5%, gain free attribute point *1, Kakashi's correction degree is 6%. 3 subtitles flashed by, and Zheng Dai, who was secretly observing, had his eyes wide open and a smile on his face. However, Lin had a puffy face and said dissatisfiedly, Obi. 2. Chapter 4, 0 points. After lunch, the 3rd grade students returned to the classroom one after another. The classroom was very quiet, except for the sound of turning books from time to time. In the corner of the classroom, there was a little incident. Lin stared at Obito for 10 minutes with a bulging face. Obito went from confused, to nervous, to blushing, to happy, to wildly imaginative. It wasn't until he and Lin's children were able to get along that he heard Lin whisper softly, Obito, you have to apologize. Sorry. Obito explained in a panic, and then suddenly became confused. How could Lin know what I was thinking? Did I accidentally say it? It's over. Not with me, with Kakashi. Kakashi? That coward? Why should I apologize to him? You still said that. Obito looked confused. On the other side, Gendai, who imitated Obito's tone and wrote a note, hides his merit and fame. He actually didn't have much hope for this low-level way of blaming the blame. In his opinion, it doesn't matter much even if he is discovered. After all, if he wants to conquer Kakashi, he will probably have to play the villain role. If you are lucky enough to succeed, it will be even better. They are all children and easy to deceive. After paying attention secretly for a while, he withdrew his gaze and reviewed his book. After all, what Xiao Gendai masters is what Xiao Gendai masters. Even if he consciously inherits the memory perfectly, Zheng Dai will feel very unsure if he doesn't read it again. After reading through it, I feel even more confused. I studied Mao Gai in elementary school. It's really hard to be a ninja. Combined with Xiao Gendai's memory, he closed his eyes and recalled the contents of the book. From an adult's perspective, his understanding seemed to have deepened a lot. Look at the attribute column again. Introduction to the Fire Country's characteristic ninjaism level 0, 70%. Improved by 1 percentage point. As expected of me. I have an incredible IQ. Genday scanned the textbook again, twice, until Teacher Amu walked into the classroom with the papers. The introduction to shinobiism, a characteristic of the Fire Nation, is still 70% at level 0 and has not been improved. I can't calm down, and the free attribute points always seduce me. Genday passed the blame and then added more points. Whether to add valuable attribute points to this seemingly useless auxiliary skill, Genday struggled for most of the afternoon before finally making up his mind. Adding it to it is the simplest and most accurate way to test the effect of adding points, with the least risk. Whether adding points can take effect immediately and in what way is very important for wearing. One fictitious and one real in the attribute column. Introduction to Ninjaism, a characteristic of the Land of Fire, level 1, 0%. Genday sat quietly and waited for half a minute, and found that he didn't seem to have changed much. He didn't receive the initiation as expected, nor did his memory suddenly increase many times and memorize the entire book. Until the paper was handed out and Zheng Dai scanned the 10 questions, he was able to master all of them. Look carefully, it's not an illusion. Incredible. Students, answer the papers quietly, don't whisper to each other, and don't cheat. It's just a simple in-class test, and the final assessment results will not be entered. Teacher Amu warned, start answering the questions, the time limit is half an hour, hurry up. Just as he was wearing his pen, he suddenly paused again. Question 6, please briefly explain the content of Article 23 of the Ninja Code. Zheng Dai fell into deep thought. It's not that he can't do it, he was able to answer this famous question even before traveling through time. He just remembered something. This question has a clue. Compared with the relaxed and carefree Genday, Obito was very panicked. He realizes that he is filled with the will of fire and is a man who wants to become Hokage. Let him answer the questions. I'll answer a little and copy a little more. Maybe, should, probably, maybe. I'll pass, right? He thought unconfidently, searched and searched for half an hour, and answered 3.5 questions. The rest, not at all. Elaborate on the 23 articles of the Ninja Code. What? There are more than 100 articles. Who can memorize this? Snapped. Suddenly, a small paper ball hit the table. Obito was stunned for a moment, looking around furtively, then reached out to open the note. When he saw the dense answers inside, he was extremely excited. Lin. It must be Lin. At this moment, he and Lin's child had grown a few years older and was attending a ninja school. After fantasizing a little bit, he quickly started copying. There is only half the time left and there are a lot of words. It wasn't until 2 minutes before handing in the paper that he could finish copying the answers. He put away his pen with confidence, straightened out the full paper, and waited for the paper to be collected. It's time for the exam, students, stop answering questions and put down your pens. Students in the last row collect their papers, Teacher Amu ordered. Soon, 41 papers were gathered on the desk, but Teacher Amu did not collect the papers and leave as expected, letting them study by themselves. Instead, he sat down calmly and took out another piece of paper from his arms. The sharp-eyed classmates saw that it was a report card. Teacher Amu, didn't you say that in-class tests are not counted in the final assessment? Yes, I won't enter it. This is your second grade final report card. Teacher, let's compare it. After studying for another 2 months, who is still standing still? Damu glanced around with squinted eyes, and many students in the class lowered their heads with guilt. No progress? It would be good if you have already passed the required subjects and have not regressed. Brush your grades? That's the preserve of genius. Teacher Amu had expected it and was not annoyed. He could even roughly guess the students' progress and regression based on their usual class status. But a few were beyond his expectations. Kakashi didn't hand in a blank paper this time, answered the sixth question. Damo hesitated for a while before making a check mark and writing 10 points on the paper. Kakashi, 10 points. He announced the score on the spot, and the students' eyes gathered. Kakashi looked indifferent and stepped forward to take the paper. Asma, 89 points, not bad. Mute, 94 points, stable results. K, 33 points, improvement. Oh. Kai cheered. Teacher Amu announced the results one by one. The atmosphere in the classroom was half relaxed and half tense. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net. Most people had no intention of studying by themselves. Nohara Lin, 99 points, keep it up. Guliang, 67 points, not bad. Just wearing it, just wearing it. Teacher Amu was reciting, and suddenly he made a long note. He looked up and looked for it. After a little recall, he finally remembered which student was named Jende. He was wearing an honest child's smile. Teacher Amu smiled and nodded, very good, great progress, 91 points. The classroom fell silent for a moment, and then countless stunned looks came to him. Everyone who has been classmates for more than 2 years knows clearly who has what level. Is this guy Jende secretly tutoring? Guliang's eyes were blank, and he felt that things were not simple. Did Jende want to sneak into the good student group and get close to Lin? You have ulterior motives. Kakashi also looked up at Maseda. It's all taught well by the teacher. Jende maintained the smile of an honest child, stepped forward to take the paper, returned to his seat, secretly curled his lips and raised his eyebrows at Kakashi, winked, and shook the bangs in front of his forehead. Kakashi. Kakashi correction degree 7%. Teacher Amu didn't notice, he lowered his head happily to mark the next paper, and soon froze. Uchiha Obito, Obito. He made another long sound, raised his eyes and stared. Obito suddenly became nervous. Oh no, 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 I copied everything hard before, so I didn't get full marks in the exam. Can Teacher Amu believe it? No, even a decent person can score 91 points on the exam. Isn't it normal for me to have a perfect score? Reasonable and reasonable. He held his chest out and raised his head, feeling proud. Teacher Amu was stunned for a moment, his eyes twitched, he raised his hand and slammed it, and the paper was flying in the air. Are you still proud? 0 points. Ha! Chapter 5 Don't leave after school. Who gets 0 points? I got 0 points? I got 0 points? Who? It's impossible, it doesn't make sense. Obito fell into confusion again in a short period of time. He looked at Teacher Amu blankly, and then glanced at Lin, who looked surprised. At this moment, his and Lin's primary school child regressed into an embryonic state. Is it because I didn't apologize to that coward Kakashi? But why should I apologize to him? No, no, Lin wouldn't be like this. Did I copy and change the question? Hey, the handwriting of that note, it doesn't seem to be Lin's. Who is that? Obito finally discovered his blind spot. Jende couldn't remember Lin's handwriting, only that it was very beautiful and he couldn't imitate it. Unlike Obito's handwriting, as long as the writing is very ugly, Lin can't tell the difference without looking carefully. Pfft! There was silence in the classroom. In the front row, the sound of Hong suddenly covering his mouth and chuckling was very noticeable. Then the whole crowd burst into laughter. As a low-level member of the Hyuga branch, Hideki Hyuga, who was ranked above average in the class, should have taken the opportunity to mock Obito, but instead of laughing, he tightened his face and looked serious. Damn it, which bastard harmed me, don't let me find it. Obito was furious, and even had the urge to complain to the teacher. Fortunately, he is not completely stupid. What should he report to the teacher? Someone gave me a cheat sheet for errors? Kurane, who was the first to laugh out loud, covered her mouth tightly with her right hand, waved a roll of paper with her left hand, and looked at Obito apologetically, indicating that she didn't mean it. The Obito paper thrown by Mr. Oe just happened to float on her desk, and she couldn't help it. Oki's anger burned for a few seconds, and he seemed to laugh angrily, and seemed to think of something, and said, read Obito-san's answer to the students. Hong chuckled again, then quickly held it back and responded, yes, teacher. The first question is, you have just graduated, and your task client expresses distrust in you because of your young age. What should you do? Obito's answer is Kukiku. He told the client righteously that getting fat first is not fat, and getting fat later will overwhelm the Kong. Don't bully a young man into being poor. Fat first? After getting fat? Don't bully young people into poverty. Although they have never heard this saying before, the students can roughly understand the meaning after thinking about it for a while. Ha 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 ha. The laughter became louder for a while, and this answer really suited Obito's character. Obito is confused. Is it wrong for me to answer like this? Don't bully young people into being poor. This is a cool saying. But why is it poor? That's right, I don't have much money. Hong continued to read. The second question, she glanced at Obito and couldn't help but said, this question, Obito, your original answer seems to be correct, why did you cross it out? Obito froze and began to burn. The skill of how Fireball has improved a lot. Question 6, briefly describe Article 23 of the Ninja Code. 2 minutes later, Hong finally read the key point, and Jendai sat up slightly. Hong was suddenly as disgusted as a broken dog. He actually stopped, glanced at the paper in surprise, and then looked at Teacher Amu inquiringly. Teacher Amu nodded slightly to express read. A brief summary of Article 23 of the Ninja Code, no matter in any emergency situation, ninjas must complete the mission first. Hong Nian said. The laughter in the class subsided instantly. On the one hand, Obito seemed to have answered this question correctly, and on the other hand, the White Fang incident was only over half a year old, and all the details were still vivid in his mind. The pride of Konoha, the leader of the Hitaki clan, Sakumo Hitaki, abandoned his mission to save his companions, which brought huge losses to Konoha, and committed suicide amidst the condemnation. Because they were in the same class as Kakashi, they had a deeper understanding of this. After all, Kakashi went from being among the top 2 students in every exam to being the last. Obito answered this question correctly. Someone muttered in confusion. Why did he give him 0 points? Obito's answer is not over yet. Hong said weakly, there will be more, but when the companion is in crisis, exceptions can be made. Can exceptions be made? The students paused for a moment and read the answers together. No matter what the situation, a ninja must put the mission first, but exceptions can be made when companions are in crisis. Isn't this the White Fang incident? Suddenly, many people turned their attention to Kakashi, drifting between him and Obito, and the atmosphere gradually became ambiguous and solemn. Kakashi still looked slumped, with no expression on his face, but the Kakashi correction level 8% flashed in front of Jendai's eyes, clearly telling him that this was still very touching to Kakashi. Rules are rules, how can they be broken casually? Hinata Hideki, who had always had a serious face, suddenly broke the silence and pointed his finger at Obito. Obito was stunned for 2 seconds, still confused. Is there any problem with my answer? A strange look flashed on Hong's face, and he added, it's not over yet. We call anyone who breaks the rules of the ninja world a waste, but a person who doesn't know how to value his companions is worse than a waste. This time, it's over. After Hong finished reading, he found that there was no response. He gave a weak reminder and sat down. He even forgot that there were 4 more questions that he had not read. Lin's eyes flashed, her expression quickly changed to relief and joy, and she looked back at Obito. Obito is still confused. Who the hell gave me the answer? He gave me the same answer. The key is it wrong? Why doesn't Mr. Amu give me points? The classroom was silent, and Kakashi became the center of attention again. His expression remained unchanged, only his body trembled a few times imperceptibly. After waiting quietly for a few seconds, a barrage rained down in front of Jendai's eyes. Kakashi correction degree 9%. Kakashi correction degree 10%. Get free attribute points *1. Kakashi correction degree 34%. In the end, the data stayed at 34%, 10, 15, 20, 25, and 30, giving Zheng Dai some free attribute points respectively, for a total of 5 points. With the addition of a few things that haven't been added yet, Jendai feels that he is a person with a large amount of deposits. If you have deposits, you have to consider how to improve your quality of life. You can't lose them all at once, nor can you let them grow hair. After all, there is a high probability that there will be no interest. What happened next? Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net. Jendai only allocated half of his energy to pay attention. He watched a small dispute in the classroom and paid attention to the stubborn and rigid Hinata Hideki. I've never seen this guy in anime. Did he die early? A character similar to that of young Ningji wouldn't have similar experiences and endings, right? Kakashi correction degree 35%. Get free attribute points *1. The subtitles flashed by, and Zheng Dai was stunned for a moment. Are you talking about me getting rich? That's great. It's a pity that it's just a class time, and it's still the comfort of annoying Obito, so Kakashi can only accept this. When Get Out of Class ended, the subtitles did not appear again. During this period, 6 of the 7 attribute points were also classified by Zheng Dai as the intention to add points. The bell rang, and as he gathered his desk, Dai suddenly noticed someone standing in front of him, with a cataract wrapped in a white scarf on his forehead, Hideki Hinata. Don't leave after school, wait for me at the practice field. Oh, hey. Zheng Dai responded, a little confused. Have I been hooked up? When did I provoke him? Is it because I have more hair than him? Hinata Hideki didn't explain, as if giving an order, he turned around and left. At the same time, Obito finally got out of his dazed state and tried to find out which bastard had tricked him, but he was knocked back to dazed state again. Obito, I'm sorry, I wronged you. It turns out that your prank was to cheer up Kakashi, so let's work together. Lin clasped her hands tightly, tilted her head slightly and held them in her chest, looking so sweet that she was toothless. Ah, it doesn't matter. Obito nodded with a blushing face. He didn't understand, but he couldn't refuse. After all, his and Lin's children have grown up. Chapter 6 Extra Points. When the school bell rang, Zheng Dai did not randomly stuff books into his school bag and run home like other students. Instead, he packed them up slowly and calmly. He was a little embarrassed. He actually has quite a connection with the Hyuga clan. The people who brought their family back to Konoha village were members of the Hinata clan. Their settlement in Konoha was also very close to the Hyuga clan. It could be said that they had left the mark of Hinata on them. So for some reason, Hyuga Hideki asked him to leave after school. Jendai thought about it carefully and found out the reason, but he felt a headache. Teacher Amu, he cheated on the exam. There was no grudge in the past, and no grudge in the recent days. The only possibility was that Hinata Hideki was caught throwing paper balls at Obito. On the second day after the time travel, a few notes kept Kakashi, Obito and the others in a loop. As soon as their sense of superiority in intelligence developed, they were poured cold water on them. How could they forget about the eye roll? Hinata people should be happy to see me cheating Uchiha people, right? Hinata Hideki wants to praise me? But I really don't want this kind of praise, and I don't want to be a bitch. No matter how slow he moved, the 2 books in total were quickly finished. Just as Dai sighed deeply, he made up his mind, just let him go, as long as you love him. At this time, a loud noise suddenly came close at hand, which frightened him. Asshole, I heard that you kicked Kakashi today. Obito slapped his table hard. Zhang Dai almost thought something had happened. Not far away, Lin stepped forward to pull someone. Obito, listen to what I have to say. Masade may be the same as us and wants to cheer Kakashi up. Obito instantly turned into an innocent little boy, his aura was gone, and Lin pulled my hand, arm. Jendai understood, a little amused, and looked around, only to find that there were only 3 of them left in the classroom unknowingly, plus Guliang who was silently sweeping the floor and observing secretly, and even Kakashi was gone. When Lin invited him to join the Help Kakashi Cheer Up group, Masade probably understood the situation. My paper ball also helped Obito? But it is impossible to join. Lin-san, you misunderstood. I didn't kick Kakashi to cheer him up. I just saw that he was upset. Lin was stunned for a moment. Obito was also a little confused, raised his hand slightly, and wanted to pat the table to gather momentum. From the side, Guliang rushed over quickly. We join, we are most willing to help our classmates. Classmate Lin, don't be angry, Jendai probably hasn't woken up today. Obito's hand froze for a moment, and he looked at Guliang, who looked attentive to Lin, and his desire to slap the table increased. Bang! Jendai was 1 step ahead of him, and suddenly stood up and slapped the table, shocking the 3 of them. Guliang, don't make random decisions for me. You can't even defeat me. Hitaki Kakashi is completely hopeless. I advise you not to waste your time. He said something awkwardly, put on his backpack and turned around to leave. It wasn't until he left the classroom door that Obito came to his senses. Asshole! Stop! What, you want to fight? Finish your day and I'll wait for you at the practice ground. Want to fight? So relaxed and casual? You bastard, just hit him. Obito clenched his fists heavily and comforted him. Lin, don't be angry, watch me give him a good beating in a while. Lin shook his head hesitantly. Don't fight, Obito. Masade-san doesn't look like this kind of person. Positive encouragement is not as useful as the encouragement of a villain. Jendai, who was walking home, combing his hair, be a villain first. Of course, if he wasn't familiar with Obito and Lin when they were young, he wouldn't dare to act like this villain. More than 20 minutes later, I arrived home. At the same time, huff, huff. Obito ran back to the ninja school out of breath. I have to finish the scheduled fight even if I am exhausted. Lin refused, so he had to send Lin home first, and then sprinted back to school in a 100-meter dash, even running to the point of hypoglycemia. His eyes were dazzled, and he vaguely saw someone standing in the middle of the practice field. Obito put his knees on his knees and breathed heavily, but at the same time he breathed a sigh of relief. You bastard, haven't left yet, don't take advantage of this, let me breathe for 2 minutes, then I'll beat you. He raised his hand. Uchiha Obito. Hey! The voice was wrong. Obito looked up in shock, finally saw clearly, and said in surprise, Hyuga Hideki? Why is it you? Is that the bastard you are wearing? Hinata Hideki's face turned slightly dark, and the veins on his forehead twitched faintly. Obito immediately became on guard. Are you just rolling your eyes? That bastard knows he can't beat me, so he asks you for help. Hinata Hideki. By the time he shook off Obito with a dark face, Jendai had already finished the dinner cooked by Aunt Chiu and burped. Uncle Craftsman, Aunt Chiu, I went to the woods to practice throwing. He picked up the ninja bag and left. This kid, he has practiced very hard these past 2 days, so don't hurt your body. Uncle Craftsman frowned. Aunt Chiu was also a little worried. Is it because the girl he likes is very powerful, or maybe the family? It would be difficult if he were from a ninja family. It would be wrong if he was not from the right family. The two of them were worried for a while. Call out. In the grove where I was killing a chicken yesterday evening, a kunao flashed across the sky, passed by a thick tree, and was nailed to a very thin tree. Zhengde deceived himself for 2 seconds to recognize the reality, silently stepped forward to pick up the kunao, and opened the attribute bar. Template, Ninja Apprentice, 0/3. Basic Attributes, 3. Physical Strength, 16.71. Mental Strength, 28.99. Chakra Amount, 25.33. Main Skills, 4. 3 Body Technique Level 0, 81%. Throwing Level 0, 74%. Chakra Refining Method Level 0, 72%. Physical Skills Level 0, 51%. Auxiliary Skills, 9, Hidden. Free Attribute Points, 7. The benefits brought by time travel, the increase in mental strength and chakra volume have been terminated. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net. However, the improvement of these 2 attributes has not had a big impact on his strength so far. He is still a weak chicken. Combined with today's test, he roughly estimated how the level would be converted into strength. Under the level required by the ninja school, 70% of level 0 is the passing level, which is 60 points. In other words, fraction equals the number in the percent sign, 10, there will be small fluctuations. On average, my throwing level is only 74% of level 0, which is 6.4 rings on a 10-meter fixed target. If you throw a big tree with a thickness of 7 rings, the probability of missing is indeed higher. Withdrawing the kunao, putting it on and walking back to the original position, with the thought, 2 attribute points were added. Throwing level 1, 14%. Call out. Bang! The kunao nailed into the small tree again. No need to lie to yourself anymore, the goal is it. I put it on and took a look, and it almost completely overlapped with the marks I made before. As expected, adding points takes effect instantly. It's not scientific, nor is it a ninja, but it's awesome. He thought in succession, and used 4 more attribute points, 1 point for 3 body skills, and 3 points for body skills. 3 Body Technique Level 1, 1%. Physical Skills Level 1, 11%. From a poor student who passed the standard in 1 subject to an excellent student in 3 subjects, it only took 10 seconds for him to put it on, and he felt itchy all over. He trimmed his hair, warned himself not to let it fall out, and then carefully tested the effect of adding some hair, only to find that he was still itchy. Physical Strength, 16.73. Physical Strength, 16.75. Hey? Zheng Dai clenched his fists. Are you gaining strength because of the extra points in physical skills? The attributes really have an impact on each other. Hi, why is it getting more and more itchy? Chapter 7 The rich family cannot be insulted. North of Konoha village, the land of the Sarutobi clan. Those who break the rules of the ninja world are called trash, but those who don't know how to value their companions are not even as good as trash. The third Hokage, who was approaching his 50s and noticed that his physical condition was beginning to decline, took a nap on a wicker chair in the courtyard to rest his mind after the meal, recalling what Asuma had just said at the dinner table. Obito Uchiha. The third Hokage recalled, oh, he is clamoring to be Hokage, he looks like the child of the Uchiha clan. He would think so, which is good. This is the true will of fire. If it were me, I would definitely give him full marks. What a pity, if Sakumo could hear these words. With such a companion, Kakashi should be able to cheer up Sakumo's spirit in the sky. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and the third Hokage, who was lying on the wicker chair, gradually seemed to fall asleep. However, at 1 second, he straightened up as if sleepwalking, stood up with squinting eyes, walked to the firewood pile in the corner of the yard, tinkered for a long time, took out a tobacco bag, and knocked on it. "Go back to the wicker chair and light the fire." "Dad! You secretly smoke again?" The third Hokage was startled, as if he had been awakened from sleep. He looked blankly at the tobacco pouch in his hand, and then looked at Asuma, who came out of the corner with an angry look on his face, and muttered, "I don't know why I've been sleepwalking lately." Asuma rolled his eyes, stepped forward and snatched away the third Hokage's tobacco pouch. "I confiscated it and hid it in the pile of firewood. It really belongs to you. How many times have I told you that smoking is harmful to your health, so don't smoke. Do not smoke." "Yes, yes." The third Hokage had a scornful expression on his face, being controlled by his younger son. "I can't live this day." Bang! 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 There is indeed a risk in adding more. He was wearing it in front of a thick tree, twisting his hips and kicking it sideways, one kick after another, for half an hour to relieve the pain and itching. Just increase your physical skills little by little. If you add 3 points at a time, your strength will grow too much. His physical strength has increased to 19.94, which is more than 3 points longer. He can clearly feel that his muscles have become a bit tighter, and at the same time it brings an uncontrollable itching feeling. He was a little lucky that he didn't directly increase the attribute points in physical strength, otherwise he would have exploded from 16 to 26 directly. If your physical strength is less than 50, you absolutely cannot add it directly. No, 100 is safer. Ah, it's so itchy. Zheng Dai lamented that this felt a bit like a seafood allergy in his previous life, with red rashes all over his body. Fortunately, his increasingly sensitive and powerful movements gave him some comfort. But because his punches and kicks were getting faster and more powerful, blood marks gradually appeared on his fists and feet, but he still couldn't completely relieve the itching. How about hugging the tree? Shameful. Just rub it in and do nothing else. Usually no one comes here, right? Never mind. Never mind. Jendai closed his fist, stretched out his arms, and hugged the tree. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "I found you, Jendai." Bang! The trembling person was leaning against the tree with his face on his face. He was a little confused after the collision. He slid stiffly to the ground. There was a mark in the middle of his forehead, but a strange smile appeared on his face. Now, the itch is relieved. Hinata Hideki's eyes were twitching wildly, and he felt a chill in his heart. This guy laughed so disgustingly that he calmed down and said, "Why didn't you go to the practice field to find me? My hair is messed up." Masede, who was paralyzed on the ground, slowly got up, took out a kunao, combed his hair, parted it in the middle, and replied, "I was pestered by Uchiha Obito when school was over." "So you tricked him into going to the practice range?" Is that idiot Obito really going?" Hinata Hideki looked at Jendai, who was disheveled and had bruises on his body, but was still combing his hair. He frowned slightly and said, "Why did you send the wrong answer to Uchiha Obito?" Sure enough, it was because of this incident. Jendai thought for a while and asked tentatively, "Because you are unhappy with him." "Why? This?" Jendai hesitated. What he said about following Hinata's footsteps and teaching Uchiha a lesson was too shameful, and he couldn't say it at all. Fortunately, it goes without saying that Hinata Hideki can figure it out, right? "Do you want to praise me?" Hinata Hideki did think in the direction of Masedai's thoughts, but he didn't mean to praise Masedai. "You seem to have forgotten one thing." "Ah! You are just a commoner, you must remember your identity clearly. A rich family must not be insulted." Hyuga Hideki said with a lesson. It was a little messy when I was wearing it. After I straightened it out, I found that it was still very messy. A member of the Hyuga clan is trying to teach me a lesson for teasing someone from the Uchiha clan. The reason is because of my civilian status? Aren't there great conflicts between the two families? Shouldn't he be more happy when a commoner teases Obito? Family ninja, civilian ninja. Gendai was thoughtful, looking at Hideki Hinata with a serious face. He felt a little enlightened. The class gap may be much wider than shown in the comics. So in some fan fiction, it is said that if the civilian protagonist has sex with the Uchiha clan, he can gain the friendship of the Hyuga clan. They are all lying to me. You should be more careful. Luckily it's Obito. Hiss, it started to itch again. Gendai said quickly, I understand. Have you eaten? Come home and eat. Hurry up, I want to rub against the tree. Is this perfunctory? Hinata Hideki snorted softly, it seems that you don't understand at all. We have 9 major clans in Konoha since the village was founded, and now there are more than 30 ninja clans. The existence of the ninja clan means to the village. Gendai scratched his arm. Although talented civilian ninjas have occasionally appeared in recent years, the ones who supported the village and made us the winners in the 2 ninja wars were still Hinata, including us. Zhang Dai scratched his legs. Just civilians, no matter what the reason or position. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net cannot bully. Gendai scratched his butt. Hinata Hideki, _ Civilians, correct your attitude. Seeing Hinata Hideki chattering endlessly, Zhang Dai said with a headache, if a commoner bullies a family ninja, will he be hostile to all ninjas? Hinata Hideki nodded, most of them. If the scene in the classroom spreads, won't Konoha not be able to tolerate me? Zhang Dai scratched his chest. It's not that serious. You should be glad that we are still students in the ninja school. In the eyes of our elders, we are at an age where we can act recklessly. But since your family is protected by our Hyuga, I have the responsibility to discipline you and let you know what to do. Students of the ninja school, are they allowed to misbehave? Hinata Hideki frowned, it is very impolite to interrupt others. I'm sorry. Well, I have one last question. The students of the ninja school, let's take Obito for example. If I bully him, will he go back to his elders to help teach me a lesson? Are you insulting the dignity of the rich clan? Hinata Hideki's forehead veins twitched, as if he rolled his eyes. It is a shame for the elders to help when there is a dispute between ninja classmates. No ninja clan will tolerate such a thing in the clan. Cowardly ninja. Just as he was putting it on himself to complete a pirouette, his eyes brightened slightly, several thoughts flashed through his mind, and he suddenly had an immature idea. Hyuga Hideki is only an average student in the class, and he is not very strong in practical classes. He is only good or even average in kunao throwing and other things. I am good at 3 subjects and can probably beat him, right? There is a ready-made opponent to try on, and by the way. Hideki-kun, if I beat you up, you won't go home and complain, right? Chapter 8 The First Battle. Did I hear it wrong? This civilian said, want to beat me up? Hinata Hideki's face was full of astonishment. Before he had time to confirm, he found that Gendai moved his wrist a few times and rushed towards him. You heard me right, he wants to hit me. Why? You're a mere civilian, I didn't want to use force to teach you a lesson, but you dared to do it first? Your performance in combat class is at the bottom of the class, and I am in the top 13. How dare you say you want to beat me up? Don't overestimate your capabilities. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Faced with this ridiculous situation, Gendai punched him directly. Hyuga Hideki, who was usually strict and serious, really didn't take it seriously for a moment. He drew an arc with his left hand, pushed it towards Zheng Dai's wrist, and raised his right hand, thinking that while Zheng Dai's door was wide open, he would hit the most painful acupuncture point on Zheng Dai's chest, hard to teach Zheng Dai a lesson. However, he failed to do the first step well. The arm that I thought could be easily pushed away was as hard as iron and did not break at all. It hit his chest with a loud bang and made a muffled sound. Hinata Hideki stumbled back with a sound, covered his chest and coughed several times. His face turned slightly purple. He looked at Zheng, who was scratching his butt. He opened his mouth to speak, but was overtaken by another cough. Opposite him, Zheng Dai suddenly jumped to the side, making him cough and vibrate, and he was on guard. Zheng Dai looked serious and said in a deep voice, "Damn it, you have been hiding your strength before? I underestimated you. But do you think you can defeat me in this way? Commoner." Hinata Hideki coughed and lost his breath. Zheng jumped back and said, "Okay, then let's meet Zhenjiang and make an agreement. If you lose in a fight, you can't sue your parents or ask for help." Zheng jumped again. "Oh, the complaint is a puppy, with sores on the face, and a son without sex. Besides, the loser must be you, commoner. Come on, let you see the soft fist of our Hyuga clan." "I think so too." Hinata Hideki. He finally regained his breath, but this time it was too slow and almost exploded. So shameful. Seeing Hinata Hideki recover, Zheng Dai blushed slightly, raised his fists, and struck out. Snapped. This punch was firmly caught by Hinata Hideki's palm. Hinata Hideki really wanted to say something like, "Common people, don't underestimate me at this moment," but when he thought of Zheng Dai amusing himself. "Roll your eyes. Soft boxing. Coming." Seeing that Hinata Hideki's veins were different from ordinary veins, Maseda immediately became wary. As a correction belt, he is very familiar with soft boxing. At a gathering of manga friends, one of the Chiyunibu even performed a soft boxing exercise on the spot. But this time, it's definitely Genryukwon. Use the Byakugan to assist, use the tiny chakra needles on the fingertips to attack the acupoints to block the flow of chakra, or use the palms with chakra to vibrate the internal organs, causing penetrating damage. Can't be hit easily. I don't know how to defend if I haven't been in a fight. Leave it to instinct for now. It is said to be instinct, but it is actually the memory of this body and the instinct brought about by the level of physical skills that has just been improved a lot. The first 2 seconds of wearing it were still weak, but after a while I found that no matter how Hideki Hinata attacked, no matter how tricky the angle was, he could catch it steadily. His physical skills were indeed a higher level than the opponent's, so he relaxed and began to change his mind. The instinct is to take the initiative and try to use various parts to respond to attacks. Snapped. 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 The constant collision of limbs is so comfortable that Zheng almost moans. It really relieves the itch. Hinata Hideki's face turned red, and there were waves of tingling coming from the place where he collided with Maseda. Why is this commoner so strong? They are all 8-year-old children, and except for a few with extraordinary talents, they are all about the same strength. Because of Uncle Craftsman's work, Zheng's strength, which occasionally swings a sledgehammer a few times, was already above average, but now it has improved a lot due to extra points. Hinata Hideki's soft fist cannot be used at all. After just dozens of violent collisions, Hinata Hideki's body was a little weak and he couldn't hold it up. Fortunately, Zheng Dai seemed tired at this time and stopped his offensive. He raised his hand to adjust his hair. The two of them faced each other and breathed for a few seconds. Hinata Hideki, you. Good. What good? Hinata Hideki was stunned, and what he wanted to say was interrupted. He found that Zheng rushed over again, and he met him angrily. After going back and forth several times, Hinata Hideki felt that his body was no longer his own. If it weren't for the pride in his heart that prevented him from giving in easily, he would lie down and take a nap right now. Seeing Zheng Dai, who was covered in sweat and embarrassed but still energetic. He was a little scared. Judging from Zheng Dai's appearance, it seems that he can launch a few more rounds of attacks on himself. Am I really going to be beaten by this civilian? No. Hinata can't be ashamed because of me. Thinking of this, he managed to gather some energy, twisted his feet, lunged forward with one leg, thrust one hand forward, and raised the other hand back, creating a very unique posture. Zheng Dai felt enveloped in an inexplicable aura, and couldn't help but feel startled. Bagwazang? No way, Hinata Hideki can use this thing with his little strength? It can't be the 64 palms of Bagwa. You read www.uuganshu.net. That's 32? Is there Bagwa and 16 palms? Aren't you going to play too big? The next second, Jendai quickly put away all the distracting thoughts in his heart. From the beginning of the battle, Hinata Hideki took the initiative to attack for the first time. The Bagwazang method is in the same line as the Ruquan method, but it is somewhat different, or it can be said to be an enhancement of the ordinary Ruquan method. It's faster, hits targets more accurately, and more consistently. The most important thing is consistency. Combos will have combo bonuses. Zheng Dai was able to receive the first and second palms as easily as before. The third palm, due to its tricky angle and the speed of continuous improvement, caused a slight confusion in Zheng Dai's defense. The fourth palm was even more confusing. He had to take a half step back. This was Jendai's first minor mistake, which made him feel that Bagwazang was indeed well deserved. If Hideki Hinata could use the 32 Bagwa palms, he would have been hit a few times today, and the 16 palms would probably be enough to catch it. Plop! But you only have 4 palms, are you trying to make me laugh? Looking at Hinata Hideki, who fell sideways to the ground and was in a coma, Jendai didn't know what to say for a moment. Standing still for half a minute, recovering his strength and combing his hair, he observed the situation and found that no one came out. Jendai breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, Hinata Hideki is not Hinata. He is a transparent person who lives in a separate family. There is no reason for his elders to follow and protect him. This way, it will be easier to handle. Jendai showed a slightly lewd smile, moved Hinata Hideki's body so that he lay on his back, helped him arrange his clothes, and also helped him comb his hair, whispering, "The quality of my hair is not as good as mine." When Hinata Hideki was as neat as before, holding his armpits with both hands, he turned around and lifted Hinata Hideki onto his back. "Let's go, Master Hinata Hideki, I, a commoner, will carry you home." Chapter 9-1002. It has been a year and a half since the tragic World War II ended, and the villagers have long since completely emerged from the clouds of war. Although night has fallen, the east alley of Konoha village is still bustling with activity. Hundreds of lights were shining brightly, and the crowd was bustling with laughter. In the streets, there are people selling stalls, people gathering around to play chess, and even juggling. A young man in his 20s, who was not a ninja and had a mustache, held a thin bamboo pole in each hand and kept turning 2 porcelain plates on it. Occasionally, he could even throw them up high and exchange them. Onlookers, okay. Mustache grins, snap. Snapped. The 2 plates were smashed to pieces. The onlookers were stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Those who knew Mustache would even make fun of him. The Mustache had no choice but to point in a certain direction and let everyone look over. "Is that the blacksmith's child? Why is it hurt like this? The one on his back is..." In the sight of everyone, Jendai walked over with difficulty carrying Hinata Hideki on his back. At this time, Zheng Dai's clothes were in tatters, covered with dust, and there was a bruise in the middle of his forehead. His exposed wrists and ankles were also full of scars, and there were even traces of blood. How could he be described as miserable? As for the unconscious Hinata Hideki on his back, nothing could be seen, except that his expression was slightly twisted. If it weren't for the 2 children, this combination would be like a scene of wounded soldiers returning to the village during the war. A wounded soldier who appears to be seriously injured but is actually fine carries a wounded soldier with serious internal injuries back to the village to recuperate. An uncle stood up and said, "You blacksmith brats, who hurt you like this?" Zheng Dai paused and said with a naive smile, "It's okay for us classmates to compete with each other. This is just a minor injury for a ninja. Kids with bigger butts can graduate and call themselves ninjas." Someone laughed and cursed, "The one on your back is from the Hinata family, right? Was he knocked unconscious by your kid? Is he seriously injured?" "It's nothing." Jendai shook his head, "He wasn't hurt at all, he was just tired and sleepy. Let me carry him home." "Okay, thank you uncles and aunts for your concern. I will go to the Hyega tribe first." The person who asked the question had a stunned expression and looked at each other with the others, with a hint of dissatisfaction creeping onto his face. This is the same principle as worrying about inequality rather than scarcity. Jendai was scarred, but Hinata Hideki just fell asleep from exhaustion. It sounded too much to ask the injured Jendai to carry him home. Especially the fact that one side is a child of their commoner family and the other side is a child of the Hyega family, one of the leading families in Konoha, adds fuel to the fire. However, even if they felt dissatisfied, in the end no one said they wanted to help Zheng Dai to ask for an explanation. The status of the wealthy family was deeply rooted. Only a few people mentioned helping Zheng Dai to carry Hideki back, but Zheng Dai refused. In this way, he walked along the bustling east alley of Konoha village until he arrived in front of the Hyega clan. The Hyega clan is very large and impressive. As one of the oldest families, the Hyega clan's clan rules are relatively old-fashioned, and few members of the clan go out to hang out at night, so now after 7 o'clock, the gate of the Hyega clan has been closed. However, before Jendai knocked on the door, someone suddenly appeared in front of Jendai. The visitor was about 30 years old, had cataracts, his forehead protector was positioned lower, and his face was 60% similar to Hideki Hinata's. Before Jendai could speak, he directly opened his Byakugan, glanced at Jendai and Hinata Hideki for a moment, and quickly breathed a sigh of relief. "Pervert, you actually looked through me right in front of me. Is this Hinata Hideki's father? If it doesn't work out and bullies the younger one, it's time to replace him. There is a high probability of being a Chuunin and a small probability of being a Jounin. The one thing that remains the same is that I can't beat them both. Just hold on, I won't pursue my case for now." After reciting a few words silently in his mind, Jendai greeted, "Hello, uncle, you are Hideki's father," the man replied. Zheng Dai almost agreed subconsciously. Fortunately, he held back, "Damn it! What's going on with you guys?" Jendai forced a smile and took out the words he had prepared long ago, "Don't worry, uncle. Xiaoshu and I made an appointment at school to have actual combat training. Xiaoshu was tired from training and fell asleep. I gave him to you." Hinata Hideki's father frowned slightly, feeling that Jendai's words seemed incomplete. Under his eye-rolling observation, Xiaoshu had no scars on his body except for a little mark on his chest. There were only some slight injuries to the muscles in his arms, which were exactly the same as those caused by excessive training. When I looked back at him, I saw that there were many more injuries on his body. There were no fist injuries, but mostly bruises and scratches. It didn't look like Hideki Hinata had been beaten. "Where did you spar?" "The woods over there." "Now it's right." Hinata Hideki's father nodded slightly, but his face quickly darkened. A picture of Dai constantly hitting trees and rolling under Hinata Hideki's attacks took shape in his mind. Actual sparring? Do the Hyega children need to find someone to practice taijutsu with? I've never even heard of the kid across from him, and he's not a genius after looking at this miserable situation. Is this sparring? This is bullying. The family is unfortunate. He stepped forward to pick up Hinata Hideki and threw it over his shoulder with a simple and rough movement. Then he looked at Zheng Dai and muttered for a few seconds before saying, "Thank you for your hard work, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net. What's your name?" "Just wearing it." "You are wearing it, from the blacksmith's house. Uncle Craftsman is quite famous." Jendai nodded. Hinata Hideki's father's face became a little darker. Hideki Hyaga didn't know, but he knew it well. Although a craftsman type Chuyunin was not named Hinata and was just a commoner, his weight on Hinata's side was not necessarily much lower than his. He struggled for a moment, then took out a banknote from his pocket and handed it to Zheng Dai. "Thanks a lot." The second hard work was actually an apology. Zheng Dai was stunned for a moment and took the banknote hesitantly. "It's okay." "Thank you, uncle. Can I go home then?" Hinata Hideki's father hesitated for a moment, as if he wanted to say something more, but in the end he just waved his hand and disappeared with Hinata Hideki on his back. "You can go back to your own family and climb over the wall," Zheng Dai complained, looking at the banknote in his hand. The amount was 1,000 taels. "Oh, that's quite generous. Such a sensible parent really makes me a little ashamed." The currency in Naruto is that 1 tael is roughly equivalent to 10 yen, which is more than 6 cents RMB, which means that the purchasing power of this banknote is equivalent to more than 600 yuan. A bandage won't take that much. But think about it, 1,000 taels is probably nothing to the other party. Ninjas belong to a high-income group. For a D-level mission, a team will share the income equally, and everyone can get nearly 1,000 taels. In a dozen years, his classmate Asema's head would be worth 30 million taels. Suddenly I felt like I was guarding a treasury. The plan is half successful, and the rest depends on whether Hinata Hideki's face is thin enough. Regardless of whether it succeeds or not, these 1,000 taels of gains are worth the price of admission. He was taking care of his bangs. "Go home, there is still a show at home. There's a play to be performed." Chapter 10 Reading. Coincidentally, Hideki Hinata woke up just after being carried back to bed by his father. His eyes were blurry for a moment, and he sat up suddenly. He turned around with a wary expression, and soon showed some surprise. "Father? You brought me back? Did you see anyone else?" "It wasn't me, it was your classmate named Zheng Dai who carried you back," his father said. "Wearing it?" Hyaga Hideki was completely awake in an instant. He hurriedly checked his body and found no injuries or other marks. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Even that civilian didn't dare to really beat me. But I actually lost to a civilian." He was secretly annoyed and gritted his teeth. Hinata Hideki's father frowned when he saw this and asked, "Do you have a conflict with him?" Hyaga Hideki, he passed a note to Uchiha Obito during the previous exam. The note was full of wrong answers, which made Uchiha Obito score 0 points and humiliated Uchiha Obito. Hinata Hideki's father understood, but he was dissatisfied. "Did you turn on your Byakugan to cheat during the exam?" Hinata Hideki. "Not again." "Yes." Hinata Hideki nodded honestly. "I gave that child 1,000 taels. You are classmates, and since he has learned a lesson, he should not become enemies." "Gave Jendai 1,000 taels of silver notes? He learned a lesson, don't do it again?" "Why? It was obvious that I was beaten by him, I was so tired that I fainted, but you gave him a banknote?" Hinata Hideki was confused. He wanted to explain, but on the one hand he felt embarrassed, and on the other hand the words "complaining is a puppy, it's okay to give birth to a son," etc. that Zheng Dai had previously directed and acted always flashed in his eyes. Vulgar commoners. "I understand, father." Hinata Hideki gritted his teeth and secretly made up his mind to practice hard. When he can hit 8 palms, he must deal with those vulgar civilians severely. Meanwhile, Zheng Dai returned home. Seeing the embarrassed Zheng Dai, Uncle Craftsman and Aunt Chiu suddenly turned red-eyed and asked questions from left to right. Zheng Dai said with a slight grievance, I just had a discussion with Hinata Hideki in my class. From the Hyaga clan. Uncle Craftsman shouted in a rough voice, is this a competition? Can the Hyaga clan bully others? Didn't your uncle and I sell all the ninja tools we made in the past 2 years to them at the cost price? Xiao Zheng, you are wearing it. Wait, uncle is going to give you an explanation. Hey, uncle, don't worry. Zheng Dai forced a smile, took out the banknotes and said, all these are superficial injuries. Hinata Hideki's father gave me 1,000 taels, so forget it, Uncle Craftsman. 1,000 taels? 1,000 taels counts. Uncle Craftsman. Let me handle my own affairs, okay? It won't take long, and I will be able to defeat Hideki Hyaga with my own hands in an upright manner, believe me. Zheng Dai suddenly said loudly, I'll wipe myself. Uncle Craftsman was stunned for a moment, and Aunt Chiu said, wait a minute, Auntie will bandage your wound. No, it's just a minor injury. Zheng Dai shook his head and refused. How embarrassing is it that it healed before the wrapping was finished? After a long time, the craftsman uncle sighed. The child has grown up. Yes. After briefly washing his body, he put on clean clothes and returned to the room. He lay on his back on the bed, smoothed his hair, and took a long breath. Acting is so tiring. He opens the Properties panel. Template, Ninja Apprentice, 0/3. Basic Attributes, 3. Physical Strength, 22.44. Mental Strength, 28.99. Chakra Amount, 25.33. Main Skills, 4. Repetitions omitted. Auxiliary Skills, 9, hidden. Free Attribute Points, 1. The physical strength has stopped growing. It has increased by nearly 6 points, about 1/3. Zheng Dai thought for a while, sat up, went to the desk to measure his height, and squeezed his arm. Sure enough, I've grown a little taller and my arms have gotten a little thicker. If I hadn't been concerned about my injury, I would have noticed it. Fortunately, this change is not too big for an 8-year-old child. Physical skills are risky, so be careful when adding more. Before adulthood, before the skeletal and physical development is mature, you have to take your time. What's more, I don't know how many people besides Kakashi or even if anyone can provide me with attribute points. I'm afraid it will be difficult to achieve balanced development. Save the attribute points for a while first. If your strength is increased too much at once, it will easily cause trouble. You can't waste it. It will be the end if you are noticed by Orochimaru and Jin. Then find a way to learn a few ninjutsu, add some points to the ninjutsu, and become a master. Don't make yourself look like a muscle monster, which will be too ugly to get a wife. Tisk, you are looking for a wife. There are many beautiful girls in Naruto, there are quite a few in the class. While Dai was thinking about it, he suddenly showed a lewd smile that belonged to a fat nerd from the second dimension. The fanbooks flashed by one after another, but he quickly restrained himself. I'm a serious person, I'm very serious. Really serious. The smile gradually changes. JPG. Kakashi correction degree 36%. Kakashi correction degree 37%. Suddenly, 2 lines of subtitles passed by. Zheng Dai was stunned. He finally deleted all the bad images in his mind and hummed with a smile, in the dead of night, will you suddenly think of me? What are the children singing? Are they stimulated? I didn't hear you clearly, shush, please keep your voice down. Zheng Dai's face darkened, Uncle Craftsman, Aunt Chiu, I'm reading a book, you go to sleep, don't worry about me. Time stood still for 2 seconds. Xiao Zheng Dai, you should go to bed early. Uncle Jiang's slightly embarrassed voice came in. Zheng Dai shook his head helplessly, lost interest in singing, and actually took out a book. Theoretical Guidance on Independent Research and Development of Ninjutsu, Basic. While wearing it, open the Auxiliary Skill Attribute bar and glance at the level 0, 39%. I'm the real deal. Theoretical Guidance on Independent Research and Development of Ninjutsu, UU reading www.yuyugonshu.net. This is really good stuff. Gendai murmured, real ninja knowledge, let me learn it. Different from the introduction, this thing is actually useful. As a correction tape that can make you forget to eat and sleep when studying Naruto information on the internet. After you have learned how to quickly improve your strength, you will soon sink your mind into this real ninja book. Only the occasional jumping barrage would interrupt his reading state. Kakashi's depressed state is not complicated, it's just that he hasn't turned around at all. Gendai helped him increase his restoring power and gave him a head start. In the dead of night, he reflected again and got out of hand. At midnight, I was lying on the bed with my eyes closed, about to fall asleep, when subtitles flashed before my eyes. Kakashi correction degree 45%. Obtain free attribute points *1. So Gendai woke up. Hey, why don't you go to bed? The unlucky kid is really worried, so I won't go to bed either. I get up to read and get back to the college entrance examination state. It would be too wasteful to add more of these things, but as a time traveler with a golden finger, I wasted several years in the ninja school, so I am afraid I will have to withdraw from the group. Isn't it just memorizing a book? I have passed the college entrance examination and the postgraduate entrance examination, can I still live up to it? It's just annoying to stay up late and damage your hair. Just as Dai was looking at the pillow, he ran to the wardrobe mirror and took a look, murmuring softly, my face is not as beautiful as my original beauty, but my hair is so much, it's so good, it doesn't hurt a little bit. No problem. Outside the crack of the door, two pairs of eyes looked at each other. Xiao Gendai seems to be really stimulated. You stay up in the middle of the night. Why are you causing trouble? Chapter 11 First Hearing. Early the next morning, Gendai, who had faint dark circles under his eyes, left the house and headed to school under the worried eyes of Uncle Craftsman and Aunt Chu. Coincidentally, when he arrived near the school gate, he met Lin and Kakashi, who came together. Lin had a sweet smile on her face, as if she had encountered a happy event. No, it didn't seem like it was a happy event for her. He was looking Kakashi up and down. The chicken coop was tidied up, the dagger was straightened, and the clothes were neatly arranged. Only his walking was still a little draggy. His mental outlook was basically restored to what it should be, which made him feel much better. It's a pity that thick dark circles under the eyes are not very pretty. It's weird if it's not strong. I played the subtitles once an hour, all the way up to 49%. I probably didn't sleep all night, and I don't know if I cried secretly in bed. I didn't sleep either. Masade yawned and greeted lazily, "Good morning, Lin-san," and the genius Kakashi-san. Kakashi glanced at him but said nothing. Lin responded, "Good morning, classmate Gendai." She wasn't angry, and there was even a hint of concern in her eyes when she looked at Gendai. "Gendai, you and classmate Hinata Hideki." It suddenly dawned on Dai that the news spread very quickly. Lin also lived in the east lane of Konoha village. Who knew that she had been bullied by Hideki Hinata? He turned his eyes and glanced at Kakashi. Seeing doubts in Kakashi's eyes, he immediately understood that he didn't know yet, so he smiled and said, "It's okay, isn't it just a beating? I will practice hard and wait until I can beat him. Can't he just beat him back again? I'm not like some people." Zheng Dai said in a strange tone, "When something happens, I only feel sorry for myself." When talking about certain people, his eyes kept turning on Kakashi, making it clear that he was crazy. Lin pouted dissatisfied, "Classmate Gendai. There are no subtitles, and the further you go, the harder it will be to train." Zheng Dai secretly sighed, facing the cute and angry Lin, he spread his hands and smiled, that's right, after all, even if some people are in trouble, they still have classmate Lin to take good care of them. I can't do that, I have to be self-reliant. Lin's face turned slightly red and she said seriously, classmates should care about each other. Jende, if you have any conflicts with Hinata Hideki, I also. Okay, you should just focus on our great genius. Jende waved his hand and walked into the campus first. Lin frowned dissatisfiedly, and suddenly heard a whisper, thank you, Linear. Ah! She turned around in surprise. Kakashi repeated, thank you, Rin. Lin was full of relief, yes. Kakashi correction degree 50%. Obtain free attribute points *2. As soon as he entered the classroom, he received 2 subtitles, which made Jende stumble with his left foot and his right foot. What did Lin say and do? It's much easier to stimulate than me. Jende sighed in his heart, and was stunned again, it seems like, 2 points. Open the properties bar. Free attribute points, 5. Originally there is 1 point left, plus 40% and 45% of 2 points, a total of 3 points, 50% is indeed 2 points. Jende perked up, was it because 50% was the middle point? Or is it because the further you go, the harder it is to conquer, and the more points you are given? As time went by, the number of students in the classroom gradually increased, and a small number of students chatted and pointed in secret. Jende ignored it and concentrated on reading. It wasn't until he caught Obito's eye from the corner of his eye that he took out a pen and stood it in the middle of the table. Bah! Ouch! I wanted to slap the table, but instead, Obito slapped his hand on the upright pen and let out a dragon's roar, which attracted the attention of all the students. When they realized it was Obito, they turned around as usual and stopped paying attention. Zheng Dai looked at the pen that was broken into 2 parts and said calmly, I will pay for my pen. Pay? Obito's eyes, which were already in pain, widened even more, you bastard. I didn't use the nib. Obito was stunned for a moment, and after thinking about it, he was a little frightened, but he was also slightly grateful, thank you, I apologize. No. You bastard, please stop interrupting me. We had a fight scheduled yesterday. Where are you? Are you still in the mood to fight with me? Ah! Don't you know that Lin and Kakashi came to school hand in hand this morning? Jende lowered his voice. Ah! Oh shit, I saw it. Impossible, Lin is just helping him as a member of the Help Kakashi Cheer Up team, holding hands and stuff like that. Obito shook his head repeatedly. Look at Kakashi. Obito was startled, turned his head, and suddenly opened his mouth slightly. As soon as he arrived in the classroom, he went straight to Jende, not realizing that Kakashi was different from before today and had returned to his original slut appearance. Apart from love, what else can make him change so much? Zheng Daxiao said, go and keep an eye on him, I can only help you so far. You didn't lie to me. How dare I? I wouldn't dare to measure you. Obito hummed, and walked toward Kakashi aggressively. I'm wearing a smile, but I can't fool you, you idiot, eh? Obito turned back again. Did he react? Thank you very much. Obito whispered. Zheng Dai was stunned, ah, it's okay. Have I gone too far? He reflected on himself and turned his head to meet the fiery gaze of Hinata Hideki who had just entered the classroom. Tisk, that's too much. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, June of Konoha's 41st year has come to an end. After being bullied by Hideki Hinata, except in front of a few people such as Obito, Rin, and Kakashi, Masade played the image of a hard-working nerd, either reading or practicing every day. He's really trying. Although the knowledge exposed in the ninja school is very basic, Jende, who was lucky enough to be exposed to real ninja knowledge, also immersed himself in it. No matter how bad it was, in order to cope with the exam, he had to improve his score. After 9 years of compulsory education and 7 years of non-compulsory education where he might not be able to find a good job even if he went to school, his ability to cope with exams is definitely better than that of his classmates and even the students in the entire ninja world. All must be strong. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net. In the just concluded final cultural examination, he couldn't guarantee that he would be excellent in every subject, but getting a good grade in every subject would be a piece of cake. So in the early morning of June 30th, Jende rarely read a book, just sat in his seat and kept straightening his hair. He will wear the most handsome hairstyle to greet teacher Amu's praise and the shock of his classmates. The time traveler does not pretend to be cool, just like walking at night in brocade clothes. Teacher's office. Amu checked the transcript several times, with a pleased smile, and was about to leave for the classroom. He was startled by the person who suddenly walked into the office, and he quickly bowed and greeted, the third Hokage. The third Hokage smiled gently, "Don't be surprised. I, the principal of the ninja school, am not very qualified. Is it strange to come to the ninja school to take a look?" No. Damu shook his head quickly, "You can take advantage of your busy schedule." The third Hokage raised his hand to interrupt the flattery, "Damu, you teach the 3rd grade. Is that the report card in your hand? How are the grades of the 3rd grade students this semester? Are there any children who have made particularly great progress?" In fact, since he heard Obito's answer a month ago, he has been paying more attention to Kakashi. In the past month, Kakashi has indeed cheered up a lot from the outside. He felt that he had not withstood the constraints and pressure from all sides, which was a shame for White Fang, so the main purpose of his visit this time was to personally understand Kakashi's current situation. There is a lot of progress, yes. Damu glanced at the report card and nodded in confirmation. Oh? Which child? The 3rd Hokage asked with a smile. Kakashi really cheered up. Wearing it. Oh? Kaka is wearing it. The 3rd Hokage was startled, wasn't it Kakashi? Just wearing this name, he didn't seem to have any impression. Chapter 12 Announcement of Results. Just wearing it. The 3rd Hokage recalled it carefully for a long time and vaguely remembered something. Omu also reminded him from the side, Kamaki Mountain Village. Oh! The 3rd Hokage suddenly realized, he is a child from that village. Did he do well in the exam this time? Very good. His overall average score has jumped from the 5th from the bottom in the class to the 5th in the top. He has earned enough credits and met the graduation requirements. This child has always worked hard, and he has worked even harder in the past month. Damu's face was full of admiration. Every teacher in the world likes children who love to read. The 3rd Hokage was a little surprised. He jumped from the 5th place from the bottom to the 5th place from the top. This is something he can catch up with more than just hard work. This is a genius. Only 1 semester. Damu nodded, then shook his head. It should be said that it's just this month. I didn't expect that child to make so much progress. As he spoke, he approached the 3rd Hokage and whispered something. The 3rd Hokage was stunned, nodded, and said, I see, good boy. How are the grades of the Hyuga child who bullied him? The average grade is 16th in the class. He was surpassed by that child. The 3rd Hokage smiled. As a Hokage, he would not pay too much attention to the conflicts between children. However, this conflict suddenly gave Konoha a genius with a clean foundation. He took some interest in the 2 children. Mainly worn facing straight. He took the report card from Amu's hand and glanced at it. The top 3 were all girls. Nohara-rin was ranked 1st, Shizun was ranked 2nd, and Kurenai was ranked 3rd. The 3rd Hokage was not surprised. In the cultural class, girls have always had the upper hand, especially the students who entered Konoha in the 39th year. There used to be a Hotaki Kakashi. The third Hokage paused and smiled helplessly. He was so old that he had even forgotten his original purpose. He glanced quickly and spotted Kakashi's name in the middle, which made his eyes light up. Number 15, not bad, not bad. When Ogai heard this, he knew who the third Hokage was paying attention to, and couldn't help but said, Kakashi has made great progress in the past month, but... The third Hokage tilted his head, but what? But there seems to be some trouble between Gendai and him. I often see them arguing. It seems that Gendai looks down on Kakashi's decadence. Haha. The third Hokage laughed it off and returned his attention to the transcript. The fourth is his son, Asuma. 5th place, Gendai. Ninjutsu Basics, 89. Introduction to Ninja Studies, 84. Introduction to Ninjaism, a characteristic of the Fire Nation, 94. Ninjutsu Research Methods, 91. Research on the international relations of the 5 major powers in modern times, 90. It's not far from being excellent in all subjects. The third Hokage looked at it, a little surprised. Asuma shouldn't be able to match this result, right? He was just wondering, when suddenly his peripheral vision flickered. Study of the works of previous Hokages, 12. The third Hokage's face fell instantly. 12 points? It's no wonder, this kid, you gave me a 12 points for all the ninja experiences I wrote down with so much effort? Seeing that he knew a little about the work, Ogai hurriedly said, Hokage-sama, he did not elect to study the works of previous Hokages this semester. The 12 points are an extension of his final grade from last semester. This is the rule of the ninja school. Gendai has improved his scores in every subject this time, except for this subject, where a 12-point score is really conspicuous. The third Hokage felt his liver hurt. He didn't choose, not choosing was worse than failing in the exam. He took a long breath, thinking of Asuma complaining to him every time he went home that the ninja experiences he wrote were long-winded and difficult to understand. These children really don't understand Hokage-sama's love. Amu. The third Hokage thought for a while and said gently, as a teacher, you should encourage students to develop in an all-round way, and you must not stick to subjects. Damu shook his head and said, yes. Go ahead. In addition, I will be there to observe the actual combat drill and assessment later. 2 minutes later. Amu stood in the classroom, in front of the desk, and spread the report card flat on the desk. There were a few anxious children in the front row standing on tiptoes and looking around. Ogai pressed his wrist, his eyes flicked over Kakashi, Masade, Hinata Hideki, and others, and said loudly. The final exam results have come out. Some students' scores are as good as ever, some students have made a lot of progress, and some students have not done very well in the exams. Overall, the teacher is satisfied. But the teacher is not satisfied. Teacher, are you schizophrenic? Zhang Dai secretly slandered, why are you so long-winded? You just praise me and that's it. Also, what rank did Kakashi get in the exam? For example, classmate Gendai. I'm coming. Gendai sits up straight. His hard work this month has been witnessed by all the classmates. He was reading when you were playing, he was reading when you were sleeping, and he was even reading when he went to the toilet to eat. As long as you work hard, you will be rewarded. In this exam, Zhang Dai's overall average score was 84, ranking 5th in the class. Bang bang bang! Wow, I don't know who started it, but the whole class gradually applauded, and their eyes focused on Zhang Dai, who was sitting upright and unfazed by honor and disgrace. He actually jumped to 5th place? This guy is so strong. He just didn't study hard before, right? I wonder what Hideki-san thinks? Hinata Hideki, who was dazzled by many eyes, tried to maintain his composure. He was embarrassed to explain the defeat by Gendai at first, but later he couldn't explain it clearly. He even surpassed me in the cultural class, this damn commoner. Gu Liang secretly resented, this guy has really broken into the top student gang. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net Mylin. Awesome, Genday. Obito slapped his hands very loudly. In the past month, he had almost been deceived by Genday. Kakashi turned his head and looked at Obito like an idiot. Obito immediately stared at him and thought. Kakashi looked at me like this. How come it's so nostalgic and so happy? Genday kept the smile of an honest child. The third Hokage, who was peeping at the classroom door, couldn't laugh or cry. He secretly took the lead in applauding. This child actually has such a character. If you don't study Hokage's works without academic qualifications, you are indeed not stable enough and need to be polished. After a while, the applause dissipated, and Teacher Oi suddenly changed his tone and said, "But be honest and guard against arrogance and impetuosity. There is still a lot of room for improvement in your grades. Especially in the elective course of studying the works of previous Hokage, you only have 12 points. Teacher, isn't it enough to get 6 credits out of 9 credits in elective courses? Am I enough?" Hearing this, Genday couldn't help but raise his hand to interrupt. Damu paused. "Look, you are only one subject away from completing the credits, and there is a good chance that you will improve your score to the top 3 or even sprint to the first place. Can't you just learn?" Genday scratched his head. This course was studied by previous Hokages, and although Masade didn't choose it, he also went to learn about it. It helped Genday solve a doubt. During the time of the first Hokage, the difficulty of this course was about 1. During the second Hokage's time, the difficulty level of this course was about 5. And now, its difficulty is 100. Why is the third Hokage called Dr. Ninja? Because he is addicted to publishing books and it is still difficult to understand. The whole Sarutobi is the one I'm talking about, sir. Chapter 13 Graduate Level. The third Hokage standing in the corridor was a little embarrassed, especially when he saw Masade evading the question twice, and was echoed by many students. Ahem. In desperation, he could only cough twice and walked into the classroom in person. As soon as he arrived, the classroom fell silent for an instant, especially the students who had been shouting the loudest just now. They all froze and secretly cried out that they were unlucky. Genday was also stunned for 2 seconds. After contacting each other like this, he felt. Teacher Amu is so bad. Sandame-sama, hello, Hokage-sama. Hello, Hokage-sama. There were sparse greetings at first, and then the students stood up collectively and bowed to greet them. The third Hokage smiled kindly, pressed his arms and said, "Students, please sit down. The last time I met you like this was more than 2 years ago when you entered school, right? As the principal of the ninja school, I am not very qualified." It was the same thing again, but this time Damu didn't hold it in his arms. The words fell, and the silence lasted for 3 seconds. The students looked at each other in confusion. Some wanted to say something, but they were too nervous and excited to say anything. The situation was quite awkward for a while, and the kind smile of the third Hokage almost dried up on his face. Zheng Dai sighed, "These children have poor emotional intelligence, let me come and make up for it. You are not only the principal of the ninja school, you are also the Hokage of our Konoha village. You are responsible for the ninjas and villagers of the entire village. You have to take care of many things every day. Having a name hanging on the position of principal can give us the motivation to study. We are very grateful to you. Damu." All classmates, degree. Flattery, Asuma cursed softly. The third Hokage smiled, his smile more real than before, laughing and cursing in his heart, glib-tongued, "This child seems different from other children. Just now in the corridor, I heard that many students were complaining about the elective course study of the works of previous Hokage and were unwilling to study it. Why?" The third Hokage asked directly. "Why? Because you have so many old works, this course is not at the same level of difficulty as the others. It's still a cold scene, no one will answer like this. Uchiha Obito, I remember that on the day you entered school, you shouted that you wanted to become Hokage? The books written by first generation sir, second generation sir, and I all contain the responsibilities and experiences of Hokage. If you don't study hard, how will you become Hokage? Hokage? Obito was stunned for a moment when his name was called, and suddenly he grinned. The third Hokage chose me to succeed him, and I will indeed become Hokage. Thank you, Grandpa Hokage. The third Hokage? He couldn't figure out Obito's brain circuit for a while, and he keenly noticed that two people in the class rolled their eyes at the same time, Kakashi and Masade. So he turned to look at Zhang Dai. Zhang Dai, why didn't you take this course? Do you think it is useless? Send me a title. Zhang Dai sighed silently. This was the first time he had seen the third Hokage in person since time travel, but he didn't feel unfamiliar at all. The third Hokage is a highly controversial figure in anime. On the one hand, the inconsistent strength setting is on the one hand. During his reign, many tragedies occurred in Konoha village, which contradicts his appearance as a kind old man. On the other hand, is he an iron-blooded ninja hero, or a kind-hearted ninja doctor? From this initial contact, Zhang Dai felt that the latter was slightly more likely. After all, the matter of studying the works of previous Hokage as an elective course seems to be like a child's. Old children need to be coaxed. Zhang Dai stood up and said, "That's not the case, Hokage-sama. I didn't choose this course, not because it is unimportant, but because it is too important. The works of Hokage-sama, especially your works, require us to spend a long time studying and studying them. With the time spent in the ninja school, we simply cannot appreciate the mysteries. So after I graduate, I plan to keep several copies of your works by my side, study them carefully, and study them throughout my life." Asuma's eyes widened. Hong and Lin looked at each other blankly. Hinata Hideki covered his forehead with one hand. "This damn civilian is more shameless than I thought." Shizune covered her mouth and looked back in surprise. Obito almost slipped under the table. "Kai, what a youth!" "Kakashi." "Kakashi correction degree 79%. Zhang Dai was stunned and stared. Can this also excite Kakashi? Little did he know that after Kakashi heard what he said, he felt that it was really embarrassing to be angry with him during this period of time. The third Hokage was also confused. No one had ever spoken to him like this before. It sounded fake at first, but upon closer inspection, it turned out to be quite comfortable. He turned to look at Damu. "Did you teach him?" Damu had a dark face and shook his head repeatedly. The third Hokage pursed his lips. "Masade-kun, please sit down first." "Yes, Hokage-sama." There was always silence in the classroom today, and the silence lasted for a few seconds before the third Hokage picked up his thoughts and said slowly, "I am very happy that Dai can say this, and I hope you can do the same in the future." As he spoke, he glanced at Zhang Dai with a smile. The honest boy smiled and nodded. "Haha, but it is not enough to study after graduation." The third Hokage added, "There is a reason why the study of the works of previous Hokages can be listed as an elective course. In fact, I want to make it a compulsory course. You don't understand now, but you will know later how precious this course is. Besides, it's not too difficult. Didn't Lin get a score of 88 this time? Lin Suiba is 95 plus except for this subject." Even Damu cursed in his heart. "Damo must have told you that although you can apply for graduation if you get 10 points in the compulsory courses and 6 points in the elective courses, graduating with different credits is ultimately different. There are 4 graduate levels: Super Excellence, Distinction, Good, and Passing. The difference of 2 credits is probably 1 level difference. Wearing it for a meal." There are indeed some traces of these in Xiao Zhendai's memory, but at that time Xiao Zhendai believed that he would only graduate if he could graduate, and he didn't pay close attention at all, so Zheng Dai didn't know anything about it. At this time, he listened carefully to the third Hokage's words. It turns out that ninja school graduates in this era will be divided into 4 levels. The compulsory elective courses are 19 credits, and the graduation examination is 12 credits. I got 31 points in all, which is an excellent score. 28 to 30 points is an excellent score. A score of 25 to 27 is considered good. 22 to 24 points, it's time. Different assessment levels affect future class placement. UU reading www.uuganshu.net and the selection of tutors. Mentor selection. Gendai was a little more serious. The Third Ninja War was only a few years away. He only knew that Minato and Choza would serve as their instructors this year. I guess there would be Choza Akimichi, and the other 2 would be there as well. At least Izukeiko would be the instructor, right? Seeing that he had successfully attracted the attention of the students, the third Hokage smiled more kindly and continued to pour chicken soup. In addition, students, super top graduates will be recorded in the history of the ninja school. Don't you want to be remembered by future students? Worship? Ninja school was established in Konoha 6 years ago. Currently, there are 35 classes of students studying here. There have been 62 outstanding graduates. I hope your class will have 63rd, 64th, and even 65th and 66th. Among the 62 super excellent graduates, 17 graduated with excellent results in all subjects. You all know some people, such as the young leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. Obito was in the spotlight. The young leader of the Hyuga clan, Hizu. Hinata Hideki raised his head proudly. My disciple, Tsunade. Son and Princess Tsunade. This time, the response was a little bigger. Gendai was speechless. Did Tsunade have so many difficult-to-read works at that time? If so, she might not be able to learn it, right? There were even 2 who graduated with perfect scores in all subjects, and both received very important special rewards that affected their ninja journey. Full marks in all subjects. There were exclamations everywhere, but not many people cared about the special reward, and they couldn't get it anyway. Some students asked, "Who is it?" The third Hokage smiled with a smile on his face, "My disciple, Orochimaru. And my disciple, Jiraiya's disciple, Namikaze Minato." Chapter 14 Don't Like Sweets? Ninja Training Ground. The third-year students who had been brainwashed by the third Hokage came here with excitement. The first, second, and fourth grade students had arrived early and were now forming a group and playing lively. Just as Dai Dai glanced over, he saw that 2 rookies in the 4th grade, whom they didn't know, were pecking at each other. In 2nd grade, 2 rookies who didn't know each other started fighting each other. In the 1st grade, I met 2 rookies. This couple was okay. Mitarashi Anko vs Moonlight Hayate. Gendai took a few more glances, and if nothing unexpected happened, Hongdo would win. Then he withdrew his gaze and thought for a moment. The third Hokage just said he was happy. He probably never thought that this generation of Shodai would produce a student with perfect scores in all subjects. He mentioned Orochimaru and Namikaze Minato just to show off his disciples. He was wearing it, but he took it seriously. It's very difficult to get a perfect score on the exam, and Gendai couldn't do it just by studying on his own. The key is that there is only half a year left, and the 3rd grade is over. He doesn't want to delay graduation for another 2 years because there is no time. But he can add some more. It is enough to add 1 attribute point to each subject. Honor was second. What really moved him was the special rewards mentioned by the third Hokage that affected the path of ninjas. What will the reward be? Guidance from a famous teacher? Or, choose a technique from the sealed book. The Flying Thunder God technique that made the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato famous. Masade originally thought that Jiraiya asked for it for him, but now it seems that this may not be the case. If he really chooses a technique from the Book of Ceilings, Zhengde would be so tempted. With the attribute bar, he can learn any technique. It is impossible to give him the reincarnation of the Dirty Land, and he may not be able to give him the Flying Thunder God technique. He does not have enough chakra to create multiple shadow clones, and he will not learn it even if the zombies are sealed to him. I wonder if Jiraiya has a series of hair ninjutsu being included in the sealed book? My hair is so good, I must be very strong with those ninjutsu, right? Wiping away the drool from the corner of his mouth, Zhengde opened the auxiliary attribute bar. Auxiliary skills, 9. Blacksmithing level 0, 13%. Ninjutsu basics level 0, 81%. Introduction to Ninja Studies level 0, 99%. Introduction to Ninjaism with characteristics of the Land of Fire level 1, 4%. Ninjutsu research methods level 0, 90%. Research on the international relations of the 5 major powers in modern times level 0, 91%. Frontier of modern ninjutsu level 0, 95%. Ninjutsu independent research and development theoretical guidance level 0, 89%. Study of the Hokage works of the past level 0, 22%. Free attribute points, 15. He didn't add any points for more than half a month. While working hard, he bullied Kakashi like crazy and accumulated a total of 15 attribute points. After 50%, the attribute points given by Kakashi did double, becoming 2 points per 5%. So Zhengde is very rich now, so, should we throw a little away from each subject? It's a total of 8 subjects, I feel bad. And for those with 12 points, you have to study by yourself for a period of time. Hey, what are you thinking about? You are wearing it. Obito crutched him with his arm. I should be the first to do the actual combat drill later, please cheer me up. Go find Linear. Zhengde ignored him. Obito showed a bit of sarcasm. Grandpa Hokage is here, asking Lin to cheer for me, it's not good. Oh my god, you still know how to be ashamed. Zhengde was greatly surprised, which made Obito angry. If you don't add it, don't add it. Who cares? Look, I will definitely beat that guy Kai to pieces this time. He walked away with a rustic hum. Zhengde smiled helplessly. Over the past month, he had been busy studying, and became farther and farther away from his old friends. Gu Yang also alienated him for unknown reasons, and Obito, who was always fooled, became friends with him. Because he often bullies Kakashi, he is not very popular now. In the class, only Obito can be called a friend, and even Guy doesn't like to talk to him. Oh, you are so bad. I have sacrificed too much for you, Kakashi. Masato was cutting his hair, taking a few steps sideways, raising his arm and putting it on Kakashi's shoulder. Kakashi frowned. Lin immediately became nervous next to him, and several other classmates who had joined the Help Kakashi Cheer Up group also became alert. Kakashi, do you remember, you were punched down here by me at the end of last semester, Masade recalled indifferently. Unfortunately, our grades are too different this time, and we probably won't be able to separate. Being in a group allows you to avoid a disaster. It was you who escaped. Hey, my defeated general has learned to refute? If Hokage-sama hadn't been standing over there, I would have pushed you down and rubbed you right now, do you believe it? Classmate Zhengde, don't go too far. Hong, a member of the cheering team, said to him. Zhengde glanced at it and said, Hong, our results are very close. A trace of nervousness flashed across Hong's face, and then he remembered that Zhengde was catching up with him from the cultural class, but in terms of strength. I don't have to be afraid of him. And Zhengde, our results are closer. Asma said calmly. The young Asma's appearance is that of a class leader. He said this very handsomely. He also put a sticker on Hong's side, looking like a flower protector. Daihihi was about to say something when he saw a small figure running out from between Kurane and Asuma, separating them. You guys, bullying Sister Hong. Speak, adults. Don't interrupt, kids. Go back to your first grade team. Jende said with a smile. You. Okay, Anko. Hong gave Anko a hand. He can't bully me. Congratulations, you defeated Moonlight Hayate again. It's a trivial matter. Hongdu said proudly. Asma, who was 1 meter away, looked at Jende's teasing eyes and became furious. Jende shrugged, turned around, and found that several people were secretly eyeing him. They were all top students in the class who might be in the same group as him. Are you treating him like a soft persimmon? Do you want to show off in front of Hokage-sama? I really don't know how Hideki Hinata died. On the other side, the homeroom teachers of the 4 grades gathered in front of the 3rd Hokage listened to the lecture and returned to the front of the class to continue organizing assessments. Ogai raised his voice and said, the final practical assessment of the first semester of the 3rd grade, the first group, Uchiha Obito vs Metkai, 2 students came forward. There were no surprises at all. The first and second class students came here every semester, and they were very calm. No, Obito is still a little nervous. Except at the end of the first semester of the first grade, when he won, he had been losing for the past 2 years. But this time, Lord Hokage is watching. This bastard with his thumbs up and bared teeth is so confident. He will definitely leave a good impression on Lord Hokage, right? No, you reading www.yuyuganshu.net I can't lose. Masede, Obito, come on. Obito was overjoyed, Masede was still reliable, and he tilted his head to give Masede a don't worry look. Lin was stunned and opened her mouth slightly, but Jende raised his hand to cover it. Kakashi silently pulled Lin, allowing her to narrowly avoid Masede's hand. She stared at Jende carefully and angrily, what are you doing? Classmate Jende. You should save your energy to cheer for Kakashi, so as not to make Kakashi lose too badly. On the field, Obito and Kai began to compete. Unlike the animated version of the Chunin exam, where Obito was kicked by Kai, there was a gap in their physical skills, but not to that extent. There was a back and forth. For the first time, someone helped cheer him up. Obito felt that he seemed to be a little stronger, and he had the upper hand for a while, silently thanking Masede. It seems that I can win this time. Sister Hong, after finishing playing in a while, let's go to dinner together. I'm going back to my class queue. The teacher called me. Hong Do whispered from behind. Hong nodded slightly, okay, a new meatball shop has opened on West Street, let's go. I tried that one and it was very sweet. You know I don't like sweets, so I'll try another one. Oh, okay, let's discuss it later. Obito. Add. Jende paused when he heard the words, turned his head and looked at Anko, who was jumping away. What did she say just now? She doesn't like sweets? Red bean buns don't like sweets? In the middle of the field, Obito also paused for a moment. Why did the gas he was wearing stop stopping? Continue, don't stop. Ah! A scream. Just as Dai turned around, Obito had already been knocked down by Kai's flying kick, and he was thrown to the ground. Very miserable. Hold it in, it's not good to laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. Chapter 15 Wearing Small Shoes. Obito lay on the ground, covering his chest with one hand and his butt with the other, grinning in pain. Unexpectedly, Shi Huang lost again. He was very sad, especially when the guy who defeated him was shouting youth, youth stupidly, giving a thumbs up and showing his big teeth, like a big fool. I actually lost to a guy like this again? Or in front of the Hokage-sama? Maybe this is because the second fool dislikes the big fool. The big fool jumped twice, then stepped forward and stretched out his hand to the second fool. Obito, get up, no matter you win or lose, you are still youth. Obito was reluctantly pulled up by him, and he glanced around the sidelines, looking at the third Hokage stroking his beard in the distance. He pursed his lips and felt that he had to make up for it. He puffed up his chest and said to Kai, "Next time I will definitely win you. If you get fat first, you will not be considered fat, but if you get fat later, you will be overwhelmed. Don't bully that thing, I am poor." Kai was stunned for a moment, and then, tears filled his eyes. Youth. Obito, who was covered in snot and tears, was completely stunned and struggled wildly. Teacher Amu put an end to this farce. The second game, Guliang vs Bianze. Obito left the field, received a few words of encouragement from Lin, and became happy again. When he got close to Jendai, he deliberately elongated his face again. However, before he could complain, his attention was diverted by what Zhang Dai was muttering. "I like spicy food. I don't like sweet things. This is heresy and needs to be corrected." Obito didn't understand, can't eat spicy food. Jendai glanced at him, "You can eat whatever you like, no one cares. You lost, right? Go to Lin's place to cry and hug her." Obito blushed, I won't be so embarrassed by crying, hug her." He stood there, lost in reverie. Zhang Dai successfully dismissed him and looked up at the sun blankly, thinking about profound questions about the world. What happened to the Naruto world I traveled through? Kakashi is really not alone in his depression. Another red bean bun appears that doesn't like sweets. This rebellious character is a bit like the world of Infinite Tsukuyomi. Thinking back to the dream before time travel, Madara and Orochimaru, then there is only one truth. Orochimaru developed the black technology of time travel and took Madara to modern society. But if they didn't go to Kishimoto, what kind of unlimited Tsukuyomi would they do to me? Oh, no, if it really is the infinite Tsukuyomi world, why haven't Obito and Rin changed at all? Kai is not a fashionable Kai either? Strange. While he was thinking here, the battle within the class was in full swing. However, the battle at the end of the crane was quite exciting, and the next dozen or so battles were really about novices fighting each other. The third Hokage looked at it, his smile could no longer be maintained, and he became distracted. "After graduation, keep several copies of my works with you to study throughout your life," he murmured in a low voice. He looked at Zhang Dai from a distance, a smile flashed in his eyes, and he waved to Demu and gave instructions. Half a minute later, Teacher Ogai walked to the middle of the field, the flying bamboo dragonfly wins. In the next round, Hatake Kakashi will face Masade, and two classmates come forward. "Ah! Kakashi and Masade. Why them?" After the words fell, there were several surprised questions. The match between Flying Bamboo Dragonfly and Mizuki just now was between the 17th and 18th placers in the class. If we want to compete again, it should be 15th or 16th place, right? Kakashi was ranked 15th and was supposed to play against Hideki Hinata, who was ranked 16th. It stands to reason that Shodai, who was ranked 5th, was still very early in the game. Asuma was the most anxious. Just now, he actually saw Jendai pestering Hong and asking him questions. They communicated secretly for a long time. Is this okay? The presence of the third Hokage made him hesitate for a moment. When he wanted to speak again, he saw Kakashi walking silently to the middle of the field with a short sword on his back. Kakashi. Lin was a little anxious. She was bullying Kakashi the most, so how could she put them in a group? Lin. Kakashi called, shaking his head slightly and looking at Jendai, his meaning expressed clearly. Lin was stunned and understood. She stopped talking and just silently worried and encouraged Kakashi. Kakashi and Masade are the two students who have made the most progress in the cultural class this semester. Their strength has improved, and the teacher is not sure. They happened to be in the same group at the end of the last semester. This time it will be a duel between the two of them, haha. Damu gave an unconvincing explanation. As a teacher, he doesn't need to explain much. The actual combat assessment is entirely his decision. Classmate Jende, come forward. He was straightening his bangs and moving slowly. Teacher Amu, no, he should be the third Hokage, he is too narrow-minded. He must know what kind of bullying I have done to Kakashi this month. Is this trying to get me in my shoes to retaliate for my excuse of studying Naruto's works? I have a headache. In the class, Jende is worthy of everyone. Even if he had a Taijutsu PK with Kai, or a PK with Asuma, with his attributes at this time, he would have a high chance of winning, or at least a tie. The only exception is Kakashi. God knows how much anger Kakashi has accumulated these days. It's okay for others to be angry, but Kakashi is a genius who should have been a 6-year-old Chunin, but is now 7 years old and a senior Chunin? It can't be calculated like this. After all, the Kakashi in front of him is different from the original one, but Kakashi was also recognized as the strongest in the class before he collapsed. As for Kakashi, who had been conquered 79% by Shode himself, conservatively estimated that he must be one of the stronger genin, so Shode was really confused. We must not lose. If we lose to Kakashi, we won't be able to conquer the remaining 21%. Standing opposite Kakashi, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net looked at his sharp eyes. Zheng Dai had a relaxed expression, straightened his bangs casually, and said with a smile, Kakashi, in the same position, there will be the same ending. One punch. Kakashi looked at Mr. Oi calmly. Kakashi. Come on. The cheering sound sounded. Kick that guy down. Hongdu's voice came from a distance. Maesade. Come on. Only Obito weakly cheered Maesade, and Lin didn't even turn to look at him, so he turned to Kakashi very spinelessly. Tens of meters away, the third Hokage smiled and shook his head. It's one-sided. It seems that Kakashi has really cheered up, but the kid is not too panicked, and maybe he can bring surprises. His arrangement was profound, and it was definitely not a matter of whether he had learned the works of previous Hokage. Damu looked around. Battle, start. Wait a minute, Mr. Oi. Maesade suddenly said worriedly, the 16th member of the class is Hideki-san, right? Kakashi was supposed to fight him, but I took it away. Isn't it bad? Maesade-san must be afraid that Hinata Hideki will be annoyed and lose his opponent and bully him again, right? Many students thought this and looked at Hinata Hideki. Hinata Hideki's forehead veins flashed, as if he rolled his eyes. These damn civilians are here again? Who wants to fight Kakashi who doesn't know how much strength he has recovered? Besides, I also want to take the opportunity to see how strong you are. However, the people of Hinata cannot express fear. If I go up to you, I will go up. Fortunately, Damu waved his hand and refused. I have my own arrangements. The battle begins. Zheng Dai took a long breath. Okay, if you can't hide anymore, just hit. Who is afraid of whom? Today I beat Kakashi until he called him daddy. Oh mom, Kakashi is coming. Chapter 16 Template Limits. If he ranked the people he hated, the first one in Kakashi's heart was the uncle who was rescued by his father but complained about his father. The second one is probably Zheng Dai. He has never met such an annoying person. Punch on the bridge of the nose. Elbow to the abdomen. Leg kick to the side of the face. Well, he can't reach it, this bastard is too tall. Leg kick to the hip bone and elbow. What are those pedals? The set of attacks was hearty, and Kakashi didn't hold back, feeling the pleasure that he hadn't experienced in a long time. The fly in the ointment was that although Jende kept retreating, he caught all his attacks and took the opportunity to counterattack twice, but he strangled him at a faster speed. Sure enough, it's been a long time since I've had actual combat with anyone, so my strength has declined? Unexpectedly, he failed to kill Zheng Dai instantly. After standing apart, he heard Zheng Dai on the other side say, "Is that all? Wow, this guy is so annoying." Kakashi slowly reached out and touched the short sword behind him. As the referee, Oki's expression changed slightly, and when he was about to stop him, the third Hokage patted his shoulder lightly with his hand, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm here to watch, nothing will happen." "Something's going to happen." Gendai sighed to himself. After a round of confrontation, he found that he was really Kakashi's opponent. He had a big disadvantage in terms of speed and not much advantage in terms of skills. As expected of Kakashi, even if he was idle for half a year, he was still the genius who broke the record of being the earliest to be promoted to Jonin. That's right, after Obito and Lin died one after another, Kakashi didn't know how long he hung up sadly, but even then he became an elite jounin in his 20s, the mainstay of Konoha. What does it mean to hang up for half a year? He still needs to use a knife now. Zheng Dai quickly got a serious haircut, and his whole demeanor changed accordingly. Kakashi is not Hideki Hinata. It seems that he must work up his spirits and use his own growth and efforts during this period to defeat him. He was wearing a ninja tool bag, took out a kunai, put the ring on his middle finger, and turned it around. Throwing, add 4 points. The attribute bar was one empty and one real. As he was wearing it, he felt that the rotating kunai instantly connected with his mind, and there seemed to be an inexplicable connection. Throwing level 1, 100% plus 2%. Current template limit has been reached. What the hell is this? Not upgraded to level 2? Zheng Dai was stunned for a moment, but had no time to investigate. With a hook of his finger, the kunai stopped spinning, and with a flip of his wrist, the kunai shot straight towards Kakashi. Kakashi's short blade crossed, and then his expression tightened slightly. From the corner of his eye, he noticed that Zheng Dai secretly passed his hand on the ninja tool bag very quickly, and a second kunai was shot towards him. One light and one dark? No, it's not. In Kakashi's surprised eyes, the second kunai actually caught up with the first one, struck each other in two, and then changed their directions together. One hits the face and the other pricks the feet. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, not panicking, stepped back with his right foot to dodge, and waved the short blade to defend against the kunai in front of him, but at this moment his pupil shrank. There is even a kunai. When was the third kunai ejected? He quickly changed his response strategy, slashed the third kunai with the white fang short blade, and at the same time tilted his head back deeply to avoid it. Ping! Along with the crisp sound of the kunai being chopped, there was a stinging sensation on his cheek. A small piece of the mask was cut open, and a slight scar was cut on his face. This kunai throwing technique. Kakashi was a little surprised. It would be bad if there was a fourth kunai, a fourth one. His heart tightened, and he straightened up quickly, keeping his sword open, but he saw Dai on the opposite side touching his ninja bag with an embarrassed look on his face, and asked, "Teacher Amu, can you lend me a few kunai?" Amu opened his mouth and was a little stunned. Even he didn't know when the third kunai was shot. More importantly, when did Gendai practice this fancy kunai throwing? The third Hokage could see it clearly. When Gendai touched the ninja bag for the second time and threw out the second kunai, he had the third kunai in his hand. It's just more hidden. He stroked his beard and was very happy. Gendai had indeed brought him a big surprise. If his opponent hadn't been Kakashi, Asuma might have suffered a setback just like that. Civilian genius. Kakashi is fine too, God bless Konoha. The students had already stood in shock. Only then did many people realize that kunai could still be thrown like this. The second kunai catches up with the first one, and the accuracy and strength required are terrifying if you think about it carefully. If he and Kakashi were to switch places, Hinata Hideki's heart felt cold. He would probably be stabbed through. Damn, civilians actually have this skill. Lin held her fists in her hands and looked worried. Obito's eyes were bright. Maseda actually knew such a cool move, I have to let him teach me. Teacher Amu, do you have a kunao? Gendai's voice sounded again. Kunao. Damu subconsciously touched the ninja tool bag, and then he came to his senses and said sternly, the average ninja carries 3 kunao with him, which is too much. If you throw them all out recklessly on the battlefield, what will happen? Do you have the chance to ask for it again? No. Gendai curled his lips, turned to Kakashi and said, that idiot who almost lost his appearance, come on, I will show you a bare-handed catch with a sword. Kakashi raised his hand to touch his face. The wound cut by the kunao had automatically stopped bleeding. He pulled the mask. He was not polite at all. He swayed and rushed to Gendai. The white fang short blade looked like starlight from bottom to top. Sweep through the air and slash towards Gendai. Gendai sank his feet, concentrated his chakra, and stepped heavily on the ground. With a bang, the aura spread, and his figure disappeared quickly, flashing to Kakashi's side. The third Hokage frowned. He had a good level of basic chakra use, but at Maseda's age, at least 1/3 of his chakra had been cleared. But this method is probably useless against the Hotaki family's swordsmanship, which is famous for its speed. It's a stupid move. He underestimated Gendai. Gendai's chakra amount had increased recently, and his current consumption was only 1/5. The other half's judgment is correct. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net. This is of no use to Kakashi. Kakashi just turned his wrist and retracted Zhang Kong's sword. It only takes a moment to go from extreme movement to extreme stillness, and then the body rotates and the white teeth are cut back. The short knife was extremely fast, but it didn't make a sound of breaking through the air, as if the resistance of the wind could not be transmitted to his knife. There are 2 true successors to the White Fang. The third Hokage stroked his beard and sighed with joy. Suddenly he stared and 2 strands of his beard fell off. This child, this child. Ping! Kakashi was stunned and looked at the thing holding his White Fang short blade for a moment. What's this? It seems like a kunao? Where did the kunao come from? Didn't he shoot out all 3 kunao? Eat me! Gendai turned 180 degrees in the air and kicked Kakashi in the chest. There was a bang, and Kakashi stumbled and slipped, twisting his body to release the force, and took another dozen steps back before sitting down on the ground, coughing again and again. Kakashi! Lin and others exclaimed. Kakashi shook his head, indicating that it was okay, stood up slowly, and stared warily at Maseda, who finished kicking him and quickly picked up the 3 kunao he had thrown earlier. Your kunao? Zhang Dai put his 4 kunao together and showed them to him. Teacher Amu is right, how can you throw all the kunao out at once? How embarrassing would it be if the battle was not resolved? So I kept 1, don't look like that, this is a tactic, do you understand the tactic? Kakashi, the great genius, your IQ, tisk. Kakashi correction degree 80%. Obtain free attribute points *2. Oops, I saw the money coming back. Zhang Dai was smiling broadly and arranging his bangs. Kakashi was furious and waved the short sword. Chapter 17 Win. Well done, beat Kakashi down. Obito's face was tense, and on the surface he was worried about Kakashi along with Lin and others, but in fact he was laughing in his heart. This guy, Dai, used conspiracy and tricks, and even Kakashi was deceived. Haha. Why should I use Yaliandu? On the field, the battle continues. Kakashi swung his sword calmly and connected with the dark and sharp kunao. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. Does he have a 5th one? Come again? Kakashi was more vigilant, but when he saw Gendai standing across from him, he suddenly stood still and formed a seal with his hands. This is the fire escape how fireball technique? Can you even use ninjutsu? Kakashi immediately pulled away and retreated, preparing his substitute technique, staring at Zheng Dai's mouth with vigilance. Even the onlookers backed away, and Ogai took a nervous step to the side, ready to rescue at any time. Where did Zheng Dai learn fire escape? Obito? The third Hokage did not move, but shook his head helplessly. This child, interesting. Fire release cough 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 cough. Just as Dai was finishing the seal, he suddenly coughed repeatedly. He stepped forward tremblingly and took the kunao back into his hand. He said with emotion, I accidentally failed to perform the technique. It turned into smoke and it choked me to death. Damu. All students. Kakashi's blood surges. Do you think I'm a fool? Where can you learn how to fireball? No matter how stupid Obito is, he will never teach you their family ninjutsu. Why didn't I react just now? Of course Zheng Dai can't use fireballs. He can steal the seal sequence from Obito, but no one can teach him the path of chakra movement. He was just teasing Kakashi. Boring? It's not boring. Kakashi correction degree 81%. Kakashi correction degree 82%. It's usually so easy to correct, but this battle is not a loss, it's just. I played a little too hard, and Kakashi seemed to explode. Zheng Dai flicked his right hand, and two kunao spun and shot out like arrows from a string. Then with two crisp sounds, they were slashed away by Kakashi's two swords. Masade slid his right hand, and held the two kunao in his left hand separately, and they all aimed at the white fang short blade slashed by Kakashi. Ping! Weapons clashed, wrestling for 3 seconds. Zheng Dai looked at the blade approaching him and sighed helplessly. Even though I am half a year older than Kakashi, I am actually slightly less powerful than him. This is just an exaggeration. The gap in talent is really huge. Losing his strength, he could only turn sideways. The two kunao slid up Kakashi's blade and cut directly into Kakashi's knife-holding hands, forcing him to let go. Kakashi really let go, spun around, and kicked his right leg across the chest. Zheng Dai sank his elbows, dropped his stance and struck, his elbows collided, and he slid back a few steps. Kakashi took advantage of the situation and caught the falling white fang short blade, stepped forward to catch up, and raised his sword to chop at it. Ping! 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 Every time the kunao collided with the sword, Zheng Dai was retreating, and his defeat was obvious. The members of the group who helped Kakashi cheer up were overjoyed. Kakashi really cheered up. He was worthy of being Kakashi's classmate. Asuma's thick eyebrows that were knitted together relaxed. He felt a little embarrassed to be surprised in front of Hong. He said coolly, that guy can only be clever, but his strength is average. Hong turned to look at him and ignored him. Asuma panicked, did I say the wrong thing? Idiot, idiot, fight back. Obito was extremely anxious, thinking that he would be able to press Kakashi's blaster if he were to take the role. Masato was really stupid. Those who were a bit more advanced were amazed by Zheng Dai's strength. Facing Kakashi's violent slashes, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand 3 swords. Not only the cultural class, but also Zheng Dai's strength has become so much stronger. Unfortunately, he was about to lose. Kakashi is still the same Kakashi. As long as he cheers up and does actual combat exercises and assessments, he will return to the era of Kakashi's rule. Zheng Dai didn't think he would lose, but he didn't know where to start to win. The throwing technique could not be upgraded to level 2. Instead, it was stuck at the limit of the current template, which made him helpless. Otherwise, he could have upgraded the throwing technique to level 3 or even 4, and he would have won. Now it's probably useless to improve the throwing technique, I don't dare to improve the physical technique, and the chakra refining technique is even more useless, so there is only the 3-body technique? No, there are auxiliary skills. Ninjutsu Basics Level 0, 81%. The course Basics of Ninjutsu is divided into 2 parts, testing seal formation speed and chakra control. Zheng Dai made a quick decision and added 4 points. Add points to auxiliary skills, and each free attribute point can be increased by 30%. After 4 points, the level of the basic ninjutsu will instantly become level 1, 100% plus 1%. The limit of the current template has been reached. At the same time, Zheng Dai felt that the chakra in his body instantly became as dexterous and obedient as the kunao in his hand. Then he first has to deal with a wave of crises. At the moment when he added points, Maseta was inevitably distracted, and the door was wide open by Kakashi's continuous slashes. Kakashi's roundhouse kick was now very close to his chest. No time to dodge, no time to counterattack. Damo narrowed his eyes and moved lightly on his toes. But with a bang, Maseta, who was kicked by Kakashi, turned into a broken wooden stake. Ah, substitute. A somewhat uniform exhalation came from the third-grade viewing team. Demyu shook his body and stood firm. The third Hokage smiled at him and said, "The foundation of Gendai is better than I thought. The seals are very concealed and fast." "Not bad, really good, Omyu, you taught him very well. Ninjas must pay attention to the basics." Amu's face turned red. Why is the third Hokage still trembling? He was just about to announce that the battle was over, and he didn't realize when Zheng Dai had formed the substitute seal. It's time to decide the winner. Zheng Dai doesn't have much chakra left, and Kakashi's strong attack also consumes a lot of physical energy. The third Hokage said again. Yes. Amu was ready, and soon glanced at the third Hokage with a slightly strange expression. The third Hokage shaved off 2 more beards. Haha, the amount of chakra you are wearing is a little more than I expected. Not bad, cough, not bad. The number of chakras being worn has almost doubled compared to a month ago. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net at this time, more than half of the chakra is left. Chakra amount, 14.24, 27.29. The level of chakra control has improved a lot. Gendai can easily attach chakra to the soles of his feet to enhance his grip and no longer lose ground. Chakra is attached to the arm to increase strength. Ping! 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 The person who retreated continuously became Kakashi, and the offensive and defensive sides were out of position. Zheng Dai's power gradually suppressed Kakashi. Kakashi's power comes from anger, and Maseta's power comes from heartache. All 8 attribute points have been used up. If I don't strip out all the wool on Kakashi's body, I won't be able to show off his handsome hairstyle. The short blade and ku struck each other countless times, and the substitute technique was exchanged several times. While Dai was panting slightly, Kakashi's legs suddenly staggered slightly. Zheng Dai's eyes lit up. You haven't practiced much for more than half a year. Your physical strength can't keep up, right? Then you have to eat my original physical skills again. He shook his head, his shiny black bangs fluttered, his body rotated, and he was full of handsomeness. Roundhouse kick with flying bangs. It's a pity that no one knows how to appreciate it. The students are all looking at Kakashi, who was kicked away for the second time. They were so overwhelmed by the ups and downs of the fast-paced battle that they forgot to exclaim, let alone applaud. P.S. Ahem, I'm still so weak when it comes to writing battles. Is it a little better than when I was alive for a long time? Well, the contract status has been changed and rewards can be given, so I'll add 2 more chapters, he. In addition, everyone goes to work and goes to school during the day. Starting tomorrow, the update time will be changed to evening, maybe 6 or 7 o'clock. Please ask for recommendation votes, collections, book lists, chapter reviews, rewards, investments, book reviews, etc. Chapter 18 Little Slippery. Kakashi Correction Degree 84%. Kakashi Correction Degree 85%. Obtain free attribute points *2. Kakashi Correction Degree 89%. Kakashi Correction Degree 90%. Obtain free attribute points *3. 90% has become 3 points. Zheng Dai breathed heavily and felt comfortable. This wave is not a loss. I have consumed 2 attribute points inside and outside, but my strength has increased a lot. From now on, I will dominate the ninja school without any rivals. Puff. Opposite him, Kakashi fell to the ground, looking up at the sky, stunned. Gendai is actually so strong? In the past half year, I have really been delayed, allowing my classmates to catch up. I can't even defeat Gendai, and I can't defeat Asma and the others, right? Asma's vicissitudes of life. The winner is crowned. Teacher Oki announced the result loudly. The next group is Hideki Hinata vs Hongatsu Chisel. 2 students come forward. Hey, you're quite capable. I'm so tired that I can't get up. Do you need me to give you a hand? Gendai walked up to Kakashi, shook his head and said, it's just a little bit close, a little bit close. It's so embarrassing that you won. Kakashi glanced at him and ignored him. Lin ran over with the team that helped Kakashi cheer up and helped Kakashi. Among them, the traitor Obito was supporting Kakashi while secretly giving Masade a thumbs up. Well done. Ouch, you really can't stand up? Why don't I kick you twice lightly without hitting you hard? You just did a terrible chop with the knife. This is the legendary Hitaki sword technique. You can't even chop my bangs. Tidy. What the hell are my bangs? Gendai stared suddenly, his heart hurt so much that he couldn't breathe. He quickly took out his kunao, took a photo of it, and then gritted his teeth, you're so gentle. Classmate Gendai. Lin Zhen glared angrily. Linear. Kakashi shook his head, raised his hand and broke away from the support of several people, and said to Daijins, next time we fight, I will beat you. Kakashi correction degree 91%. The subtitle prompt made Zheng Dai's expression soften slightly. Forget it, Kakashi is a patient now, so don't care about him. What's more, it's not like before time travel, I was still young, and my bangs can still grow even if I'm missing 2 strands, so don't panic. 91%, Kakashi is almost finished. Gendai calmed down and turned around to look at the first grade team when he was off the field. Their actual combat training match seemed to be almost over. After the teacher's training, it would be an official holiday. Hongdu would come over to watch Hong's battle, right? At this moment, Gendai found that the 3rd Hokage was waving to him with a gentle expression. Masade looked left and right, then patted Obito on the shoulder, Hokage-sama calls you. Obito was stunned for a moment, then ran over in a hurry, Grandpa Hokage, what's the matter? The 3rd Hokage, well, those words you shouted just now are very powerful. But that one is fat first, then fat, and poor. Obito thought about the origin of this sentence and replied, actually, I don't quite understand it, but that's what the teacher taught in class. What class? Who taught it? Teacher Amu. Obito had obviously forgotten that this was his own answer, it's in the course Introduction to Ninjaism Characteristics of the Land of Fire. Damn it, I am the one who produced the teaching materials. The 3rd Hokage had a headache and waved his hand, I understand, go back and call Masade over. Oh. Obito ran back with a bang, just now, Grandpa Hokage is calling you. Gendai walked over quickly. When Dai Zheng stood still in front of him, the 3rd Hokage stroked his beard and said gently, you performed very well in the duel just now, but why did you say those words to Kakashi? Because I don't like him. To be honest. Gendai smiled and said frankly, Hokage-sama knows everything. It is necessary for classmates to help each other. I am just using a stupid method to help Kakashi get out of the shadows. The 3rd Hokage was greatly pleased, okay. After a pause, he continued, good boy, I heard that a month ago, you were bullied by the children of the Hyuga clan? Do you need Grandpa Hokage to make the decision for you? When I came here, I knew this was the problem. The plan did not change quickly. The sudden battle with Kakashi forced Masade to reveal his full strength. The reason for working hard after being bullied by Hideki Hinata a month ago was somewhat untenable. No matter how talented you are, it's impossible to cover the gap between Obito and Kakashi within a month. Masahiro didn't panic. When he was bullied by Hinata Hideki, he had already thought about what he would say after being exposed. He just pushed Obito over to buy himself time to rationalize his words. So, right. Really? The third Hokage asked. I did have a fight with Hideki-san, but I wasn't hurt much and he fainted from exhaustion. Oh? Didn't you say you were seriously injured? My condition was mainly caused by training. It looks miserable on the surface, but in fact it can be recovered in a day. Gendai said a little embarrassed. That's it, Hokage-sama. After all, Hideki Hyuga is a member of the Hyuga clan, and I am just a commoner. After the fight with him, I was a little scared, so I pretended to be injured by him. I see, so you were able to defeat Hideki Hinata a month ago? Then why were your previous actual combat results not very good? I am weak and too thin. This semester, I suddenly grew 5 or 6 centimeters taller and my strength more than doubled. I was actually lucky to win Hinata Hideki a month ago. I was afraid of him. I fought back, so I practiced hard and felt like I was getting stronger. Zhang Daiwi said, even Obito, who is behind the crane, can shout, become fat before you become fat. So can I. This again. The third Hokage was quite dumbfounded. Is this sentence so useful? Does it have to be added to the teaching materials to temper the will of the children in the ninja school? You must be growing taller and stronger. You are only 8 years old, so early. Where are your cultural classes? I studied hard this semester in culture class. I want to be a ninja, but I'm afraid that another war will break out. If the ninja school becomes a 3-year course, I won't be able to graduate and become a ninja. Ah, no, I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing, Hokage-sama. The third Hokage looked at Zhang Dai and shook his head slightly. It's okay. His eyes deepened a little. And he thought about the movements of various countries in the intelligence, which were accumulating supplies and ninja tools on a large scale. In the next 3 or 2 years, the Third Ninja War is really likely to break out. There is also a restless ally in Sand Ninja Village. Half a year ago, they suddenly started conducting a top-secret research, which was very worrying. They sent people to investigate, but the results have not been returned yet. Thinking of this, the third Hokage lost interest in asking questions. The people from Kamakiyama village were thoroughly investigated when they came to Konoha, not to mention that Gendai was only a 4-year-old child at that time. He waved his hand, go back. Gendai bowed, yes, Hokage-sama. The third Hokage smiled kindly, looked at Hideki Hinata who had a very difficult time defeating his opponent with soft fists, recalled what he had seen today, and finally just laughed and cursed, an interesting little cunning guy. Chapter 19 Master. Oh! Amidst bursts of cheers, the first-grade ninja school children ran around like wild horses. It's summer vacation. Hongdo, who was only 5 years old, ran to the third-grade queue with a slightly childish smile and said, Sister Hong, are you almost here? Yet. Hong was a little nervous. 3 more groups. Come on. Hongdu encouraged Hongdu, and suddenly found Dai Dai staring at her next to her. She couldn't help turning her head and staring at her. What are you doing? Gendai raised his hand, cut his hair into the style of Big Wolf, smiled slightly and said, I heard you and Hong say just now that you don't like sweets. Don't laugh, you have evil intentions on your face. I heard Sister Hong say that you are a very bad guy. Don't think of me as that idiot Uchiha Obito. Zhang Dai. Hong smiled awkwardly, Anko. Anko looked at Hong, turned away and snorted, is there a problem if you don't like sweets? Zhang Dai let out a breath. Hongdu was originally a hot character, but now he is just a naughty kid over 5 years old. For the sake of attribute points, I will bear it. Pudding, meatballs, sakura cake, such sweet food, you don't like to eat it. It's sweet and has no taste at all. Why don't you like it? Hongdu said, I like spicy food. It's so spicy that your whole body will burn after one bite. It's so refreshing. Zheng Dai blinked and confirmed that this was a naughty kid that needed to be corrected. He thought for a moment for 2 seconds, then turned to look at Hong, and found that Hong's expression was a little bitter. It could be seen that Hong didn't particularly like spicy food, but he just had nothing to do with Hong Do, the little sister, so he accommodated her. It's normal. After traveling for a month, Zheng didn't find any shops in Konoha village that are famous for their spicy food. Many dishes are generally bland, just like they can't bear to part with seasonings, and chili peppers are even rarer. I don't know why the red beans have such a deviation in taste. It's not good to like spicy food, it can damage your hair. I also like spicy food. Zheng said. Eat it. Hongdu didn't care. Zheng choked for a moment. This naughty kid is harder to conquer than Kakashi. Shouldn't normal people say really, and what a coincidence? Haha. Asuma, who was watching, laughed with a faint nasal sound. Zheng glanced at him and said, I remember that Hong seems to like sweets. I paid special attention to it. Hong Belt's lunch mostly consists of desserts. Asuma immediately glared, this bastard really had plans for Kurane. Don't talk nonsense. Hongdu shook his head nonchalantly and said, Sister Hong, she. Halfway through, she looked at Hong's embarrassed expression and suddenly came to her senses. Sister Hong, you are taking care of my taste. No, I like both sweet and spicy. Speaking of eating spicy food, I remembered the days in Kamaki Mountain Village. Zheng suddenly interrupted them with a sigh. I was brought to Konoha because of the war when I was 4 years old. Do you know that? I've heard of it. Hong nodded. Hongdu became interested. You are actually from outside the village? What does Xiaomaki Mountain Village look like? A small village is not 1/10 the size of Konoha Village, and the most powerful people in the village are only Chuyunan. Ma Se-day said with emotion, I was too young at that time, and many memories are blurred. There is only one named Yang Qiaovu's old master, I remember him clearly. Yang Qiaovu? What a strange name. Hongdu and Hongmian looked at each other. Well, Master Yang Qiaovu came from a far-away place, not even from our fire country. Zheng nodded, so the name is indeed a bit strange, don't pay attention to those details. Is it outside the land of fire? Anko, who had never even been to Konoha village, was yearning for it. She didn't even bother to choke, and just listened. In Master Yang Qiaovu's hometown, people like to eat spicy food the most, spicy tofu, spicy duck head, and the most delicious, spicy hot pot. Zheng pursed his lips and held back from laughing. Spicy, hot. Yes, Meilatang. What I looked forward to most when I was a child was eating a bowl of Meilatang made by Master Yang Qiaovu. The red spicy oil in the bowl makes people salivate just thinking about it. It can be said that 1 mouthful will make your lips numb, 2 mouthfuls will make your forehead sweat, and 3 mouthfuls will make you feel so good. It is 100 times better than those tasteless sweets. Hongdu swallowed quietly. Is it so delicious? How to make it? It's more delicious than I said. It's a pity that Master Yang Qiaovu lost news during the Second Ninja War and didn't come to Konoha with us. In the past few years, I have been thinking about that mouth. Yes, it's a pity. Hongdu nodded subconsciously, and suddenly frowned. You guy, you're not doing anything bad, lying to us, are you? How could it be? Zheng Dai said sadly, I have been working hard to restore Master Yang Qiaovu's craftsmanship in the past few years. Although it is not half as good as him, it is still good. If you don't believe it, I will make it for you in a few days. Try it, it will kill you. Hot me to death? I'm afraid you'll poison me to death. Hong Do said disdainfully. Zheng Dai was dissatisfied. You can insult me, but you can't insult Master Yang Qiu of you. Just wait, you will definitely say it smells so good when the time comes. Ah! The next battle is between Kurane Ui and Asuma Saratobi. Two classmates come forward. At this time, Teacher Ogai's voice came, and before anyone knew it, 5 or 6 battles had ended. Hearing this, Hongda stopped competing with Zhendai. Sister Hong, come on, beat Asuma down. Asuma had nothing to do with Hong's little sister, so he gave Hong a handsome smile and stepped forward together with Hong. Hong is no longer nervous, but she always looks back at Hong Do and Zheng Dai, for fear that they will quarrel again. Hongdu smiled brightly, reassuring her, and whispered secretly, I'm sorry you don't dare to poison me. Let me try that spicy hot pot in a few days, and I'll pay you. Just give me money for the materials. Zhendai smiled, but didn't say no, and suddenly said, Classmate Hongdu, can you ask me a question? Ask. Is your father's name Mitere Zixiao? Ah! Anko was stunned. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net turned to look at Zhendai strangely and said, Who did you listen to? You are spreading rumors. My father's name is Mitere Yotsuba. Ahem. Got it. Zheng Dai secretly cursed, as a correction belt, how could I be led astray by fanfiction? However, some fanfiction ideas were so classic that he couldn't tell the difference between true and false, so he had to explore them. The 8 colors of Konoha do not exist. We will think of ways to determine who the Uzumaki elder is in the future. At the same time, in the vast yellow sand, a hoarse male voice sounded, Where is Yotsuba? Captain Yotsuba, he was hit by a poisonous needle and left behind, this is information. The man dressed as an ANBU respectfully handed the scroll to the sinister man in front of him with a pale face and golden snake eyes, Orochimaru. Are you dead? You're so fragile. Orochimaru licked the corners of his mouth, stretched out his tongue half a meter like an anti-human creature, and rolled the scroll into his mouth. You have a tail behind you, a puppet army? It's interesting. The secret of Sand Ninja Village seems to be quite big. Lord Orochimaru, information. I'll keep it safe first. Orochimaru's snake eyes stared at the ANBU. You go back to the village and tell the teacher that the ninjas of Sand Ninja Village are attacking the border, and I'm here to fight against them. But Orochimaru-sama, this place is still some distance from the border. Fighting head-on with the ninjas of Sand Ninja Village here will easily lead to disputes. Ah, yes, I know. The ANBU saw Orochimaru's expression becoming unkind and did not dare to continue. Talk a lot and quickly get out of the way. Orochimaru was silent for 2 seconds. Teacher, the older you get, the more timid you are. You don't have the courage before, and you only dare to ask me to meet you at the border. I wonder if you will feel guilty when you hear about Yotsuba's death. He raised his snake eyes, raised his hands back, and took the initiative to face the pursuit team from Sand Ninja Village. Chapter 20 Template Upgrade, Real Skills, thanks to the hysterical elegant leader for the reward 1/3. Red, I called Kakashi and Lin, let's go to the barbecue restaurant together at noon. I'll treat you. In the previous 2 semesters, Asuma and Kurane's battles resulted in a draw. This year, perhaps, there was the 3rd Hokage watching, and Asuma was a bit flustered as he won the battle because he was not easy to let go. At the school gate, Zhendai watched the show of Asuma's attentiveness for a few seconds with gloating, then rejected Obito's invitation and went home with his small school bag on his back. It's summer vacation. Aunt Chiu, I'm back. Guess where I got in the exam this time? Aunt Chiu came out of the kitchen wearing an apron and said, We, Xiaozheng, can do whatever we want in the exam. 5th, graduation requirements have been met. Really? Xiao Zhendai is awesome. Auntie will prepare delicious food for you. Auntie Xiu turned around and returned to the kitchen. Zhang Dai was helpless. Aunt Xiu, who was not a ninja, had no idea about these things, so she should wait until Uncle Craftsman came back in the evening. He went back to the room, simply fixed his hair, sat on the bed, and opened the properties bar. Template, Ninja Apprentice, 2/3. Basic Attributes, 3. Physical Strength, 23.55. Mental Strength, 28.90. Chakra Amount, 27.30. Main Skills, 4. Throwing Level 1, 100% plus 2%. Current template limit has been reached. Repetitions omitted. Auxiliary Skills, 9, hidden. Free Attribute Points, 14. After the battle with Kakashi, the basic attributes have been improved a bit. In addition, this has reached the limit of the current template. Zhang was thoughtful, his eyes lingering on the template column. Apprentice Ninja Template, the levels of each skill. The limit is 100% at level 1. Want to improve further and upgrade the template? The first line of the attribute bar is the template. Of course Zhang Dai has noticed it a long time ago. However, he had previously only thought that the template was a description of the ninja level. When he graduated, the template would automatically become a genin template. Now it seems that this is not the case. The brackets behind the template have changed from 0/3 to 2/3. If I guessed correctly, these two are the two skills I need to reach the limit of the template. In other words, as long as I upgrade one more skill, can I upgrade the template? He thought for a while, which skill should he upgrade? 3-body technique? The current level of the 3-body technique is almost sufficient. It can be used flexibly in battle and its concealment is good. Unless you are a Chuunin or even a Jounin with very rich combat experience, you will probably not be able to see through it at a glance. If it increases further, the short-term yield will not be large. Next, we need to find a way to learn a few ninjutsu. The amount of chakra is very important. Then level it up. Chakra Refining Method Level 0, 74%. Add 7 points. Chakra Refining Method Level 1, 100% plus 14%. The current template limit has been reached. A line of subtitles crossed over. The ninja template has met the upgrade conditions. Do you want to upgrade? Sure enough, yes. The attribute bar dimmed instantly, and after a few seconds, it gradually appeared again. The ninja template is upgraded to a genin template, the upper limit of skill level is increased to level 2, free attribute points 5 are obtained, and real skills 1 are obtained. Note, the upper limit of the level of real skills is template limit plus 2. 5 attribute points? Real skills? The upper limit of the level is the template limit plus 2. He was looking at the new template with a mixture of surprise and joy. Template, genin, 0/4. Repetitions omitted. Main skills, 4. 3-body technique level 1, 7%. Throwing level 2, 2%. Chakra refining method level 2, 14%. Physical skills level 1, 19%. Auxiliary skills, 9. Real skills 1. Free attribute points, 12. What the hell are the 3 question marks? Well. Zhang Dai was suppressing his red face, but he didn't burst out with great power, nor did he use any superpowers that he didn't have before. After researching for a long time, he had no results, so he could only scratch his head in confusion and look at other things first. Is it because the strength is not enough and it has not been activated yet? Other changes are not too big, but the skills stuck at level 1 are upgraded to level 2. Zhang Dai took out a kunao, measured it, and became more familiar with it. He sat on the bed and refined chakra again. Compared with before, the refining speed was almost 4 times faster. Well, 0/4, I just want to upgrade the Chuyunin template and upgrade the 4 skills to level 2 100%. My current attribute points are not enough, I need to get at least 13 points. No, 13 points is not enough. There are still ninjutsu to learn, and I don't know what the real skills are or when they can be activated. If you are not particularly powerful, giving priority to upgrading templates may affect your strength improvement. Let's find a way to learn ninjutsu first. Gendai is getting a haircut, where did he lie? Obito is best fooled, but the Uchiha clan is in trouble. Asuma is hostile to me, and Kakashi is not a copy ninja yet, and he is not easy to fool. Who among the remaining acquaintances knows how to use ninjutsu? If you graduate, it will be easier if you have a mentor, but there is still half a year until graduation. How about, write a pornographic book and go near the women's bathhouse to see if you can meet Jiraiya by chance? No, you can't look for Jiraiya, let alone worship him as your teacher. Jiraiya is too smart, and it's easy to see problems when you get along with him every day. How to fix it, raise Nan? Masade sat at the table and started writing and drawing. He used his knowledge of Hokage's correction belt to list a large number of Konoha ninjas and their personality traits, and analyzed them one by one. He used Chinese characters and was not afraid of being discovered. It's a pity that most of the people who play a bigger role in Naruto were not born yet or are still studying in ninja schools. There are really not many older generation ninjas that Shodai can get in touch with. After thinking about it for a while, I came back to the original point. What is Anko's father's name today? Mitarashi. Yotsuba? It's not Konoha's 8-color Mitarashi Zixiao, but her father must be a ninja, right? Yes, based on Anko's strength, she must have started before entering school. Practiced. Use Meilitang to trick her father into using some ninjutsu? It was very difficult, but there was still room for maneuver. Masade decided to try his luck and get in touch with Mitere Yotsuba to see what his personality was like when delivering spicy hot pot to Anko. Then I have to make a bowl of delicious Meilitang first. Gendai stood up and walked to the kitchen, hesitated for a moment, and added some attribute points to his physical skills. Physical skills level 1, 39%. A slight tingling sensation came through, and the strength of Zheng Dai's body slowly increased again. In the previous duel with Kakashi, he found that his strength was not as good as him, which made Masade know that he had underestimated the upper limit of children in the Naruto world. A small amount of physical skills would not make them become muscular men. Anchu, let me help you cook. No, don't come in, the smoke will choke you. Zheng Dai smiled with his teeth. Anchu, you reading www.uyuganshu.north-northeast. The teacher said that chopping vegetables can practice your eyesight and arm strength, which is very helpful for the training of ninjas. Let me practice. Really or not? Anchu didn't believe it, so she didn't stop her, but you don't know how to. Anchu, you are looking down on me, who is 5th in the 3rd grade of the ninja school. Gendai smiled and squeezed Anchu away, whose legs weighed 100 pounds, took the kitchen knife from her hand, and began to cut. Onions come. Anchu was stunned and smiled broadly. Xiao Gendai is awesome, he can do everything. Gendai knew how to cook before traveling through time, and was no stranger to chopping vegetables. After chopping the green onions, he continued chopping the cabbage, and he even knew how to slice the cabbage. Xiao Gendai is awesome. Anchu praised again. Gendai chuckled. Anchu, I accidentally learned a special dish. Can I try cooking it for you and Uncle Zhang tomorrow? Really? Xiao Gendai is awesome. It's done. Gendai successfully obtained the right to use the kitchen and the opportunity to trial produce Meilitang. Unfortunately, in order to protect his hair before time travel, he didn't eat spicy food very much, and he couldn't cook Sichuan cuisine. He could only try the simpler Meilitang, hoping to open up the situation with Hengdu. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something. I wonder if cooking skills will appear in the skill bar? Hey! Hey! Day! Real skill 1, cooking level 2, 47%. What the hell, WTF? P.S. For the first time, there was a leader before it was put on the shelves. I was excited, twitching. Well, 3 more chapters will be added. I'm crying when I save the manuscript, so I'll finish it in 3 days. Thanks again to the leader of Hysterical Elegance, and also to other new and old friends for their rewards. The number of people is a bit too large to include in the main text, so I put it below as the author said. Chapter 21 Meal Delivery. 3 days later, in the evening. So, today's dinner is the spicy hot pot made by Xiao Zhende again? Uncle Craftsman asked worriedly, sitting on the chair. It's my child's heart. If you don't like it, I'll eat it. Aunt Xiu said dissatisfied. Besides, the malatang that Xiao Zhang wears is a bit spicier, but it also tastes good. It's a little spicier, the mustard seems to be free. Uncle Zhang sighed helplessly, the child's intentions may not be for us. If you don't give it to us, who else can you give it to? Did you forget that he was chasing a girl? Aunt Xiu was startled and suddenly said, that girl likes spicy food? That's great. Xiao Zhende is awesome. You should focus on business. Don't you want to know whose girl Xiao Zhende likes? Don't you think that Ma Se-de-chan is a genius for being able to take 5th place in the exam? Ma Se-de-chan is so good, even if he is the Hokage-sama's daughter, he can be worthy of her, as long as he can give me a grandson. Uncle Craftsman raised his forehead and said, where did the Hokage-sama come from, and you really, where did you want to go? Holding a grandson? Xiao Zhengdike is only 8 years old. What about 8 years old? Aunt Xiu said, little Zhende has grown up early. Haven't you noticed? His height has changed every day these days. He has been avoiding me in the shower for more than a month in the past month. I see, at most in 3 years, he will be a man. Really? Uncle Craftsman was a little surprised. He went out early and came back late every day, so he really didn't pay attention. There's no need to worry, the brat may not be able to catch a girl, and I don't know how old the girl is. I guess he's his classmate, 8 years old, or 7.5 years old. Aunt Xiu guessed. At this time, the kitchen door creaked open, and Zhende walked out with a big bowl in both hands. Come on, who can try today's delicious malatang first? Hey, don't burn it. Aunt Xiu quickly took the bowl and put it on the table, then hesitated. Xiao Zhende, tell Auntie, are you thinking about giving this malatang to a little girl who likes spicy food? Zheng Dai was stunned. What happened? How could they know about Hengdu? Did I talk in my sleep? Uncle Craftsman and Aunt Xiu looked at each other with smiles in their eyes. Aunt Xiu grabbed Zhende's wrist, pulled him in front of her to measure him, and said with emotion, unconsciously, little Zhende is almost as tall as Aunt. I've been growing up so fast lately. Zhende sneered. If you add a little bit of taijutsu every day, your taijutsu will reach level 2, and your physical strength will also increase by 7 or 8 points. Can you not grow taller quickly? Zhende is now over 150 centimeters tall and should be the tallest in the ninja school. Can you tell me who the girl is from, what her name is, and how old she is? Aunt Xiu asked. How old is she? Well, I remember she was born in October 36, Konoha. Her name is Anko. She is almost 5 years old now and is in the first year of ninja school. 5 years old. Aunt Xiu was confused. If she wanted to have a grandson, wouldn't it take at least 7 years? 8 years? No, the key is 5 years old. Uncle Craftsman also had a complicated look on his face. He didn't know what to say. You brat, you're 5 years old. In the Naruto world, there are many people who start dating at the age of 13 or 14, so it is normal for children to fall in love and chase girls when they are 8 or 9 years old, and parents are happy to see it happen, but at the age of 5. Well, it's 5 years old. Uncle Craftsman, Auntie Shu, don't ask any more questions. The malatang is getting cold, so I'll put it in it. Uncle Craftsman and Aunt Shu looked at each other, worried. 2 minutes later, a family of 3 sat around the dining table, each having a bowl of malatang. Zhengde tasted his bowl of less spicy food carefully, nodding as he tasted it. The taste this time is at least 50% stronger than the one I made yesterday, which is barely delicious. It took 3 days to reach this level of proficiency, much faster than Zhengde expected. With practice, the cooking skills before time travel were integrated into the ingredients and seasonings in the Naruto world. His cooking skills have been improving since they were activated. Real Skill 1, Cooking Level 2, 81%. But my real skills are real. Thinking of this, my liver hurts even while wearing it. Damn it, can't you make it clearer when upgrading the template? Who the hell knows that the real skills you reward need to be learned by yourself? The limit is template limit +2, which is obviously for him to learn the killer ninjutsu. It's better now, because my cooking skills take over. Zhang Dai could only comfort himself. The one behind the real skill proved that it was definitely not a one-time reward. There would probably be another upgrade to the template, so he must plan carefully when the time comes. Besides, his cooking skills are not bad, at least Hongdu can't escape from his grasp. Is this considered an early investment? I don't want to think about it anymore, I get angry and eat malatang. Well, it's a pity. There is no sesame oil, so I can only use mustard instead, which always loses the taste. While Dai was thinking about it, he looked at Uncle Craftsman and Aunt Shu, who was quite worried, and asked strangely, "What's wrong with you guys? Isn't it delicious?" Delicious. As long as it's delicious, I'll make a spicy hot pot and send it to her at noon tomorrow. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Shu looked at each other. Little Zhengde wouldn't be kicked out of the house by his parents, would he? Chasing a 5-year-old girl, what a sin. Hongdu's house is easy to find. The Mitarashi clan is not prosperous, with less than 10 ninjas and non-ninjas combined, but no matter how small it is still a ninja clan, and it can be determined by just asking someone for a few words. So at 10:30 the next morning, Zhengde carried an insulated food box and arrived in front of the Mitarashi clan's mansion. After knocking on the door, the person who opened the door for him was a young man in his 20s, whose face was similar to Hongdu's. Zhengde said politely, "Hello, uncle, are you Hongdu's father?" "I am her classmate." "Hongdu's classmate?" The man looked at him and asked curiously, "Are all first-grade children this tall?" "I am Hongdu's uncle." "Wait a moment, I will call her." "Oh, trouble, uncle." Zhengde didn't explain much and waited quietly. After a while, Hongdu ran over quickly. Perhaps because she was at home, Hongdu was dressed very coolly. Her upper body was in a familiar off-shoulder mesh tights, which looked exactly like the anime Little Red Bean. "So it's you. Did you really bring Master Malatang to me? Come in." "Second uncle, I won't go to your house for dinner today at noon." "Oh yes, remember this guy, if I was poisoned to death, it would be him." Her second uncle smiled and waved his hand. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net turned around and entered one room, while Hongdu took Zhengde to another room. Judging from the layout, it was her room. Putting the food box on the desk, Zhengde got a haircut and asked, "Your parents are not at home?" "Dad is on a mission, it will take half a month, and it has only been 10 days. Mom? I can't remember what she looks like." Hongdu replied. "Mother is gone?" The Hokage did not mention the slightest news about Anko's parents. Zhengde stepped on a thunder without knowing it. Fortunately, the carefree Anko didn't seem to care. He said no more and stretched out his hand to signal Anko to open the food box. Hongdu reached out and opened the food box. A spicy smell came out along with the hot air. She took a deep breath, choked and turned her head to cough twice, and said, "It smells okay. Necessary." "Hey." Hongdu looked at it intently. "These are bamboo shoots, tofu, chicken, fish balls, vermicelli, my god, there are so many things." After a rough count, she found that there were no less than 10 types of ingredients inside. She couldn't help but tilted her head and said, "Can it be eaten with so many things mixed together? You guys didn't know that I would pay for the ingredients and deliberately mixed everything. Put it inside. You can try it if it tastes good or not." Zheng Dai was very confident. Although he felt that the taste of this spicy soup was a bit inferior when he ate it, it was still compared to Yang Qiaovu's spicy soup before time travel. Sure enough, Anko tried to pick up a chopstick of tofu and put it into her mouth, chewing it slightly. Her big eyes brightened up and her little face turned red. The smooth and tender tofu melts in your mouth, accompanied by the soup, which is oily but not greasy, spicy and numb, leaving you with endless aftertaste and a fragrant taste. "It's so spicy. Oh, it smells so good too. You're not a good-for-nothing guy. I am thinking about it." Chapter 22 Everyone is working hard. Hiccup, so full. After eating a large portion of spicy hot pot, Hongdu slumped on the chair without any image. His forehead was covered with sweat, he was fanning vigorously with one hand, and the other hand was covering his bulging belly. "Is it delicious?" Zheng asked. Hongdu was stunned for a moment. "You haven't left yet." Zheng Dai, this naughty kid. "Oh yes, money for materials." "Really, can I still give it to you?" "How much?" Hiccup. Hongdu was still slumped in an imageless manner. The mesh tights were not big enough and her lower abdomen was exposed. She didn't care about being fucked. Dai saw it and burped at him. "Spicy." Zheng Dai was helpless. He really couldn't afford to be angry with this careless boy. He touched his trouser pocket and suddenly took out a pocket. There was a pear in the pocket. He took it out and took a big bite. "Well, give feedback to the customer first." "Guest? You want to be a cook?" Hongdu tilted his head, fixed his eyes on the pear in his hand, fanned the air and said, "The taste is pretty good, but there don't seem to be many people in our village who like spicy food. Hey, do you have any more pears?" Click. "This is a sweet pear. It's true that not many people like spicy food, but I can adjust the taste. How does the spiciness of the bowl just now sound to you?" "It's just so-so. I didn't feel it when I ate it. It's a bit hot now. I have to find a glass of water to drink." Hongdu said, looking directly at the pear in Dai's hand. He pinched it twice and struggled to get up. Zheng Dai took out a pear bag from another pocket thoughtfully. "Do you still have an appetite? Have you washed it?" Hongdu pursed her lips. "It's washed. You see there's still water on it. You can wipe it with your hands again." Click, click. Hongdu took the pear and took 2 bites. A hint of coldness came to her, and she squinted her eyes comfortably. "The weather is too hot, let's count the price of the pears and materials together." "No, the pear is my treat for you, just as a reward for trying my spicy hot pot." Zheng walked to the side and leaned on the table, saying, "After finishing Master Yang Qiaovu's spicy hot pot, I'm used to eating a pear. Master Yang Qiaovu's malatang has a stronger taste than the one I made today. My mouth will feel numb after eating it. If I don't eat a pear, my next meal will not taste good. You're quite good at eating. Eat more and gain strength." Hongdu opened her eyes and looked up at him, frowning and said, "I noticed before that you seem to have grown 2 centimeters after the holiday for only 5 days." Zheng smiled and ate pears. Anko didn't pay much attention and ate the pear. For a moment, there was only the sound of eating pears in the room, and the 2 round and plump sweet pears quickly turned into 2 pear valleys. "Hiccup, I'm full." Hongdu patted her belly and finally said something nice. you're not as annoying as Sister Hong said. What did Hong say about me? Hey! Hongdu smiled, skipped the topic and said, after eating a pear, my mouth feels much better. I learned a trick. This is a great trick. Zheng Daily said, those like us who have strong tastes like spicy food, and if we eat too much, we will lose the taste in our mouths. It is particularly effective to rinse it with sweet pears in time. Well, it's very refreshing. Anko mused. Red bean correction degree 1%. Obtain free attribute points *1. Success. Little brats are easier to deceive than you think. A deep smile appeared on Zhendai's lips. Okay, Anko-san, let's pay the bill, 40 taels. I just said that you are not bad. Look at how you look like a money addict. I don't have any change. How about making me another one tonight? I'll give it to you. 100 taels. Okay, my first customer. Zhendai picked up the insulated food box with a smile. How about the tonight's portion being spicier? No problem. See you tonight then. Ma Se-day walked out of Anko's room, returned to the courtyard of the Materai clan, and ran towards the gate. At this moment, from the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure passing by on the roof. He couldn't help but turn around and asked, it seems to be an ANBU. They came from Uncle Hungdu's house. He glanced back and saw Uncle Hungdu walking out of the room. His face was ashen and distracted, and he didn't even notice Zhendai standing in the yard. What happened? Zhendai frowned and greeted, Uncle, goodbye. Ah! Uncle Hungdu was startled and forced a smile. Well, let's walk slowly. As if he remembered something, he quickly added, well, in the past 2 days, I often play with Hungdu, with my classmates. Ah! Okay, uncle. Zheng Dai returned the smile of an honest child, turned his head, and raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that something happened. It was hard for Zhendai to ask what the specific matter was. He quickly walked away from the Materai clan. He took out 2 almost melted ice cubes from his pocket, threw them on the ground, and stamped his legs. So cool! The pants are almost see-through. Sweet pears relieve spicy food? It may be effective, but it can basically be ignored. Ice pear is the only solution to spicy food. In the scorching heat of July, after a bowl of hot and spicy malatang, wouldn't it be nice to eat ice pears? Kid, don't stay here. Suddenly, there was a scolding sound. Zheng Dai was startled and turned his head to look, only to realize that he was just outside the Hyaga clan. Leave now, leave now. This reminded Zhendai of Hinata Hideki and the 1,000 taels he had just spent. Then he brushed his bangs, opened the attribute bar, and scanned it. There is no deception. Physical skills level 1, 80%. Free attribute points, 10. Finally, we've made some progress again. We've made a start. I have to think carefully about how to deceive Hungdu next, add a little more first. Physical skills level 2, 0%. It seems that several people have mentioned my size. Let's stop at level 2 in physical skills for now. At the same time, within the Hyaga clan, Hyaga Hideki faced a human-shaped target and made a strange gesture, Lu King Fao. Bagwa 1 palm. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. After 8 slaps, he staggered and a playful smile flashed across his eyes. Damn it, even 16 slaps. How can I defeat that commoner? Soft boxing is not something you can do with gritted teeth. A serious voice sounded behind Hideki Hinata. He turned around in surprise, his face suddenly showing some restraint. Master Hisashi, are you here to see my father? He is on a mission. No, I have heard everything. The child you once easily defeated has now surpassed you in strength. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net. I have seen the child from the blacksmith's family, but I didn't see that he was extremely talented. Good. Hinata Hideki. It was getting harder and harder for him to say, "I've never beaten Zheng Dai." Kakashi's resurgence has been a major focus of Konoha village recently. And Shodai, who defeated Kakashi, is no longer an unknown person. These days, Hinata Hideki even occasionally feels faintly proud that others mistakenly think that he has defeated Gendai, and then he feels even deeper shame. "I'm sorry, Hisashi-sama, Hinata is humiliated because of me." He bowed deeply. "Do you really want to defeat him again? Let me teach you for a while," Hisashi said seriously. Hinata Hideki was startled and greatly surprised. "Thank you, Hisashi-sama." Beside the man-made lake of the Uchiha clan, Obito formed a seal with concentration, fire release cough 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 cough. "Damn it! I made Zheng Dai disappear into smoke." In the woods northwest of Konoha village, Kai ravages the stakes like crazy. 768, 769. Kick 1,000 times, if you can't do it, jump leapfrog 2,000 times. "Oh," Kakashi finally cheered up, "I can't lose to him again." "Oh. And Ma Seidai?" Youth. 2 kilometers away, Kakashi climbed a cliff over 100 meters high with one hand behind his left hand and his right hand. From time to time, small pebbles fell down mixed with his sweat. "I was too weak and I wasted too much time unknowingly. I'm sorry, father. I will get this time back." With Gendai's successful counterattack as an example, during this holiday season, Gendai's students are working hard to practice in various ways. Zheng Dai is also working hard. When he got home, he dove into the kitchen. Chapter 23 Sweets will bring happiness, thanks to the hysterical elegant leader 2/3. "Have some chili oil. Have some mustard. A little more chili oil." In the evening, I put on the pot bottom with malatang prepared, lit the fire and boiled it, scooped up a little soup with a spoon, and licked a small sip with my tongue. Hiss! He was so hot that he stuck out his tongue and poured the soup back with a shake of his hand. If the portion served to Hongdu at noon was normal spicy, this time it was abnormally spicy. "Very good, just give Hongdu some strong medicine and make her cry. I made you like spicy food. Put the ingredients in order, cook them, and put them into an insulated food box." Gendai picked it up and a slightly spicy malatang that he had made in advance. "Uncle Craftsman, Aunt Chiu, I'll have dinner with her, don't worry about me." Uncle Zhang and Aunt Chiu were a little panicked. Xiao Gendai was very affectionate towards that 5-year-old girl. "The second time I went to Hongdu's house, I was familiar with the road. The door to the courtyard was open." Gendai looked around for a few times and vaguely heard the conversations of several people coming from a room in the middle. Gendai hesitated for a moment and did not bother. He walked directly to Hongdu's room and knocked on the door twice. "Hongdu, I'm here." After waiting for 5 or 6 seconds, there was no response. When Gendai was about to knock on her uncle's door to ask if Hongdu was at home, Hongdu's door slowly opened. It was already 6 o'clock, the sky was dim, and there were no lights in Hongdu's room, so it was a little dark. Her face also darkened a little. "Are you sleeping? What time is it? Have dinner?" Gendai asked in surprise. Hongdu shook his head. "Come in, why did you bring 2 portions? I don't have much appetite." "Did you eat too much at lunch? I guess the other portion is mine." "I haven't had dinner yet, let's go together. These 2 portions are not as much as the one at lunch." "Oh." Hongdu responded, took the food box from Gendai, walked to the desk and sat down. Zheng Dai frowned, feeling that something was wrong in the atmosphere. Is Hongdu still awake? Those who speak feebly will not turn on the light. He searched around and asked, "Where should I sit to eat?" "Chiliu." The sound came and Dai turned his head in surprise. Hongdu had actually opened the food box and started eating. "Didn't you say you weren't very hungry? So quick to talk? Eat slowly, this one is much spicier than the lunch one." Also, make some room for me. Snap. The sound of water dripping. Genday paused for a moment and looked at the voice. Snap. Snap. Big teardrops fell into the food box containing Malatang. Hungdu seemed to be unaware and was still eating with big mouthfuls. This really made me cry? Anko, what's wrong with you? Hungdu turned his head, with tears on his face, and choked with sobs. You bastard! Are you trying to kill me? What happened to me? It's not like it's spicy. Genday refused to take the blame. He recalled the scene he saw when he left at noon, and contacted Hungdu's performance and made some guesses. Anko didn't reply to him. There was a knock on the door, and then Hungdu's door was pushed open. There were 3 people outside the door, a middle-aged man in his 40s, a boy of 13 or 14, and the last one was Uncle Hungdu whom Genday had met. At this time, Uncle Hungdu's face was a bit uglier than at noon. He looked at Zheng Dai and forced a smile. Here you come, when did you come? It's getting very late. You should go home first. Tomorrow. Ask some classmates to come and play with Hungdu. Whose child is this? The middle-aged man interrupted and asked. Hello, uncle, I am Genday, a third-year student at ninja school, and Hungdu's friend. Genday put on an honest child's smile. Who are you? It's my uncle. Hungdu wiped the tears on her face and replied first, Uncle, have you finished the discussion? His uncle opened his mouth to speak, then glanced at Zheng Dai. Zheng Dai, right? You go home first. The atmosphere was so wrong. Genday hesitantly turned his head and looked at Hungdu, then. I'll go home first? Remember to eat the Malatang while it's hot. Anko bit her lip and nodded. Uncle, goodbye. Zheng Dai left quickly, passed through the gap between the 3 people at the door, and bumped into the 13 or 14-year-old boy on his shoulder. The 2 of them shook at the same time, and the young man's expression suddenly became very exciting. After leaving the courtyard of the Mitarashi clan, Maseda frowned and got a haircut. What do you mean by bumping into me on purpose? This guy I haven't seen before seems to be Uncle Anko's son. How can he be hostile to me? I can bear it. Is this wronged? He stood there and thought for a while. He seemed to have forgotten his dinner and had to go get it. In the courtyard, Uncle Anko said slowly, Anko, Yotsuba unfortunately died in the mission. I know you are very sad now, and uncle is equally sad. But you are a child of our Matere family. You should cheer up early and don't behave like that child of the Hotaki family. Same. You are still young and cannot be left unattended. Move to the 3rd child's house, he and your aunt will take care of you. In addition, Yotsuba sacrificed, and the Matere clan cannot live without its clan leader. After our discussion, according to clan rules, I should be the clan leader now, uncle. Hungdu interrupted. You are only 5 years old after all. I know. Anko pursed her lips and nodded. What a bloody story. Zheng Dai happened to come back and heard it. It was such a coincidence. Hearing his footsteps, Uncle Hungdu frowned and turned back. Zheng Dai put on an honest child's smile again. I'm sorry, I forgot my things. He quickly walked into Hungdu's room, picked up his dinner, and left. At the same time, he added, Hungdu, I'll come back to pick up your food box tomorrow. Do you want me to bring spicy hot pot at noon tomorrow? Okay. The sudden episode ruined the atmosphere completely. Hungdu nodded blankly, while her uncle subconsciously wanted to stop Genday, but couldn't figure out why he wanted to stop him. He watched as Genday slipped and disappeared into the night. Inside. That kid, was he eavesdropping on our conversation just now? He asked in a daze. Uncle Hungdu's eyes flashed with helplessness. If it weren't for a 5-year-old girl being the leader of the clan, if it weren't for the fact that there was only one special jounin left in the clan, the eldest brother, and if it weren't for his eldest nephew who successfully advanced to Chunin in the Chunin exam in April this year at the age of 14. He would definitely not approve of his eldest brother, who had a not-so-harmonious relationship with his second brother, being the leader of the clan. It shouldn't be eavesdropping, that child. Hengdu. Suddenly, Uncle Hengdu's words were interrupted by Zhendai's shout from dozens of meters away. He looked back in surprise. You reading www.yuns.net. I saw Zhendai holding open the courtyard door, showing his head, and shouted, Hengdu, don't be sad, there are no obstacles in life that you can't overcome, don't worry about all kinds of people and things. I won't give you spicy hot pot tomorrow. You are not suitable for eating spicy food now, so eat some sweets. The sweet taste will bring people a sense of happiness. If you don't believe me, try it. I never lie. Anko was stunned for 2 seconds, and suppressed tears burst out of her eyes. This was her most vulnerable and strongest moment. When Dai made such a fuss, she could no longer control the emotions in her heart. Oh, I will try. You guy. If you lie to me, I will, just. Hengdu just for a long time, but did not just come out, only sobbing. Red bean correction degree 2%. Red bean correction degree 3%. Through the rain of barrages, Zhendai saw Uncle Hengdu's gloomy face and the young man who was about to rush over to deal with him, then turned around and ran away. However, as soon as he took a step, his head hit someone's chest, as if he hit a wall, and he fell to the ground with a pop. His expression suddenly changed. No way! Uncle Hengdu's teleportation technique is so fast? Is he an elite Jonin? It doesn't look like it, just that stupid look. Damn it, the waves are too big and you will be beaten. He quickly forced out his usual honest child's smile, raised his head, and his smile suddenly stiffened. Do sweets bring happiness? A hoarse voice came. This voice was so recognizable that it gave Zhendai a goosebump all over his body. He had admired some of Naruto's voice actors before time travel. The voices of many characters were made to sound very visual and distinctive. For example, the most unique dried persimmon Kisame. Another example. Orochimaru. Chapter 24 Wooden Man. How could he meet Orochimaru here? What is he here for? Accept Hengdu as your disciple? So early? Will it take some time for Hengdu to graduate? Zhendai was stunned for a moment, and suddenly encountered the super fierce boss Orochimaru. His feet fell off the ground, his IQ couldn't improve, and his whole body froze. You know me? Orochimaru stared at Zhendai in surprise and said hoarsely. I know you. You should be Lord Orochimaru, right? Ma Sei-dai quickly came to his senses and straightened out his thoughts. Oh. A few days ago, Hokage-sama mentioned you before the practical examination of the ninja school, saying that you and Namikaze Minato-sama were the only 2 students to graduate with perfect scores in all subjects. I also want to challenge for a perfect score in all subjects. You are my goal. Zhendai complimented. Oh. Orochimaru smiled playfully. Zhendai was flustered, and it was okay to fool his peers with his modest skills. After all, he was an adult before time travel, and he had experienced the baptism of the internet. He had even been a professional black man, and he was always talking nonsense. Can you fool Orochimaru? Zhendai is not that naive. The subconscious expression on Orochimaru's face when he just looked up was definitely exaggerated. It was all due to the deification of Orochimaru in various Hokage materials and fan fiction. Orochimaru can't read minds, so he definitely can't see the big problem. Why am I afraid of him? Get up, you're in good health. Are you, in good health? Zhendai was breaking out in a cold sweat, and then he secretly scolded him for being disrespectful. Orochimaru should have simply said that he and his body collided. Zhendai's physical fitness has exceeded the ordinary range. When he collided with the 13 or 14-year-old boy before, he was equally matched or even slightly better. He patted his butt and stood up. He wanted to raise his hands to cut his hair, but he held back and said, "I'm sorry, Orochimaru-sama, I didn't look at the road and bumped into you, eh?" Suddenly, a rough pulling force was exerted on his back collar. Zheng Dai took a few steps back without warning and grabbed one of his wrists. Standing behind him was the young man from the Matere family. The pimples on his face were full of impatience, and he roughly dragged Maseta back. Zheng frowned and tightened his wrists. The young man frowned and tightened his grip. The two remained in a stalemate. Surprise and annoyance flashed across the young man's face, and he said in a deep voice, "You are eavesdropping on our family's internal affairs, and you dare to resist after being caught? Let go! Let go!" Seeing that Zheng was disobedient, he raised his right knee and pushed it against Zheng's abdomen. "When you are wearing it, you can also lift your knees, and when you are wearing it, you can lift your knees backwards." Bang! After the collision, pain flashed across the young man's face. Seeing that Zheng Dai's expression remained unchanged, his face suddenly filled with embarrassment, and he swung his free hand towards the side of Zheng Dai's face. Snapped! Before Zheng Dai could take it, his hand was grabbed by a pale hand stretched out from the side. "Hey? Orochimaru would still meddle in this business?" Zheng Dai was a little surprised and put down the prepared set of Odogen and Jujubulyugen. The Mitarashi boy was slightly startled, frowned, and turned around to look. "Who are you?" "Brother, you are cold." Zheng Dai expressed his admiration from the bottom of his heart. He actually dared to talk to Orochimaru like this and asked, "Who are you?" However, at this time, Zheng Dai found that Orochimaru's snake eyes had been staring at him. He felt guilty and lamented in his heart, "It turns out that I am getting cold. Is Orochimaru's appearance rate so low? You are 14 or 15 years old and you don't know him. How should I explain that I recognized Orochimaru immediately?" "Lord Orochimaru!" Uncle Anko's nervous voice came. His son hadn't returned for a long time. He followed his son out to have a look. What he expected to see was such a scene. He almost cried out of fright. "Mikage, let go of this. It's Sunan Orochimaru-sama." Matere Mikage was stunned, his face turned pale, he hurriedly retreated, bowed deeply and respectfully greeted, "Lord Orochimaru. This child eavesdropped on your family's internal affairs." Orochimaru waved his hand and pointed at Zheng Dai. "Yes, no. Yes or no?" Uncle Hungdu was thinking crazily in his mind. "That's not the case. He just accidentally left his dinner in my room and went back to get it." Hungdu also ran out and said loudly. "Oh!" Orochimaru stared at Zheng Dai again. "Wearing a nodding frequency of 20 Hz. Are you Yotsuba's daughter?" Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth and turned his eyes to Anko. Anko wiped away the wet tears on her face and said, "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." "Lord Orochimaru, are you passing by?" Uncle Anko interrupted. "I participated as a coordinator for Yotsuba's mission." Orochimaru said, "The information he got is very important. I just handed over the mission to the teacher, and the teacher asked me to transfer Yotsuba's mission reward and pension. Unexpectedly, I saw a lot of excitement. I made you laugh, Orochimaru-sama. What is my father's mission?" Hungdu couldn't help but ask, and her uncle quickly pulled her. "Inquiry into the top-secret experiments of Sand Ninja Village." Orochimaru said it without any scruples. "Top-secret experiment? At this time, is it reincarnation?" Zheng Dai thought subconsciously, and then looked at his nose with his eyes, and his heart with his nose, and 1, 2, 3 wooden people. Sand Ninja Village. Anko gritted her teeth, looked at his uncle, then at Maseta, and suddenly begged Orochimaru, "Lord Orochimaru, can I become your teacher? I want to learn ninjutsu from you." Hungdu. Her uncle was startled, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net. Don't be ridiculous, you haven't graduated from ninja school yet. Zheng Dai, I am like a wooden pigeon with no expression. Anko actually became a disciple of Orochimaru at such a young age? Is the way to become a disciple still so simple and crude? Witness history. Unfortunately, I don't have a witness point system. Orochimaru asked, do you want revenge? Anko nodded heavily. I wiped out all the pursuit team in Sand Ninja Village. Your revenge for killing your father has been avenged. Anko was stunned and couldn't help but shed a few tears. She wiped her hands and bowed heavily. Thank you, Orochimaru-sama. Do you still want to become a disciple? Yes, I want to become stronger. Orochimaru was silent, seeming to be thinking, as the previous scene in the Hokage building replayed before his eyes. Orochimaru, I know you are dissatisfied because I do not allow you to directly participate in the mission, but you have to understand the teacher's difficulties. It is a tacit rule among shinobu villages that Anbu seek information. If you participate, the meaning will be different. Sand Ninja Village is an ally after all. I am also very sad about Yotsuba's sacrifice. His daughter is only 5 years old, I remember. The child looks a bit like you when you were a child. With the mission money and pension, go and see her on behalf of the teacher. Are you like me? Orochimaru took a deep look at Anko, whose face was full of tears but looked strangely strong. He turned around and said, follow me. Anko was startled and then chased after him in surprise. Uncle Hungdu was a little confused, with a conflicted expression on his face. Did Hungdu really succeed in becoming a disciple? That clan leader, am I not going to be able to be that person? The wooden man looked left and right. Hey, no one seems to be paying attention to me anymore, I slipped away. However, at this time, Orochimaru's voice came from afar, the kid who bumped into me is called Masade, right? You can follow me, too. Chapter 25 Obtaining Ninjutsu. My excellence and specialness are like fireflies in the dark and cannot be concealed at all. Orochimaru has a keen eye for uncut jade and wants to accept me as his disciple. Following Orochimaru step by step, Jendai could only comfort himself in his heart. But, it's really sad. He didn't want to be a disciple at all, not even Jiraiya, let alone Orochimaru. Hungdu was encouraged by his chicken soup and suddenly jumped to 16%, giving him 3 attribute points. If nothing else happened, he would find a way to seduce her and get her some special sweets. After a holiday, why not correct it? 50%? The attribute points are coming in all the time, and he will definitely be able to upgrade to the Chuunin template when school starts. If the Chuunin is close, can the Jounin be far away? Alas, now that things have come to this, I can only think on the bright side. If I become a disciple of Orochimaru, I won't have to worry about acquiring ninjutsu. And Orochimaru must know a lot of secrets in the ninja world. Is there any chance to satisfy his thirst for knowledge? Thinking on the bright side, maybe I'm just being sentimental and Orochimaru doesn't want to accept me as his disciple at all, so I can just go back for a walk? Or did he simply want to enrich his experimental materials? I am dead. The buildings and lights gradually faded away, and Orochimaru brought them to a dark forest. It's not the grove near Masade's house. This forest is very large and located on the edge of Konoha village. Without the iron fence, it's probably not a forest of death. Are you afraid of snakes? Orochimaru said hoarsely. Hungdu, don't be afraid. Zheng Dai, afraid. Orochimaru stared at Jendai, who smiled, I'm really, a little scared. Orochimaru reached out his hand, and 4 colorful snakes suddenly emerged from his arm. Zheng Dai subconsciously took a step back and reached for the ninja tool bag. Anko gritted her teeth and didn't move. I feel a little embarrassed wearing it. The 4 snakes fell to the ground and swam away into the dark forest. Orochimaru looked at Anko and said, Kill them before dawn. Anko nodded heavily, yes. Jende blinked, guessing that this was Orochimaru's test for Anko. He asked a little girl less than 5 years old to kill 4 snakes in a dark forest. He didn't know if there were other beasts in the forest. Never mind, still. Worry about yourself. Anko ran into the forest and became a lonely man and a snake. Orochimaru stared at Jende, seeming to be thinking, but Jende could not do anything but squeeze out the smile of an honest child again. Then he suddenly felt that maintaining this smile would look like Kabuto. Wouldn't laughing like this be annoying to a smart enough person? So he withdrew his smile and stood at attention. Time passed by, and after a long while, Orochimaru finally said, "Are you afraid of me?" "No, not at all." "Why?" "I'm afraid of snakes." "Oh. Really, Orochimaru-sama?" Jende was very sincere. He could swear on his hair that how many children growing up in modern cities are not afraid of snakes? Even though he knew that he could shoot a normal snake to death with just a kunai, he was still afraid, and he couldn't control the psychological effects. "Then why did you follow me? Why are you following? Didn't you call me?" Zheng Dai was a little confused, and then he remembered that Orochimaru said, "You can also come with me." Is it really a choice? What am I doing? No, I need to calm down. Jende thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Lord Orochimaru, I want to learn ninjutsu." "Oh. I feel that my chakra capacity is enough to support a few low-level ninjutsu, but I am just a civilian and have no way to learn ninjutsu." Jende gradually clarified his thoughts, "Although I am afraid of snakes, I don't want to miss the opportunity you gave me." "Chance. I don't dare to ask you to be my teacher, I just hope to learn a few ninjutsu from you." As he said that, he was ready to receive Orochimaru's questions, such as "Why do you want to learn ninjutsu so urgently?" or even "Ask me for ninjutsu, are you prepared to pay the price of being raped?" He also quickly prepared a few answers. However, it turns out that Orochimaru is indeed a person who plays cards irrationally. "What ninjutsu do you want to learn?" "I have one kind of offensive and defensive ninjutsu at will," Jende asked tentatively. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth. "You haven't tested your chakra properties." "No, I can't buy chakra test strips." "Orochimaru, what if the technique I give you doesn't match your chakra attributes? Then, Orochimaru-sama, do you have any chakra test strips?" Shode asked tentatively. It was true that he had not ignored the chakra attribute, but he had previously felt that he had no room to be picky, and that his knowledge of ninjutsu was enough. Anyway, they are all low-level ninjutsu. No matter how hard they learn the seals and chakra movement, they should still be able to appear in the attribute column. Just click a few attribute points to release them and increase the variety of attacks. He was not prepared to achieve any results in his training, and he would wait until it was too late for Chiyunin or even Jounin to consider specializing. Orochimaru actually took out a chakra test paper and handed it over. This kind of thing is not a regular ninja tool, but it is carried everywhere. Accepting Hongdu as his disciple was not a temporary decision. A few thoughts flashed through, and Jende took the test strip respectfully, feeling like he had received a scratch-off ticket. "Can I win $5? Will it work?" Orochimaru said hoarsely. "Yes." Jende injected chakra. The chakra test paper was soaked. Jende then injected chakra. The wet marks are larger. Wearing teeth to inject. The test paper was wrinkled by him. "Ha ha ha, water and thunder." Orochimaru looked at him quietly. Underscore. Only water attribute. Orochimaru glanced at him, formed a seal with his right hand, and a scroll appeared out of thin air with a bang. "These ninjutsu are given to you." "Give me? Is it some kind of test? Do you want me to learn the above ninjutsu within a limited time?" Zheng Dai was stunned for a moment, then quickly put down the food box, took the scroll with both hands, and opened it directly. Water escape water substitute technique, sea level. Water release water body technique, level C. Water release water cannon technique, sea level. There are 3 ninjutsu in the scroll, covering attack and defense, as well as a clone that can increase the diversity of tactics, which fully meets the current needs of Gendai. Thank you, Orochimaru-sama. Masahiro bowed deeply, then hesitated for a moment. Should I bow to become my disciple now? Is there anything else? Orochimaru asked. Gendai, it's okay, then I'll go home first? Orochimaru-sama. Can. By the way, Orochimaru-sama, you gave me ninjutsu, how should I repay you? No need. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net. Then, goodbye, Orochimaru-sama. Gendai walked away quickly. He didn't let out a long breath until he walked back to the brightly lit North Street. Squeezing the scroll in his hand, he still felt a little unreal. Giving away ninjutsu for free? What does Orochimaru want to do? The scroll weighing half a kilogram in his hand now weighed as much as 1,000 kilograms, making Zheng Dai's heart sink. Could it be that Orochimaru also needs to make corrections? Now is Orochimaru a benevolent and charitable person? Even if it was, I wouldn't dare attack him. After conquering him, he would kill me easily. Looking on the bright side, I picked up 3 ninjutsu for nothing today, and the problem is solved. Orochimaru is such a bad old man, he scares me in my dreams and reality. Zheng Dai breathed a sigh of relief. I have nothing to do with him in the short term. I can only treat him as a passing treasure delivery NPC. Hey? I seem to have forgotten something? Haha, I am not a revenge person. Overnight, scare me, right? Let's go. Malatang, spicy to death. At the same time, Orochimaru picked up the food box that had been dropped on the spot with great interest. P.S. This may seem a little bit anticlimactic and abrupt, because I reluctantly deleted about a chapter and a half. It was a mistake I made when designing the plot. With the protagonist's current strength, facing Orochimaru, no matter how clever the method is, it feels good to take advantage, but there are still big flaws in the logic. But the 3 ninjutsu cannot be dispensed with. So it became like this, please forgive me. The first contact with Orochimaru is like this, let Orochimaru go first, and come back slowly later. As a result, I have to revise the manuscript, so I will add the 3rd chapter of Brother Leader to tomorrow. There are only 2 chapters today, sorry. Chapter 26 Trial of Skills. Because he had offended Anko's uncle and cousin a little, and he was completely confused about Orochimaru's path, Gendai didn't dare to go directly to Anko's house to find her, and he happened to be at home to practice ninjutsu. Goodbye Hongdu, more than 10 days later. During this period, Hongdu's correction only jumped a few times, reaching a mediocre 20%, which gave Gendai some attribute points, proving that she did try to eat sweets, but she probably still didn't like them. It was also a coincidence that Hongdu met again. Gendai met her by chance at the training ground of the ninja school. There are 2 acquaintances beside Anko, Anko's good sister Hong, and Yuhong must be Inazuma. The 3 of them occupy a throwing target. Anko was practicing throwing kunao, and she fired 5 or 6 kunao in succession. She shot them very quickly, all of them above the 8th ring, embarrassing more than half of the 3rd and 4th grade students. She still looked dissatisfied, and she was gesticulating with her hands and frowning. There was a hint of worry on the red face. She didn't know the news of Hongdo's father's death until the 3rd day, and she went to accompany Hongdo every day after that. But in her opinion, Hongdo's mood was not optimistic. Hongdo smiles less than before, and practices harder than before. The most terrifying thing is that she actually forces herself to eat sweets. This is probably self-abuse, right? But Hong has no choice at all. All she can offer is companionship, hoping that Hongdo can get over her grief on her own. Seeing that Anko had finished the 10th round of throwing and was already out of breath, she opened her mouth to persuade Anko to rest for a few minutes. Suddenly, she heard Asuma next to her say, "The annoying guy is here." Hong was startled, turned around, and saw Zhengde waving over here. She fell into a trance for a moment and suddenly became alert. Zhengde's mouth was poisonous. Hongdu couldn't stand the stimulation now. "No, we can't let them." "Zhengde, what have you been doing these days? Why don't you go to my house to find me? Your food box is still there." Hongdu's clear voice came from behind Hong. Red blinked, stunned. Zheng Dai smiled and replied, "You are not busy practicing." "Why, you are practicing throwing. Do you want this master to guide you?" "Hey." "Who, hey?" "That's right. You seem to be good at throwing kunao. Do you have any tips?" "Zhengde, only if you are familiar with it." "Really or not? Don't hide it." "Okay, let me teach you." Kurane looked at Anko's hearty smile that she hadn't seen in several days, and looked at each other with Asuma. When did the two of them become so familiar? When she saw Anko holding hands and instructing Anko to throw, and Anko talking and laughing, Hong didn't know how to react. It wasn't until a slightly familiar term appeared in the exchange between the two that Hong suddenly realized it. "Hongdu, is the malatang delicious?" "Yeah, it's super delicious." "Sister Hong, I'll treat you to lunch today." "Zhengde, please have 2 more bowls of malatang." "Sister Hong's is less spicy." "I'll give you 200 taels together." Hong Do tilted her head and said. "Zheng Dai, who was suddenly ordered." Asuma was ignored. Hong smiled when he saw this. "Classmate Zhengde also wants to practice. Hong Do, don't bother me." "Zheng Dai, no trouble. But forget it at noon, let's go to the evening. I want to try the newly opened meatball shop nearby at noon, can we come together?" Hongdu thought for a while, "The one that Sister Hong mentioned last time? Okay, let's go and try it together." Hong is speechless. Here we go again, Hongdu wants to eat sweets again, it's the same meatball shop. When I invited her last time, she said she had tasted it and found it not delicious. Now that she is wearing the invitation, why did she agree? It's still early before noon, so I'll continue my kunao practice. Ma Say, are you here to practice too? I'll give you a round at the target first. Anko asked. No, I don't need to practice throwing. Zhengde shook his head, thought for a moment, turned to Asma and said, "Do me a favor, Asma. Come, let's have a fight." "Asuma? You just want to practice sparring with me and compare notes. Don't you dare!" Zhengde said with a smile. Anko suddenly showed an expression of watching a good show. Kurane looked at Asuma and shook her head slightly. Asma's handsome face twitched. "How can I be afraid of this? Definitely not. There are fights among classmates." Zhengde turned around and said, "Hong, let's go to my house with Hongdu to eat spicy hot pot tonight. It tastes better when it's cooked and eaten. After eating, stop by my room and I'll ask you a few questions you don't know." Red blinked, then froze again. Hongdu responded, "Okay, let's go." Asuma's eyes turned red. "Asma, you need to practice harder." Hitaki Kakashi regained his strength, Zhengde caught up from behind, and Metkai was also catching up. "Your strength will soon not even rank among the top 3 in the class. Chasing girls is important, but as a ninja, the most important thing is strength, go practice." Standing face to face with Shode, Asuma recalled in a daze the banter that his father, the 3rd Hokage, had made at the dinner table on the night of the actual combat drill. "At that time, I retorted harshly, pointing out that my father just wanted to send me away to practice so that I could smoke secretly, although this may be the truth." But when it came to actually fighting Zhengde, Asuma was keenly aware of a nasty emotion. Timid. He refused to admit it, but after watching Kakashi and Masade fight, his reason told him that he was no match for the two. He was afraid of losing in front of Kurane, afraid of losing on his own with the title of Hokage's son. But I can't escape, I can't even lack the courage to take action. Asuma stared at Zhang Dai, who was combing his hair with a relaxed expression. He is such a slutty bastard, I can beat him. Puff. The sound of the solace of feet hitting the ground hard. Facing Asuma, who rushed over, many thoughts flashed through Gendai's mind. Asuma's shoes are good, they look very strong and durable. Wearing these shoes, kicking people will have an attack bonus. As expected of the second generation of the movie, the family has money and wears well. Hey, I am very cautious. First, do you want to take advantage of the fact that hand attacks don't require fists and use feet/shoes? It's amazing. Thinking about this, I haven't moved it yet. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net. Kurane exclaimed and covered her mouth halfway. Anko stared in surprise halfway, and Asuma's kick hit Zhang Dai's hip elbow. Snapped. There was no expected crash, just the sound of water splashing. Asuma was slightly stunned. He couldn't control his body and leaned forward, and crashed into the splash that Gendai had transformed into. This is a water substitute. There was a sound of wind behind him. Asuma's expression was slightly tense. He listened to the sound and argued his position, then turned around and attacked. Bang! Fists and elbows collided, and Asuma unexpectedly discovered that Zhang Dai's fist was far less powerful than expected. Feint? It doesn't look like it. He tried to fight back. Bang! Asuma's eyes widened as he plunged into the water again. This was a water incarnation. Oops! Water release water cannon technique. Asuma was leaning behind him, and Gendai completed the 4 seals in 2 seconds, and then his mouth beeped, 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 and a violent stream of water spurted out. It was as if a large vat of water was poured out in an instant, hitting Asuma half a meter away from his side. The splash wet one of Asuma's trouser legs. Asuma's body stiffened. I lost. Gendai comforted him. Don't worry, you don't know that I just learned these 3 ninjutsus, and I was caught off guard. Otherwise, I would have been able to hold on for at least another 3 or 4 seconds. Well, maybe 10 seconds. Asmul shook his head bitterly and said nothing. Whether it was the formation of the water avatar or the replacement of the water avatar, he was completely unaware of it. Intelligence disadvantage? Indeed, but it's not like he doesn't know ninjutsu, fire escape, and shadow clones. He has mastered them all, but he has no chance to release them. He had to admit that there was a huge gap between him and Zhang Dai in terms of strength. My father was right, I should work hard to practice. Chapter 27 Meatballs. Asuma went home to change his pants. Anko ran over and stood up on tiptoes to pat Zhang Dai on the shoulder. You're good, you almost killed that guy. Asuma instantly. Was your ninjutsu taught by Orochimaru-sensei? I don't know how. Do I have to call you senior brother? No, Lord Orochimaru didn't take me as a disciple and only gave me 3 ninjutsu. From what you said, did you pass the test? Masade asked knowingly. Of course, it's a piece of cake. Hong chuckled, not knowing who was bitten by the snake, and jumped on one leg. Seeing Hongdu's hints with her eyes, she pursed her lips and smiled and stopped saying a word. Gendai noticed it, but did not try to expose Anko, and asked with a smile, Master Orochimaru didn't teach you how to throw kunao? You still come to ask me? Not yet. Anko shook her head. Teacher Orochimaru said that he would not officially guide me until I graduate, so I have to work hard to practice and graduate with you and Sister Hong in January next year. Oh, come on. Well, I'll practice for a while. When Asuma comes back, it'll be almost noon, let's go have dinner together. Anko suggested. The two agreed, and returned to the throwing target with Anko, standing nearby and watching. Dai's purpose of going out this time to find someone to try ninjutsu was achieved. He gave Anko some instructions and didn't have much to say to Hong. He was a little bored, so he straightened his bangs and opened the attribute bar. Template, Genin, 0/4. Basic attributes, 3. Physical strength, 39.74. Mental strength, 29.66. Chakra amount, 40.02. Main skills, 4. 3 Body technique level 1, 7%. Throwing level 2, 2%. Chakra refining method level 2, 22%. Physical skills level 2, 3%. Auxiliary skills, 12. Ninjutsu basics level 2, 10%. Water release water body technique level 1, 22%. Water release water cannon technique level 1, 10%. Water release water substitute technique level 1, 3%. Others omitted. Real skill 1, cooking level 3, 10%. Free attribute points, 13. After only half a month of vacation, Zhang Dai's physical strength and chakra volume have increased by about 50%. He has also mastered 3 ninjutsu, and his strength has more than doubled. When he faced off against Kakashi, who was practicing in actual combat, he was confident that he could resolve the battle within half a minute. But Kakashi has probably made a lot of progress during this time. Gendai thought about the 3 Kakashi correction prompts that flashed through him even though he had done nothing. Kakashi must also be practicing hard. You can't slack off, you have to work harder. Gendai thought about it and suddenly found that he was very close to the template advancing again. His attribute points were originally intended to be spent on ninjutsu, but as a result, after practicing for more than 10 days, he easily and completely mastered the 3 C-level ninjutsu given to him by Orochimaru. It took 2 seconds to rule out the possibility that he was extremely talented. There was only one truth: the level 2 ninjutsu foundation brought him chakra control and seal formation, which was more than enough to learn C-level ninjutsu. So the reserved attribute points are saved, maybe it's time to use them? 5 points in the throwing technique, 4 points in the chakra refining method, and 3 points in the basic ninjutsu, a total of 12 points, so you can be promoted if you miss 1 point. The optimal solution flashed in Gendai's mind for a moment, but he hesitated for a moment and did not complete it. Plus, only 4 points were added to the chakra extraction method, and 3 points were added to the basic ninjutsu. Chakra refining method level 2, 100% plus 2. Has reached the current template limit. Ninjutsu basics level 2, 100%. Has reached the current template limit. Free attribute points, 6. The current level 2 throwing technique is enough, so I'd better reserve some attribute points to improve my level. The promotion to Chunin template will probably give him a real skill. He must be prepared before promotion, so as not to be occupied by messy things again. Half an hour later, Anko finished 10 more rounds of throwing, and Asuma also found it. After a brief rest, the 4 of them went to the West Street meatball shop together. The meatball shop is located in the center of West Street, which is the most prosperous area. It has been more than a month since Dai traveled through the world, and he has never been to a restaurant in Konoha. The Ichiraku ramen that he is most interested in has not opened yet. After finding an empty seat and sitting down, a sweet-looking young lady came over and handed them a menu. Welcome. The menu is simple, with only 4 dishes. White jade meatballs 3 tails/skewer. Buckwheat meatballs 6 tails/skewer. Kibi meatballs 9 tails/skewer. 3-color meatballs 6 tails/skewer. Each skewer has 3 meatballs, and the 3-color meatballs are one of each of the first 3 kinds of meatballs. Hong, who had eaten here before, explained, the portion is quite large, I can finish it with about 4 skewers, 1 skewer of each kind. I have 3 strings and 3 colors. Hongdu said. Asma thought for a while, 5 strings of 3 colors. The three of them looked at Genday, who thought about it and said, 3 skewers, 4 skewers, 5 skewers, you are all so neat, I will eat, 8 skewers, make up 20 skewers. As for the type, 2 of each kind string. Okay, would you like something to drink? The waiter asked again. Genday almost said the word Coke. Hong looked around, plain water. The three looked at each other and reached an agreement. Young lady, please wait a moment. Hongdu put her arms on the table, looking like she was neither hungry nor looking forward to it, and said, after dinner, I will go home and read, and then go to Genday's house to eat spicy hot pot in the evening. Hey, I don't know your house. She looked at Hong, who was stunned and shook his head. I haven't been there either, it seems to be on East Street. Yes, the 4th house from the end of East Street. 4th household, I understand. Sister Hong, will you still go to my house this afternoon? Go, let's read a book together. Hearing this, Anko squinted at Asuma. Asuma hesitated, and rarely said that she wanted to go together. Instead, she said, I have something to do at home in the afternoon, so I won't go. Genday, please make an extra serving of malatang tonight. I'll pay for it. For the sake of your lunch treat, I'll only charge you for the materials. Genday agreed. Thank you, et. Asuma was confused. Did I say I wanted to treat you? Did you say that? Anko laughed loudly, while Hong covered her mouth with a smile and shook her head, we pay for ourselves. Asuma looked around speechlessly, I'll just ask you. It doesn't matter. Although he is not the 30 million tael version of him yet, as the Hokage's son, his pocket money is always much more than what he has. After deciding on the treat, the young lady also came over with a large dinner plate, please use it slowly. Zheng Dai looked up and saw that the dinner plate was filled with balls of various colors, including white, red and yellow. Only the red ones he knew were buckwheat balls, and he had no idea about the materials used to make the other two. Start? Let's move. Genday picked up a 3-color meatball, ate the white one in one bite, chewed twice, and squinted, glutinous rice, isn't this just glutinous rice? The white meatballs go down the stomach, the red meatballs go into the mouth, and the soba balls taste as expected. After swallowing the red meatballs and eating the yellow ones, he chewed them twice, then shook his head and threw the sign on the table. Millet, yellow cake, they use aliases one by one to deceive people, which makes me look forward to it. Naruto's tied for second most famous food, meatballs, is so simple, it really disappoints Shodai. This thing can't be said to be unpalatable, but it's definitely not a great delicacy. I don't know how the original Anko fell in love with meatballs. To him, this food is indeed many times healthier than malatang, but the enjoyment for his taste buds is also many times worse than malatang. Hongdu, who was sitting opposite him, noticed Genday's expression, swallowed the balls in his mouth, and asked, don't you like eating too? Genday. You reading www.yuyugonshu.net. Genday thought for a while, it's okay, it's sweet, I just thought of something. Have you thought of something? Zheng Dai hummed and sighed, these meatballs remind me of my days in Xiaomu Mountain Village, and a master named, the Lei family. Hongdu was stunned, it's the old master again. Well, Mr. Lei's master is good at making all kinds of meatballs. What impressed me the most is the tofu meatballs he made. Genday smacked his lips, it's a pity that he lost news during World War II. Hongdu, I haven't heard of this paragraph. Hong, I haven't heard of this paragraph. Asuma, chewing tofu balls? Can tofu be made into balls? Ah, of course, the tofu balls are tender and delicious, sweet or spicy, so delicious. Since coming to Konoha, I have been trying to figure out how to recreate the tofu balls made by Master Lei's family. It's almost done and I'll have them for you to eat in 2 days. Anko's face darkened. Hong chuckled. Asuma looked around, confused. Zhang Dai smiled calmly and got a haircut. Fortunately, I have seen more food. Gizhu's Legia tofu dumplings are a famous snack. Although they are not as well known as Malatang, the golden and smooth tofu dumplings are even better in appearance and taste. Hongdu will probably like it, but... Am I traveling through Hokage to be a chef? Zhang Dai complained secretly. I must be a Chuyunan, even stronger than an ordinary Chuyunan. In a normal development, shouldn't there be a weak Chuyunan villain for me to crush? At this moment, Zhang Dai suddenly received a somewhat unkind look from the corner of his eye. He turned to look out the window and was stunned for a moment. Anko, your brother. Chapter 28 remains, thanks to the hysterical elegant leader 3/3. Matere Mikage was outside the meatball shop. He glared at Masato with a rather unkind look, and then waved to Anko anxiously. Hongdu was stunned, hesitated for a moment, then stood up and said, "You guys eat first, he seems to be in trouble." Yet. The three agreed. Anko walked out of the meatball shop and communicated quietly with her cousin. Soon her expression changed continuously, mostly annoyed, and sometimes she clenched her fists tightly. Zhang Dai, who could only see his expression but couldn't hear his voice, smoothed his bangs and muttered in his heart, "What happened again? The Hongdu family has been in a lot of trouble lately." After 4 or 5 minutes, Zhendai and the others had almost eaten, and Hongdu came back and said, "I have something to do at home, so I have to leave first. Sister Hong, we can't read together in the afternoon, and I'm afraid I won't have time to go to Zhendai in the evening. Let's eat Malatang at home." Hong asked worriedly, "What happened?" Zhang Dai also asked, "Can I help?" Anko shook her head, thought for a moment and then put her mouth to Zhendai's ear and said, "Someone is coming from Sand Ninja Village." Hong blinked in surprise, "Not with me, not with Asuma, but with Zhendai alone?" Zhendai was not used to people talking to his ears, and when he came into contact with the hot breath exhaled from Hongdu's mouth, he couldn't help but dig his ears slightly uncomfortably. Are there people from Sand Ninja Village who want to ask for an explanation? He turned sideways, also attached his ear to Anko, and breathed hot air in revenge, saying, "Hey, don't be impulsive, Your father-killing revenge has been avenged by Orochimaru-sama, the rest has nothing to do with you." Hongdu dug his ears and replied, "But my father's body is in their hands." Remains. Zhang Dai frowned. Hongdu continued, "Do you have any idea? Ask me? Have I already established a handsome image that I can do anything? I guess you asked the right person. But this matter is a bit troublesome. Anko, what are you doing?" Matere Mikage waited for Anko outside the store for half a minute. Before anyone could see him, he came in and saw Anko whispering to the boy he hated at first glance. She immediately felt angry. "Yell loudly." The decibel level was too high, which attracted the attention of all the customers in the meatball shop. Zhendai was speechless and could only turn around and apologize, "Sorry, brothers, sisters, uncles and aunts, I'm sorry to bother you. Asma, please pay and take the remaining skewers to eat." Half a minute later, everyone left the meatball shop. Matere Mikage knew that she had lost some composure just now, but she awkwardly didn't want to apologize, so she complained, "Anko, your father and third uncle are waiting for you. It took me half an hour to find you, why are you still taking your time? Call me clan leader." Hongdu said seriously. Matere Mikage was stunned and had no choice but to respond. "Yes, patriarch. Well, don't yell in public in the future, it will bring shame on our Mitarashi clan." Mitarashi Mikage's face turned red. He looked at Masede who had a strange expression and glared at him fiercely. Zhang Dai laughed out of fright. Hongdu turned her elbow and said, "If you are still in the mood to laugh, help me think of a solution." He wants to find a way? What can he do? "Chief, stop making trouble and come back with me." "Hong, who didn't understand at all, looked left and right and asked, "Can't you tell us?" "Sorry, Sister Hong. You can say it, pick what you can say." Jende interrupted, "Asuma is the Hokage's favorite son, so he can help." Mitare Mikage originally wanted to stop him, but when he heard this, he took it back. He always felt that his father's idea was not so suitable. Hongdu pondered for 2 seconds and spoke in a low voice. Skipping the details, he only said that his father's body was in the hands of Suna Ninja Village, and now he wanted to get it back at no cost or as little as possible. "How about just do it?" Asuma asked curiously. "You all know the 89th regulation of the Ninja Code on returning the bodies of the war dead, right? Ninja is a high-risk profession, and no one wants to be buried in a foreign country. This is a generally accepted rule." "Ah! It's not that simple." Mitare Mikage snorted, "The rules are the rules if they are followed." Jende looked sideways, and he was slightly impressed by Hongdu's cousin for being able to say this. "Cousin, tell them all the situation, and let's think of a solution together," Hongdu said. Mitarashi Mikage was a little reluctant, but looking at Asuma, he finally explained in a low voice, "The people from Suna Ninja Village moved into our Konoha 2 days ago. They are a standard team, with 1 Jounin leading 3 Genin. I'm nominally here to take part in the Chunin joint examination that starts at the end of September. At the end of September, come 2 months early. So everyone knows that they must have other purposes." Mitare Mikage continued, "Just yesterday, the leading Jounin of Suna Ninja Village asked Lord Hokage to return the bodies of the deceased members of the puppet army and asked the village to give them an account. I told you why Dad was so worried when eating last night." Asuma muttered, "That puppet team was killed by us?" "Who?" Mitare Mikage hesitated for a moment, and Masede interrupted, "It's Orochimaru-sama. It's impossible for Hokage-sama to push Orochimaru-sama out to explain to Suna Ninja Village, so things are frozen, right?" "Yet." Anko nodded, rolled her eyes and said, "My uncle's suggestion is for me to ask Mr. Orochimaru to apologize." "Your uncle may have had enough." Jende was speechless. Orochimaru could lick him to death. Mitare Mikage glared. Jende ignored it and asked again, "Are you sure that your father's body fell into the hands of the Suna Ninja Village, and was even carried by the Jonin who led the Suna Ninja Village?" "From the negotiations we heard, Suna Ninja Murakami vaguely revealed this meaning. UU reading www.uukaz.net. So Lord Hokage is in a dilemma." Mitare Mikage snorted, "Okay, it's all said and done, what can you guys do?" "Can't, steal it." Hong muttered, "If it is confirmed that Uncle Yotsuba's body was carried by Suna Ninja Murakami, wouldn't it be enough to steal it back?" Anko's eyes lit up, but Mitare Mikage poured cold water on her. "The name of the Jounin leading the team in Suna Ninja Village is Raza. He is one of the top elite Jounins in Suna Ninja Village. If we don't go to war, I'm afraid no one in the village can take advantage of him." "Stole the sealing scroll." Luo Shat. Masede got a haircut. What a famous guy, Gaara's old father, the 4th Kazekage who lived a few years ago. The possibility that he would personally lead the team and carry Hongdu's father's body with him as a bargaining chip was indeed very high. Not to mention stealing, in a head-to-head confrontation, Konoha may not be able to defeat him at this time, right? As for the beating, the Third Ninja War will basically start in advance. A good idea was rejected, and several people fell silent. No one spoke for a long time. Mitarashi Mikage said again, "Clan leader, it's better to go home with me. If my father's idea doesn't work, we will discuss it with our own family." Hongdu glanced at Jende, "Hey, you have so many bad intentions, is there really nothing you can do this time? What does it mean that I am evil-minded?" Zheng Dai had no choice but to think for a while and said, "There is really a way. Thanks to Hideki Hinata, he once told me, we are still children, students of the ninja school, and in the eyes of adults, we can act recklessly. So bad? You just bully others, and you still have to argue with them. Hongdu said dissatisfied, can you beat him now? If I were you, I would definitely beat him up. Beat him hard. Looking for an opportunity. Listen to the point, I mean we can go, make trouble. Chapter 29. Who can withstand this? Noisy. Yes, making trouble. Jende affirmed, Asma just said that it is a rule to return the remains of the war dead and treat them kindly, but unfortunately few people follow it. But the situation is different now. In order to obtain greater profits, Suna Ninja Village most likely brought Uncle Yotsuba's body with them. And since we were the victors in the Second Ninja War, it's unjustifiable for them to go so far. Nonsense. Mitarashi Mikage snorted, they don't admit it at all. They insist that the second uncle's body has not been obtained by the Sand Ninja Village. Can we still search them? Are they actively provoking a war? Yes, they don't admit it, and it's impossible for Lord Hokage to admit that the puppet team in Suna Ninja Village was wiped out by Lord Orochimaru. If it were me, I would blame it for Sandstorm. Since neither side admits it, as long as Suna Ninja Village admits it first, we will have the upper hand. Anko nodded thoughtfully, how to do it? Zheng Dai glanced at her and said with a smile, I'll give you a difficult task. You'll cry, make trouble, and hang yourself. Hey? Hang yourself? Well, you are like this. 5 minutes later, Anko, Asuma, Mitarashi Mikage, and Kurane stood in confusion. Can it work? Just like this, can it really succeed? Will they say it? Why not? You are only 5 years old, your father died, and you accidentally heard that your father's body is with the ninjas of Sand Ninja Village. Is it abnormal to go and make a fuss? As for whether it can be successful, you will know after giving it a try. It is indeed unlikely that Suna Ninja Murakami Ninraza would spill the beans, but among the 3 genin, maybe one of them is easy to fool? How would you know if it doesn't work if you don't try? No loss anyway. Anko murmured, that makes sense. Mitarashi Mikage's mouth twitched, we'd better go home and discuss it with father and the others. I think Jende's method is feasible. Asuma said suddenly. Hong also nodded slightly. Hongdu's expression was determined, then I'll go make trouble once. Don't think of other ways. Ma Se-de straightened his bangs and said, in that case, let's discuss the details. First of all, we must prepare for the worst possibility. Suna Ninja Murakami Raza becomes angry and attacks us directly. Well, leave this to me. Asma said. Several people looked at him and nodded. Second, those 3 genin who came to take the Chunin exam are likely to stop us. Do you know their specific information? Ma Se-de asked again. Mitarashi Mikage shook his head, I only know that they are 1 woman and 2 men, both about 12 or 13 years old. Don't worry about them. If they dare to stop me, I will deal with 2 of them, and you can just stop 1. Darling, you didn't say you wanted to fight against 3. I'm really happy for your self-knowledge. Zheng Dai was slandering and said, be on the safe side and find 2 more enthusiastic classmates, Obito and Kai. No need. Mitarashi Mikage looked at Masato with dissatisfaction, I have already carried out 3 B-level missions. Even if a few genin are close to me in strength, they will never be my opponent. Zheng Dai raised his eyebrows and made insinuations. You have performed B-level missions, but you have seen blood? It's like he's never seen anyone before. He stopped trying to persuade him. Asuma was almost as powerful as a genin, and although Kurane was slightly inferior, with him and Mitarashi Mikage, he would definitely win against the 3 genin who came to take the Chunin exam. Then let's prepare separately. At the same time, Suna Ninja Village was stationed. Luo Sha sat upright on her knees with a serious face. Opposite him, 3 Suna Ninja Village genin who came to take the Chunin exam were kneeling in a row. The girl in the middle is about 11 or 12 years old, wearing a tight-fitting outfit similar to Hongdu's, with dark green hair and a bun on her head. 2 bangs dyed orange hang down from her eyebrows. She has a delicate face and tight lips. Sipping, as if trying to endure it. After a while, she breathed lightly and said, "Lord Raza, I still feel that using the bodies of Konoha ninjas as bargaining chips is a bit despicable. Why don't we show our sincerity first? I believe Konoha village will give our village an explanation." Luo Shi raised his eyes and glanced at her. "Innocent, do you know what the 3rd Hokage said? All the elites of our village were wiped out in a sandstorm." "But sir, in the ninja code." "No need to say more. This is not something you should be concerned about. You have only one mission in Konoha village this time, to practice with peace of mind and win the first place in the joint Chunin examination in October." "Yes." The girl lowered her head reluctantly. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, near the Suna ninja village, Jendai and the other 5 people gathered again. Looking at the black cloth tied around Anko's wrists and the white belt wrapped around Mitere Mikage's waist, Maseta asked, "Are you all ready? Don't drop the chain. I can do it over there." Asma said. "I can do that too." Hongdu said. Mitere Mikage hesitated. I know you can't do it. Let me change your position. Stop crying and get angry. You can come angrily to ask for Uncle Yotsuba's body, right?" Jendai suggested. "Humph, of course. Okay, Anko, get ready to cry." Hongdu was stunned for a moment, brewing for 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4, 5, 6, 7 or 8 seconds. "Oh. I'm very sad, but who can cry when you say that?" Jendai took out 2 slices of onions and gave them to her. Half a minute later, 2 lines of clear tears flowed from Hongdu's eyes, and she choked with sobs. "Let's go." Hokage's office. The 3rd Hokage stared at his crystal ball for a long time, showing a dumbfounded expression, and shook his head. "The little guy has quite an idea." He raised his head and said to the person in front of him, "Asuma asked you to escort him, so go ahead. Take Syenmaru with you, don't make a big mess." The man dressed as an ANBU across from me was quite surprised. "Do you think Asuma and the others can succeed?" "Well, at least it won't fail." You read www.yuyuganshu.net. In the Sand Ninja Village, the girl with orange bangs looked gloomy and was practicing hand seals. The air around her was so hot that the 2 genin boys hid more than 10 meters away from her. Suddenly, a noisy sound mixed with crying came from outside the station. She frowned slightly and didn't pay much attention, while one of the teenagers went to investigate. "Get out of the way!" With a shout and a bang, she saw that her companion who opened the door to investigate the situation was attacked, flew upside down and fell to the ground, and then a young man with a white belt around his waist broke in. How dare anyone break into the Suna ninja village? Wearing a forehead protector, is he a Konoha ninja? How come? The doubt flashed away, and her figure disappeared in a flash. Knocking down a genin instantly, even though he had the upper hand and caught him by surprise, Mitere Mikage was still a little proud. Seeing a delicate-looking girl rushing towards her, he showed no mercy and directly attacked with his fist. To say 1 to 2 is less than that. At this level, I can do it all by myself, Puff. Mitere Mikage's eyes widened, she clutched her belly and fell down. The girl with orange bangs straightened up and drew her elbows, and asked, "What do you do?" Anko stepped into the threshold with 1 foot and stuttered with tears. The Chuyunin's cousin was killed instantly? "Oh, we. Come and ask for the body of Uncle Yotsuba." Jendai stood up sideways with a headache and faced the girl with orange bangs. He cursed in his heart, so he said, "Let's call them 2 more, right? If a good plan leads to such a big accident, can we still get in? You have also done 3 B-level missions. God bless you for not dying in the mission. It's actually Zhou Dun Yekang, who can withstand this." Chapter 30 Confrontation. Wu. Hengdu, who was panicked because his cousin was put down instantly, saw Zheng standing up, calmed down a little, and sobbed, "Ji, bring back my father's body." Woo woo woo. This crying is like driving a small train, the acting is not very good. The old actor is wearing it to show his contempt. Ye King was slightly stunned, and then suddenly realized, is she the daughter of that Konoha ninja? Her sharp expression gradually softened, and she became a little hesitant. At this time, the door of the room in the middle of the Shan ninja village was pushed open, and Luo Sha, a young man with red broken hair, stepped out, looked around, frowned and said, "This is not a place where children can run wild, Ye King, drive them away." Zheng Dai was immediately on guard, but was surprised to find that Ye King didn't respond for a long time. His expression was still very tangled, and he couldn't help but feel his heart move. Yakura, the hero of Sand Ninja Village, has a gentle and kind personality. He was pushed to Kirigakure village by the 4th Kazekage in the name of alliance and was attacked to death. After being reincarnated in the dirt, he became cynical. "Hey? The 4th Kazekage?" Seeing that Ye King was still reluctant to take action, Luo Sha's face darkened, and she shouted, "Ju Xin, Ze." "Yes." The other two teenagers were very obedient, especially the one who had been kicked by Matere Mikage before. They couldn't wait to rush over, and even deliberately took a step aside to step on Matere Mikage's hand. "This weakling, the person you beat was fine, but he fainted all of a sudden? It's not enough." Ma Seidei had no choice but to lean over and pull Mitarashi Mikage's hind legs. "Asuma, let him lie down on the side." Bang! Bang! The wind roared in his legs. Dai straightened up and connected with his feet, easily kicking the two Suna Ninja village boys back a few steps. He was sure in his heart, these two are not strong. At the same time, he whispered, "Please." The strong wind caused by the rapid movements blew the tips of Anko's hair on her forehead. She was stunned for a moment, and immediately wiped her tears to Ye King and said, "Sister, please return my father's body to me, okay?" The pitiful look made Ye King tremble. She opened her mouth slightly and bit her lip tightly. At this time, Zheng was once again facing two genin, silver light flew through the air, and Kunao kept fighting, making crisp sounds, but he could still aim at Ye King with his peripheral vision. Seeing her appearance, Zheng was instantly sure that Hengdu's father's body was definitely at Luo Sha's place. And Ye King seems. The success rate has greatly increased this time. "Sister, talk. Oh, is my father's body at that uncle's place? Let me see my father again." Hengdu also joined the play, and her acting became more and more powerful. Luo Sha's face became darker, and he looked at Zheng Dai in surprise. He moved his toes slightly, then stopped, and took a deep look in both directions. The dignified Konoha actually used such a trick. He snorted in dissatisfaction and said in a deep voice again, "Ye King. Drive them away." Ye King trembled again, sighed softly, and gave Anko an apologetic expression. "Sister," Hengdu said pitifully. However, it was useless this time. Ye King still chose to stand where he should be. In a flash, he reached behind the two genin and hit Zheng. He raised his slender right leg and kicked horizontally. Zheng Dai's eyes were serious. Puff! Zheng, who was kicked by Ye King, turned into a handful of water and flew away, but Ye King was not Asuma. He quickly dodged the attack from behind, and his elbow hit back and collided with Zheng Dai's palm. Zheng held on tightly, but Ye King seemed to have expected it. His body twisted and spun around, raising one leg high and pressing heavily on Zheng shoulder. Bang! Zheng staggered slightly and swallowed the attack forcefully, grabbing Ye King's slender calf with a snap. Ye King's pupil shrank, his body twisted again, and he kicked Zheng Dai's face with his other foot. Snapped! Zheng Dai grabbed her ankle again. One hand and one leg, leaning back and striking. Snapped! A piece of wood was smashed to pieces. Yekeng used the substitute technique in the electric fight. His body rushed towards him from the side, raising his legs to press Zheng Dai, who had not had time to straighten his waist. Wow! Zheng Dai turned into water and disappeared again. It's terrible. He stood next to Anko again, quickly straightened his bangs, and whispered with a headache, I may not be able to beat her. If I can win, I will be delayed for a while. The other two, Asuma and Kurane, can't deal with her. Oh, your cousin is really useless. Hongdo twitched subconsciously, is it my cousin who is useless, or are you and this sister too powerful? She couldn't even see clearly the physical duel between the two, she could only see two silhouettes rapidly butting and colliding. Let alone find out when the two took advantage of the opportunity to use the substitute technique. The well-informed Asuma was even more surprised. He was sure that the average Chuyunan would never have the strength to fight against both sides. Anko's cousin lying next to the wall was the irrefutable proof. Are there any genin so strong among the genin from Suna Ninja Village who came to take part in the joint Chuyunan exam this time? And Zheng Dai is much better than during the actual combat training. Yekeng brushed the orange bangs that were blocking his eyes, and said with some surprise, you are one of the strongest genin in Konoha village. Will you take part in the joint Chuyunan exam in October? Hey, don't. I don't dare to recognize the strongest genin in Konoha. Zheng Dai was so frightened by her words that he clapped his hands repeatedly, I'm still a student of the ninja school. A student from the ninja school. Yekeng was stunned, and the two genin behind him who couldn't defeat Zheng Dai even more in disbelief. How old are you? 2 months shy of 9 years old. 8 years old. Standing at the door, Luo Sha's eyes narrowed. There was no information about this boy in Sha Ninja village. Although he is not as good as Yekeng now, Yekeng is already 11 years old. When she was 8 years old, she could far less than a Chuyunan. A genius that was rarely seen in Suna Ninja village for 10 years, was easily defeated by a child in Konoha. Yekeng's face was complicated for a while, then Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.nt sighed softly, please leave, don't mess around in our Suna Ninja village. Hongdu sobbed twice, sister. Yekeng closed his eyes and didn't look. Asma approached Zheng Dai, how about I? Zheng Dai shook his head slightly, indicating no need. Then, failed. No. Zheng Dai tapped Anko's shoulder with his elbow and pleaded to Yekeng, sister, we can go. But can sister tell us whether Uncle Yotsuba's body is in the same place as the news we got? On your hands. Yekeng opened his eyes and hesitated slightly. Luo Sha's eyes darkened, Yekeng. Can't you even say this? Hongdu received the prompt and remembered Zheng Dai's previous instructions, crying, sister, I just want to know if my father has come back. Even if I never see him again in this life, at least it's enough to know that he is very close to me at this time. We of you. Luo Sha, Zi, Juxin, close the door. Yekeng sighed softly, turned around and said, Lord Luo Sha, please return her father's body to her. What nonsense are you talking about, Yekeng? Luo Sha's body sank. Just as he was wearing it, he felt some movement in the sand under his feet. He knew that this was the limit. Luo Sha became angry with shame. So Zheng Dai raised his head and shouted, rescue! Two figures in ANBU attire appeared on the left and right, and the movement in the sand immediately subsided. Raza Jounan, please come with us to the Hokage-sama. One of the ANBU said. Luo Sha's face was gloomy and she stared at Yekeng angrily. Confusion and many expressions suddenly flashed across Yekeng's face, and he stared at Zheng Dai with slight annoyance. Zheng Dai smiled innocently. Chapter 31 Excitement. Mitarashi Mikage felt like he was having a nightmare. In the dream, he was knocked down by a genin girl who was 2 years younger than him. He was thrown away by his legs and then dragged on the ground for more than 10 meters. His whole body was in burning pain. Opening his eyes hazily, he hissed, "It turned out to be not a dream. What was I doing earlier? Want your second uncle's body? Oops." He stood up and took 2 steps along the wall. A confrontation appeared in front of him, which made him feel a little relieved. The 2 sides in the confrontation were 4 people from Anko and 3 genin from Suna Ninja Village. It seemed that I was only temporarily plotted and was stunned for more than 10 seconds, but I still had time. Thinking of being knocked unconscious by the female genin from Suna Ninja Village in front of Anko and others, a bit of embarrassment rose on his face, and he blamed himself for being too careless and not expecting the other party to be so fast. Fortunately, there is a chance to make amends. He blurted out, "Leave it to me." "Hey!" Jende was stunned for a moment. Yekeng frowned. After all, Matere Mikage is a Chuunin, even if he is the most powerful, he is still a Chuunin. If he is serious, he can still fight with Yekeng in a few moves. After a 3 or 5 moves. Bang! Bang! Puff! Wow! Woa! Ba! Duan! Matere Mikage threw herself on the street with a bruised nose and a swollen face. Anko exclaimed in confusion, "Cousin!" The corner of Jende's mouth twitched when he saw it, and he silently lit a candle for Matere Mikage in his heart and expressed his heartfelt thanks. Luo Sha was taken away by Tu Anbu. As soon as Yekeng came back to her senses and was getting angry, something came to her to vent her anger, making her take a deep breath. "This way your risk will be much smaller." Sure enough, after Yekeng finished breathing, his tense face relaxed a lot. He pointed at Matere Mikage who was throwing himself on the street and said, "He is a genin of Konoha, right? He's a Chuunin." Yekeng was stunned for a moment. How come? Is Konoha's ninja rating so erratic? She slowed down, and her eyes lingered for a moment between Zheng Dai, who maintained an innocent smile, and Hong Do, who had wet tears on his face, and asked, "Are you guys acting all the time before?" Jende blinked and looked at Anko. Hongdu understood and choked up, "How could that be possible?" "Thank you so much, sister." She had no favorable impressions of the Suna Ninja Village ninja who killed her father, but she couldn't dislike Yegura who had helped a lot, and her gratitude was sincere. Yekeng paused, glanced past her, glanced at Asuma and Hong's face, caught a trace of unnaturalness, sighed slightly, turned around and asked, "Juxin, Zi, am I really as naive as Master Luo Sha said?" The 2 teenagers looked at each other, and one of them murmured, "It's a little bit, which is pretty good. Don't comfort me. The village will probably suffer a lot of losses because of me this time, right? After returning to the village, I am willing to accept any punishment." A trace of unbearability flashed across Hongdu's face, and just as she was about to speak, Jende gave her a quick nod. Yekeng keenly caught it, shook his head helplessly and looked at Jende, "You have been seen through. It seems that the previous ones were all designed by you." Jende smiled and said nothing, indicating that he didn't understand. Anko blinked blankly, suddenly realizing. This sister, she was actually acting when she said those words just now. Oh my god! She was a little scared and almost accepted a large amount of compensation as the leader of the Matere clan. I thought she was a kind-hearted sister, but I didn't expect that she was as bad as Zheng Dai. Zheng Dai was actually a little surprised, but he soon realized it. Yekeng is a little naive, but she is definitely not stupid, otherwise she would not have grown into an S-class ninja in her early 20s. It's quite flexible to learn now and sell now, but it's a pity that it's a big deal in front of Guangdong. You don't look like 8 years old at all. Yekeng added, the match between us just now was limited by the venue. I couldn't use my full strength, and you probably didn't either. Let's change the place and have another fight. Are you trying to make up for it by beating me up? In a battle where the outcome was uncertain, Asuma was also discouraging him in a low voice. With Jendai's caution, he was about to refuse, but suddenly hesitated. The big drama staged to recover Hengdu's father's body was frustrated by Yekeng, but succeeded because of her. He owed a small favor inside and out. Of course, Zheng Dai didn't want to repay his injustice by being beaten up. What's more, he didn't think that he would definitely lose to Yekeng. After all, he had a huge advantage in intelligence. As long as he was restrained and guarded against her burning escape, the 11-year-old Yekeng is not much better. Zheng Dai just thought of the anime where Yekeng died in battle more than 10 years later with kunao inserted all over his body, and he felt a little uncomfortable. Do you want to do something? Originally, the relationship between this matter and Zheng Dai was just a Naruto fan's regret, but after today, it became a rather complicated relationship. Yekeng was framed to death by Luo Sha, the fourth wind shadow, and just today, Yekeng deeply offended Luo Sha because of them, and may have laid the root of the disaster. Forget it. Yekeng saw Jendai hesitating, shook his head, and said, "You go, take this guy away too. This may be to retreat in order to advance, or it may be because you sincerely do not want to embarrass them anymore." Jendai didn't make a careful distinction, so he took a step forward and said, 2 kilometers to the southwest is a forest training ground. Let's go there to compete. I hope Sister Yekeng will be merciful. Yekeng was stunned, and everyone was also stunned. Hengdu whispered, "Hey, Jendai. Have some confidence in me. I can win." Jendai turned around and said, "You, Hong and Asuma will carry your cousin back together. I will go find you later." Yekeng pursed his lips, "Can he win?" She also turned around and said, "Juxin, Zi, you stay here and wait for Master Luo Sha, tell him where I am going. I will come back later to apologize to him." 2 minutes later, Jendai and Yekeng walked side by side toward the southwest forest, chatting without a word. "Are you really only 8 years old? I swear on my hair. A little taller than me. Naturally tall and tall. The strength is not like that of ninja school students. Born to be excellent. It's not like what he says or does. Born to be smart. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net." Yekeng paused and said speechlessly, "You don't have the face of an 8-year-old. Haha, you are naturally thick-skinned." Yekeng chuckled, "Ha, don't think that if you say some witty words, I will be merciful. It's still too late for you to regret it now." Zheng Dai also smiled, "I will also take it seriously." Yekeng shook his head secretly. She didn't know that Jendai knew that she had blood inheritance limits, so she thought that Jendai had underestimated her and overestimated herself, but she didn't know that Jendai had already thought of many ways to deal with her burning escape. The simplest thing is to give her no chance to use it. A few minutes later, a pile of wood was nearby. Konoha whirlwind. Konoha whirlwind. Konoha whirlwind 500 times. If you can't do it, Konoha Shoryu strikes 1,000 times. Konoha whirlwind. The corners of Yekeng's eyes twitched, and he pointed at the green creature not far away that was kicking its legs against the wooden pile, and stuttered, This is the training method of your Konoha ninjas? Is he a genin? Don't care, don't care. That's my classmate. He's not very smart and he's special. Let's go deeper and don't disturb him. Classmate, classmate." Yekeng was speechless. A few more minutes. Yekeng pointed to the figure climbing with one hand on the cliff in the distance and said blankly, "Where is that one?" "Ah, that one is also my classmate. He is a loser. Don't worry about it. Let's go on, hey, let's go fight under him." Something clicked in Jendai's mind. Kakashi actually practiced here. What an unexpected bonus. Maybe I could take the opportunity to stimulate him? Yekeng was already stimulated. The teacher is right, I can't be careless. There may not be any genin in Konoha who can beat me. We must be prepared for the Chuunin exam. Chapter 32 Battle against Yekang. Hey, hey. Panting heavily, Kakashi completed the third cliff climb in the afternoon. He sat on the top of the mountain to catch his breath, looked at the gradually darkening sky, and decided to jog home later to rest. At this moment, several subtle movements came from directly below. Will other people come to this remote place? Kakashi felt a little strange, lowered his head and looked down, his eyes slightly focused. Is it Masade? Who is the female ninja who is fighting him? Are they sparring, or? After watching for a few seconds, Kakashi's face gradually became serious. Both of them are very strong. Masada has become a lot stronger. At the bottom of the cliff, fists and feet connected and separated several times. Jendai and Yekang looked at each other and assessed each other's physical skills. Zheng Dai's strength is slightly stronger and his physical skills are slightly higher, but Yekang's speed is too fast. A purely physical confrontation will definitely fall into a protracted battle. In the end, Zheng Dai may win because he is more resistant to beatings, or he may be caught. Being knocked down by one set, the outcome is basically 50-50. But this is not a purely physical contest. Yekang reached back with her hand, nodded slightly, and politely informed Jendai that she was going to use a kunao. The hands that are being worn are also stretched back. A flash of cold light. Before Yekang finished waving her arms, the kunao she threw seemed to travel through space. The cold light arrived first and flew to Jendai's eyes in an instant. Ping! A crisp sound echoed. Jendai waved his arm calmly and used his kunao to block. Yekang's kunao was hit directly above him, spinning and falling. Yekang reversed another kunao with his right hand and rushed towards him. Zheng Dai reached up with his left hand, caught the falling kunao, and threw it with both hands. Yekang quickly made a unique shape and flashed two kunao at the same time. Zheng Dai took the opportunity to quickly seal. Water escaped the art of water body transformation. The exact same person froze next to him, opened his arms, and hugged Yekang. Yekang was slightly stunned, the kunao was poked out, and the water in his body turned into water and splashed down. Taking advantage of the 0.1415926 seconds when the water splash blocked her sight, the kunao she was wearing passed through the water and inserted into Yekang's body accurately. Bang! Yekang had already secretly used a substitute, turned into a wooden stake, and appeared from behind Masade, holding a kunao and stabbing Masada in the back. Puff! Jendai also turned into water splashes. A wave of substitute techniques were exchanged, and the two stood opposite each other again. No, three people. Jendai had once again separated into a body, and like two twin brothers, he kept the same movements and stared at Yekang. Yekang's orange eyes glanced back and forth at the two Jendai for judgment. This time, Zheng Dai did not release the water clone in front of her. She couldn't tell which one was the main body and which one was the clone. At this moment, one of them, Zheng Dai, hugged her again. The same move again? No, is this the main body or a clone? Yekang attacked with vigilance, and with a pop, Zheng Dai was stabbed into water. It's a clone. Really using the same trick? Does he have a lot of chakra? Such a waste? Several thoughts flashed through her mind, and Yekang chose to change her moves. Facing the kunao behind the splash, she sideways dodged, and then she held the kunao in her backhand and struck horizontally. Puff! The second Jendai also turned into water splashes. Yekang's pupils shrank suddenly. Actually both of them are water bodies? Where is the body? Oops! Above, clinging to the cliff about 5 meters high, Zheng Dai leaped and struck. Yekang felt a strong wind coming from above his head. It was too late to form a double seal or dodge, so he had to twist his body and half crouch to catch the heavy foot he was wearing with his elbow. Bang! After groaning slightly in pain, Yekang rolled over without exerting any force, jumped up, and received a kick that was using his weight and maximum strength. His right arm could not help but tremble. Before she could catch her breath, Zheng Dai's next attack came close, and she could only take it hard again. Bang! 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 Well! 3 consecutive heavy kicks made Yakang's face flash with pain, and he fell upside down to the ground. He gritted his teeth and threw the kunao with his weak arm, trying to force Zheng to dodge and buy time. However, Zheng just slipped his right hand, and a kunao was shot out, which accurately collided with the kunao thrown by Yakang, and flew into the air together. The wearing speed has not slowed down at all. Konoha Whirlwind. Zheng, who had just seen this move from Kai, learned it right away. He jumped up, raised his whirlwind leg and swept it towards Yakang's chest. Yakang crossed his arms defensively. Bang! After doing several somersaults to relieve his strength, Yakang knelt on the ground with one leg in front and one leg behind him. His arms were half-hanging, and his eyebrows were twisted together due to pain, and he was secretly annoyed. "You're careless, if this continues, you may lose even if you don't have a chance to use burning escape." Hey? As expected, Zheng follow-up attacks did not appear. Yakang breathed a sigh of relief, straightened up again, and frowned at Zheng who stopped. "Why don't you continue?" Zheng Dai was getting a haircut and suppressing the joy in his heart. 2 barrages flashed in front of his eyes just now. Kakashi's correction level increased to 96%, and he gave him 3 more attribute points before interrupting the attack. Seeing that Yakang seemed dissatisfied, he thought for a moment and said, "Do you want to continue? I should win, right? If the fight continues, my sister's arm will be scrapped." Yakang frowned, twisted his arm, hissed in pain, and saw a large purple mark on the elbow of his right arm. She gritted her teeth and moved her arms, her expression changing uncertainly. After a long while, she sighed, "I really didn't have any good countermeasures just now. If I continue to fight, I will be more likely to lose to you. Forget it, I accidentally caught the opportunity by you. I lost." She was very unwilling to show her true strength at all, so she let Zheng Dai use 2 water avatars to deceive her. She was kept pressed and beaten, and the winner was decided in just 2 minutes. But that's how ninja fighting is. Even a jonin may be killed by a genin because of his carelessness. If you lose, you lose. It's just because you don't have enough fighting experience. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net. Just treat it like food, every pit brings wisdom. Unexpectedly, Zheng Dai said at this time, "Sister looks very unwilling. She must have powerful ninjutsu, right? I won the first game. If possible, how about another one?" Hey! Yakang was stunned. "Come on." He was waiting in full array. "Forget it, if you lose, you lose. Playing a second game will only make me more embarrassed." "No. What's the shame? I also want to see my sister's unique skills." Yakang hesitated for a long time, then noticed that Zheng Dai looked sincere, and finally nodded, "Then be careful." She raised her arms and formed a seal, and the air around her quickly became hot. Sparks appeared diagonally in front of her, and the sparks gradually expanded. Scorching escape. Water release, water cannonball. Zheng Dai takes the lead. The churning water waves came towards him. Yakang stared in shock, hurriedly dodged, and then big whirlwind in Konoha. Bang! Puff! After taking off in embarrassment and falling heavily to the ground, Yakang looked up at the sky silently, wanting to be quiet. "Don't you want to see my ninjutsu? What the hell am I sparring with?" Kakashi correction degree 97%. Kakashi correction degree 98%. Another 2 lines of subtitles flashed by, and Dai smiled brightly, and then came back to his senses. Sister, are you okay?" "I'm sorry, I'm nervous, this time doesn't count, this time doesn't count. Let's do it again, shall we? This time I promise not to interrupt your ninjutsu." Roll. Ah. Yekeng sighed, sat up, and repeated, I said get out. I don't want to fight you again, and it's best, don't let me see you again. Chapter 33 Kakashi and Yekeng. Sister Yekeng, do you really want to stop fighting? Zheng Dai half crouched in front of Yekeng and persuaded with some reluctance, one last fight? Just one. Kakashi's correction rate is 98%. Zheng wants to strike while the iron is hot and stimulate him. It is usually difficult to find an opponent as good as Yekeng. Yekeng flatly refused, get lost. She raised her arm tremblingly and looked at her left and right elbows. Now, the bruises were symmetrical. Zheng Dai also noticed it, with a slightly embarrassed expression on his face, he straightened his hair into an honest and well-behaved shape, and sat down opposite Yekeng. Okay, if you don't want to fight, don't fight. Yekeng raised his head and glanced at him, aren't you leaving yet? Aren't you going to find that little girl? Hongdu? It doesn't matter if she goes there later, but here, well. Zheng thought about it for a moment, what should he say? Well, I see your yintang is turning black, Tui. Zheng touched his hair and said, Sister, don't blame me for talking too much. I think your leading Jonin is a bit unhuman, and he is the kind of person who puts interests first. You have offended him this time, be careful. Stay tuned. Yekeng frowned and remained silent. He won't have an attack for the time being, because it depends on you to get good grades in the joint Chunin examination, but whether he will trick you in the future, that's hard to say. Zheng stood up, patting his butt. It's not appropriate for me to say more. Anyway, please pay more attention and be more cautious about his orders in the future. Now that we're gone, you know the way back, right? See you then. Zheng Dai turned around, glanced at the top of the cliff with his peripheral vision, and strode away. After his figure disappeared from sight, Yekeng also stood up and returned, sighing, I came to take the Chunin exam and let a ninja student win 2 games. Are you careful about the Razajounin? He is really, a little brat, and he can still be provocative. On the top of the cliff, Kakashi felt the cool breeze blowing and hesitated for a long time. It wasn't until Yekeng almost disappeared in the woods that he shouted, please wait. More than 20 minutes later, Masade came to the Mitarashi clan again. The courtyard door is open, and the door of the room directly opposite the courtyard door is also open. Zheng was standing outside the courtyard gate, looking in blankly. He saw a simple morning hall, with a white cloth covering a person's body on a wooden bed in the middle. How long has it been? The body was returned and even the morning hall was decorated. Too efficient? Unexpectedly, he didn't expect to see this scene. Zheng hesitated, not sure whether he should go in or not. At this time, Hongdu inside seemed to have caught a glimpse of him from the corner of his eye, and ran out quickly, with tears still hanging from the corners of his eyes, and said, Zheng, why don't you go in? Who wins between you and that sister? Of course I win. Asuma and Hong are gone, right? The people inside are all your family members. It's not convenient for me to go in. Well, I'll pay my respects to my uncle and then leave. Zheng replied. Is there any inconvenience? Thanks to you, father, can go home smoothly. Hongdu sobbed, thank you. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Just give me a more detailed review when you try the tofu balls for me in 2 days. Zheng Dai smoothed out his locks, making himself appear more upright and serious. I want to taste the sweet ones too. Yet. Hongdu nodded heavily. Red bean correction degree 21%. Red bean correction degree 22%. Red bean correction degree 37%. The sudden rows of barrages and the acquisition of 3 attribute points made Zheng Dai a little confused. Did he just say anything special? Could it be that his selfless help and unrequited attitude made Hongdu sweet in his heart? This wave of attribute points is a bit sudden. Much later, he realized that Anko was smart enough to see through that he seemed to want her to like sweets. Although she didn't know the reason, Jendai's 2 helpings made her willing to try her best. Surrounded by Anko's relatives, Jendai paid homage and learned that because of the trouble he caused with Anko, Konoha only paid 3 million taels of gratitude to recover the body of Anko's father. 3 million taels, 1/10 of Asuma's head, was a piece of cake for the village and even the family, and the Mitarashi clan could easily afford it. I've offended Luo Shat, the future 4th generation Kazekage, so I have to be more careful in the future. Jendai thought as he walked home. When he got home, he was dragged to the bathroom by Aunt Chiu, whose thighs were 20 centimeters in diameter. Xiao Jendai, you look like you are covered in dust. Take a shower quickly. Change your dirty clothes and wash them tonight. Reluctantly, he took off his clothes and got into the bathroom. Jendai wiped away the dust and opened the properties panel. He was still a genin, 2/4, and his attribute points had increased to 12. He thought for a moment and threw 5 attribute points into the throwing technique. Template, genin, 3/4. Throwing level 2, 100% plus 2%. The current template limit has been reached. Free attribute points, 7. One thing is missing, only one thing is missing. Jendai turned off the shower head and applied some shampoo. The attribute points are really enough this time, but the real skills. The real skill has great advantages. In addition to the 2 levels higher upper limit, each attribute point can increase it by 50%, which is much higher than the main skill and auxiliary skill. Jendai's favorite goal is the special reward mentioned by the 3rd Hokage with perfect scores in all subjects in the graduation examination. Turning on the nozzle, the foam formed by the shampoo was washed down by the water. Dai closed his eyes, but he could still see the attribute panel that seemed to be reflected in his retina, scanning back and forth. To get a perfect score in all subjects, you need to reserve 8 points. I'm still a little short of it now. Speaking of which, if the special reward mentioned by the 3rd Hokage is not worth 8 attribute points, wouldn't I be at a loss? He gently rubbed his hair with the pads of his fingers. We have to find an opportunity to confirm whether the reward is the spell in the sealed book. Before that, learn by yourself first. It is best to save 2 or 3 points on simple subjects. Turning off the water valve, Jendai picked up a towel and wiped his body. After drying, he put on clean clothes and combed his hair in front of the mirror. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a pile of dirty clothes, and his heart suddenly moved. Water escaped the art of water body transformation. The exact same person appeared next to him. Jendai blinked and said, as a water avatar who is good at fighting in water, it makes sense to be responsible for washing clothes, right? Reasonable. The water body looked helpless and straightened out her bangs in front of the mirror. Zheng Dai squeezed him away angrily. You're still combing your hair, you're so wet and you're such a slut, let's get to work. He turned around and shouted outside, Aunt Chiu, I washed the clothes myself. Don't worry, I will definitely wash them clean. Hey! Xiao Jendai is awesome. It's necessary. Jendai tilted his head and whispered, did you hear that you praised me for being great? You read a book www.yuyugonshu.net and wash your clothes. Yes. Watching the water clone start to work, Zheng Dai was thoughtful. Although the water clone is not as useful as the shadow clone, the memory is also common, right? Kakashi correction degree 99%. A sudden barrage interrupted Jendai's train of thought. What's going on? If you have the guts, do it again. Under the cliff. Yekeng shook his head and smiled. I almost lost to the students of Konoha Ninja School for the 2nd time. Are all the ninja students of Konoha monsters? Opposite her, Kakashi was lying on his back, looking at the clouds in the sky. The pain in his body made him unable to get up for a while. After calming down, he asked, is the gap between me and Zheng Dai very big? King brushed the hair in front of his forehead and said, "No wonder you suddenly called me to compete. Do you want to win, that thing? Is he your target? Then you have to work hard. The gap between you is not small. You are not as good as him in ninjutsu, throwing, and physical skills. Although there is not much difference in each item, when added together, you are definitely no match for him. Don't look at it, you almost beat me. This is because the injury caused by that thing is still hurting, which makes me not dare to use my arms. Is that so? I understand." Kakashi pushed himself up and said, "Thank you." "Yes." King nodded and accepted. He suddenly hesitated and laughed silently in his heart. He actually had such an idea of capitalizing the enemy. However, it feels very interesting. "You practice here every day? It's quite secluded. I will stay in Konoha for 2 more months and practice here too. You won't mind, right?" "Ah!" Kakashi was stunned, of course. Chapter 34 School is about to start. Shui Shen is indeed good at fighting in water, and his clothes are washed very clean, which was praised by Aunt Chiu. So the next morning, Water escaped the art of water body transformation. Zheng Dai, as a water avatar who is good at fighting in water, it makes sense to practice cooking for me, right? Water body, is it reasonable? No water allowed for cooking. Reasonable and reasonable. The next night, Water escaped the art of water body transformation. Zheng Dai, clone, come here and give me a pat on the shoulder. After that, tidy up the house. Water body, is it reasonable? Zheng Dai, maintaining a relaxed and happy mood and sufficient practice time will allow me to use the water body longer and more frequently. Isn't it unreasonable? Reasonable and reasonable. The third day. Zheng Dai, I'm going to practice cooking. When I'm tired, I'll help Aunt Chiu clean up the house. When I'm tired, I'll read a book. Water body, okay. Promise. Oh, did you agree? Be sensible and work hard. I'm going to practice. Go to hell. More than a month later, Hongdu's house. Hongdu took a skewer, picked a golden and crispy tofu ball into his mouth, and made a comfortable and somewhat indecent hum. Hong next to her looked at Anko helplessly and ate one with an expression of enjoyment. Hiccup. No, I really can't eat any more. After swallowing, Anko patted her belly and stared at the remaining meatballs on the plate with some distress. Her current status is: stomach, I'm full. If I eat any more, I'll explode. Mouth, I'm not full, I can still eat. Throat, why don't you keep it here first? Hongdu, okay. Zheng Dai, your skills are really getting better and better. If you open a restaurant in the future, you will definitely make money. Okay, I will open a restaurant when I can no longer be a ninja. Zheng replied with a smile. The fully sweet flavor of meatballs and red beans has been easily accepted, but the correction rate has remained at 50% and has not increased for 7 or 8 days, and it has reached a bottleneck. For more than a month, his water body, has practiced cooking skills when he had time. He worked very hard and improved his cooking skills to level 4 by 31%. Level 4 seems to be a hurdle, completely different from level 3. In the words of Anko, a snack foodie, Anko, would like to call you the strongest cook in Konoha village. Although it is not such an exaggeration, Konoha village is just a ninja village, and there are probably only a handful of people who are better at cooking than Masa Dai at this time. With such superb cooking skills to rely on, the degree of improvement of red beans is increasing day by day. Now as long as it is made by Zheng, it doesn't matter whether it is sweet or spicy. But because of his superb cooking skills, the red beans can be eaten sweet or spicy, and the correction is stuck at the midpoint of 50%, unable to go up. But Zheng is actually not in a hurry now. Anko is different from Kakashi after all. Kakashi is decadent and depraved, so there's nothing wrong with breaking him over completely. Red beans are just a taste deviation. From the perspective of a friend, Jende thinks that sweets and spicy foods are good at 70%, which means that it can be corrected to 70% in the end. Not only did he gain attribute points, but he also made Hungdu's eating habits healthy. If you really have a sweet tooth, forget it, I can't think of it. Although this would result in a loss of a lot of attribute points and would not achieve 100% strategy achievement, Jende did not want to make corrections just for the sake of correction. What's more, when you come into contact with more people after graduation, you will always find other people who need correction, right? There is no need to hang from a tree. Here you go. Hungdu took out a 50-tael silver note and handed it to Jende. After thinking about it, he said, I've been eating meatballs for 2 days. Let's change the taste tomorrow. Hungdu, tomorrow is September 1st. Hong reminded. Hey! Hungdu was stunned and said in frustration, so fast? Then won't you only be able to eat the food cooked by Jende on weekends? Seeing her pitiful look, Jende smiled and got a haircut. I can make a lunchbox. Hey, what a great idea! Hong's face looked strange for a moment, and then she said a little embarrassedly, I want one too, is that okay? No problem. Jende thought for a while, can I make a big pot of rice and sell lunch boxes at school? Ba ba ba. I am not traveling through Naruto to become the god of cooking. 10 minutes later, Jende left the Mitere clan with a food box. When he got home, he saw the water body with an apron on his waist sweeping the floor. He nodded happily and returned to the room. Having an obedient and sensible water body saves Jende a lot of time and energy. Although the work experience made Jende feel a little worse every time he was relieved, he was able to recover quickly because of his big heart, so he never tired of it. After losing weight, the most obvious change was that Aunt Chiu had gained 2 more pounds. In front of the desk, Jende neatly packed the more than 10 books on it and opened the properties bar. After scanning it several times, he felt a little distressed. The hairstyle of Einstein's genius was not easy to manage. If it weren't for the damn Hokage's book, I might be able to challenge myself and get perfect scores in all subjects without using attribute points. I'm really a genius. Outside the door, Shui Shui, who was sweeping the floor, turned around and stared at him silently. At the same time, under the southwest cliff, Yakeng was breathing heavily and said with a smile, as expected of Konoha, I almost lost to a ninja student for the 2nd time. Your progress is really fast. Opposite Kakashi returned his short blade to its sheath, pulled up his mask, and Yu Kansha www.yuyuganshu.net shook his head and said, you haven't used the blood succession limit yet. Thank you very much for this time. Hey! Yakeng smiled slightly and pretended to be confused, why do you want to say thank you to me? I also want to thank you for sparring with me, which made my strength improve a lot. In the joint Chunin exam, I am confident that I can defeat you Konoha Genin. Kakashi was stunned for a moment, looked at Yakeng who had a smile in his eyes, and reluctantly changed the subject, am I still far behind Jende now? Yakeng thought for a while and said, maybe he is no match for you more than a month ago. Not necessarily, that thing is worse than you. Did you just catch up with him a month ago? Kakashi murmured, looking up at the cliff. Hey, you want to crawl again? Take a rest and let's talk. You won't come over when school starts tomorrow, right? I'll come tonight. The land of the Hyuga clan. Facing the human-shaped target, Hinata Hideki concentrated his mind, thrusting one hand forward and raising the other backward. Bagwa, 1 palm. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. After finishing the spanking, his breath was still relatively stable, which was completely different from the way he was out of breath and weak after just 8 spanks more than a month ago. 32 palms are enough to teach that commoner a lesson. He suppressed his excitement, turned around and bowed deeply. Thank you for your guidance during this time, Mr. Hisashi, I did it. Well, not bad. Hinata Hisashi nodded slightly and said, I can see your efforts. School starts tomorrow, go and defeat that kid. Yes. Keep practicing and don't slack off. Yes. Hinata Hisashi nodded and turned around, a strange light suddenly flashed in his pure white eyes. Chapter 35 Lunch. Konoha 41st year, September 1st, early. Sigh, I haven't practiced the water body enough yet, the amount of chakra is not enough, and the battery life is too poor. Otherwise, I can let the water body go to school for me. I fixed my hair in front of the mirror, put on the big school bag on my back, said goodbye to Aunt Shu, and went to school. Shui Xiang studied late last night, and the fatigue passed on to Zheng Dai, making him get up a little late this morning. It took a lot of time to prepare 3 lunches and a lot of time to comb his hair. When he arrived at class, most of the classmates have arrived. In the midst of everyone's attention, Jendai raised his hand and waved, "Hello, classmates." Then he ignored Kakashi's deep gaze, Hinata Hideki's sharp gaze, Kurene's expectant gaze, Asuma's melancholy gaze, and Obito's hazy gaze. He went straight back to his seat. I've gone from being the most transparent person in the class to being the one who gets the most attention. It makes me blush. He chuckled to himself, stuffing his backpack full of textbooks into his desk, and sat down to wait. 10 minutes later, Teacher Amu, who looked like he had gained 2 pounds, walked into the classroom. Good morning, classmates. Are you all here? Good morning, teacher. When the classroom fell silent, Damu glanced around the podium and said with satisfaction, the students are all in good spirits. It seems that the vacation was not wasted. He shook a stack of papers in his hand and said, old rule, fill in the electives first. After handing out the completed forms, Omyo continued, students, choose carefully. You are all third-year students. You are familiar with the graduation rules of ninja school, so the teacher will not elaborate on them. In addition, I would like to emphasize that the final exam of this semester will be on December 23rd and 24th, and the scores will be announced on the 28th and 29th. Students who have earned enough credits can apply for graduation after the scores are announced. By the way, the teacher wants to ask one more question, does anyone want to apply for graduation now? Hearing this, the students' eyes turned to the students at the front of the class. In the past, Zheng Dai, who looked at others, became the one being looked at this time. And the most people look at him. Amu glanced at it and suddenly coughed, no, right? Very good. Only after you become a ninja will you know that the life of studying in a ninja school is the happiest. When filling out the form, pay attention to the distribution of credits. In addition, the most it's better not to be biased. Jendai picked up the pen speechlessly, drew a big on the study of previous Hokage's works, set up the form and gave it to Damu to take a look. Damu nodded with satisfaction, then reacted and glared at Zheng Dai with some embarrassment. Hurry up and fill out the form. There was nothing to fill in, so Jendai chose for all subjects, including whether he intended to graduate this school year at the bottom. Damo wasn't too surprised when he collected the form. Okay, everyone has filled it out, let's start class. The long and boring introductory course on ninjaism characteristic of the Fire Nation began. Jendai chose to study on his own, activated his good student privileges, and Damo ignored him. The morning passed quickly. The bell rang and lunchtime came. Zheng Dai took out 2 lunch boxes from his backpack and was about to get up when a figure blocked his face. Don't leave after school. Wait for me at the practice ground. The same people, the same words, seemed to reappear yesterday. The only difference is that Hinata Hideki's attitude towards Jendai has become much more important, and Jendai who was asked to fight is no longer so shocked. Okay. Gendai had already expected a fight, and he immediately agreed. Hinata Hideki nodded and added, "Don't lie to Obito again." "Lie to me? Where are you going?" Obito's voice suddenly sounded behind Hinata Hideki, making him tremble in shock. Then he tried to remain serious, turned around, glanced at Obito lightly, and left. "It's inexplicable." Obito mumbled and looked at Masede. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed the lunch box in Maseda's hand and said in surprise, "Hey, you brought 2 portions of rice, and the other one is for me." "Beautiful, I just like your confidence that I don't know where it comes from." Just as Gendai was about to speak, Hongdu's clear and loud voice rang out from the door of the classroom, "Gendai, have you brought your food?" Obito turned around in shock, and the classmates who stayed in the classroom for lunch also looked over in surprise. Gendai waved his hand and put on the lunchbox. Hongdu smiled happily, ran directly into the 3rd grade classroom, and grabbed the lunchbox. The 3rd-year students were quite familiar with Hongdu, who often came to see Hongdu, but what was going on between her and Gendai? Then, in the even more surprised eyes of the classmates, Hong walked over with some embarrassment, "Did you bring my share?" "Here." Gendai handed over the other one. The classmates were confused and looked at Asuma. Asuma was very indifferent. This happened a lot during the holidays. He was already used to it and understood Hong. Even if he didn't want to save face, he would have asked Gendai to bring him a meal. It's just that Hong's reaction occasionally makes him wonder whether he is better off being a ninja or learning to be a chef. After dividing the 2 portions of rice in his hands, Gendai looked at Obito and said with a smile, "No more. If you don't go to eat, what are you doing here with me?" Obito had nothing to say. "Gendai, you have changed." At this time, Hongdu had opened the food box and took out something like a snow rice pancake. He asked Gendai doubtfully, "What is this? Are you talking about changing the taste? It doesn't look spicy." Zheng Dai straightened his bangs and said, "Spicy food usually has to be eaten while it's hot. Without this condition, I can only bring you snacks of other flavors at noon. This is called coarse grain yam. Do you want to try it?" "That's it." Hongdu didn't believe it, took a small bite, and then said her little face became more intoxicated, "It tastes good." Hong also took a small bite and nodded repeatedly. Obito swallowed, and some students expressed doubts, "Is it that delicious? I was looking around, reading www.yuyuganshu.net. With a thought, I took out my lunch box, broke a piece of whole grain Chinese yam into small pieces, and distributed them to the classmates one by one. Everyone try mine." Craft. Even Kakashi got a piece. He looked at it for a moment, but did not throw it away. He pulled down the mask and ate it 3 times at a speed beyond ordinary people, and then he was stunned. "It tastes so damn sweet." Not only him, except for a few who thought it was not to their taste, everyone else looked at Zheng Dai as if they had known each other for the first time after eating, and even wanted to steal his lunch. Obito took action directly. Zheng Dai easily suppressed it with one hand. "Students, calm down. The quantity is limited. Everyone, please eat your own lunch and stop staring at me." "Hey, who is that, Daimian? You are still eyeing Hongdu, are you cool? I am confused, do I have it?" Hearing this, Hongdu protected the lunch box in her hand like a hen, and turned to stare at him. Gendai took the lunch box, pulled Hongdu to the side, and said with a smile, "Come on, come and eat here, we are not the same as them." Anko responded vaguely. Kakashi looked at the 2 people who suddenly moved to eat in front of his table, degree. This guy is still so annoyed when he is wearing it. He just eats when he eats, and shows his nose and eyes to who can see. And Anko, too, has a rich expression. Never mind, she is showing her true feelings, I don't blame her. Kakashi lowered his head to face his lunch. Forget it, let's go out to eat. Next to her, Lin glared at Zheng angrily and chased him out. Obito glared at Ma Se-de angrily and drooled, and chased after him. Zheng Dai straightened his bangs and sighed in his heart, my real skill is cooking. It's really good. Chapter 36 Summoning. In the evening, the training ground of the ninja school. It's good that you didn't miss your appointment again. Hinata Hideki looked at Zheng and said. Then he looked at the 20 or so classmates who were watching the battle, including Kakashi, Lin, Obito, Asuma, Kurane, etc., and remained silent for a long time. It's good that you're confident. Zheng Dai looked helpless. At first, he just called Kakashi. Kakashi's strategy level reached 99% a month ago. Whether he was having lunch next to him to piss him off, or asking him to watch him kill Hideki Hinata in an instant, it was all for excitement. Zheng can't wait to defeat Kakashi 100% and see if there is a complete gift package for defeating him. Who would have thought that Lin would know after calling Kakashi? Lin knew it, Obito knew it. If Obito knows, the whole class knows. As word spread, it became Zheng Dai's revenge battle, and more than half of his classmates joined in. Killing Hinata Hideki in this way will become a mortal enemy. Will it make him depressed? I feel a bit sorry. Zheng thought, then we won't kill him instantly, let him have 3 or 4 moves. However, this did not stimulate Kakashi enough, so Ma Se-de chose to make up for it with flirty words. Of course I am confident. Hideki-san, if I defeat you today, the grudge between us will end here. With my ninja talent, anyone whose strength is surpassed by me will never have the chance to surpass me again. Anyone can. You have no chance. As he said that, he brushed his bangs and tilted them towards Kakashi. The corners of Kakashi's eyes twitched. Obito thought thoughtfully, it's very cool to wear this sentence. It seems that it can be used. Hinata Hideki's veins were beating, as if he was rolling his eyes, don't be too arrogant. Zheng smiled calmly, students, please move back, we are about to start fighting. The female students are leaning slightly behind the male students, and Hideki-san is about to roll his eyes. After the words fell, several girls were stunned for a moment, and then let out a soft cry of awe. Hinata Hideki said angrily, what the Byakugan sees through is only the meridians, bones and chakra flow. Zheng stood up straight, his height of 156 centimeters suppressed the 145 centimeters Hideki Hinata, and said in a deep voice, stop talking nonsense, come on. Who keeps talking nonsense? Hinata Hideki had veins popping out on his forehead and rolled his eyes. Compared to the last fight, Hinata Hideki had more veins popping out when he rolled his eyes, and the marks were more obvious, probably due to the increased amount of chakra, making him look particularly ferocious. When I looked back at him, he looked casual and calm, and I was still looking around to see which girl was hiding and which girl was not hiding. Hinata Hideki frowned and strode forward. Damn civilians, you're going to pay for underestimating me. Do you think I'm still the same person I was before? You have no idea how hard I have practiced in the past 2 months. I am no longer the me who could only hit 4 palms. Now, I can hit 32 palms. 1 meter away from Zheng, Hinata Hideki suddenly stopped, thrusting one hand forward and raising the other backward. There was no temptation, he just zoomed in. He wants a clean victory. Seeing surprise flash across Zheng Dai's face, he snorted secretly, he was alert now, it's too late. Soft boxing technique, Bagua 32 palms. 1 palm. 2 palms. 4 palms. Ugh. After dodging 4 palms, Zheng Dai accurately hit Hinata Hideki's wrist with a heavy punch, interrupting his combo. Hinata Hideki was stunned, staring blankly. He was wearing his body like a dragon and turned around to kick. Bang! Just put on your feet and the battle is over. There was deathly silence all around, and soon exclamations started to appear one after another. Obito just opened his mouth, trying to cheer Masade, and bit his tongue, which made him jump in pain. When Dai glanced at it from the corner of his eye, Kakashi's expression was very calm. Damn, it's not exciting. Is it because he has seen the fight between me and Yekang? Jende walked towards Hideki Hinata in disappointment. Hinata Hideki was lying on the ground, feeling tight and painful in the chest and abdomen where he had been kicked. His heart ached even more, his eyes rolled up, and he looked up at the sky hollowly. Or just use the 4 Bagua palms. Bagwazang was actually interrupted midway. Is the gap in strength already so big? I have worked hard enough, but the gap in ninja ability is really disappointing. Is everything okay? A hand stretched out in front of him. He turned his eyes and reached out to let Jende pull him up. I lost. He said lightly. Hinata Hideki turned around and walked towards the school gate, his whole body seemed to be shrouded in a shadow. Dai was scratching his head in distress, but it still hit him. What should I do? Should I comfort him? Not really. At this moment, a green figure jumped in front of Zheng Dai, twisted his neck and hips, trembling all over and said, Zheng Dai, come on. Let's have a youthful duel. Don't make trouble. Looking at Kai who was trembling with excitement, Dai suddenly thought about it, and Hinata Hideki, who hadn't gone far, also took a step. There are so many geniuses in Konoha, but they don't have the ability to bear it at all. Whether they can be stimulated or not is like that in this life. And for the truly strong, the more they are stimulated, the stronger they will become. But Jende didn't want to be entangled with Guy, so he passed the blame to Kakashi. Guy, you can defeat my defeated generals first and then challenge me. Kakashi, do you want to fight with me again? Kakashi was a little moved, but he suppressed it, shook his head and turned around. I am not your opponent now, and I will take the initiative to challenge you when the time comes. Are you so self-aware? When will that time be? 10 years from now. Kakashi ignored him and left, before being helplessly stopped by a green figure. At the school gate, Hinata Hideki looked at the farce here with his back. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net turned and left, his expression had become much calmer. It's just 2 failures. 32 palms are not enough, so 64 palms, 128 palms. There is also the Kaishin, Bagwakong palm. How can I easily admit defeat to a commoner with the support of Hyuga heritage? Half an hour later, looking at Hinata Hideki who bowed in front of him to apologize, Hinata Hisashi remained silent for a long time. You said he just hit him. Yes, Hisashi-sama. I failed your guidance and made Hinata ashamed because of me. Please rest assured, I will work harder. Hinata Hisashi was lost in thought. Noon the next day. Dai was holding Anko and enjoying another delicious lunch in front of Kakashi. As soon as he returned to his seat, Hinata Hideki came to him again. You, still want to fight? I'm not your opponent now, but I will take the initiative to challenge you when the time comes. Hyuga Hideki imitated Kakashi's words and said, don't leave after school. Come with me to the tribe, Hisashi-sama wants to see you. Zheng Dai was stunned for a moment, stared at Hinata Hideki's face for a long time, and Hinata Hideki looked confused and frowned and touched his face. What's wrong? You don't have sores on your face. Hinata Hideki was stunned for a moment, then his face turned red and he said, I didn't complain. I don't know why Hisashi-sama summoned you. Civilian. Don't think that just because you beat me, you can humiliate me wantonly. With a look of disgust on his face, Dai dodged the spitting stars sprayed by Hinata Hideki and suddenly smiled. Hyuga Hideki was not depressed by yesterday's failure. He still had his original attitude. He spoke like a commoner, just like commoners and family ninjas were 2 different species, which made him quite approachable. But Hinata Hisashi, why are you looking for me? Chapter 37 This day difference is not quite right. After school in the evening, I followed Hideki Hyuga to the Hyuga tribe. Zheng Dai recalled the information about Hyaga Hisashi in his mind. Ningji's father, the twin brother of the future head of the Hyaga family, Hyaga Hatsuzu, was born a little late and became a branch of the family, and could only be controlled by the clan for his whole life. He should be about 20 years old this year. The cause of future death is the robbery of Hinata in Kumagakure village in Konoha 52. In order to save the Hyaga family in Konoha village, he is willing to die for his brother. He is a warm man who is serious on the outside but gentle on the inside. Jendai judged secretly. Following Hideki Hyaga, he entered the Hyaga clan, which was far more impressive than the Mitere clan. After turning a few corners, he came to a large mansion. Hinata Hideki turned to signal to Masede, then walked up to the door and said, "Hisashi-sama, I brought Maseda." No one responded. Just as Zheng Dai took a breath to adjust his mentality, he spat out the breath with some discomfort, twisted his body, and cursed secretly in his heart. "Damn you, how can you be more perverted than Hinata Hideki's father? He secretly looked through me before we even met." Hinata Hideki was not as sensitive as Jendai, so he knocked on the door again strangely, "Hisashi-sama." In the house, Hinata Hisashi's popped veins slowly retracted, and he murmured in surprise, "Such a physique and chakra volume are completely unlike children from ordinary families. Even my eldest brother and I are probably not as good as when we were the same age." No wonder Hideki was not his opponent. How did Hideki defeat him more than 2 months ago? After a pause, he said in a deep voice, "Come in." Hinata Hideki opened the door and bowed, "Hisashi-sama, I am bringing you here." "Well, you go back first, Hideki." "Yes." Hinata Hideki left, and Masede slowly walked in. He turned his eyes and looked around the room, and found that in addition to Hinata Hisashi, there was also a 5 or 6-year-old Hyaga boy standing aside. The little boy was carrying a school bag. He looked familiar. He was probably a 1st or 2nd grade student. He arrived one step ahead of himself and Hideki. Then he looked at Hinata Hisashi, slightly startled, then quickly calmed down, and greeted. "Hello, Hisashi-sama." Hinata Hisashi was dressed very casually, wearing a loose robe without even a forehead protector, revealing the mark of the red-forked caged bird and the somewhat unique cat ears hairstyle on his forehead. "Don't be formal, just wear it. Isn't this the first time we've met?" Hisashi nodded. "Yes, I still remember that I met you when I first arrived in Konoha village when I was 4 years old. You've grown so big in a blink of an eye." Hyaga Hisashi used the tone of an elder and nodded to the little boy next to him, "This is Takuma, a first-year student at the ninja school. Have you seen him? I brought you here. The one who came back is his father." "Oh." Jendai was surprised and took another look at the little boy Hinata Takuma. Hyaga Hisashi was quite satisfied with Shodai's reaction and continued, "Takuma is a bit introverted. You should take more care of him in the ninja school from now on." "I, take care of him? Does anyone dare to bully Hinata's children?" Zheng Dai was a little dazed, but he quickly said, "Don't worry, I will do it. But I plan to apply for graduation at the end of this semester." Hinata Hisashi nodded, "With your strength, it is indeed time to apply for graduation." "No problem, just do your best. Takuma, you go back first." "Yes." Hinata Takuma left, leaving only Masede and Hinata Hisashi in the room. Hinata Hisashi rubbed his eyebrows and asked Maseda to follow his gesture and look at the caged bird a few more times. Then Hinata Hisashi asked, "Are you curious about the mark on my forehead?" "Jendai? You must have some understanding of the difference between the Hyaga clan and the branch clan. I remember that the course Introduction to Ninja Studies briefly introduced the Senju, Hyaga, and Uchiha clans." Jendai, yes. It's called a caged bird, and it's a method used by the Hyaga clan to control the branch family. The Zone family has the means to activate it. If they are willing, the Zong family can even control the life and death of the branch family members. Why are you telling me this? Gendai felt more and more that the development after seeing Hinata Hisashi today was a bit strange, and he had a surprised expression on his face. Control life and death. That's right. Hinata Hisashi affirmed, does it sound a little unreasonable? He shook his head, picked up the scroll placed on the table, and changed the subject. Your uncle has been supplying us with Hyuga ninja tools at low prices since he came to the village. The friendship we had back then has actually been repaid. On the contrary, we have been a little neglectful of you over the years, and have almost buried your extraordinary ninja talent. I heard that your chakra attribute is water? In the early years, Hinata captured a lot of water escape ninjutsu in the war with Kirigakure village. I will give you a few of the ninjutsu here. Zhang Dai was stunned, such a good thing? He was not ambiguous, he dared to take on Orochimaru's ninjutsu, but he was still afraid of Hinata and Hinashi. He hesitated for just 2 seconds before taking the scroll with both hands. Water escape water prison technique, level C. Water release water rushing wave, level C. Water escape water formation wall, level B. There are 3 more ninjutsus. Among them, water prison and water wall are relatively common in Naruto. As for water blast, its advanced version is more famous. B-level explosive water blast and A-level big blast water blast. Used by Kisame to create an ocean to deal with Kiribi. The 3 techniques are all good. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net. It just so happens that Gendai has already practiced all 3 ninjutsu to close to the 2nd level, and the improvement becomes very slow, which can be said to be a timely blessing. So he thanked me again. Thank you, Mr. Hisashi. If you have any instructions, please feel free to tell me. Hisashi was slightly stunned, then nodded and said, he is indeed a smart boy. Are you willing to become my subordinate ninja? Zhang Dai was slightly startled. The so-called subordinate ninjas are actually talented civilian ninjas who are favored by the big clan and agree to be attached to the big clan and become non-staff members of the big clan. This is a default rule in the ninja world. Hisashi-sama, I haven't graduated yet. And my situation? I'm already half a subordinate ninja of the Hyuga clan, right? It's not Hinata. Hinata Hisashi shook his head and said solemnly, it's me. To be precise, it's my Hinata branch. Zhang Dai's pupils suddenly shrank, and the whole story of what he saw today was connected in series, and his eyes flickered with surprise and surprise. I see. This is so. He thought for 3 seconds, yes, sir. Hisashi smiled happily and said seriously, very good, the communication I had with you today, please do not pass it on to anyone, including your uncle. You can study at ninja school with peace of mind. I hope you won't disappoint me when I use you in the future. Yes, Hisashi-sama. Okay, let's go home. He bowed deeply, turned around and left. Hinata Hisashi watched him leave. This child is smarter and better than I imagined. As long as he doesn't die young, he can at least grow into the backbone of Konoha. We need to win over him more in the future. If we want to overthrow the Zong family's rule, we need the help of more civilian geniuses like him. I will definitely put an end to this rotten system. Let Hinata resurrect from the ashes. Chapter 38 Hyuga Takuma. Outside the Hyuga clan, Masade weighed the ninjutsu scroll in his hand thoughtfully. Ding! A new revised NPC is here. The possibility is very high. The difficulty of correcting Hinata and Hisashi is far more difficult than correcting Kakashi and Anko. Gendai straightened his bangs worriedly and walked towards home. His thoughts were a little confused, and he felt like he couldn't start at all. He didn't even know which angle to correct. Let Hinata Hisashi not reject the clan and fall in love with the clan? But there is something really wrong with the system of dividing the Hyuga clan. How can we love each other? In the original work, Hyuga Hisashi was not dissatisfied with the system of dividing the clan, and even had murderous intentions towards Hinata for Niji, but it was not as obvious as the ambitious one just now. And compared to Kakashi and Anko, Hinata and Hisashi are much more unfamiliar. If it was Niji, it would be easier to say that if he didn't resent the Zone family, Jundei could easily deceive him 7 or 8 times. Cheating Hinata and Hisashi? The status is too unequal. If I get involved in the messy affairs between the Hyuga clan divisions now, it will easily lead to a car crash and death. Besides, the current Hyuga clan. There were only 2 people, Hinata Hayashi and the father of the 2 brothers, whom Shodei had no contact with. It's too difficult, give up? No, you can try to find a breakthrough first, maybe you can get some benefits from Hyuga Hisashi. Jundei pondered slightly. Hyuga Takuma's kid seems to be easy to deceive, and his name, it sounds a bit familiar. Jundei thought for a moment and his eyes lit up. It's him, the servant of the Zone family, the servant who took care of Hinata when she was a child. It's him. Noon the next day. After happily enjoying lunch in front of Kakashi, Dai grabbed Anko, who wanted to go back to class after eating. Anko, Hinata Takuma in your class, do you usually go home for lunch or eat at school? Hyuga Takuma? He is at school, I remember. Anko replied uncertainly, why are you asking him? I have something to do with him, please wait for me. Jundei turned back to his seat and took out a stack of paper full of words from the table. I'll go to the first grade classroom with you. Hongdu was a little curious. He took a few pieces of paper, glanced at it twice, and returned it to Jundei without interest. These are your class notes? So why do you take it seriously? It's enough to pass the graduation. Hyuga Takuma asked you, did you borrow your notes? Of course you are different when you are accepted as a disciple by Lord Orochimaru. I also want to graduate with perfect scores in all subjects and get a better instructor. Hongdu was stunned. Full marks in all subjects. Just you? The cooking test is just about right. Don't believe it? Make a bet. Hey, just bet, what are you betting on? Just bet. The 2 of them were chatting and laughing, and arrived at the door of the first grade classroom. Anko glanced inside and said to Jundei, Hyuga Takuma is here. I saw it, call him for me. Anko nodded, turned around and shouted, Hyuga Takuma, come out. Dai is looking for you. All the first-year students looked over. I'm wearing a forward support, can't I keep a low profile? Just call me, why don't you call me? Well, blame me for not making it clear. Hyuga Takuma, come out for a moment. Hyuga Takuma is similar in age to Anko, having just turned 5 a few days ago. In terms of personality, he is not as cheerful and generous as Anko. He is just a taciturn little boy. Unlike Hyuga Hideki, he would not call civilian ninja a civilian, but he still has the pride of being a ninja of the Hyuga clan. Yesterday, he suddenly received an order from Hisashi-sama to ask Masade to take care of him at the ninja school. He refused in his heart, but he did not dare to object. I thought there would be no impact if I agreed, but why did he come to class to find me? Hisashi-sama asked him to take care of my affairs. If word spreads, will I, Hinata Takuma, continue to hang out? After hesitating for a long time, he saw that the female demon in the class, Mitarashi Anko, was also there. He finally couldn't muster the courage to ignore Masade and walked out timidly. Is there a problem? Zhang Dai smiled gently, took good care of the little boy and pulled him away from the first grade door with dignity. Hisashi-sama asked me to take care of you, so I came to find out about your situation at ninja school. Is anyone bullying you in the class? I will stand up for you. Hinata Takuma was stunned for a moment and looked at Anko. Jundei was also startled for a moment and looked at Hongdu. Hongdu blinked. Hey, Jundei, what on earth are you doing? Okay, no one bullies you, how can anyone dare to bully a child of the Hyuga clan? Masede scratched his head. Takuma, how are your grades? Hinata Takuma timidly said, fortunately, I don't actually need you to take care of me. Hey, you're welcome. I must complete Hisashi-sama's instructions. Maseda smiled. I'm not polite, you really don't have to. At the end of last semester, how many did you get in the exam, Takuma? Jende asked kindly. No, 17. 17, look, isn't this what I need to take care of? I am 5th in the 3rd grade, and I am a good student who wants to be the first. Jende raised his hand and rubbed Hinata Takuma's head. It feels good and can be my little brother. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net. Hinata Takuma wanted to dodge, but he couldn't avoid Masede's big hand. Mom, there is one more person bullying me in ninja school. Jende helped him get a haircut and made him look well behaved and sensible. He put the paper in Hinata Takuma's hand and said, take it, here are the notes I compiled on the introduction to ninjaism that is characteristic of the Land of Fire. All the key points are drawn. It's out, and there are dozens of test questions behind it. I'll finish it tonight and check it tomorrow. Ah! You're welcome. As a ninja of the Hyuga family, you can't be satisfied with just a dozen or so like Hideki Hyuga in our class. Hisashi-sama asked me to take care of you. After thinking about it, the only thing I can think about is grades. I will give you a test paper every day from now on. At the end of this semester, you must be among the top 10 in your grade. Hinata Takuma opened his mouth to speak. Jende yawned and interrupted, it kept me up most of the night, organizing notes and writing questions. I have to go back and take a nap. Come on. Hinata Takuma murmured for a long time, looked at Zheng Dai's back, subconsciously crumpled the pile of white paper, and was patted on the shoulder by Anko. Don't live up to Zheng Dai's good intentions. Hongdu walked into the classroom with a wicked smile on his face. Why did this guy offend Zheng Dai? Hinata looked in both directions, wanting to cry but without tears. That night, after listening to Hinata Takuma's narration, Hinata Hisashi was stunned for a while and burst into laughter. That child is indeed very smart and sensible. Is he actively showing kindness to reassure me? But this angle is a bit tricky. Takuma, listen to what he says. The children of the Hyuga clan should indeed be in the top 10. You must carefully read and complete the notes and test questions he gives you. Hinata Takuma shed tears of joy. Chapter 39 It's Not Who I Am. Since accepting the younger brother Takuma, Maseda's boring study life has added a lot of color. Copying notes and setting questions for him also consolidates my own knowledge. And for unknown reasons, the water body became very motivated. The number of notes and topics increased day by day, and the relationship between Jende and Dajiun gradually developed. Every time they met, Dajiun was very excited. Jende also secretly asked about the division of the Hyuga clan and got a lot of information. But I still have no idea how to make corrections, or even whether to make corrections at all. Time flies by. On September 22nd, Jende spent a lot of effort to make a cream cake, celebrated his 9th birthday, and achieved a qualitative breakthrough with Hongdu. The strategy score finally reached 51%, and Anko's mentality began to gravitate towards sweets. Then, perhaps because he had added some points to his physical skills several times, Jende discovered that he had really started to grow at the age of 9, showing some signs of early adolescence. He was also happy to see the results, and his physical strength and chakra began to slowly increase again. In mid-October, as a piece of news spread, his life once again made waves. Hey, Masede, have you heard? Obito held Maseda's desk with an indignant look on his face. In the just concluded joint Chuunin exam, a female ninja from Suna Ninja Village won the first place. It's true. What are those Genin seniors doing? He looked like he might as well take it instead of me. Zheng Dai was not surprised. With Yekang's strength, it's normal to take first place. Hey, Masahiro, why aren't you in a hurry? In the Chunin exam held in our village, a ninja from another village won the first place. Don't you want to do something? Obito slapped the table in dissatisfaction. That female ninja is not strong at all. I heard that she once lost to a student from our school. I don't know who it was. Let's defeat her and win back the face of the village. Zheng Dai was slightly shocked. Had the news been spread? Who? Red beans? Red? Asma? They didn't tell me anything when it was spread. He smiled helplessly. Are you thinking that if you defeat her, the village's face will be restored to you, and the position of the fourth Hokage will be yours? Obito's eyes lit up. Hey, you still understand me? But you have to cheer for me, otherwise I can't guarantee that I can beat her. A sure win. I've suppressed you with one hand several times, why don't you have any idea? Zheng Dai had a headache and said, I think you'd better go to the Hokage-sama to apply first. Otherwise, if you dare to challenge the Kunoichi of Suna Ninja Village, it feels like we Konoha can't afford to lose. Hey, that makes sense, but Grandpa Hokage, can you agree? Obito left with a heavy heart. After successfully preventing a tragedy from happening, Jendai breathed a sigh of relief, packed up his things, and turned his head to look at Yanhong and Asuma. It's not them, that's Anko? Let's ask her again tomorrow at noon. The news about defeating Yekang probably has pros and cons. Forget it, not being jealous is mediocre, ignore it, go home, go home. At the same time, at the gate of ninja school, 2 boys of 13 or 14 wearing Konoha Genin forehead protectors were standing here communicating. One of them has a narrow face, small eyes and a strong body, while the other has a thin face and looks a little timid. Yuato, watch carefully. Point out to me which ninja school student defeated Yekang. No. Humph, it's better to have this ninja school student. It's embarrassing enough that we lost to the female ninja of Sand Ninja Village. If you still dare to spread the news, see if I don't deal with you. The sturdy young man said with a dark face. No, I saw with my own eyes a child squaring with her near the southwest cliff and winning. But it was a bit far away and I didn't see his face. I should be able to recognize him when I see him. Okay, tell me when you see him. The sturdy boy felt that the day before yesterday was the darkest moment in his life. Under the watch of many Konoha villagers, he was knocked down by the female ninja of Suna Ninja Village. Then he saw the opponent pass 5 levels and kill 6 generals with his own eyes. Win the championship easily. The looks of the Konoha village ninjas, either reproachful or understanding, were too much for him to bear. Especially when the kid next to him spread the news that Yekang had been defeated by a ninja student, he felt even more uncomfortable. Would such a powerful ninja be defeated by a mere ninja student? In the 5 or 6 years since graduation, have I made no progress at all? I participated in the brutal Second Ninja War. Although I only hung out in the logistics force. After waiting for 5 or 6 minutes, the sturdy young man became a little impatient. The young man named Yuato next to him pointed uncertainly, okay, it seems to be that one, yes, it's him. Hey! The sturdy young man glanced sideways, his eyes passing over a dozen ninja school children who were 130, 140, and 150 centimeters tall, and settled on Zheng Dai, who was nearly 160 centimeters tall and particularly conspicuous. He's quite tall. The sturdy young man came forward, stopped in front of Jendai, and asked in a deep voice, are you the ninja school student who defeated Suna Ninja Village Yekara? Hey! Jendai was stunned for a moment, looking at the clothes and forehead protection of the person in front of him. Several thoughts flashed through his mind, and he roughly guessed his purpose, so he said frankly, the one who won the first place in the Chunin exam Kunoichi? Of course not, how could I possibly win against her? The sturdy young man was slightly stunned, then turned around and returned to Yuato angrily, grabbing him by the collar, you are really lying to me. No, no, no. Yuato said anxiously and panicked, it's not him, what I said is, that, turned around and disappeared. Still talking nonsense. The sturdy boy dragged Yuato towards the corner of the ninja school with one hand, and clenched the other hand into a fist. Delinquent boy? Violence in the ninja village. Gendai frowned. This was the first time he had encountered such a ridiculous thing since time travel, and it was related to him. He had no choice but to follow a few steps. Reading www.yuyuganshu.net grabbed the strong young man's clenched fist and said, "Okay, I was lying to you just now. I was the one who defeated Yekang." "Hey!" The sturdy young man let go of Yuato and turned to stare at Gendai, "It's just you." Yuato breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said to Gendai, "No, it's not you, it's none of your business. This guy is pretty good." Gendai raised his eyebrows, brushed his bangs with his left hand, and suddenly applied force with his right hand. Boom! The strong young man was pulled by him, staggered and fell heavily to the ground. His face flashed with surprise and annoyance. He jumped up and kicked him in the lower abdomen. Gendai raised his foot and kicked it on the crook of the leg he kicked. Then he bent forward and struck with his elbow, hitting the strong young man in the lower abdomen. The strong young man presses his elbows and strikes. Bang! Hey? Not bad, better than Hideki. Gendai squinted his eyes and became a little more serious. After 5 punches and 6 kicks of lightning and flint, the sturdy young man flew half a meter into the air and fell heavily to the ground again. He clutched his lower abdomen and huddled up, making retching sounds from his mouth. Yuato was stunned. Zhang Dai sighed again, "I despise you the most. You can't beat her, why shouldn't someone younger than you be allowed to beat her? I'm holding my breath after suffering a loss in front of her, and just want to vent my anger on my companions and me? What a coward!" No, Daisuke, Yuato stumbled and said, "But, I remember it was not you who defeated Yekang. Why did you admit it and why did you fight Daisuke? Really not me?" Zhang Dai was stunned and almost subconsciously wanted to apologize to the burly young man, but then he suddenly froze. "Who am I not? What, someone dares to pretend to claim it?" Chapter 40 Conspiracy. That night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. After arranging the study tasks for the water avatar, Zhang used his excuse to go out to practice. He left the house and went straight to the southwest forest of Konoha village. When he saw the cliff in the distance, he immediately slowed down, looked left and right, and detoured through the denser part of the forest, taking care to hide his figure. After walking around 100 meters away from the cliff, Gendai stuck his head out against a big tree and smacked his lips. "Oh, really, how did these two people get involved?" He raised his hand to straighten out Conan's hair, with a slightly lewd smile on his face, and quickly let out a sigh. "Kakashi has improved so much? Yekang, is he working as a sparring partner for him?" 100 meters away, Kakashi and Hagura were fighting fiercely. Under the reflection of the moonlight, Kakashi's short blade was like a fluorescent stick under the stage, drawing lines of light and shadow in the night sky, and his figure was dancing. Yekura is as agile as a leopard. She is good at speed and is able to face the Hotaki family's famously fast swordsmanship with ease. She dances with Kakashi. Yakura seems to be stronger. Kakashi actually caught up with her and even defeated her. As expected of Kakashi, I thought I could kill him instantly in the next actual battle. What's going on? Zhang Dai muttered, and suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he seemed to catch a UFO in the sky, and he couldn't help but look sideways. It seems, an eyeball. Zhang Dai was startled, and then his eyes widened. Eyeball. The third eye, one of the most unique detection ninjutsu in Hokage, first appeared in the Chunin exam and was used by Gaara to cheat. There are only 2 people who can use it, and the caster at this time can only be Luo Sha. Is Luo Sha nearby? Why are you observing secretly with your third eye? Zheng Dai had a slightly bad premonition. He looked left and right, hiding his body a little more seriously, and at the same time formed seals with his hands. Water escaped. The art of water body transformation. The water body condensed. Zheng Dai quickly ordered, "Go to Asuma, be careful to hide." Shui Shui Avatar understood what he meant and walked away quietly. Zheng Dai took a breath and leaned behind the big tree, listening to the sound of the two fighting. After a while, the sound of fighting stopped. Zheng Dai raised his heart a little and looked sideways, finding that the two of them were standing opposite each other and chatting. And Luo Sha is still observing secretly with his third eye. The Chuyunan exams are over. I will leave for the village tomorrow morning. Tonight is the last time I come here to practice. Let's not decide the winner anymore, right? Ye King said with a smile. Then she said with some regret. It's a pity that I couldn't see with my own eyes who won the duel between you and that thing. Next time we meet, remember to tell me the result. Kakashi sheathed the sword and let out a sigh. Next time we meet. Well, I hope we don't become enemies next time. Ye King shook his head again and said, you were right a week ago. Someone did see our fight and lost me to you. Word got out. Really, if I got first place in the joint Chuyunan examination, everyone would regard me as the hero of the village when I returned to the village, but now. Yakura became frustrated. Kakashi was startled and said quickly, you didn't use your blood inheritance limit, so it doesn't count as a loss. I'm sorry. Ha ha ha. Ye King suddenly laughed, you are much easier to deceive than that thing. If you don't win, you don't win. I also lost to that thing, and I lost to 2 ninja students in Konoha. I will feel embarrassed if I am called a hero when I go back. Kakashi was speechless. You are so honest, you must always suffer when you get along with that thing, right? Ye King smiled and waved his hand, the Chuyunan exams are over, and it can't be justified to continue practicing for too long with excuses. Goodbye. Ah, bye. And, thank you. Kakashi nodded goodbye. Ye King turned around and walked away. It's a bit like a reluctant parting between lovers. Zheng Dai, who couldn't hear the sound and could only imagine, made up a sitcom, Kakashi and Yakura? What kind of combination is this, tisk? He shrank his body again, trying his best to hide his energy and prevent Ye King, who was walking dozens of meters away, from discovering him. After Ye King disappeared from sight, he stuck his head out to observe, and soon his heart tightened. Luo Sha's third eye is still there. This guy. In the distance, Kakashi stood still for 2 minutes, regaining his strength and breathing steadily, then turned around and began his practice of climbing cliffs day after day for several months. The last time he fought against Zheng Dai, he lost in terms of physical strength, and seeing how Zheng Dai had grown in size and figure in the past few months, his strength might have surpassed his own. Kakashi wanted to try his best to make up for or even bridge the physical gap between him and Masade. The fight with Hayakura just now was probably equivalent to completing a climb, and it had no impact on Kakashi, who climbed the cliff with one hand every night to 7 times. He was familiar with the road and climbed very quickly. He covered most of the distance in only 3 or 2 minutes. However, at this moment, a breeze suddenly blew by, and after a slight click, a stone as big as his head fell from above Kakashi. Kakashi looked slightly solemn. He had encountered various emergencies during hundreds of cliff climbs, so he didn't panic. He hooked his left hand behind his back, let go of his right hand, leaned his body, and easily dodged the stone. Yu reading www.yuyukanshu.net. Then his pupil shrank, and a bigger stone fell on his head. The stones above have obviously been cleaned? He couldn't avoid it even if he changed his hands to avoid it. He gritted his teeth slightly, and when the stone was half a meter away from him, he suddenly let go and let his body fall, while drawing the knife. Draw your sword and chop. White Fang's short blade flew through the air, cutting the huge stone in half. Kakashi shrank his body and passed through the middle, applying force to insert the short blade into the stone wall and use the force to stop the fall. An even more exaggerated accident happened. Where his short blade was inserted, the hard stone wall suddenly turned into something like sand, making him unable to use his strength at all. He swayed and fell straight down. What happened? Man-made. Shock flashed in Kakashi's eyes. At this time, he was in midair and could no longer do anything. The substitute he had set up in advance had also been used in the fight with Yekang. He could only let his body freely fall and try his best to mobilize chakra. Protect yourself and carry out final self-rescue. But he knew that the position where he fell was a full 50 or 60 meters above the ground. Even if he did not fall to death, he would be seriously injured or even disabled. Who is harming me, hateful? Just when he was desperately preparing to endure the pain of falling, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. Water escape water formation wall. Wow, the 3-meter-high wall of water spurted out from Gendai's mouth accurately caught Kakashi. Kakashi fell into the water and spit out half a mouthful of blood. His whole body was in unbearable pain, but he also breathed a sigh of relief. He struggled and twisted out of the water and said full of confusion, Gendai? You. Don't be in a hurry to thank me, and don't be in a hurry to ask. The danger hasn't passed yet. Gendai said solemnly. Overhead, on the cliff, Luo Sha's figure gradually appeared. Chapter 41 Crisis. If the first 2 rockfalls could disguise Kakashi's fall as an accident, the third time the cliff turned into sand was irrefutable evidence. Luo Shibai was even more insane than Gendai had imagined. How dare he do something in Konoha village? Zheng Dai took a deep breath, knowing that what he was facing at this time was probably the biggest crisis in time travel. Even if Luo Sha, who was just in his early 20s, did not have the strength of the 4th-generation Kazekage in the future, he could definitely compete with him at the beginning of the plot. Kakashi quite. TD's elite Jounin and above. And beside him, there was only a younger version of Kakashi who was not as strong as him and was injured. According to the speed of the water body, we should be almost at the Sarutobi clan. If I had known that Raza would be so crazy, I would have let the water body call ANBU on the street. Now, we have to delay it for at least 3 to 5 minutes, we have to find a way to delay it. That is Raza, the leading Jounin of Suna Ninja Village. Kakashi asked in a low voice, holding his right hand back on the handle of the knife, looking up warily. It's him. Gendai nodded, and then said loudly, Jungnin Luosha, you are, fake. On the cliff, Luosha ignored him at all and quickly formed a seal with his hands, magnetic escape golden sand waves. After completing the seal, he pressed the ground with one hand, and then the entire cliff where Kakashi had been practicing for several months turned into waves of golden sand and rolled downwards. The golden sand waves covered the sky and the moon. Gendai and Kakashi made a move in tacit understanding, turned around and ran away. Crazy, really crazy, you actually dare to use such a large-scale ninjutsu. Gendai cursed, jumping up and down, dodging the waves of sand behind him. Kakashi was 2 steps behind Gendai. After running for tens of meters, Shaolin finally touched his buttocks. He staggered. He gritted his teeth and turned back to quickly form a seal, earth release, earth formation wall. Boom, the earth wall rose, but it only held up for 3 to 5 seconds before being shattered by the sand waves. Water release water crush wave. Seeing that Kakashi was about to be buried by the waves of sand, Gendai had no choice but to return, spraying water from his mouth, and the water jets like water guns poured all over Kakashi's head and body, and also hit the waves of sand that rushed towards Kakashi, causing him to the water slowed down and made him heavier. The confused Kakashi fell to the ground, preventing him from being more seriously injured. When Zheng Dai was unable to move forward and the water flow was interrupted, the sand wave regained its strength and suppressed it again. He quickly moved closer to Kakashi, hold your breath. Water escape water prison technique. Using the water he just spit out, Zheng Dai Tanchao imprisoned Kakashi in the water prison. The spherical water prison with a diameter of more than 2 meters is hiding behind with bent legs to defend against sand waves. It was just a pain for Kakashi. It was nothing at first, but with the impact of the sand waves, the water prison turned into a yellow mud water prison, staining him and making him dance in pain in the water prison. It wasn't until more than 10 seconds later, when Xiaolang's third wave of impact ended, that Luo Sha's ninjutsu was finally overcome by them. In order to maintain the water prison, Zheng exhausted most of the chakra in his body. After releasing the water prison, he began to breathe heavily. Kakashi collapsed on the ground and coughed repeatedly. If it weren't for the mask, he would probably have eaten a lot of sand. Where are the people? Zheng did not forget to look around with vigilance. The terrain near the cliff had been completely changed under the ninjutsu of Rasha. All the trees were pushed down by the sand waves, and only the soil where Zheng and Kakashi were standing was still the original color. Kakashi struggled to stand up, mud and water dripping from his body, and looked around with a knife. He still doesn't quite understand what happened. He only knows that he has been saved one life after another by Zheng Dai. He owes a lot. Now that the crisis has not been resolved, he has to do something. He has practiced knife skills since he was a child, and his eyesight and perception are better than Zheng Dai's. 11 o'clock direction. When Zheng heard this, he immediately turned his head and vaguely caught Luo Sha's figure behind the flying sand dozens of meters away. Luo Sha was slowly raising his hand. Magnetic escape golden burial. 100 meters in radius, gold sand surges. Zheng Dai's expression suddenly changed, and he knew what ninjutsu Luo Sha wanted to use just by looking at his gestures. There was sand in all directions. He and Kakashi couldn't avoid this move at all, and his chakra amount wouldn't allow him to mount a similar defense again. With such a big movement, reinforcements haven't arrived yet. He slid his right hand and took out 3 kunao from the ninja bag. His wrist shook, and the kunao were thrown out one after another. They hit each other and rushed towards Luosha. One stabbed him in the head, one in the chest, and one in the crotch, trying to interrupt. If it doesn't work, he can only use his last resort and add all the 11 attribute points he has accumulated to his physical strength. No matter what side effects there are, or whether it will turn into a muscle monster after using it, when your life is hanging by a thread, you can't care about that. Thinking about it, the physical strength that triples in an instant can probably handle the crisis at hand, right? However, what he didn't expect was that just a tentative interference interrupted the attack, and the 3 kunao actually hit Luosha one after another. Even the crotch-piercing Luosha didn't dodge. Through the sand, Zheng saw that Luo Sha's face was very ugly, and it suddenly turned into a handful of sand. The restlessness of the golden sand around him subsided. Zheng Dai was stunned for a moment. Earth clone. He stared around, reading www.uukkenshu.net, looking for Luo Sha's true body. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Several figures in ANBU attire flashed around Ma Se-de and Kakashi. One of them stepped forward and asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" "This ninjutsu, is the Sand Ninja Village Raza." "Hey!" Zheng Dai finally relaxed, sat down on the sand, and smoothed out his messy hair. "The Anbu are here, and the crisis should be over." Kakashi also slumped down. First he fell off the cliff, and then encountered a mudslide and water prison. He was seriously injured and his consciousness was somewhat blurred. Just as Dai regained his composure, he replied, "It's him, Luo Sha from Sand Ninja Village wants to kill us." "Where are the people?" Zheng was slightly stunned, and looked up at the ANBU in front of him. He didn't question how they survived Luo Sha's attack. "Oh, it seems to be one of the rescue soldiers who moved in when the body was requested. I don't know where he is. His Earth clone was shot away by my kunao, and his real body, is wrong. Zhang Dai's heart tightened. Maybe the real body of Luo Xia had not come since the beginning. What came was just an earth clone. The amount of chakra was only enough to release the two ninjutsu. After releasing it, he fell into a state of powerlessness. With this explanation, he was easily stabbed to death. That's reasonable. He is only attacking us with his earth clone. The real body may want to run away, or even has already run away. Go chase him. The Anbu in front of him heard the words and waved his right hand, and the other hands disappeared in a flash. Tell me what happened. As Dai spoke in detail and answered a few Anbu questions, Kakashi next to him closed his eyes and kicked his legs, finally unable to hold himself up and fainted. More figures flickered around, and several Konoha jounin wearing green vests arrived one after another. Chapter 42 Holding a Grudge. Ye King opened his eyes hazy and his heart sank. After bidding farewell to Kakashi, she walked into the forest and before returning to the streets of Konoha village, she was suddenly attacked. She was knocked unconscious without even seeing who the attacker was. Controlling his body to relax and keeping his breathing rhythm unchanged, Ye King pretended to be still unconscious and secretly judged his situation. Are you being carried on your shoulders and moving at high speed? Where are you taking me? The speed is so fast. Judging from the fact that he was easily knocked unconscious before and his current movement speed, he is definitely no match for the man beneath him, so he only has one chance to attack him suddenly before he notices that he is awake. Woke up. A deep male voice came, and Ye King's face changed slightly as he had just mobilized his chakra. He was about to take action forcefully when he suddenly realized that the voice sounded familiar. Lord Luo Xia. Ah, come down. Luo Xia took off Ye King from his shoulders and continued to run forward. Follow me. Ye King was confused, kept his pace, quickly caught up with Luo Xia, and asked doubtfully, Lord Luo Xia, are we? Escape? Escape? Where are we? Outside the Leaf Village. We were able to leave the country of fire as quickly as possible and return to the Suna Ninja village. After returning to the village, don't say that you have been defeated by the Konoha village ninja students. The Suna Ninja village needs someone who has passed the joint Chunin exam, become a hero who is better than Konoha and get rid of the shadow of World War II. Luo Xia ordered in a deep voice. Ye King was stunned, but if I lose, I lose. Even if I don't tell, the news will be spread to the village sooner or later, right? What should I do then? Besides, I lost to two people. Luo Xia squinted at Ye King with sharp eyes. This trip to Konoha, you disappointed me so much. The loss of the puppet army was a ridiculous 3 million taels. Although you won the first place in the Chunin exam, you were seen losing to the ninja again student. I have to take action to make up for it myself. Ye King lowered his head in shame. I'm sorry, Master Luo Xia. What move are you talking about? That civilian kid named Zhende, no one was watching when you fought. If the news that you lost to him spreads, it will also arouse doubts. We can refute it and say that Konoha village is forcibly creating heroes. As for the other one, Hatake Kakashi, he has no chance to become Konoha's hero. No chance? Ye King was slightly startled, recalling the position where he was knocked unconscious and Luo Xia's excuse for escaping. His eyes widened and his breathing became rapid. You killed him. How could you take action in Konoha village? This will definitely bring war to the village. When you return to the village, the elders will definitely accuse you of your behavior. Hey, war! Luo Xia snorted, judging from the strength of the genin who participated in the Chunin exam and the level of the Chunin who were easily defeated by you that day. Konoha village is far from recovering from the losses in the Second Ninja World War. When you recover, you are just a strong man on the outside, and you will not start a war lightly. At most, people will come to question you, so what if you give back the ridiculous 3 million taels? The elders will support me. Luo Sha saw with her own eyes how excited Elder Cho was when he received the news that White Fang committed suicide. She was not happy, but wished she could kill him with her own hands. White Fang beheaded the son and daughter-in-law of Elder Cho. If he kills White Fang's only son this time, not only will he be fine, he will probably get strong support from Elder Cho when he returns, which will even help him compete for the position of the fourth Kazekage in the future. Behind him, Yakeng was stunned, and his expression gradually became indescribably depressed. This time, he had no chance to know whether Kakashi could defeat that thing or whether he could give himself some vent. And it seems like I killed him. But at this moment, Luo Sha's footsteps suddenly stopped, the earth clone disappeared, and the memory came back. His face twitched and his expression changed, settling on a purple color, and his body twitched slightly. This earthly clone has done such a big thing. But he could understand that the earth clone's way of thinking was the same as his. If it were him, and he had the opportunity to solve two Konoha's futures at the same time, he would definitely take action. But when he tried, he failed. Asshole! Yakeng was startled. Lord Luo Sha. Luo Sha gritted his teeth and said, Hatake Kakashi was rescued by the kid named Masade, let's go. Yakeng was stunned for a moment, then quickly followed, feeling relieved in his heart. Kakashi is not dead, that's fine. Did that thing save him? Looking at Luo Sha, whose steps were a little messy, she sighed in her heart, that thing makes sense. Lord Luo Sha's interests come first, and he will do whatever it takes to achieve his goals. I really have to be careful. Presumably, that thing must have been deeply resented by Master Luo Sha this time, right? She didn't dare to ask where the two companions who came to Konoha with her were, and she didn't want to know. Mostly, abandoned. With them, there is no escape. Konoha Village, Hokage Building. Yes, this is the specific story. There is nothing to add. Jendai faced the third Hokage and recounted tonight's experience in detail. Create a favorable environment for yourself by using water waves to defend yourself with water prison techniques. The third Hokage nodded happily. It seems that you have the intention to study my flexible use of ninjutsu and how to create tactical locations, which is very good. Good. Zheng Dai couldn't help rolling his eyes, and then tried to hide it by adjusting his bangs. You take all the credit for such a clever tactic of mine in just one sentence? As expected of Lord Hokage, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net is convinced. Seeing Zheng Dai's expression, the third Hokage coughed lightly and said seriously, the Raza who attacked you and Kakashi is indeed just Raza's earth clone. At the same time, Luo Sha's body took Yakeng and escaped from the corner of the village by knocking out the guards. Escaped? Taking Yakeng with you? The other two people had no idea and had been captured by the Anbu. The third Hokage said, this time you saved Kakashi and crushed the conspiracy of the Suna Ninja village. You have done a lot of credit. When you graduate, I will work with you as a ninja. An A-level mission is recorded on the file. As for the reward, Sand Ninja Village will give it to you. The third Hokage spoke categorically and with great momentum. The gentle old man's appearance that had always been smiling became extremely majestic at this moment, which really shocked Zheng Dai. Seeing Zheng Dai's reaction, the third Hokage consciously established a tall image, and then returned to his gentle appearance with satisfaction. Okay, you have nothing to do here. Seeing that you are also injured, go to Konoha Hospital, get treatment, and take a look. Look at Kakashi. Jendai paused and suddenly said, Hokage-sama, can I ask you something? What you said at the ninja school before, what is the special reward of perfect scores in all subjects that affects the path of ninjas? The third Hokage was slightly startled, shook his head and smiled, are you confident? It doesn't hurt to tell you. It is an advanced ninjutsu or even a forbidden jutsu that is suitable for individuals. Is it really a sealed book? Zheng Dai was convinced that after obtaining the forbidden technique and turning it into a real skill when he advanced to the Chuyunan template, his strength would definitely increase dramatically. When the third war begins in a few years, it would be best to assign me to the Sand Ninja Village battlefield. No matter how tough the third Hokage's attitude was, Raza would probably not pay the price with his life as long as he escaped back to Suna Ninja Village. If you get fat first, you won't be fat. If you get fat later, you will overwhelm Kong. Luo Shat, let's see who is stronger in 3 years. Zheng remembered this grudge. Chapter 43 Disposal. Konoha Hospital. The previous water prison technique failed to block all the sand waves in all directions. Zheng Dai's exposed skin and even his face had shallow marks caused by the sand, which could be described as a disgrace. Before leaving the Hokage building, the third Hokage waved his hand and said that all medical expenses would be paid, and Masade was able to enjoy medical ninjutsu for the first time. It's not palm magic, it's just healing. A young male ninja in his 20s had a faint green light coming out of his palm, which was attached to the injured area, and the mark slowly disappeared. Not a beautiful medical ninja, bad review. The treatment effect is average, bad review. The treatment was very irritating, bad review. Well, nothing, bad review. Allowing the medical ninja to fiddle with him, Zheng Dai's eyes gradually became empty. When he thought of medical ninja, he thought of Tsunade. Shizuan is still in the class, so Tsunade is still in Konoha village now, right? The role of medical ninjutsu is not small. When you advance to the Jounin template, you can think of a way from Tsunade to get a palm senjutsu or a yin healing injury. That's it. The medical ninja in front of him spoke, interrupting Zheng Dai's thoughts. Zheng Dai thanked him, shook his body, and suppressed the slight itching feeling. The itch of this kind of wound healing is far less than the itch of adding some physical skills. Hey! Zheng Dai suddenly thought thoughtfully. The two kinds of itching are somewhat similar in feeling. Could it be that adding some physical skills can speed up wound healing? I'll give it a try if I get a chance. After finding out where Kakashi's ward was, he climbed up to the second floor and looked for it. Through the door and window of the ward, Zheng Dai saw that Kakashi had woken up, with many bandages wrapped around his body. He was leaning on the edge of the bed with one leg bent and the other straight looking out the window, his eyes empty and blurred. Zheng Dai raised his eyebrows, knocked on the door and walked in. Hey, Kakashi, what kind of look do you have? A lonely and beautiful man under the moon? Where is Sishun? Kakashi turned his head, helplessness flashed in his eyes, he sat upright and said very sincerely, You are here, Zheng Dai, thank you for saving me tonight. You're welcome. Although you are useless, you are still my classmate after all, and you can't let people from other villages bully you. How are your injuries? You can't die, right? Ah, I disappoint you. I can't die. But the doctor said I have to stay here for 2 days, and I have to ask you to take leave for me. Kakashi said, let's just say there is something wrong with my family. Except for Mr. Amu and Lin, there's no need to let other students know that I'm injured. You want to prevent them from knowing that you are injured? Then if I save your life, 2 or 3 lives, won't it be in vain? Zheng Dai walked to Kakashi's bed and sat down, I will publicize it well. You are so embarrassed. Kakashi was helpless, it's up to you. What happened with tonight's attack? Was the Jonin of Suna Ninja Village caught? I don't know. He escaped from the village at the same time he plotted against you, taking Yekeng with him. Kakashi's eyes flashed, which was keenly caught by Zheng Dai, and he said with a joking smile, as for the reason for attacking you, you still don't know? It's not easy for a genius like Yekeng to appear in Sand Ninja Village, but you are about to kidnap him to our village. Can he not be angry? Kakashi was stunned, frowned, and said, Don't talk nonsense, Yekeng just wants to help me win, that thing in her mouth. What is that thing? Kakashi looked at Maseda quietly. Zheng Dai was getting a haircut, silently. The two looked at each other awkwardly for half a minute, and Zheng Dai sighed, "Why do you still hold grudges? Who can you turn to? Put your hope of defeating me on a loser like you? Dream on her." Kakashi stared at Gendai. "If we are not divided into a group in the graduation assessment, I hope to fight you again after getting the ninja forehead protector." "Oh? A fight?" Gendai narrowed his eyes and stared into Kakashi's eyes. "I'll take it." There should be a lightning effect between the two people's eyes at this point. A showdown after the graduation exam? Zheng Dai couldn't wait. The last 1% can probably be completed by then. The next day, in the classroom, Masade was surrounded by Lin, Obito, Asuma, and Kurane. "That sand wave, you haven't seen the sea, have you?" "Well, I haven't seen it either. So let's close our eyes and imagine that the overwhelming sand wave is like a tsunami, rushing towards me and Kakashi. That kind of scene, well, that's quite scary." Gendai, who lacked vocabulary, told it vividly. At that time, Kakashi was so frightened that his legs were weak. "Fortunately, I pulled him in time and saved his life for the second time. After that, I pulled him and ran, but with him as a burden I couldn't run through the sand. I had no choice but to turn around and use ninjutsu to hit him hard, saving Kakashi's life for the third time. Then there was a crackling battle. While protecting Kakashi, I fought fiercely with Suna Ninja Murakami. I saved Kakashi 5 or 6 times, and then I shot the earth clone of Suna Ninja Murakami to death with a kunao. Completely save Kakashi's life. Now that I think about it, I'm really scared. But if it happened again, I would probably be brave enough to save Kakashi. Although he is a loser, he has a good life and has me as his classmate." "That's awesome, Masade." Obito was fascinated by what he heard and looked at Masato with admiration. Asuma was helpless. What happened was different from what his father said last night. Kurane didn't really believe it either, and just expressed concern for Kakashi. Lin knew clearly that there were many elements of artistic processing in Shodai's words, but she still expressed her sincere gratitude. "Thanks to you this time, Shodai. Is Kakashi-kun's injury really not serious? Relax, he won't die even if his injuries are 10 times worse." Masada shook his head and smiled, looked at Asuma and asked, "Rose by Raza? Didn't Lord Hokage say how to deal with this attack?" Asuma shook his head and nodded again. "He didn't tell me, but I know." Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net. Suna Ninja Village. Raza openly attacked Kakashi and Yu in our village, leaving 2 genin behind. The evidence is conclusive. Over at the border post, our village will send additional small ninja troops for deterrence, and at the same time send people to Suna Ninja Village questioned. Just a question. Gendai frowned dissatisfied. The third Hokage was very domineering last night. This is not a question in a symbolic sense. Last night I heard the conversation between my father and my eldest brother. My father planned to let Lord Orochimaru personally lead the team. My eldest brother and sister Sienmaru each led a team of ANBU elites to escort 2 genin from Sand Ninja Village. Past. Oh. My eldest brother and sister Xianwan are wearing the same clothes you have seen. He was the one who took away Raza from Suna Ninja Village on the day he asked for Uncle Yotsuba's body. Zheng Dai's expression softened. This was not bad. Not to mention starting a war for himself and Kakashi, Masade didn't think he was that important. But if you handle it with care, even wearing it will be very disappointing. Orochimaru leads the team, which means that Konoha village's attitude is very tough this time, otherwise the person sent would be a peacemaker, like Mito Kitanen. As for Asuma's eldest brother, is he the ANBU from last night? Masato almost blurted out, "Is your eldest brother's name Sarutobi Shinashuk?" "Forget it, no need to ask, it's definitely not," returned Shinashuk. "Shin-chan?" At the same time, Orochimaru received a mission. Going to the Sand Ninja Village. Orochimaru's snake pupils stood up, recalling the information that Anko's father had exchanged his life for, the forbidden technique that gives life to the puppet. He was originally not very interested in this. He was an expert in terms of vitality, and he knew that the research in Sand Ninja Village would most likely end in failure. But since we are going to Sand Ninja Village, why not take a look at their research results? Maybe there will be something useful. Chapter 44 Preparation before the exam. A week later, on October 22nd, Hongdu's house. Happy birthday, Anko! Jende, Asuma, and Hong wished in unison. Hongdu nodded happily, thank you. Then she couldn't wait to say, can we cut the cake and eat it? We are wearing it. Jende turned back with a smile and served the birthday cake that he had put a lot of effort into making. The words Happy Birthday Hongdu were crookedly written on the cake, and he measured it with a knife. Cut the two words red bean in two. Hongdu punched him with a smile and didn't care, waiting eagerly for Jende to put the half-drawn red bean and cake on his dinner plate. I'm starting. No need for cutlery, Hongdu lowered his head and took a big mouthful. When he raised his head, his mouth was full of cream, and his face was full of enjoyment. Jende, you made it delicious. The cake shop on West Street sells it. Do you have the nerve to call it a cake? Red bean correction degree 52%. The subtitles passed by, and Zheng Dai was calm and calm. Naruto World cakes don't use butter, and the ones that use butter are different from the ones he made. I don't know if it's the difference in recipe or the difference in craftsmanship. He cut 3 pieces of cake again and gave them to Asuma, Hong and himself respectively. Before he could move his chopsticks, Anko said, one more piece. Red bean correction degree 53%. Eat slowly, today is your birthday, no one will compete with you. Jende said with a smile. Hongdu's face turned slightly red, a little embarrassed, and he quickly said carelessly, it's not my fault. You usually refuse to do what I ask you to do. If you find it troublesome, it's troublesome. You also said that birthday cakes can only be eaten on birthdays, so then I'll take advantage of my birthday to eat more. It's not just your birthday. Next time it's Hong's birthday and Asma's birthday, won't I still do it? Jende stood up again to pick up the knife. Asma was stunned, and suddenly felt the urge to cry, and finally, took me with her. It's too long. Sister Hong's birthday has to wait until June next year. Hongdu pouted, hey, Asuma, when is your birthday? 4 days ago. Ha! Anko wanted to take away the knife that Zheng was wearing. Zheng Dai laughed, okay, I remember Obito's birthday is in February, let's celebrate his birthday then, okay. February is a long time. Don't eat too much cream cake. Eating too much is bad for your health. Jende handed the cake to Hongdu. Cream cake is a powerful tool to correct red beans. Jende doesn't feed red beans often to satisfy her appetite. On the one hand, making cakes is troublesome. On the other hand, eating too much cake is bad for the body. Finally, Jende is not in a hurry now. Anyway, I only plan to correct it to about 70%. Just keep going slowly and you will get there. On Hyaga Takuma's side, Shode feels that his relationship with him is already very good, but using Takuma as a lever to leverage Hinata Hisashi, he still dares not act rashly. Hey? Thinking about it this way, it seems that there is no place to earn attribute points for the time being. Red bean correction degree 54%. Red bean correction degree 55%. Obtain free attribute points *2. Zheng Dai took a quick look. Free attribute points, 13. 13 points, plus at least 3 points for Kakashi's 100% correction, and only about 3 points are needed to get a perfect score in all subjects. The remaining points are still 13 points, which is enough for him to increase his strength after he is promoted to the template. If you haven't found someone new to correct by then, it depends on the situation. Hisashi's side is really too tricky. Besides, Hisashi's 3 ninjutsu have just helped him a lot. He also wants to correct Maseda. Yu stands in Hisashi's position. Help him overthrow the Zone family? It's even more difficult. Let's fight Kakashi first to correct him to 100%. Gendai was looking forward to it day and night, hoping that the graduation exam would come soon. Countdown to 2 months. 2 months passed by in a blink of an eye. Aunt Chu, give me some money. The final exam is tomorrow. I'll buy some exam supplies. Okay, is 20 taels enough? That's about right. Gendai took the 20-tael silver note from Aunt Chu and went out helplessly. Aunt Chu is really stingy. A month ago, the 3rd Hokage gave him a reward of 300,000 taels, but Aunt Chu forcibly kept it and only gave him 12,800 taels of pocket money at a time. The 3rd Hokage also dug. The compensation that Orochimaru asked for from the Suna ninja village was 300 million taels in monetary compensation alone, as well as countless supplies. For the person involved, even though he was backed by a big tree of Konoha, he should have 1 million, right? 300,000 is the minimum reward for A-level tasks. Only the Sand Ninja village didn't hold back. Those supplies were a crippling amount for them. Zhang Dai didn't know how they were willing to agree so easily. In fact, without killing Kakashi and him, Raza was in a very bad situation after returning to the village. Without Chiyo's support, his reckless actions were unanimously criticized, and some even suggested handing him over to calm Konoha's anger. Fortunately, in the end, the 3rd Kazekage rejected the proposal, but said that all losses would be borne by Luo Sha. Without much bargaining, the amount was set at 300 million taels. Luo Sha wanted to use placer gold to bury those hateful elders and the 3rd Kazekage together. The final exam is coming soon, the stationery store is full, but I don't see anyone I know. Zhang Dai struggled to squeeze in, randomly selected 2 pens, an eraser, and a stack of draft paper, and squeezed out again. When I got home, I turned the 2 newly purchased pens with my right hand and fully opened the property bar. Template, Genin, 3/4. Basic attributes, 3. Physical strength, 45.74. Mental strength, 30.88. Chakra amount, 46.32. Main skills, 4. Physical skills level 2, 28%. Others omitted. Auxiliary skills, 15. Introduction to Ninjutsu level 1, 32%, / Introduction to Fire Nation's Characteristic Ninjaism level 1, 21%, / Ninjutsu Research Methods level 1, 11%. Research on the international relations of the 5 major powers in modern times level 1, 35%, / Frontiers of Modern Ninjutsu level 1, 42%, / Theoretical Guidance on Independent Research and Development of Ninjutsu level 1, 48%, / Study of Historical Hokage Works level 0, 94%. Others omitted. Real Skill 1, Cooking level 4, 58%. Free Attribute Points, 13. His eyes wandered over the auxiliary skills. You read www.yukanshu.net was thinking about it in his heart. Judging from past examination experience, 10% of the skills at level 1 are basically the level of full marks in the ninja school. Among the assessment items, Gendai was only satisfied with studying the works of previous Hokages. Don't hesitate to add a little more. Study of Historical Hokage Works level 1, 24%. This subject was stable, and Gendai focused on the ninjutsu research method that only had 11% of the first level. Compared with other skills that are above 20% at level 1, it is the lowest, only 1% above the full mark. If the test paper given by teacher Amu was slightly more difficult and he only got 98 or 99 points, failing to get full marks in all subjects, Zhang Dai would have died unjustly. Ninjutsu research methods seem to be a very useful skill. If you learn it well, I can try to develop several unique ninjutsu in the future. Unfortunately, with my modern thinking, it is currently too difficult to learn it well through hard work. Then add some. Ninjutsu Research Method Level 1, 41%. At this point, full marks in all subjects are basically guaranteed, and there are still 11 attribute points left. No matter what happens in the exam, Zheng Dai has room to make a decision on the spur of the moment. Full marks, he is determined. You will advance after you get the reward, but the fourth skill that reaches the limit of the template, which one should you choose? Zheng Dai touched his ears and considered the 6 ninjutsus he knew. Add smaller activities. It took half a month after publishing the book, and it was almost 100,000 words. Suddenly I remembered that I had not yet published a testimonial for the new book. I won't say much, and I won't say that everyone may like to read it. Just thank you for your support. By the way, I would like to ask for recommendation votes, book reviews, chapters, book lists, collections, investments, rewards, etc., etc. Apart from anything else, I feel that my character is still guaranteed. The story was very popular and ended at the right time. It didn't continue, and many brothers said it was a bad ending. I was wronged, please write more. The chapter earned hundreds of dollars more, why did I fail to finish it? I really thought the open ending was very good. Then I restarted the game, and ended up with more words than I had seen for a long time, and the story was completely told. I admire this character myself, so please feel free to pursue books. Then the ones that were criticized were the Si Yang and Er Yang. Well, I may have given them the wrong names. So let's play a little game of adding updates to liven up the somewhat silent chapter reviews and book reviews. I am revising the first volume of this book. It is about to end. Dai is about to graduate and Kakashi is about to be completely conquered. The end of the first volume is quite difficult to write. It leads to the final chapter of the book. Unique setting and main line of the book. So let's take a guess, who is Zheng Dai's instructor? Who are the 2 teammates? I won't give too many hints, I can only guarantee that they are definitely not original characters. If you guessed it correctly, the teacher will add another chapter next week. I guessed the teacher correctly, and also guessed the other 2 teammates. 2 more chapters will be added next week. All guesses are correct, and the analysis is reasonable and well-founded and fits my thoughts. I will add 3 more chapters next week. I won't cheat, for sure. Also, if there is no accumulation, even if 100 people guess it all correctly, only 3 chapters will be added, although there will definitely not be that many correct guesses. Please leave your valuable chapter review or book review. A single person can only guess once, and the first time will be considered, so think carefully before answering. The time limit is before the answers are announced. That's all. Chapter 45 Relaxed Final Examination. On the morning of December 23, Zheng Dai got up and washed up and wanted to go into the kitchen, but was pushed out by Aunt Chu. Xiao Zheng Dai, you can take the exam with peace of mind today. Auntie will prepare breakfast, lunch, and dinner for you. Just wait and eat. Zheng Dai scratched his hair, shook his head and smiled. It was quite grand. What was he doing? College entrance examination. However, the exams today and tomorrow are really just like the college entrance examination for students preparing to apply for graduation from ninja school. The ninja school says there are 3 semesters per school year. In fact, the second holiday and the third semester are very short. The winter vacation is only 12 days from January 1st to January 12th, and the third semester is only 1 month. Spring break will be on February 13th. The third semester, which lasted just 1 month, was actually a buffer time for ninjas to graduate, reclassify, and enroll students. There would be no more exams. Most ninjas graduate at the end of the second semester, December 30th. For those who graduate at other times, special applications and separate assessments are required, which is very difficult. In other words, if they fail the exam this time, most students will have to graduate in December next year. Without cooking, Jende has more time to pack up exam supplies and images. He didn't leave the room until Aunt Xiu called him to eat. When I got to the dining table, I saw, tisk, pork chop rice. Crispy and browned fried pork chop, served with Worcestershire sauce, shredded cabbage, and white rice, which makes people very appetizing at first sight. But this is breakfast, Aunt Xiu. Aunt Xiu looked on. Eat more, Xiao Jende. Pork chops, victory. In Japanese, pork chop is a homophone for victory. Jende started an unpleasant breakfast. When we arrived at ninja school, the classroom smelled like pork chops as soon as the students greeted each other. Asking each other, 8 out of 10 eat pork chops. Those who don't have pork chops are quite envious. Obito came over. It's over, Jende, I forgot to eat pork chops this morning. I have a bad feeling about the exam soon. Don't worry, you have to believe that you can overwhelm Kong now. Jende comforted. Yes, I can overwhelm the Kong. Obito clenched his fists and returned to his seat with great momentum. After a while, he came back with a frustrated face crying, what if I can't overwhelm the Kong, Jende, you? He squeaked twice, feeling a little embarrassed. Don't worry, I will comfort you if you haven't passed the exam. We will all comfort you. Jende said with a smile. No, that's it. Well, Lin and you must have graduated. If I were to happen, wouldn't you have lost the opportunity to be assigned to the same class as me and be taken care of by me? Zheng Dai wanted to spit pork chops in his face. Obito is thick-skinned in some areas, and quite thin-skinned in others. If someone helps him cheat, he won't be able to speak out. Jende didn't take the initiative to say anything. He kept teasing Obito by nuzzling him and never said what he wanted to hear. Idiot Obito! Kakashi muttered in his seat, his eyes meeting Masade's. Are all the students here? Teacher Amu's voice came into the classroom, and at the same time he walked in and climbed onto the podium, holding a stack of papers in his hand. Good morning, teacher. The students greeted in unison, and then the classroom fell silent and the tense atmosphere spread. Obito returned to his seat 3 times a step. The little expression is very resentful. Good morning, students, are you all ready? Our exam tasks today are very heavy. There are 2 subjects in the morning and 3 subjects in the afternoon. It will test the students' mental and even physical strength. You must allocate your energy properly. Of course, some students without taking all the subjects, exams are less stressful. Amu said, but the first subject, the introduction to the fire country's characteristic ninjutsu taught to you by the teacher himself, is a compulsory course, and no one can be missing. The exam starts at 8:30, and the time limit is 1 hour. Now, well, at 8:20, let's hand out the papers. This time I will give you 10 more minutes to answer, so take the exam well. Thank you, teacher. Amu sipped his index finger, twisted the paper, and handed it out. Jende received the paper and read it from beginning to end, with a slight smile on his lips. Bad easy. Stay steady, don't wave, this wave is a sure win. Pick up the pen, write your name, answer the questions calmly, 1 question, 2 questions, 9 questions, 10 questions. Only 20 minutes had passed, and Jende had finished answering the entire test paper. This was because he wrote the words very neatly and was afraid of losing paper points. Zheng Dai raised his head and glanced around. Most of the students were still answering the questions. Some looked relaxed, and some had trembling legs, anxious. There is Obito among the shivering legs. Obito graduated this year in the anime. Can he pass the exam on his own? Jende muttered and straightened his bangs. Check again, help him. Cough. At this moment, Teacher Amu suddenly let out a heavy cough. Jende thought someone was being warned for cheating. He raised his head and found that Teacher Amu was looking at the door, nodding from time to time, as if communicating with someone. Then, he turned back and said, "Students, please don't cheat. The teacher will go out for a while. The patter of footsteps is far away." Zheng Dai blinked in confusion. Just now, was anyone outside? What is Teacher Amu playing? Kakashi didn't notice anyone, and looked at each other with Ma Se-de in a tacit understanding. "Teacher is out." A classmate finally reacted and shouted in a low voice, mixed with surprise. Obito also perked up and poked his head towards Lin's paper. Lin smiled helplessly and showed the paper to him. Obito smirked. He and Lin had a grandson. It wasn't until 15 minutes later that Teacher Amu returned in a hurry. "The students didn't cheat, right?" "No." He responded weakly. "That's good, there are still 30 minutes left, everyone hurry up and answer the papers." Teacher Amu ignored Kai, who had just pulled his head back from someone else's desk. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net. Zheng Dai. In the next few exams, Teacher Amu went out twice because of non-existent calls, slept on the desk and snored twice, stared at the spider on the ceiling in trance once, and thought about the wall once. On the afternoon of the 24th, the third-grade students began their final exam in a relaxed and happy mood. The last subject is the basics of ninjutsu. There is no answer sheet for the basics of ninjutsu, it is an on-site assessment. Students walked up to the podium one by one, were asked a question by Teacher Damu, and then completed the madras required by Teacher Damu as quickly as possible. The question is both difficult and easy. When asked Obito, "What are the 5 attributes of chakra?" The attributes of yin and yang are not within the scope of study in ninja school. Asked by Kaishi, "How many cells in the human body can be used to extract chakra?" When asked about Jendai, which seal does Feng Dunduo begin with and which seal ends with? Why? The difficulty fluctuates greatly. Ma Se-de finally noticed that Teacher Amu was obviously deliberately letting Obito and Kai graduate smoothly. As for those who are not very strong and are released by the way, after being divided into classes, they will probably be sent back to the ninja school to study again by their instructors. No wonder Obito and Kai both graduated successfully in the original work. This is a good intention. Obito, bear the Sunjo Yin Mao seal. When it is worn, it will bear the Sunjo Mao Yin Chen Si Wei Wu Shen Yu Hai Su seal. Zheng Dai. Helplessly, he glanced at Teacher Amu, who had held a grudge against him since he chose the course, and he was doing the hand seal. 12 seals were completed in 5 seconds, and the dazzling hands attracted waves of low-pitched exclamations. Zheng Dai took a long breath. The relaxed final exam is over. Chapter 46 News of Perfect Scores. Ninja School, Teacher's Office. The first question is completely correct. The second question is completely correct, the 10th question is completely correct. Damo held a red pen in his hand and quickly marked one test paper after another. When he subconsciously wanted to put aside the test paper he had just finished, he suddenly froze and felt something was wrong. He pulled back the test paper and read it carefully from beginning to end. A perfect score? Not bad, I'm wearing it. Just at this moment, a young male teacher wearing glasses opposite him raised his head and said, "Teacher Amu, the kid named Jendai in your class is pretty good. He got full marks in the ninjutsu research method test." The teacher at the next table heard the conversation and turned his head in surprise. "Zheng Dai? He also got full marks in my study of the international relations of the 5 major powers in modern times." Damu was stunned for a moment, looking at each other with his 2 colleagues, and then quickly stood up and went to the empty table beside him to look for the test papers. "I also gave him full marks for his ninjutsu basics, so he gets full marks for the 4 subjects." Soon, Amu dug out the other 4 test papers belonging to Jendai. He gave 1 copy to each of the other 2 ninja teachers, and he took 2 copies and quickly marked them. The cutting edge of modern ninjutsu, full marks. Self-trained ninjutsu, perfect score. Introduction to ninja studies, full marks. After 3 consecutive calls, the other 2 people gathered around Damu eagerly and reviewed the last test paper with him. The First Lord's speech on the founding of Konoha village in the Land of Fire was reproduced correctly with key points. The second generation's War and Peace is correctly understood and fully explained. The third generation's Declaration of Konoha Village, Extension and Expansion of the Will of Fire, and Message to Konoha Ninja, are understood correctly. Full score. Full marks in all subjects. Damu's breathing quickened slightly. He was happy for Gendai, and also happy for himself. The students he teaches get perfect marks in all subjects. The teacher Wenshi who taught perfect scores in all subjects in Bo Feng Shui is now the director of Wenshi. The other 2 teachers were a little envious, and one of them said, "Damu, when you were invigilating the exam, were you too relaxed?" Omu shook his head. That child has full marks for strength. Besides, I have approved half of the papers. In the course Introduction to Ninja, which is characteristic of the Land of Fire, Lin only got 98 points. There is no perfect score for copying. Don't get too excited. Don't you still have one subject that you haven't tested yet? The actual results are not yet certain. He has perfect scores in 8 subjects. He might alert the Hokage and some Jonin to watch. It's not easy to get full marks in actual combat. Another teacher said. Amu was poured cold water on him, and his excited expression calmed down, and he hurriedly gathered the 7 test papers he was wearing. I'm going to report to the Hokage-sama. 10 minutes later, the Hokage building. The third Hokage took a long puff of his pipe. I understand, leave the papers and you can go back and continue marking other children's papers. Yes. Damu bowed and asked, do you want to be there to observe the actual combat assessment the day after tomorrow? The third Hokage took another puff from his pipe and said thoughtfully, how are Kakashi's grades? There are still a few subjects that have not been approved, but his score in Introduction to Ninjaism, a characteristic of the Fire Nation, is good, with a score of 96. Daiki replied. The third Hokage, okay, I will go. Let's arrange another fight between Kakashi and Masade. Yes. When Amu exited, the third Hokage's tense and calm expression instantly relaxed. He exhaled softly, his eyes full of surprise. That child really got full marks in all subjects. The first 2 ninja school students with perfect scores, Orochimaru was because of his talent and intelligence, and the subjects tested at that time were far less difficult than they are now. Namikaze Minato is the most perfect ninja the third Hokage has ever seen. Moreover, when Namikaze Minato was studying at the ninja school, it happened to be the peace period between World War I and World War II. He attended the ninja school for 6 years. In other words, Gendai's full score in general medicine is higher than that of Orochimaru and Namikaze Minato. The third Hokage thought for a moment, looked down at the class list he had drawn up, and crossed out the names of the 5th class instructor Yamanaka Kiki, students Masade, Shizuan, and Yamashiro Aoba Nakamasade. Then he rubbed his eyebrows with a headache, thought for a while, and took the test paper he was wearing to check. Hey? My article, is this how it should be understood? Well, not bad. At noon, we were at Dai's house. Auntie, your cooking is delicious. Don't everyone in your Xiaomu mountain village have great cooking skills? Hengdu praised. Aunt Xiu smiled broadly. Xiao Zhendai told you about our Xiaomu mountain village. Hengdu, well, there are Master Yang Qiaovu, Master Lei Jie, Master Baker. Aunt Xiu? Zheng Dai's face darkened. He grabbed Hongdo and forced a smile. Come to my room, Hongdo, I have something to tell you. Anko was stunned and was dragged into the room by him. Aunt Xiu was also stunned. She wanted to follow him curiously, but then she heard a bang and the door closed. Xiao Zhendai, are you embarrassed? Speaking of which, apart from being younger, this little Hungda girl is pretty good, especially she eats cutely, just like me. Aunt Chu, who weighs 180, said with a smile, stick it on the door. In the back room, Zheng said helplessly, Hungdu, why did you suddenly come to my house? I want sweets, lots of sweets. Ah! Zheng Dai was stunned, what's wrong? Hungdu curled her lips, didn't you say that eating sweets can bring happiness? I am lacking happiness. I failed in the exam. Kansha www.uuganshu.net I may not be able to graduate with you and Sister Hong. Hungdu said with an unhappy face, really, the final exam was fine last time, why is the invigilation of the final exam so bad this time? Strict. The first grade exam is very strict. Zheng Dai was not surprised. Xiao Zheng Dai remembered that the exams in the first and second grade were also very strict. This is probably an unspoken rule. Students should be allowed to graduate as soon as possible starting from the third grade. Look, I usually ask you to follow suit when I give Takuma questions, but you don't want to. Forget it, you don't have to worry, even if you really miss a few credits, Orochimaru-sama can still let you graduate. I hope so. How did you do in the exam? Of course I have perfect scores in all subjects. Hey, just blow it. Zheng smiled and raised his hand to form a seal. Water escape, the art of water body transformation. Go get Anko something delicious. Shui Shui went out in response, while Zheng rolled his eyes helplessly at Aunt Chu, who was cleaning the doorframe outside. Anko stared, your clone. Hey? Why, isn't that what the clone is used for? Zheng Dai said matter-of-factly. At the same time, the news that a third student with perfect scores in all subjects appeared in the ninja school gradually spread to the ears of the major clans and powerful people in Konoha. Shodai, who was famous for defeating Kakashi who had cheered up, became known to more people. Uchiha clan, Hyuga clan, Inyazuka clan, Abarame clan. Sunan, Namikaze Minato, Inakacho. Mito Monitis, I moved to Koharu. Danzo Shimura. Chapter 47 Initial Contact with Roots. In the afternoon, feed red beans. Dai was going to the woods near his home to practice ninjutsu again. When a guy wearing a black robe and a strange patterned mask suddenly appeared in front of him, he waved his hand and turned out to be a kunao. It has been 2 years since he became Danzo-sama's right-hand subordinate. Ryoma Abarame has traveled all over the country and contributed to the foundation construction. He has recruited many subordinates for Danzo-sama, and he is well informed. But he never expected that someone would attack him upon meeting him in Konoha. He couldn't help but froze for 0.41421 seconds before dodging. With a stab, a small slit was made in the black robe, vaguely revealing the silk shirt with larger mesh underneath. The awkward atmosphere spread. Ah, sorry, I thought you were, that or something. Uncle, oh no, sister, I will pay for your clothes. Sister is an ANBU, right? Lord Hokage is looking for me? I'll go right away. Zheng Dai said a series of words. Lu walked out, turned around and left. Slow down. A slightly hoarse male voice stopped him. Zheng Dai stopped in his tracks, turned around, and the apology on his face became deeper. Ah, I'm sorry, it's my uncle. A few words from a kunao, coupled with the other person's mask that was different from the ordinary ANBU, and the strange and familiar shirt on his body, he was wearing it and had already judged the identity of the person who suddenly appeared in front of him. Abarame clan, Root Ninja. It should be said that since he finished the exam, he was always prepared to meet all kinds of big people, but he didn't expect that the first one to come would be Jin. This also represents. Uncle, is the Hokage-sama looking for me because I got perfect marks in all subjects? I'll go right away. Zheng Dai continued to turn around and was stopped again. I am not an ANBU ninja, but a ninja from the ANBU training department, the roots. Masaide, the elder of Konoha village Danzo Shimura values your ninja talents and specially approves you to join the roots. Come with me. The Abarame Ryoma answered the question incorrectly. So Jende asked, so? I got full marks in all subjects, right? Yes. Jende touched his head and praised, oh, how come my head is so spiritual? Abarame Ryoma. At the same time, the Hokage building. The half-mummy old man Danzo Shimura stepped into the Hokage's office on crutches. Behind the large curved table, the third Hokage was staring intently at his precious crystal ball, not even noticing or paying attention to Danzo's arrival. Danzo shook his head helplessly. Hiruzen was spying again? Bang! He pressed the ground heavily with his crutch and said, Hiruzen. The third Hokage then raised his head. Here we are, Danzo, come over and watch together. I do not watch. Hey! The third Hokage was stunned, blowing his beard and said, put away your dirty thoughts. Danzo was slightly stunned and stepped forward. When he saw the picture on the crystal ball clearly, his one eye immediately narrowed. After a long while, he said dissatisfiedly, have you been spying on him for a long time? Do you want to take him under your command again? Jiraiya and Tsunade already have disciples, and Orochimaru has also decided on a disciple. Are you planning to let him become your direct ANBU? No. The third Hokage denied, I want him to graduate normally and enter the ordinary ninja team. Danzo frowned when he heard this. Hiruzen, you are wasting his talent. A perfect score in all subjects means that he has a comprehensive and thoughtful mind. In the previous conflict handling with the Hyuga boy from the ninja school, he was able to accurately grasp the opponent's character weaknesses and pretend to be weak to gain sympathy and protect himself. Many trained ANBU ninjas and even root ninjas were unable to do that. Leave him to me. I will train him personally, and there is nothing wrong with accepting him as my disciple. In 2 years he will become the best spy. The third Hokage glanced at Danzo, smoothed his beard, and said nothing. Danzo continued to persuade, the Second Ninja War is not so much the end as it is that after 10 years of war, we can no longer hold on and are just recuperating temporarily. The war may restart at any time, and the Leaf villages you and I know the situation best. We can easily defeat the first village, but if we are targeted by the fourth village again, we will not be able to cope with it at all. Let me train him for 2 years, and he may be able to influence the outcome of a battle in the future. Now is not the time for indecision, Hiruzen. Incorporate him into the ninja squad? After 2 years, there will be nothing more than an excellent Chuunin or an ordinary Jounin. That is a waste of his spy talents. The third Hokage nodded slightly. What you said makes sense. So, who is more suitable to be his instructor? Danzo. The third Hokage recalled the first time he met Masaide and Masaide applauded him secretly. He shook his head and smiled, Danzo, this kid is not suitable to be a spy. He may have some spy talent, but in my opinion, his ninja talent is more important. Tomorrow's actual combat assessment, you can participate with me, or watch in the dark. Danzo looked unhappy, and at that moment, Masaide's voice came from the crystal ball. What kind of training do you have at your base? His face brightened slightly, and he hummed softly, maybe he will choose to go to the roots on his own. Hiruzen, you can't make the decision for him. Assassination, espionage, sabotage? Isn't that what ninjas do in the first place? I have been studying at ninja school for 3 years and I am finally about to graduate. You want to send me to another school? I don't go. The third Hokage chuckled. Real. Can I learn the water escape technique of the second generation master at the root? The third Hokage's smile stiffened, and he turned to look at Danzo. Danzo showed a proud smile, I have also mastered the teacher's water escape technique. You don't have as much control as I do. Haha, he doesn't know. The third Hokage regretted peeping here so confidently, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net. Unexpectedly, Danzo, the one-eyed and thick-browed man, would actually deceive a child this time. Shameless. Speaking of water release technique, I remembered that Lord Hisashi gave me 3 water release techniques before. I agreed to become a subordinate ninja of the Hyuga clan after graduation. Doesn't it have any impact on joining the route? The third Hokage's eyes lit up. Danzo Shimura's expression turned anxious. In the crystal ball, Abarame Ryoma said, "The ninjas of the route only obey the orders of Danzo-sama, join the route, and you don't need to pay attention to Hinata anymore." Danzo frowned and shook his head, staring at Masato with one eye. "Hiruzen, you saw it." A mere 9-year-old child can easily set a trap for Ryoma with words. He is a born spy. In the crystal ball, Masato looked behind Abarame Ryoma with a smile and said, "Hisashi-sama, why are you here? Is what he said true?" Abarame Ryoma instantly froze. Hinata Hisashi looked up and nodded slightly in greeting. The third Hokage smiled and touched the crystal ball with his hand, and the scene disappeared. "It seems like he can't go to the route. Danzo, who do you think is suitable to be his instructor?" "Humph. You must have already chosen someone in your mind." Danzo looked unhappy and said in frustration, "During the Second Ninja War, the intelligence ninjas at my base suffered heavy losses, and now there is a serious shortage of manpower. Even my deputy, only Ryoma is left. You refuse to let me have a single person. Are you planning to burn the bridge and destroy the routes?" After the Second Ninja War, there was no shortage of people in the village. The third Hokage rubbed his forehead and decided to give Danzo a sweet date. "Who do you want?" "Your disciple, Orochimaru." Chapter 48 Announcement. The Abarame Ryoma at the base retreated due to the arrival of Hinata Hisashi. Hisashi didn't say much and only chatted briefly with Masato before leaving. In his words, he expressed his appreciation for Gendai's perfect score in all subjects and told him that the Zong family would probably summon him after he officially graduated and was divided into classes. Zheng Dai knew the subtext of Hisashi, he was reminding him, and he was also worried that Zheng Dai would defect to the clan. Even if Shodai had told the head of the Hyuga family and Hyuga Hisashi that Hisashi was secretly accumulating power that belonged to the branch family with unknown intentions, it would not have caused the slightest harm to Hisashi. But Zheng Dai, who had perfect scores in all subjects, was beginning to gain popularity, and his words had a lot of weight. "But I'm crazy enough to complain." Masato shook his head. The relationship between the Hyuga clan and him was that there was Hinata's father. How could the branch family be close to him? Hisashi's 3 techniques helped a lot. His younger brother Takuma and his classmate Hideki were also from separate families. "I can't care about it for the moment. I achieved full marks in all subjects and got involved in the storm. I don't know who else will come to me besides Ne and Hinata." Unexpectedly, until night, no one came to see Gendai, which made him feel that he was being sentimental. As for the news of perfect scores in all subjects, he did not tell Uncle Jiangxiu and Auntie Xiu for the time being. It would not be too late to tell them and celebrate after receiving the Ninja Forehead Protector after the practical examination was over and the graduation examination was completed. Early the next morning, Gendai ran to school. Normally only 3 or 5 students would arrive at this time, but today half of them arrived. They are all worried about their grades and go to the class to look for comfort from classmates who have worse grades than themselves. Kakashi has also arrived. He is particularly energetic today, even radiant. He is sitting upright in his seat, closing his eyes and concentrating. Perhaps sensing Zheng Dai's arrival, he opened his eyes and met Zheng Dai's eyes. 100%, today. After straightening his clothes, Zheng Dai returned to his seat and sat upright to relax. If Kakashi and Kakashi are not in the same group for the actual combat assessment later, they will also have a match after receiving the forehead protection in the graduation exam in the afternoon. This battle has been scheduled for a long time. Dai despises Kakashi strategically and attaches great importance to it tactically. After all, it is Kakashi. Gendai once saw a post on a forum that listed 3 common illogical points in Hokage fanfiction. First, the time traveler achieved or even surpassed Kai/Lee's efforts. Second, the time traveler has the deep trust of Danzo/Orochimaru. The third is to be the same age as Kakashi and beat him before the age of 12. Before the long-term hang-up began, Kakashi was undoubtedly the most talented person. Excluding the first Hokage and Madara, Kakashi was almost invincible before the age of 12. Being idle for more than half a year has had a great impact on Kakashi's strength, so he can easily catch up with him after wearing it for the last time. In the past 6 months, Kakashi has probably worked harder than before, and since he has an affair with Yekang, he probably won't be much weaker than the normally developing Kakashi at the same time. Of course, even so, Gendai still feels that his winning rate is 100 divided by 3*3%. Who is not a hangover? But the attention should be given. After brewing his emotions for a while, Gendai could not completely calm down due to the chatter of results discussions behind him, so he turned his head and looked. Ibiki, are you using your modern ninjutsu skills well? Yi Bixi was taken aback. It's okay, I can probably get 80 points, but it's definitely not as high as you. Gendai sighed faintly. Oh, well, I'm afraid I failed the exam. Hey? Is it bad? It's particularly bad. My advanced modern ninjutsu may not be able to get full marks. Gendai shook his head. Ubixi. The sound of discussion gradually faded away, and several students behind Zheng Dai moved the discussion location. Tisk, tisk, how lonely it is to be invincible. However, he still couldn't be quiet. Obito arrived at school. Hey! Zheng Dai, you think I got the forehead protector? Should I tie it under the goggles or put it somewhere else? Wrap around your neck. The neck. Obito was thoughtful, his face full of longing, and murmured, wouldn't it look bad? Hey, Gendai, why are you not looking forward to it at all? Did you fail the test? It's impossible. Of course not. I just found out the results yesterday and the excitement is over. Yesterday? Did you come to school yesterday? Obito was startled. What about me? What's my score? I didn't come to school, I just got full marks in all subjects, someone told me. Gendai said calmly. Then he turned his eyes and counted secretly in his heart, 1, 2, 3. Full marks in all subjects. Really? Are you kidding me? Obito shouted. Well done. Gendai felt that the eyes of his classmates were attracted, and he gave Obito a thumbs up in his mind. You really didn't disappoint me, Obito. He stood up and Yoon smiled and said, don't be in a hurry to admire me. I just heard people say that I have perfect scores in all subjects. It's not confirmed yet, not sure yet. Hey? Gendai, has anyone told you your results? At this moment, Teacher Amu walked into the classroom with the report card, smiled and sent the last wave of assists, which was perfect. 1, 2, wow! After 2 seconds of silence, the classroom burst into flames, and there was no need for Zheng Dai to secretly applaud again. Teacher Damu, did Mr. Gendai really get full marks in all subjects? A girl said. Is it true? A certain boy said. Where's Lin? A certain boy asked. What about me? A certain Obito asked. You reading www.yukanshu.net. Quiet. Damu shouted, students, please go back to your seats and sit down. I will announce the results. First of all, we would like to congratulate Mr. Gendai for getting full marks in all the 8 courses he has taken. As long as he gets full marks in the practical examination later, he will become the first student in the history of our ninja school. 3 candidates with perfect scores in all subjects. The class was in an uproar again. No one thought that Jendai could not get full marks in actual combat. In other words, the third person in the history of ninja school with perfect scores in all subjects was born beside them without any warning. In the 35 years of ninja school's history, nearly 1,000 students have graduated, and only the third person has received perfect scores in all subjects. Everyone knows what this means. Is it possible for Shodai to become a ninja like Minato Jounin or even Lord Orochimaru? Kakashi looked at Jendai. Obito looked at Jendai. Hinata Hideki looked at Jendai, degree. Lin looked at Jendai. Teacher announces another piece of good news. Teacher Amu said loudly, as long as they pass the practical assessment, all 43 students in our class will be qualified to take the afternoon graduation exam. Oh, cheers broke out in an instant. Kai looked left and right, and after 5 seconds, he understood what Mr. Omu meant. Oh. Then the teacher will continue to announce the results. Second place, Lin, currently has an average grade point of 4.795 in 8 subjects. Third place, Hinata Hideki. Hey! The exclamations sounded again. Zhang Dai blinked and looked at Hinata Hideki. Could it be that I copied it? Hinata Hideki's face turned red. I'm not, I didn't, I copied Nohara Rin. Don't look at me, I'm really copying Nohara Rin. Chapter 49 Dealing with Kakashi again. Fourth place, Hitaki Kakashi. Teacher Amu announced the results of 43 students one after another. Compared with the last time, there were considerable changes. Among the top 10 echelons, there were 3 changes: Masade who jumped to first place, Hideki Hinata who was third, and Kakashi who was fourth. The last 30 or so were in total disarray. Both Obito and Kai were near the 20. On the contrary, several of those who had finished in the 10th before were at the bottom this time. It can only be said that the worse your grades are, the more aggressive and shameless you will be if there is a chance of plagiarism. Okay, students, get ready. We will conduct the last subject, the practical assessment. Perform well for today's assessment. Teacher Amu paused as he spoke, looked at the door of the classroom, nodded slightly, and walked out quickly. Students, wait for the teacher. This time was different from the exam. Someone was really calling Teacher Damu outside the door, and Damu came back very quickly. Teacher has just been notified that our class's actual combat test will not be held at our school's training ground, but will be moved to the Chunin examination venue. Students, pack up and let's set off. Chunin exam venue. A surprised low voice sounded, and Zhang Dai was thoughtful. Maybe I wasn't too sentimental yesterday? 10 minutes later, groups of chattering third-year students walked into the Chunin exam venue. They all immediately shut up and became quiet. Jendai, we agreed, if I'm still in the same group as Kai, remember to cheer me up. Obito's loud voice was particularly obvious at this moment. After he finished speaking, he reacted belatedly and looked around strangely. Lord Fugaku. In the northwest stand, Uchiha Fugaku, a square-faced man with an unsmiling smile, stood with his hands behind his back. Near him, there was a beautiful woman with long straight black hair and black eyes standing side by side with a girl with fiery red hair, looking in this direction. Uchiha Mikoto and Uzumaki Kushina. Moms of the 2 male protagonists, how are you when we meet for the first time? He greeted silently in his heart, and Zhang Dai took a breath. It seems that the 4th generation is not here? This battle is really big, are they all here to see me? In the huge Chunin examination venue, there were about 20 people scattered in groups. These people were leaning, standing, or sitting in different postures. The same thing was that they were all wearing jounin vests. Seeing the third-year students arriving, they all cast their gazes over. In the end, most of them landed on Zhang Dai's face, and less on Kakashi's mask. Zhang Dai glanced at it and then quickly retracted it. Being stared at by so many people made him feel a little panicked. In addition to Uchiha Fugaku, Mikoto and Uzumaki Kushina, there were also many acquaintances. The fat Akimichi Choza who had the word food on his jounin vest, the bright yellow-haired handsome guy Yamanaka Kiki, Nara Shikaku seemed to be absent. The spiky-headed girl holding a black one-eyed wolf dog, with a somewhat impatient look on her face, must be Kaiba's mother, Inyazuka Katsuo. The cold man with a collar covering his face and wearing sunglasses should be Shino's father Aberame Shimai. There were also a few male jounin who looked slightly familiar, but couldn't name them. In the center of the auditorium, the third Hokage was smiling kindly. Not to mention the nervousness of the students, Teacher Ogai was also nervous about this battle. He pressed his backhand and asked them to wait, and trotted to the third Hokage's side. One bow and two nods. Damo ran back. Students, don't be nervous, just treat this as an ordinary assessment. Well, we will change the order of the battle today and fight from front to back. In the first group, Kakashi will face Masade. Hideki Hinata breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't me who lost to this commoner in front of so many jonin. No, Hideki Hinata, you can't admit defeat. The students at the bottom of the rankings also breathed a sigh of relief, and then felt a little disappointed. They can imagine that most of these big shots, who are rarely seen in daily life, are here for those top students, or even for those who have perfect scores in all subjects. If they are at the back, there may be no opportunity for them to show off. Shode and Kakashi looked at each other. This fight is coming faster than expected. But not suddenly. Kakashi, come on. Lin whispered. Masade, come on, cough, come on you and Kakashi, you bastards. Obito whispered. Come on. Then there were a few more scattered cheers. More than 20 jounin looked on, and the students who were so restrained didn't even dare to cheer too loudly. Shode and Kakashi walked forward side by side, stood in the center of the venue, about 20 meters apart, raised their hands, and formed the seal of opposition. Peripheral gaze. Northwest stand. Let's get down to business in the first scene, Kushina. The black-haired child is Masade who got perfect scores in all subjects. And the white-haired Kakashi Hitaki will soon become your disciple of Minato. Uchiha Mikoto whispered. Yet. Kushina paused for a while before responding, Minato, he has a headache. It's his first time taking care of a student, and he was given 3 children with complicated relationships. The third generation has such a bad taste. Obito is a good boy. Uchiha Mikoto smiled softly, by the way, whose class is this Masade assigned to? Kushina pursed her lips, and then said after a long while, it was that annoying guy who led him. Hey. Mikoto, don't stick to my Minato. Speaking of which, you and Fugaku the wedding will be consummated in 2 months. That guy. Uchiha Mikoto looked at Jende, a hint of sympathy suddenly flashed in her eyes, and smiled, yeah, are you anxious? Kushina. Kushina's face turned red, I'm not in a hurry. Hey, it's about to start. Let's watch the assessment. Uchiha Mikoto looked at her funny, why didn't you reply to me slowly this time? In the middle of the field, Amu raised his hand and then lowered it. You reading www.ukanshu.net. The battle begins. When Masato and Kakashi heard the sound, their feet sank at the same time, the aura spread, the bangs on their foreheads fluttered, and the distance of 20 meters was covered by the two of them. Bang! Bang 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 bang! Fists and kicks were exchanged, and the sound of banging and banging echoed throughout the Chunin examination hall. The wind pressure caused by the extremely fast movement made Damu tremble in shock before he could retreat far. He hurriedly retreated and almost fell down, and the corners of his eyes twitched. It's really time for these 2 kids to graduate. If they don't graduate, I should retire. Some people around did not pay attention to the children's competition, but just came to watch the fun and get to know the jounin who was wearing it, and they took it a little seriously. Kushina said, "Oh." In the field, the figures of Kakashi and Maseta flashed rapidly, colliding at least 4 or 5 times per second. "Isn't that too exaggerated?" Many students murmured subconsciously. They found that they couldn't even see the two people clearly. Kai clenched his fists excitedly. He felt that his speed was much slower than Maseta and Kakashi. "Dad, there are indeed geniuses in this world, more than one." Bang! After nearly 100 collisions, the two of them exchanged fists and legs with all their strength. Maseta took 2 steps sideways, and Kakashi slid out to regain the distance. "It's not bad. I have to be serious, Kakashi." Maseta reached for his ninja bag. "Ah, me too." Kakashi drew the knife with his back hand, moving slowly to hide the trembling of his arms. Sure enough, Zheng Dai's power has surpassed him. The gap is bigger than imagined. We can't confront him head-on. In the stands, Kushina's O slowly changed to O, and she muttered, "Kakashi Hataki's strength is not bad, I have to tell Minato." "Well, today. I've already gone out, and I'll go back tomorrow, and tell him." Chapter 50 completely revised. AMU. Hi, I heard that originally the 3rd generation wanted you to take charge of Zheng Dai, who has perfect scores in all subjects, but then he changed the person. In the stands, Akimichi Tingzao chewed unknown food in his mouth and spoke vaguely. Yamanaka Hai nodded, "Ah, fortunately there is a replacement. If I were to take him, it would be really troublesome." "Really? Amu, I heard that his cooking skills are excellent. It would be great if you could take care of him." Akimichi Choza said with regret. Shan Zhonghai couldn't laugh or cry. "Can you handle the students I brought with you?" He shook his head and said, "Just watch the duel with peace of mind." This throwing method is somewhat similar to that of the Uchiha clan. "Really? Didn't you say that this child has been Hinata's for a long time?" AMU. In the field, 3 kunao struck in twos and then scattered and shot at Kakashi at tricky angles. Kakashi swung his sword calmly, and the short sword passed diagonally downwards. With just one strike, he knocked 3 kunao away one after another. After the 3 kunao, 6 shurikens followed closely, drawing 6 shell arcs in the air, blocking all Kakashi's retreat and dodge space. Kakashi turned slightly. Puff! 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 Ah! Kakashi! After 3 muffled sounds, dozens of low screams rang out among the 3rd-year students. When Kakashi was turned into a wooden stake after being hit by 3 shurikens, they relaxed and immediately became nervous again. Kakashi, who used the substitute technique, quietly appeared behind Jendai and stabbed him in the back. Wow! Zheng, who was stabbed through, disappeared in Huashui. On the side of Kakashi, he is wearing a black face and holding a kunao and rushing forward. Kakashi is 20 centimeters shorter than him. Although he uses a water avatar, the position of the knife in his back makes him very unhappy. Hack this bastard to death! Kakashi swung his sword to fight, ping! The short sword collided with the kunao, and their arms shook at the same time, sliding backwards relative to each other. At the same time, Jendai put away the kunao in his hand, freeing his hands to quickly form seals. Water escape, water rush wave. With his mouth beeping, Jendai spurted out a thick and powerful jet of water, like a high-pressure water gun, hitting Kakashi straight away. Kakashi responded calmly, twisting his hips and leaping sideways. He turned his head, causing the water column to drift to catch up, and Kakashi slashed with his sword. Puff! 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 Water splashed all over the sky, soaking Kakashi's clothes, but did not cover his eyes. His eyes were sharp, he stepped heavily on his feet, and in an instant he was in front of Zheng Dai, who had just finished spraying water. He exerted all his strength and slashed hard with his sword. Ping! From top to bottom, after accelerating and accumulating Kakashi's full-force sword, Zheng Dai's legs were slightly bent, and then he stepped heavily on the ground, shook the short sword away, and turned around and kicked like a dragon. Kakashi connected with an elbow. Bang! After a muffled sound, Kakashi quickly slid out, bent down and inserted the short sword into the ground to relieve the force. The strength is too exaggerated. The last time we fought, I was stronger. In just half a year, Zheng Dai's strength was almost twice as strong as mine. Is it the difference in physical development caused by age? Kakashi, who was 140, stared at Zheng Dai, who was 160, with a trace of helplessness flashing in his eyes. The sheer power gap made him feel like he had nowhere to start, and all the full-strength swords he had accumulated were easily taken. In this case, if you want to win, you must find a way. After half a year of practice, my physical fitness should catch up. Do I want to drag myself into a protracted battle? A few thoughts flashed through his mind, and Kakashi saw Maseta forming seals with his hands again. Using ninjutsu again. You've already used water wave and water stand, and you're wearing a lot of chakra? It shouldn't be, then let's give it a try. Kakashi thrust the short sword heavily, and used the force to stop his body from sliding backwards. He also formed seals quickly, which seemed to be 2 minutes faster than Zheng Dai. Water escape water. Earth escape earth formation wall. With a roar, the earth wall rose in front of Kakashi, and he bowed down to prepare for a secret attack when the ninjutsu he was wearing hit the earth wall and stirred up smoke. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Zheng Dai's water cannon has not yet arrived. Kakashi's face darkened, and he had a bad feeling. That bastard seemed to be playing dirty tricks again. A figure jumped onto the earth wall, and he immediately pulled away and retreated. He saw Zheng Dai standing on the earth wall, pursed his lips and blew bubbles at him. Water release blister technique. AMU, AMU, yo, cough cough cough. Yamanaka Kiki smiled helplessly and patted Ding Zhao on the back, who was choking. The third Hokage was also dumbfounded. He glanced at a hidden corner of the venue. Danzo, just say that this child is not suitable for Jin. Kakashi staggered in anger, and quickly regained his composure. Veins were pulsing on his forehead, and he drew his knife and struck Shode, who was charging towards him with a kunao. Ping! Puff! One sword slashed Masade kunao away, and the other slashed Masade into water splashes. Kakashi's pupils shrank suddenly. Water body? While my earthen wall blocks my own view. Behind. He twisted his hip bones again and instantly completed a 150-degree diagonal backward turn, but he couldn't find where he was wearing it, and he secretly exclaimed that it was bad. Looking out of the corner of his eye, he realized that Zheng Dai was standing unobstructed on the earth wall, with his hands forming seals. Water release water cannon technique. This time it was real. The turbulent water waves came, and the previous turning power was exhausted. Kakashi had no time to react. He could only turn his wrist to make the blade downward and meet the water waves head-on. Kakashi! Following several worried cries, Kakashi was hit by the wave from the front and fell to the ground with a thud, while Maseta dodged and jumped to pursue the victory. Are you going to lose again? His body was in great pain from being hit by the water waves. Kakashi closed his eyes slightly, feeling extremely unwilling. Why did he get tricked by that bastard again? The depressed look on his face disappeared in a flash, and Kakashi quickly became determined. He didn't want to lose. Holding the dagger tightly, a picture buried deep in his memory flashed in his mind. Kakashi, your body has initially met the conditions for learning Hitaki knife technique. From today on, you will practice sword technique for 3 hours every day. There are 8 methods of swordsmanship: sweeping, splitting, poking, whittling, plundering, slicing, chopping, and stabbing. UU reading www.uuganshu.net, and my flagwood swordsmanship focuses on 3 of them: chopping, stabbing, and cutting. See clearly, this is cutting. When you can concentrate your strength, chakra, and spirit at the same time, you can be invincible and move forward indomitably. Father. Kakashi opened his eyes suddenly. He sat on the ground with his arms raised. Silver light flew across the sky, the breeze blew, and Kakashi was seen waving his arm, but the blade was not visible. Zhi. Bright sparks suddenly shined at the point where the dagger and kunai met. Jendai's heart skipped a beat, he stepped hard on the ground with his toes, and retreated quickly. White Fang. Bursts of noise came from the stands, and the third Hokage stared and trimmed a handful of his beard. Danzo, hidden in the darkness, stared with one eye. After standing firm, Jendai lowered his head and looked at the clothes that had been cut diagonally by 20 centimeters on the chest and a shallow wound 4 to 5 centimeters long. He smacked his lips and put aside the upper half of the kunai, making a dinging sound. Another small universe exploded? That's too much. If he hadn't realized something was wrong at the last moment, he would have been seriously injured by this knife. Kakashi swayed to his feet, with a look of regret on his face, and murmured, I still can't win against you, Jendai. But, thank you. He raised his hand and made a crooked seal of reconciliation, then fell down and was held up by Teacher Amu, who ran over in a hurry. Kakashi! Lin exclaimed. Subtitles flashed before Jendai's eyes. Kakashi's correction degree is 100%. Get free attribute points *5. Kakashi completely corrected. Gain world correction 1%. Get the real Kakashi, 31 years old, bonus. Choose 1 out of 3 to obtain full level real skills. Chapter 51 Harvest. The child is fine. His injuries are not serious. They are just scratches and bruises. He can rest for half a day. As Kushina, who had the highest level of medical ninjutsu present, slowly gave out the diagnosis results, the students who were worried about Kakashi were greatly relieved. Zhang Dai also secretly breathed a sigh of relief and straightened his bangs in confusion. Kakashi is fine, why did Kushina check him for several minutes and scare me and my classmates? Looking at Kushina, who is still a 17-year-old young girl in front of her, Jendai always feels a slight sense of disharmony and smells an inexplicably familiar smell. When Kushina covered her mouth and yawned, and walked towards the entrance of the venue with a bit of laziness step by step, the smell became stronger. It smells like home? No, right. After watching Kushina's back disappear, Jendai muttered uncertainly, and 2 medical ninjas ran over carrying a stretcher. Kakashi was taken away by the medical ninja, but the shallow wound on his body had stopped bleeding automatically. He was not able to enjoy the second medical ninjutsu treatment, and only earned a set of clothes. He did not enjoy it. After changing into his spare clothes, he retreated to the sidelines, his eyes wandering, thinking in his mind. Lin, who had just escaped from her worries, walked to the field with a nervous mood. In the second game, Rin vs Shizuan. Ma Sei-dai, you did a great job, and you used conspiracy and tricks to defeat that guy Kakashi. Obito gave a unique compliment, and then whispered, it's Rin's turn, come on for me to help Rin. Come on for you. Lord Fugaku came to see me duel. I cheered for Linear. A little bit, hee. Look at you. Do you think he's still here? Ah. Obito was stunned, looked towards the northwest stand, was stunned, and murmured with pity on his face, you are really gone, there must be something going on in the clan. Then you are no longer needed, Jendai. He would also comfort himself, and the other students knew it well. Although they had expected it, after seeing the duel between Ma Sei-dai and Kakashi, most of the Jonin left, feeling a little disappointed, and looking towards Zhang Dai's expression was quite complicated. I have been in the same class for 3 years and have been a little transparent for 2.5 years. Suddenly, in the last half year or so, I suddenly emerged as a new star. I got perfect scores in all subjects and got the attention of big shots. How could I not be envied? In addition, during this period of time, Shode was bullying Kakashi happily in the class, and his popularity was not very good. Only people like Obito and Guy, who had no grudges, and familiar people like Kurane and Asuma, said congratulations. Hinata Hideki's eyes almost turned red. Gendai didn't care, he was thinking about finding an opportunity to contact Kushina, confirm it, and focus on the attribute column. Kakashi's correction rate was 100%, and he did not disappoint Gendai. Not only did he give him 5 attribute points, but he also gave him a bunch of fresh tips, which was a big gain. First of all, the world correction degree is 1%, which is easy to understand. Kakashi is an individual, and the world is the whole. But it's only 1% that Kakashi is completely corrected. There can't be 100 Kakashi Anko, right? After all the corrections, wouldn't I be scorning Kaguya? You have to dig into it carefully. There are so many of them. Maybe some of your acquaintances need to be corrected, but you haven't noticed it yet. Some people look like this on the surface, but are they actually like that? Putting aside the world correction prompt, Gendai looked at the extra attributes in the last row of the attribute bar. Real Kakashi, age 31, bonus, not activated. Physical strength, 203. Mental strength, 248. Chakra amount, 165. This is a bit powerful. The 31-year-old Kakashi is the Kakashi of the Fourth War, a cage level with adequate three-dimensional attributes. Looking back at myself, my physical strength is 45.83, my mental strength is 30.89, and my chakra volume is 46.39. They are not even 1/4 of his, and my strength is even more different. He can be beaten by him with one hand. But after all, he was only 9 years old, and his strength was only at the top among the Chuunin. Of course, he couldn't compare with Kakashi, who could participate in the final battle. When he grew up, he could automatically catch up a lot. It's not activated. Zhang Dai was a little disappointed. There was no activation method given in the attribute column. Gendai guessed that his body could not meet the requirements and could not hold so much power. If this is the case, this harvest will probably only be viewed as a comparison benchmark of strength for a long time. If you want to accommodate this power, you must at least surpass it yourself, right? But why does it also have reality? Zhang Daixu narrowed his eyes and his thoughts were churning. This kind of naming always reminded him of certain online game novels he read before traveling through time. The abilities, cheats, that could be brought into reality from virtual games were all real XXX. Did I really win the infinite Tsukuyomi? The suspicions that he had long came to mind again, and Zhang Dai's expression changed. Let's take a look again, find a few people who need to be corrected, and take a look at the situation. He looked towards the last harvest. Choose 1 out of 3 real skills at full level. 1 XXXXXX secret, X year. 2 ninja scale. 3 XXX secret XXXX dance. A bunch of big. Look down on me. The first one is a no-brainer, Konoha's secret body technique, 1000 years of killing, I would be a fool to choose it. The second one, hey? A bit difficult. Winner. Lin. Next group, Asuma vs Hideki Hinata, 2 classmates come forward. Teacher Amu's shouting interrupted Gendai's train of thought. Yu reading www.uyuyugonshu.net. He looked up, turned around and said, "Come on, Asuma." Asuma nodded slightly. Hinata Hideki, humph. Gendai, Asuma, beat him hard. Hinata Hideki, humph. Asuma smiled helplessly, her father was watching. Hey? He looked at the stands and suddenly said to Zhang Dai, "Dad seems to be calling you, Zhang Dai." After hearing this, Gendai turned his head and found that the third Hokage was indeed nodding to him to let him go. His expression moved, and he ran up the stairs on the northeast side of the stand. When he passed by Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Hiki, who had not yet left, he nodded and saluted, and found that Akimichi Choza seemed to have stopped talking and wanted to say something to him. Say something. In the end, he didn't say anything. Gendai felt slightly strange, but without thinking much, he quickly ran to the third Hokage's side. Hokage-sama, are you looking for me? The third Hokage smiled gently. 2 months ago, you asked me what the special reward was for getting perfect marks in all subjects. I didn't expect that you could really get perfect marks in all subjects. You must have studied hard, right? It's not hard, it's not hard. I love studying the most. The third Hokage was stunned, shook his head and laughed. Well, don't forget your promise. Promise. Gendai was stunned for a moment, looked at the third Hokage with a smile in his eyes, suddenly realized, and said decisively, don't worry, I will keep your works by my side and study them carefully. Haha. The third Hokage laughed 3 times, stopped joking, took out a scroll from his arms, and handed it to Zheng Dai solemnly. Zheng Dai's eyes lit up, the ninjutsu reward of perfect scores in all subjects. Give me the reward on the spot? Happy. I love you, Hokage-sama. Chapter 52 Choosing Techniques. Gendai took the scroll with both hands and eagerly opened it. He was slightly shocked to find that it was not what he imagined. There were no hand seals or chakra lines, it was all densely packed with words. Is this a sealed book? He knew that the third Hokage would definitely not be able to give him the original version, but the abridged version shouldn't be like this, right? He glanced at it a few times, and his eyes flashed with surprise and disappointment. It turned out to be just ninjutsu information. The third Hokage also said, these are 11 types of information suitable for your ninjutsu. You can choose 3 from them. Only 3 types. Zheng Dai was even more disappointed. Give them all to me, 3rd generation, I can learn them. Don't be greedy for too much. The lowest among them is B-level ninjutsu, which is more difficult to master. 3 kinds of ninjutsu are enough for you to learn for a long time. The third Hokage said with a smile. After trying for a few more words, the third Hokage still refused to let go. Masae could only choose between these 11 ninjutsus with some regret. The Art of Multiple Shadow Clone, Level B. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, B level. The first thing that catches the eye are these 2, among which the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique is more attractive to Gendai. After all, the throwing technique will be very useful all the way to Jounin duels, and Shodai also plans to keep improving it. With the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, the variety and power of throwing will be greatly increased. As for the multiple shadow clones, Gendai feels that the water clone is enough for the time being. Moreover, with his chakra capacity, he can only create 3 or 4 clones at the same time. Learning it is a bit redundant and has little benefit. Water Release Water Dragon Bullet Technique, Level B. Water Escape, Water and Sky Attack, Advanced version of Water Prison Technique, Wider Range, Level B. Water Escape Water Dragon Whip, Level B. Water Escape Huge Water Wrist Technique, Level B. Water Escape, Great Waterfall Technique, A level. Water Release Water Breaking Wave, Level A. Water Escape, Water Mirror, S level, needs to learn chakra perception, extremely difficult to master. Aren't they all the techniques in the sealed book? A wave of 7 consecutive water escapes made Zheng Dai's eyes flash. Except for the 44 seals, which was a bit useless, he wanted every one of them. But the third Hokage made it clear that he could only choose 3, and the attribute points he wears are not unlimited. There is indeed the possibility of biting off more than he can chew. Water Release, Water Mirror, create the same clone as the enemy, use the same technique as the enemy, also known as Water Release, copy Ninja Kakashi Summoning Technique. This technique fascinates Gendai the most. The key to choosing it is whether it can provide chakra perception, Soon Zhendai realized that he had thought too much. The last two techniques are Raise Nan, Grade A. Chakra Perception, S level, Secret Technique. Rubbish Business, actually bundled sales. Also, even if you reincarnate in the dirty earth, you don't have the Flying Thunder God technique. Why? Because someone has already learned it. Is there still a way to tell that I don't have space talent? Zheng Dai said, and this chakra perception also determines that I have a talent for perception. How to judge? He couldn't ask. The name of the 17-year-old Minato's golden flash had not yet spread throughout the ninja world. It was even unclear whether he had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique at this time. He was still just a relatively famous jounin. The Raise Nan had already been developed by Minato, and the third Hokage also offered it to Masede to choose from, but Maseda dismissed it. He thought for a while, raised his head and asked, Hokage-sama, are the water escape mirror and chakra sensing considered two different techniques? Certainly. You really can't let me choose a few more? Just 6 or 5. Zhendai made a last-ditch effort. The third Hokage shook his head. Both Minato and Orochimaru only learned one technique. Zhendai smacks his lips. Can it be the same? The Yondaime studied Flying Thunder God, and Orochimaru studied the 5th level Rashomon Psychic, right? The 3 ninjutsus given to me together may not be as good as one of them. But it's pretty much the same. The original water release ninjutsu of the 2nd generation Hokages all have power beyond their original levels, as well as chakra perception, although I don't really want to choose it. Zhendai's eyes lingered for a long time. He closed his eyes to think and then opened his eyes again, and finally made a decision. Hokage-sama, I would like to choose the Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, Water Release, High Water Arm Jutsu, and Water Release, Water Breaking Wave. Oh! The third Hokage was slightly surprised. Don't you choose both S-level techniques? Zheng Dai hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth and nodded. Know the trade-offs, not be greedy, and know the needs. The third Hokage's eyes flashed with relief, and his right hand passed across the large Hokage robe. Bang! 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 3 sounds followed by smoke, and he had 3 small scrolls in his hand. Keep it well and don't lend it to others. Yes. Masede handed the introduction to the 11 types of ninjutsu back to the third Hokage. He took the 3 small scrolls with a very painful look on his face, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, Hokage-sama, for the other techniques, there should still be a chance to get it, right? The third Hokage smiled and nodded. After you become a Jonin, you will have a chance. Okay. Zhendai breathed a sigh of relief, excused himself to the third Hokage, and hurriedly returned to the team. He was afraid that if he stood beside the third Hokage for a long time, he would change his mind. Reason told him that the 3 techniques he chose were the most suitable for him at this time. Not to mention the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. The technique of Hao Shui Wan is to concentrate a large amount of water in the body on the wrist. Reading www.yuyuganshu.net to generate strange force that is enough to cut through iron gates and rock walls. In terms of pure power, it is certainly not as good as Tsunade's strange power fist, but in terms of sharpness, it is slightly better. It has the same effect as the Rakich's Thunder Plow Hot Knife. For Zhendai's Taijutsu, is a good enhancement buff. As for Water Release, Water Breaking Wave, even though it is only an A-level ninjutsu, in terms of power, it is by no means inferior to ordinary S-level ninjutsu, and even surpasses it. It is a powerful offensive ninjutsu created by the second Hokage. It sprays ultra-high-pressure fine water jets from the mouth to attack the enemy. The thin water column is extremely powerful and extremely lethal, just like a sharp blade. It is a water escape ninjutsu with a wide attack range and a long distance. Zheng Dai plans to solidify it into a second real skill, and upgrade it to level 5 or 6. It can definitely be used as a trump card, probably comparable to the power of the Rasen Shuriken, and can spit out a child. The 2S level ninjutsu that were gridded and abandoned actually had their own drawbacks. Shui Jing can only use techniques with the same power as the opponent, which consumes a lot of chakra. It can only assist and cannot be the main attack. As for chakra sensing, it is a secret technique belonging to the Yamazaka clan, which can sense the chakra of enemies within a certain range. This is very ambiguous within a certain range, and is based on one's own chakra level. It is far worse than Kagura, the blood successor of the Uzumaki clan, and it will not be of much use in the hand of a regular wearer for at least 3 or 2 years. The one with a high level is not as good as the one that suits you. I feel really distressed. Forget it, Hinata should still be able to gain something, and the Jonin is not far away either. Kakashi is the youngest Jounin at 12 years old, why don't I make him 11? It's just over a year, so let the third Hokage keep my ninjutsu for a while longer. At least before the third war, I have to get my chakra perception back. Chapter 53 Chunin Template. Returning to the third grade queue, Jendai immediately felt dozens of eyes on him and the 3 small scrolls in his arms. A special reward for perfect scores in all subjects. Dad gave you 3 techniques? Asuma asked first. The duel between him and Hinata Hideki has ended long ago. As for the result, let's not mention it anymore. Give some face to Hideki-san. Asuma asked. Obito didn't say anything, which surprised Masade. When he turned around, he realized that it was Obito and Guy who were fighting in the field. It seems that in the 20 minutes I spent choosing techniques, I completed 7 or 8 groups. Facing the curiosity and envy of all his classmates, Jendai slowly stuffed the scroll into his sleeves. It's nothing, just 1 A-level ninjutsu and 2 B-level ninjutsu. If it wasn't so easy to get perfect scores in all subjects, this reward would really not be worth my special efforts. All students? Hey, isn't that right? Jendai suddenly blinked. Kakashi has already completed the strategy. Why am I still so arrogant? It's over, now it's time to play the villain. He hesitated for a moment and said, after the graduation assessment in the afternoon, let me treat everyone to dinner and celebrate our successful graduation together. Oh, maybe some students can't graduate, right? Then, I would like to thank everyone for taking care of me in the past 3 years. Yes, that's it. Without lovely classmates like you, I wouldn't be able to achieve perfect scores in all subjects by myself. It's my turn to treat you. This is an open word. Jendai gave himself a thumbs up in his heart, but found that there was very little response. Only Asuma, Hong, and Lin responded. Forget it, let's watch the showdown. The duel between Obito and Kai was quite exciting, and it was even said that after the battle between Shodai and Kakashi, this was the most exciting match between them. The Taijutsu battle was only slightly inferior to that of Kakashi and Shodai, and Obito also successfully used the fire escape go fireball technique he had just mastered. Very handsome. Of course, using this technique means that Obito loses this game again. The next dozen or so duels were lackluster, and they were all over at the early 10 o'clock mark. Teacher Ogai judged the scores on the spot, and Kakashi received full marks as a matter of course, while 11 students unfortunately failed. Practical courses are one of the 3 compulsory courses, which means they lose the opportunity to take the graduation exam. Students, please disperse on your own. Those who have to take the graduation exam should have a good rest at noon. We will meet in the classroom at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Saying goodbye to several familiar classmates, Jendai felt a little anxious and went home as quickly as possible. He told Aunt Chiu his graduation results, and finally asked for 2,000 taels of silver notes from the smiling Aunt Chiu, which he would use to treat guests to dinner in the evening. Just as he was preparing for the graduation assessment with an excuse, he went back to the room. Arranging the 3 scrolls in his sleeves on the table, Masada took a deep breath and closed the scrolls of the 2 B-level ninjutsu. The only A-level ninjutsu left is Water Release, Water Breaking Wave. Template promotion, long awaited. Water release, water body technique level 2, 89%. Water release water cannon technique level 2, 3%. Water escape water substitute technique level 1, 97%. Water release water wave level 1, 82%. Water escape water formation wall level 1, 77%. Water escape water prison technique level 1, 28%. 6 types of water escape ninjutsu, with levels ranging from high to low, passed before Gendai's eyes. From the perspective of saving attribute points, adding water to the body was the most suitable, but from a functional and long-term perspective, Gendai chose to add energy to create energy water. The water rushes away from the favorable environment. 4 o'clock. Water release, water wave level 2 100%, ninjutsu limit has been reached, current template limit has been reached. The limit of ninjutsu? Zheng Dai was stunned for a moment, and a line of subtitles crossed over. The ninja template has met the upgrade conditions. Do you want to upgrade the template? Just take it easy and calm down, yes. The ninja template is upgraded to a Chuunin template, the upper limit of skill level is increased to level 3, free attribute points 5 are obtained, and real skills 1. It's basically the same as when upgrading the Genin template. Gendai glanced at it and saw real skill 2, at the end. After that, he quickly gathered his thoughts and focused his gaze on the water-breaking scroll placed on the table in front of him, without thinking about it. The seals, the chakra movement route. 20 minutes later, real skill 2, water escape water breaking technique level 0, 1%. Success. It is indeed an A-level ninjutsu. The path of chakra movement is really complicated. If I were to learn it by myself, I would not be able to reach the passing level and release it within 3 or 2 months. Template, Chuunin, 0/5. Basic attributes, 3. Physical strength, 45.83. Mental strength, 30.89. Chakra amount, 46.39. Main skills, 4. 3 body technique level 1, 7%. Physical skills level 2, 29%. Chakra refining method level 3, 2%. Throwing level 3, 2%. Auxiliary skills, 15. Ninjutsu basics level 3, 0%. Water release, water wave level 2 100%, has reached the limit of ninjutsu, you can use 1 attribute point to advance, needs level 3 ninjutsu independent research and development theoretical guidance. Ninjutsu self-study level 1, 41%. Others omitted. Real skill 1, cooking level 4, 54%, /real skill 2, water escape, water breaking wave level 0, 1%. Free attribute points, 21. Is it possible to advance to the level of Jounin after reaching the limit of pentathlon? It's not very far away. As for the advancement of ninjutsu, advanced water blast? Is there such an operation? After looking at the new attribute panel for a long time, Zheng Dai clicked his tongue and said, I don't know how to use the blackjack attribute points. It's such a worry for happiness. He hesitated for a moment and decided not to consider the so-called ninjutsu advancement for the time being, which required investing 7 attribute points. If the advanced ninjutsu in exchange was water blasting, it would be difficult to explain the source. He added 4 points to the chakra extraction method, 4 points to the throwing technique, and 3 points to the ninjutsu, and used 10 attribute points at one time. Chakra refining method level 3, 82%. Throwing level 3, 82%. Ninjutsu basics level 3, 90%. Free attribute points, 11. The attribute bar was 1 empty and 1 real. Zheng Dai clearly felt that his chakra had become easier to control. He concentrated on it and could actually see the slightest trace of light blue chakra on his fingertips. This level of chakra control may be enough to learn Tsunade's strange power. Then he raised his hand and performed 12 basic mudras in sequence, his hands so fast that they were blurred. From the original 2.4 seals per second, it has probably improved to 3 seals per second, which is not a small improvement. As for the chakra extraction technique and throwing, there is no need to try too much. It is estimated that the improvement of each is about 2.50%, and the overall improvement is achieved. This time, I am adding points to gain experience. UU reading www.uuganshu.net. Each skill leaves a little bit of attribute point vacancy. Daily use can make them progress without being completely stuck at the limit of the template. A 1% increase on its own is still an increase. The remaining 11 attribute points are being used by Dai on the 3 newly obtained ninjutsu. When all of them are learned, they will be distributed according to the difficulty of mastering and the speed of progress of each. Of course, there must be a majority in water-breaking waves. Then Jende once again looked at the 3 real skills to choose one. The second option was Ninja Technique X Color X. Jende had already remembered what it was. Ninja Technique, Camouflage Hidden, mastered by the ninja of Iwa Ninja Village, Oishi. In the third battle, Oishi used it to attack Kakashi's team and captured Lin, which led to a series of events such as subsequent eye changes. A very good ninjutsu. But Jende is more optimistic about the third option. He very much doubted that it was the Flying Thunder God secret art, XXXX dance, because the 4th generation was so willful in naming ninjutsu, and Jende remembered that he had a casual expression like what are the 3 dance moves. There are 3 styles, so there is one style, right? Thinking about it from another perspective, 1000-year kill is Kakashi's technique, camouflage hidden is the technique of the enemy that affects Kakashi's life, and the third option is Kakashi's teacher Minato's technique. It makes sense, right? As for Kakashi's friend, Tsukiko Heiatsu's Mikazuki dance has no title. If it does, it can only be Konoha-style swordsmanship, not a secret. It's a gamble. I'll check my memory carefully tonight. If the camouflage is hidden, I won't feel bad if I lose it. If I win the Thunder God, I'll make a lot of money. P.S. There is a bug in the last chapter. Water escape, rich water wrist is the secret skill of the Ghost Lantern clan. Well, I made an omission when making the settings. I can't change it. Please forgive me and ignore it. Chapter 54 Enlightenment Reading, Children. After lunch, Jende memorized the seals and chakra movement roots of the other 2 ninjutsus in the room, and activated them in the attribute bar. At around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Jende rushed to school. In the 3rd grade, 32 people can take the graduation examination, 22 people apply for the graduation examination, and the other 10 people continue to study in the 4th grade due to various considerations. Kakashi had just woken up, and teacher Ogai specially approved him to be exempted from the exam and let him rest in the hospital, so a total of 21 people took part in this graduation exam. As soon as Jende arrived at his seat and sat down, Hong came over and said helplessly, "Anko, well, Anko failed 4 subjects. She said she didn't have the nerve to go to Lord Orochimaru. Jende, what do you think we should do?" 4 subjects? Jende was dumbfounded. Not counting actual combat, there were only 8 subjects in total. Hongdu was an idiot. What else can we do? In fact, she is only 5 years old. It would be good to stay in the ninja school for a few more years. It is not impossible to improve her strength in the ninja school. Hong nodded, and discussed with Jende a few words about the Hong bean feeding recipe for the next few days, thinking of ways to make Hong Do happy. Asuma saw something was wrong and came over. The 3 of them chatted for 10 minutes, and then teacher Amu walked into the classroom. "Everyone is here, we will start the graduation assessment in a moment. But before the assessment, the teacher still has something to say to you," he said earnestly. "After you become genin, you will be in a team of 3, led by a jounin or an experienced Choyunin teacher to perform tasks. The teacher here will give you a few final instructions. More than an hour later. Okay, let's not talk about the teacher. Those who have successfully graduated will have to go their own way in the future. If you have any difficulties, the teacher will always be waiting for you at school. Let's start the assessment. The content of the graduation assessment is. Teacher Amu played a long note playfully. Boom boom. Boom boom. Some students were so nervous that they could hear their own heartbeats, and then they felt something was wrong, and they all turned to look at Zheng Dai. Zheng Dai looked expressionless. Damu couldn't laugh or cry, substitute technique. Ah. Oh. Some people are cheering and others are worried. The graduation assessment is random among the 4 items, the 3-body technique and the throwing technique. There are always people who are good at this and not good at that. Kai jumped up on the table excitedly, regardless of transformations and clones, it was great. Obito despises it. Just these 4 items, I can pass any test. Why can't I beat Kai, a loser? He must have not performed well. Let's go from front to back according to grades. Zheng Dai, you come first to set an example for the students. Zheng Dai put his hands together, bang. 21 people used the substitute technique in turn, and it only took 10 minutes in total, and the graduation assessment was over. All passed. Including Kakashi, who was exempted from the exam. 22 students graduated from the 3rd grade of the ninja school this year, received their ninja forehead protectors, and became genin. Of course, the 12-day winter vacation is also a time for the team leader to test them, and it is likely that a few will be returned. But all in all, this moment was exciting for them. Zheng Dai awkwardly tied the forehead protector to his forehead, covered it with his bangs, shook his head and said, "Students, I'm inviting guests to dinner tonight, how many of them are going? Where's Teacher Amu?" Damu smiled, "Teacher won't be going. You guys have fun, but don't forget to arrive at school at 8:30 tomorrow morning. We will divide the classes into classes. Around 9 o'clock, the leading teachers will arrive one after another." Got it, the new genin responded and looked at each other, asking whether they were going to treat the guests or not. Gu Yang suddenly shouted, "If you don't go, it will be in vain. Zheng Dai has been in so much limelight recently, we have to give him a hard meal." Okay. One after another, the genin agreed. Even Hinata Hideki hesitated for a moment and hummed lightly, "I'll go too." Zheng Dai smiled, suddenly remembered something, and looked at Gu Yang in surprise, "You have also graduated? You are quite good at copying, Gu Yang." Gu Yang didn't want to go. "You can work hard, but I can't. I will absolutely never give up Lin San to you." The next morning, Zheng Dai opened his eyes and looked up at the clock hanging on the wall. It read 7 o'clock. "Get up and get up. I will be divided into classes today. I don't know who I will be in the same class with and who the instructor will be." Zheng Dai sat up straight, smacked his lips, and touched his belly. After celebrating with his classmates last night, he came back to celebrate with Uncle Craftsman and Aunt Xiu. He ate until his stomach was about to explode. The unscrupulous Uncle Craftsman actually said that he had become a ninja. "You can have a little drink. All in all, it's not that comfortable at the moment. After wandering to the bathroom to wash up and tidy up, I only had a bowl of porridge for breakfast prepared by Aunt Xiu. I just left the house and returned soon. I forgot to fasten my forehead protector. I am a Konoha genin." Putting on his forehead protector, Zheng Dai suddenly felt a little unreal, as if he had traveled back in time. A year ago, he was still a keyboard warrior who teased others on the internet that Konoha genin are invincible. So, I am invincible? Seeing Zheng Dai's dazed and nagging look, Aunt Xiu had already decided that Uncle Zhang would die tonight. It wasn't until he arrived at the gate of the ninja school that Zheng Dai was completely awakened by the wind and shook his head speechlessly. "This physical quality can beat me 100 times in my life, but my drinking capacity is too bad," so I just took a few sips. After scanning the attribute bar, he was disappointed to find that the drinking skill did not appear. Jende shook his head mockingly and stepped into the campus and into the class. Jende, morning. After several greetings came, Jende and the energetic Obito waved their hands. Looking around the classroom, they found that the students were divided into 4 small piles. 1 pile each for first, second, third, and fourth graders. There are the most students in the 3rd grade, and the other 3 grades combined are similar to the 3rd grade. They are all paying attention to Jende. It is obvious that they all know the news that Jende has obtained full marks in all subjects. Just as Dai was getting used to being starstruck, Yoon responded with a smile and walked straight to the 3rd grade team. The party that cost more than 1,000 taels last night improved his relationship with the 3rd-year graduates a lot. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net received more than a dozen nods. They were all chatting and thinking about who was in whom's class, and which teacher they wanted to take care of them. Several comments attracted Zheng Dai's attention. Hey, I heard that Namikaze Minato Jonin will also become the leader of a certain team this time. Ah, is it true? Is he the disciple of that Sunan-sama? You are quite well informed. Asma stepped in and confirmed the news. Masade chuckled, he was more informed, as long as he was not influenced by him, he would even know which class the Namikaze Minato Council would instruct. He glanced at Kakashi and Obito, and when he looked at Lin, he was slightly startled. I saw Lin holding fists with both hands and looking forward to it. Jende couldn't help but teased, Lin, are you praying to be assigned to the same class as Kakashi? Lin glared angrily, don't talk nonsense, Masade-kun, I hope to be assigned to the class of Namikaze Minato's Jonin. Oh! Kurane smiled and interjected, who wouldn't want that, Rin? Namikaze Minato-sama's teacher is that Toad Sage Jiraiya-sama. Toad Immortal. Zheng Dai was stunned, did I hear it correctly? These two don't seem to be fans of Minato or Jiraiya. And is Jiraiya's Toad Sage so famous? Don't you know that Sunan Jiraiya-sama who is known as the master of 10,000 people? Jende, didn't you read Jiraiya-sama's children's enlightenment books when you were a child? Kurane looked over strangely. Zheng Dai looked confused. Jiraiya? Children's enlightenment books? Making out heaven? Isn't it appropriate to add the word children? No, there's something going on here. Chapter 55 Classification. By the way, I forgot. You were not in the village before you were 4 years old. At that time, Jiraiya-sama's works were only popular in the village. They were only spread in the 2 years after the Second Ninja War. He has just earned the title of Master of 10,000s in the Land of Fire and even the ninja world. Oh, no wonder you don't know Jiraiya-sama, Masade. We all grew up reading Jiraiya-sama's works when we were children. Yes. Hong and Lin kept talking to each other, making Zheng Dai's eyes twitch. How could I not know about Jiraiya? It's just that I really don't know what Jiraiya you are talking about. He was not the only one who didn't know. Obito's big head came over and said, who is it? Master Jiraiya? I remember, it seems. Sunan Jiraiya-sama. Lin reminded helplessly, a short story a night, Toad Sage's fairy tale, Obito, haven't you read it? Oh. That, I remember, my grandma read it to me when I was little. Obito suddenly realized. Jende was silent for a moment, this, needs to be corrected, right? Can it be corrected? How to fix it? I'm still just a kid. Jiraiya-sama is very handsome. He is the favorite of many female ninjas in our village. Lin said with admiration, but Jiraiya-sama seems to have his own heart. He rejected all suitors and hurt many people. Where is my heart? Hangji, haha, haha. Jende, why are you laughing? It's okay, haha, I just want to laugh, ha ha ha. Zheng Dai's face was full of funny. I can go to hell. Lin and Hong looked at each other. Hey, Zhengdai, what's wrong with you? Obito pushed him in confusion, suddenly remembered something, and said in surprise, Hey, you guys don't know the results of the placement in advance, do you? When the third generation grandfather called you yesterday, he said didn't you say? Were you assigned to that Namikaze Minato Jonin's class? Ha, no, Zhengdai refused, you have to ask Asuma about this, I don't know. Asuma said he didn't know either, and the third master didn't say anything. Kurane shook her head. The group of people resumed their normal discussion of class divisions and expectations. Obito's eyes were blank and he fell into reverie. It would be best if we could be in the same group as Zhengdai and Lin, with me protecting them. If you want to lead a team of Jonin, you should have Namikaze Minato. Lord Jiraiya's storybook is quite good. Oh, yes, it would be better if Lin and I were in the same class. There seem to be a total of 44 graduates in a class of 3, so there should be 2 more, right? Bang! Ah! Obito covered his head and screamed. He turned around in anger, who hit me? Then he met Lin's shy and angry eyes, and he felt guilty. Zhengdai patted him on the shoulder, haha, next time you have something on your mind, don't say it out loud, ha ha ha. Obito thought it was enough to survive until next time. Obito was making a fuss, and at 8:30, Teacher Amu walked into the classroom on time, holding a class list in his hand. The classroom suddenly became quiet, some people even started to breathe, and Maseda finally suppressed his twitching. Corner of mouth. I'm in the same class as Lin, I'm in the same class as Linear. Obito didn't even remember to hit him, he clasped his hands and muttered. Those classmates who had a good relationship with each other also silently prayed to be placed in the same class. Zhengdai was relatively calm. He didn't have many requirements. He wanted to have a familiar teacher more than familiar classmates. Of course, it would be better if the classmates are familiar with each other. Teacher Amu stood in front of the podium and said with a smile, I and other teachers have already told you what needs to be said yesterday. Teacher here once again wishes you a smooth graduation from the ninja school. Seeing how anxious you are, the teacher will just announce the class placement results. Okay, responded neatly. First class, Shuimu, Giliang. Class 6, Shizuan, Yamashiro Aoba. Class 7, Uchiha Obito. When Obito heard his name, he stood up and waited excitedly. When he saw Teacher Oki mouthing a slightly familiar mouth shape, his eyes widened, his mouth opened, and he was ready to cheer. Nohara Rin, Hitaki Kakashi. Oh! Cough cough cough, what? Kakashi. Obito said with a devilish face, how could I be assigned to that coward? Kakashi looked at Obito with disdain, and Dai calmly patted Obito on the back, while Lin shook her head helplessly, and then showed a bit of joy. Teacher Amu glanced at Obito and felt somewhat relieved at the thought of not having to teach him in the future. The class placement results were decided by the Hokage alone. Moreover, Kakashi and Lin's overall average scores were second and third respectively. 3. Your overall average score is 17th, what's there to complain about? Obito opened his mouth, but, Damu ignored him and continued to read, Class 8, Ibuxi, Flying Bamboo Dragonfly, Daimyo. Obito sat down slumped, looked at Maseda with a sad face, shook his head and looked at Kakashi again, full of disgust, then turned to Lin, only a little happy. Fortunately, okay, Lin is here. Ogai continued to read, Class 9, Metkai, Shiranui Genma, Ebisu. At this point, Zhengdai, who had always been calm, finally showed a little surprise. Originally, he thought he was the most likely to break this class, but he didn't. It is impossible to assign 2 weak chickens to myself who has perfect scores in all subjects, so the only thing left is Class 10, Yu reading www.yuukansuut is wearing, Yuhi Hong, Sarutobi Asuma. Oki said. Jende suddenly turned around, looked at Asuma who was wide-eyed, and looked at Hong who looked delighted, and smacked his lips. Third Hokage, you are a werewolf. You are such an outstanding and handsome boy. If you share it with Asuma and Hong, aren't you afraid that I will kidnap your daughter-in-law unintentionally? Asuma's mouth twitched, recalling his father's somewhat strange expression during dinner last night. Does that mean guilt? Although Zheng Dairen is actually quite good, his cooking is delicious and he is very strong. Having him as a teammate makes him feel comfortable in every aspect. No, Asuma, you can't lose your guard against him just because of a few meals. Hong's joy is real joy. Jende is strong and cooks delicious food. It's reassuring to become a teammate. And Asuma, although her strength is average, she doesn't know how to cook, and her irritability is a headache, but it's nothing. Class 11, Hideki Hinata. 5 or 6 minutes later, Teacher Amu finished reading the class divisions of all 14 classes, and said that the 2 poor little ones who were left behind would be added to the senior class team. Okay, classmates. You guys should wait here for the instructors of your respective classes. The teacher will leave first. Teacher Amu said solemnly, I hope I hear your name again, not because you were kicked back to the ninja school. But you have become a strong person with a reputation throughout the Leaf Village. We will, teacher. Jende responded, Teacher Amu, goodbye. All the students shouted in unison, goodbye, teacher. Damo waved his hand and walked out of the classroom, leaving them with a much more generous figure than when they first met. In the past 3 years, Teacher Amu has gained a lot of weight. Chapter 56 Infinite Tsukuyomi, Solution. End of Volume 1. As soon as Teacher Amu left, 2 young men came in. Neither of them were wearing ninja vests. They looked like they were just Choyunin. They took away the 2nd class and the 3rd class respectively. A minute later, 3 more Choyunin came together and took away classes 1, 4, and 5 respectively. After waiting silently for 2 minutes, 2 Chunin appeared again and took away class 13 and class 14. Then finally a Jonin arrived, from the Hyuga clan, and took away class 11, where Hideki Hinata was, and gave Maseda a nod and a smile. In the Hyuga clan, there are very few people as stubborn or even paranoid as Hideki Hyuga. The number of students in the class was instantly reduced by half, and the remaining students became more and more excited. Basically, half of the graduates every year are led by Choyunin and half by Jounin. 6 Chunin have already arrived, so there is a high chance that the rest of them will be assigned to be led by Jounin. They changed seats, and 3 people in the same class sat together. Asuma was the first to sit next to Kurane, separating Jende. Seeing this, Obito showed slight annoyance, glared at Kakashi, walked around in a big circle, and sat on the other side of Lin, sandwiching Lin in the middle. Lin stared helplessly at Obito, who pretended to be nonchalant and looked left and right, feeling very panicked. Kakashi snorted, "Idiot! Coward! What did you say?" Obito was so flustered that he jumped onto the table. The class instantly became lively again. When Akimichi Koji, Yamanaka Kiki, and Namikaze Minato came together, what they saw was Obito arguing with Kakashi on the table, Lin helplessly holding on to the argument, and the other students watched the fun. "Minato, your class is not easy to lead." Yamanaka Hiki chuckled, then coughed heavily, reminding everyone in the class to be quiet. The eyes of the cute new genin gathered at the door, passing over Ding's plump Akimichi Dingza and B's handsome boy Yamanaka Hiki, and fixed on the face of A's male god Namikaze Minato. The appearance of the idol-like figure with golden hair, sunny smile, instantly caused several people to gasp in anticipation. "It's Namikaze Minato Jounin. Which class, which class?" Yamanaka Hiki glanced at Namikaze Minato helplessly, "You are still so popular." Minato smiled brightly and gasped again. Jundei also gasped. He was a little excited when he first met the idol of Yandame, but not much. After all, he had already adapted to it after traveling for more than half a year, and he was very calm when he saw Kushina before. He gasped because his favorite instructor was not here and probably never would be. After all, pigs, deer, and butterflies usually move at the same time. Choza Akimichi and Kai Yamanaka arrived together, but Shikaku Nara didn't come. Nara Shikaku doesn't lead the team? Then my teacher, could he snatch the Yandame over, or snatch Akimichi Choza away? As for Yamanaka Hiki, Guitar Kurane is very suitable, but Masade and Asuma are not genjutsu-type ninjas at all. From the standpoint of his son, the third Hokage cannot make such an allocation, right? Sure enough, Yamanaka Hiki spoke first. The 3 children from Class 6 are following me. Akimichi Choza, Class 9, follow me. Minato smiled brightly, hello, Class 7, Kakashi Hatake, Rin Nohara, Obito Uchiha, please give me your advice next time. None of them. Zhang Dai was surprised, who could it be? He turned to look at Asuma. Asuma shook his head, indicating that his father didn't say anything. When Obito went out, he bumped shoulders with Kakashi in a somewhat depressed manner, and reluctantly looked back at Maseda for a few times, which made Minato's smile freeze slightly and he scratched his head in distress. Minato Jounin, Choza Jounin, Hiki Jounin, hello. Greetings came from outside, and another Choyunin walked in and took Team 12 away. Soon, a Jounin with a somewhat unfamiliar face took Team 8 away. Asuma sighed softly, there are only 3 of us left. Asuma, did Hokage really not tell you about our instructor? Kurane asked. He didn't say anything. He didn't even want to say that I would be in the same class as Zhang Dai. He was so mysterious. Jundei raised his eyebrows, that means that Hokage-sama told you that you would be in the same class as Benny. Asuma's handsome face turned red. He didn't ask for it, but if his father was ignorant, he would have to tell him about secretly smoking. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered something. Hey, Jundei, do you think there are any snacks that can taste like tobacco? Dai was stunned. Did Asuma start smoking at this age? This kid is a bad learner after graduation. Why do you ask? If it smells like tobacco, then tobacco must be added to the snacks. Smoking is not good, so don't try it. Jundei admonished Asuma from the perspective of a friend. Asuma shook her head repeatedly, no, it's not me who wants to smoke. I know smoking is bad. It's my dad who smokes all the time. He's getting older. I'm thinking of ways to see if I can help him quit smoking. Zhang Dai was shocked, you mean smoking is bad? Don't you have the slightest intention to give it a try? Asuma was stunned, of course. Well, smoking is actually not all bad. Men who smoke are more classy and handsome, right? Jundei admonished Asuma from the perspective of a friend. Asuma? Hong was also confused. Then the 3 of them started a heated discussion about the 100 disadvantages and 1 advantage of smoking. Zhang Dai was completely defeated. It's getting more and more difficult to correct this. Yu Kanshu www.yuyuganshu.net Hisashi can't do it, Jila can't do it, and Asuma can't do it. Jundei silently mourned in his heart. He had to think carefully. So I temporarily interrupt the topic of smoking. Our instructor isn't here yet. Yes, it's already past 9:30. The instructor is actually late? Jundei smiled secretly in his heart, Kakashi comes in and I think you are awesome. At this moment, laughter suddenly came from again. Oh ha ha ha, you're late. My lovely students, you've been waiting for a long time. The voice came first before the person arrived, and the way he spoke seemed familiar to Masahiro, like Jiraiya, but the master of 10,000's Jiraiya would certainly not be like this, right? The voice was very unfamiliar. Gendai thought about it for 2 seconds. It didn't seem to be anyone he knew well. He cast his eyes curiously to the door. Oh my god, it can't be him, can it? Asma suddenly said with a trembling voice, smelling like his father was cheating on him. Really, it's him. A young jounin about 20 years old walked in. He was tall, with a straight face, and his dark red hair was cut into a ridiculous 5-pointed star shape, as if he had a Patrick star on his head. Zheng Dai rubbed his eyes blankly, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he swallowed hard. Grass. His hands quickly formed a seal, and chakra circulated rapidly. Infinite Tsukuyomi, solve. Solve. There was no change in the scene in front of him. The young jounin looked at Zheng Dai strangely and blinked. Boy, are you interpreting an illusion? Ha ha ha, are you too excited to see me and think it's an illusion? He pinched his waist and laughed. It's not an illusion, I am your leading jounin. It seems that you have heard of my name. Yes, I am the super ninja of Konoha and the future star of the ninja world. Oh. Hara no Omen. It is also. Chapter 57 Dreams and Dreams. Ninja School, on the rooftop. Hara no Zhao pulled Zheng and Dai to introduce themselves, but Gendai wanted to jump down. He wanted to see if he could knock himself awake. Well, it's a bit high. Hara no Omen, the father of the Naruto heroine Hara no Sakura, was originally supposed to be a useless Chunin, but the man in front of him has become a jounin, and he can still lead Asuma to the red class. He is an extraordinary jounin. Of course it's not ordinary. The context of the following story is already very clear. In the election of the 4th Hokage in the next few years, Hara no Ou will beat Namikaze Minato and be elected as the 4th Hokage. In the future Kyuubi attack on the village, Hara no Zhao will sacrifice himself to seal the Kyuubi, making Hara no Sakura the daughter of the Konoha hero. This is the story of Naruto the movie, the Road to Ninja version. And that story takes place in the Tsukuyomi world. Taking 2 seconds to rule out the possibility that he had traveled directly into the world of Tsukuyomi, Gendai gave up on taking chances and knew that he had indeed won the infinite Tsukuyomi, but where? Is it the limited Tsukuyomi of the theatrical version? Or the unlimited Tsukuyomi of the Fourth War? No matter which one, I'm a bit useless. The current situation seems to be that I traveled to the same time as Kakashi. As a time traveler, I have been struggling in the ninja world for more than 20 years, but I still failed to protect myself under the infinite Tsukuyomi. No, if you limit Tsukuyomi, you shouldn't lose your memory, and your true body will travel through time. In other words, it will be an infinite Tsukuyomi during the 4 wars. In the final battle of the 4th war, I was hit by the infinite Tsukuyomi. The memory of the ninja world of more than 20 years was gone, but the memory of my previous life was still there, so I regarded myself as if I had just traveled through time. It should be like this, right? Gendai made an analysis and inference and asked himself, what should I do now? Infinite Tsukuyomi, the first thought must be to get out, but he can't get out, and Gendai suddenly had a thought. Why should I go out in a hurry? After all, the attribute panel is basically certain to be real. Infinite Tsukuyomi's dream will not create cheats and real skills based on my subjective thoughts. If it can indeed be used outside of infinite Tsukuyomi, then what? Aren't you going to be invincible after a short sleep? Only in the infinite Tsukuyomi world would someone need to make corrections in order to earn attribute points. At least I would have to stay until I was strong enough and had enough real skills before I would need to consider taking the initiative to go out. As for whether we can catch up with the final battle, if we go out with the strength of a weak chicken, it is better not to catch up and die. Before that, just maintain the original life? The only troublesome thing is that infinite Tsukuyomi's dreams are different for each dream, and they are a virtual world built based on the memory of him as a time traveler. In other words, except for him, everything in the dream is a dummy. He turned to look at Asuma, then at Kurane. Are these all dummy? Gendai, what do you think I'm doing? It's your turn to introduce yourself. Asma frowned. Ouch, you are worthy of infinite Tsukuyomi, this little expression is so real. Jende blinked and suddenly reached out and poked Asma's beardless face. Asuma. Red. Dot. Opposite me, Harano Zhao laughed and touched the red star above his head. Boy, you haven't fully woken up yet? Come to your senses, it's time for you to introduce yourself. You have perfect scores in all subjects, you are wearing it, right? Ah, yes, teacher. Jende retracted his finger and turned his eyes. It felt good. No, the infinite Tsukuyomi world is actually an independent world. It cannot be simply regarded as a dream. Even if it is a dream lasts a lifetime, and everyone in it has independent personality and thoughts. It is no different from a real life. They cannot be regarded as fake people. They are real lives in this world. However, since this is infinite Tsukuyomi, can I just do whatever I want? Anyway, they won't know when they get out. Outside the dream, on the branches of sacred branches that span the entire ninja world, there are people who are tightly bound by bandage-like objects and trapped in infinite Tsukuyomi. In the sky, the light of the 9 Megatamarind Sharingan on his forehead dissipated, and Uchiha Madara, holding the sage staff, snorted, "What a strange guy, he can faintly resist the power of the infinite Tsukuyomi. But I finally fell into a dream, and now, there are only a few of them left." He lowered his head and looked over. Susan, the perfect blue body belonging to Sasuke, was protecting Kakashi, Naruto and Harano Sakura with his wings to prevent them from being illuminated by the light of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Madara looked around, found Obito who was possessed by Black Zetsu, and smashed him straight down. Feeling the end of the infinite Tsukuyomi release, Sasuke opened the wings of the complete Susan, causing Susan to turn into blue flames and float into the air. "It's okay, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto, Sakura." "Fine. That person just now. Kakashi-sensei, that seems to be our Konoha ninja, do you know him?" Kakashi scratched his head. "Maybe, we know each other, right? I remember that he seems to be my classmate. His name? I can't remember it. Now is not the time to discuss such things." Kakashi pointed forward. Uchiha Madara fell suddenly, and the 4 of them were on guard. Uchiha Madara was facing them, and he was about to speak, but then he thought about the strange guy who had resisted the infinite Tsukuyomi for a while, and he was really concerned. He turned around and asked Black Zetsu, "Have you collected any information about that strange guy?" "Yes." Black Zetsu said hoarsely, "The Konoha Chunin of the Second Alliance Army are wearing it, there is nothing special about it." "Chunin, nothing special." Uchiha Madara frowned, turned his head, and stopped paying attention. Maybe it was just a coincidence? It doesn't matter if it's not a coincidence. Even if a strong man who hides his strength sinks into the infinite Tsukuyomi world, what can he do? After getting rid of the few guys in front of you, the ninja world will finally usher in peace. As the savior. Puff. Suddenly, a dark arm pierced Uchiha Madara's chest from behind, causing blood to fly. Uchiha Madara groaned, his eyes full of disbelief. "Black Zetsu." He. Heiju laughed 3 times and suddenly froze. "What about chakra? Why can't I sense the chakra absorbed by the sacred tree from those who were hit by the infinite Tsukuyomi?" He stood frozen for 2 seconds, his pupils constricted. Everyone's Tsukuyomi dreams are actually intertwined. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net are working together to resist the sacred tree? Impossible. Everyone's needs and desires are different, how could something like this happen? Uchiha Madara calmed down and looked back at Black Zetsu calmly. "What's going on?" With independent thoughts, "Are you going to betray me, the creator?" Black Zetsu panicked, unable to absorb chakra, he couldn't control Madara at all. What to do? Escape? But mother! Madara! It thought for a while, tried to use the original tone and said in a low voice, success is imminent. I don't want you to lose your vigilance, so I want to remind you. Then I really thank you. Uchiha Madara raised his hand and grabbed the arm that pierced him. Opposite, the four people in Class 7 looked at each other in confusion. Are they fighting among themselves? What happened? Have the opportunity. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly emanated from the Scarlet Moon, heading straight towards the four members of Team 7. Sasuke was startled and tried to unfold Susanoo, but it was too late. That light was really the speed of light, and it enveloped Kakashi in an instant. Kakashi-sensei! What's going on? Uchiha Madara frowned and looked back, his eyes opening and closing on his forehead. The power of the Rain Sharingan's pupils was suddenly consumed a little for no reason. Infinite Tsukuyomi, is there any secret that I don't know? On the other side, in the nervous and worried eyes of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, the light that enveloped Kakashi gradually dissipated. Kakashi opened his eyes, and subconsciously grabbed his right hand behind his back, but missed it, and couldn't help but smile a little helplessly. I don't have my father's knife with me. That Konoha ninja just now, his name is Masade, he is a super annoying bastard. Chapter 58 Self-Introduction. My name is Jende, I am 9 years old, I hate being a goblin, I like studying, if I dream, I want to know all the secrets in the ninja world. Hong asked, what is Gangjing? Harano Zhao, understand all the secrets in the ninja world? What a great dream! Ha ha ha, after the three of you introduce yourselves, it's time for me, teacher. You all know my name. I am not much older than you, 18 years old. But 3 years ago, I became one of the youngest jonin in our Konoha village. What I hate? Well, I don't hate anything. I like to drink some wine, and. He paused, reached into his collar and took out a cherry blossom pendant, and said with a happy smile on his face, this pendant. Hong murmured softly, and was about to ask, but suddenly saw Jende shaking his head at him, and subconsciously suppressed his words. Harano Zhao blinked, the smile on his face froze for a moment, and he chose to show off forcefully, this is a gift from a very gentle and beautiful girl to the teacher. Okay, then let's finish the usual self-introductions after dividing into classes. What's the next step? Well, what's the next step? Teacher, please have dinner. Jende reminded. Yes, should, et. Harano Zhao was stunned, looked at Jende, and suddenly pointed at him and laughed ha 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 with a big grin. To add on, I like not only drinking and pendants, but also jokes. Zheng Dai, you seem to be good at telling jokes. It's really nice. Zheng Dai said expressionlessly, I didn't say anything. Ha 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 ha. Harano Zhao laughed. Asma patted her forehead, Dad, why on earth did you let him take me? Harano Zhao's reputation among the Jounin of Konoha is not very good, but there is no big problem. He just likes to drink and tell cold jokes. As far as Asuma knew, Harano Zhao's acquaintances would basically avoid him when they saw him, because they really couldn't stand his cold jokes. The scariest thing is that if you don't laugh after he tells a cold joke, he will pester you to tell a second one until you have to laugh. He is a man who has defeated most Jounin in Konoha with his cold jokes and is famous in the ninja circle of Konoha. The strong one. As for Harano Oyu's strength, Asuma didn't know much about him, but I heard that he was taught by Sunin Princess Tsunade for a while. If she couldn't stand his cold jokes, Princess Tsunade would probably beat him to death. He is likely to become Princess Tsunade's disciple, and his strength should not be bad. After a long while, Harano Zhao stopped laughing, regained his breath, and said without shame, it's impossible to treat guests. Teacher is short of money. If I treat you, I can only treat a few slices of bread. Why? Speaking of bread, the teacher suddenly remembered a joke. Said, one day, a piece of bread was walking on the street. Suddenly, it was hungry, ha 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 ha, guess what happened next? The teacher invited us to eat the bread, and it will never feel hungry again. Zhende replied. Harino Zhao was stunned, ha 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 ha. The teacher originally wanted to say that it ate him, but you are more interesting, a genius, ha 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 ha. Asuma blinked in confusion, my god, Zhende could actually follow his train of thought? Hong blinked blankly, where is the point of laughter? Boy Zhende, you gave me inspiration and reminded me of another joke, saying. Teacher Zhao, we should talk about the next step, the test. We have plenty of time to tell jokes. Asma interrupted quickly. Oh, that's right, the next link is a test. Harino Zhao said sternly, this is also customary. As an instructor, I will conduct a test on teamwork for the three of you. The test is the content is called Grab the Bell. He touched his pocket, took out 2 bells, and jingled them. This is it. The teacher hangs it on his waist, and you 3 start grabbing it. There are only 2 bells for 3 of you. Those who don't grab it have to go back to the ninja school. This assessment is not difficult, ha ha ha, because the teacher will not take it seriously. Otherwise you wouldn't be able to grab it. The difficulty may lie in the distribution of bells, but the teacher feels that among the 3 of you, Zhende, who has perfect scores in cultural classes, Hong and Asuma, who also have very good scores, you will definitely be able to easily grasp the key points of this assessment and pass the assessment. Teacher, you told us the key point of the assessment in the first sentence, teamwork. Zhende was amused by this joke. Harino Zhao was stunned for a moment, ahem, well, the teacher thinks that sometimes knowing is harder than not knowing. Normal people think so, right? Zheng Dai turned to look at Hong and said, this is called Gangjing. In the primary stage, he uses strong words to make excuses. He made the actually shameless mouth gesture. Hong chuckled. Ha 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 ha. You made the teacher laugh again, Zhende. Harino Zhao laughed, the teacher almost wanted to treat you little cuties to dinner, but fortunately I have no money, ha 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 ha. Asma's face was as black as carbon. After laughing for a long time, Harino Zaki said, at this time, it is indeed time to eat. Let's go find something to eat together, and then do the bell grabbing test in the afternoon, okay? Good. Then what should we eat? Well, we have a test in the afternoon. Don't eat too much, otherwise the teacher will beat you until you vomit. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net. Harino Zhao narrowed his eyes, and a sharp edge flashed. Suddenly, he changed his silly and cute look from before. Zhende raised his eyebrows, while Kurane and Asuma's expressions were slightly nervous and serious. Ha 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 ha, I scared you. Asma. Red. Zheng Dai suddenly lay back, covering his chest and said, I'm scared to death, but I'm scared to death. I won't be able to recover without the teacher inviting me to lunch. Harino Zhao? Asuma and Kurane looked at each other. Kurane fell back first, and Asma could only follow. Teacher, please lunch. Harino Zhao scratched the red star on his head and said twice, can a joke still be told like this? Ha 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 ha, I am very happy to be able to lead your class. I must drink some wine to celebrate. You are still young and can't drink, so let's have lunch separately. I'm leaving. We'll meet at the 5th driving range at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Call out. The 3 people lying on the ground turned to look at each other, smiled, and stood up to pat each other on the back. It's quite interesting to instruct Jianan. Hong muttered, it's just a bit tricky, haha. As time goes by, you won't find him interesting anymore. Asma gritted his teeth and said, when you go home, you must confiscate all Dad's cigarettes. Give it to me. Zhende said. Asma, hey, Zhende, you can't be curious about cigarettes. It's hard to quit smoking. I just smell it and try to make the snacks you want. Jende smiled. Also, let's not have lunch together. I'm going to find a place to get my hair permed. Perm. Ah, perm. Zheng Dai got a haircut, waved and left. Chapter 59 Stories and Fairy Tales. Jende said he had his hair permed just as a joke, playing a joke about Uncle Yu that no one here could understand. He is only 9 years old and is still a boy. How can he be permed into a flower roll and scare the craftsman's uncle and embroidery aunt to death? Besides, perming your hair will also damage your hair, so doing whatever you want is not a disgrace to yourself. He just wanted to be alone for a while and digest the somewhat excessive amount of information he received this morning. First of all, the issue of unlimited Tsukuyomi. Although I can't go out in a short time, and I don't really want to go out, it's time to put learning illusions on the agenda to be prepared. Even if basic illusions are incomparable to infinite Tsukuyomi. Hey? By the way, if you catch Uchihamadara or Black Zetsu in the infinite Tsukuyomi world, is it possible to get all the information on the infinite Tsukuyomi? What you learn from anime is only superficial. This thought suddenly flashed through Zheng Dai's mind, and he laughed at himself for thinking too much. What kind of strength does this have? He just wants to catch Master Ban? It's expanded. When you are strong enough, you can try it. The second problem is that after Enko and Kakashi, the newly discovered Hyuga Hisashi is dissatisfied with the clan separation system, the Otaku Kushina who is still suspicious, Asuma who does not smoke, and the children's enlightenment book writer Jiraiya. Which one is better to fix? The one who gets closer to the water first gets the moon. The easiest one is definitely Asuma. As for the other three, Jende thought about it, and suddenly the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Jiraiya, the children's enlightenment writer, I really want to see it, ha 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 ha. After giggling a few times, Jende shook his head and walked towards the stationery store on West Street of Konoha Village. He remembered that there was a large bookstore near the stationery store, where he should be able to buy Jiraiya's fairy tale books. On the way, Jende cast his gaze on the final question. He had to choose one out of 3 real skills at full level. He hadn't made a choice yet, but it wasn't hard to choose now. As a real skill that can bring out unlimited Tsukuyomi, it is too wasteful to be occupied by camouflage. After all, whether it is to unlock the infinite Tsukuyomi by oneself and participate in the final battle, or to wait for Naruto and Sasuke to seal Kagaya before going out, the camouflage concealment is useless. It's not as useful as 1000-year kill. Maybe the fully leveled 1000-year kill will have a special effect that guarantees a hit every time? It's a terrifyingly powerful skill when you think about it. Of course, you cannot choose to kill for 1000 years, and you cannot choose it in this life. Then the only option is to bet on the third option. Zheng Dai makes choices with his mind. The X's were instantly replaced by words. 1 Konoha's secret body technique, 1000 years of killing. 2 ninja technique camouflage hidden. 3 sex, the secret of seduction, pole belly dance. Damn it. I choose the first one. I have to choose 1000 years of killing. Don't. Options 1 and 2 shattered and disappeared, and the remaining options 3 were perfectly integrated into the property bar. Real skill 3, secret of seduction, pole belly dance level 5, 100% plus 500%. I really am. Zheng Dai felt sad from his heart. Property bar, tell me, where does this kind of thing come from? Where did the pole dancing in Naruto come from? Where did the belly dance come from? Is there any hidden meaning in the art of seduction? How the hell are you still integrating them together? You are really awesome. Why do I need this thing? To fight Kagaya? Hey, it seems to be able to deal with Kagaya. Jende paused for a moment. No, that's not the problem. Using something like seduction, your moral integrity will fall to the ground. even if it's shameful to be in the infinite Tsukuyomi world. He was heartbroken and suddenly hummed again, "This technique seems quite interesting." "It's interesting but it's not necessary. Haha, if I am wearing it, I will die. If I die outside, or be killed by the enemy, I will never use seduction, absolutely." Emphasizing in his heart, Gendai continued to stride towards the bookstore, and soon paused again. Jiraiya, the author of children's enlightenment books? Sex, the secret of seduction, pole belly dancing? Fuck me. Zheng Dai felt a deep malice coming from the attribute column. 20 minutes later. There was a little pig in the forest. It had a round head, big ears, a turned-up nose, and a chubby body. It likes to look for food in garbage dumps. After eating, it will roll around in the mud puddle, covered with mud. It thought, "Humph! I won't take a shower." Pfft, haha. In the bookstore, Gendai was holding a copy of Jiraiya's A Little Story a Night and was reading the first story. He finally got over the pain and found it much funnier than Harano Oyu's cold joke. The general content of the story is, a little pig who doesn't like to be clean wants to find friends. The little white rabbit didn't play with it, and the little white goose didn't play with it either. It was very sad. Later, the little pig took a bath, and the little white rabbit and the little white goose finally wanted to play with it. It is very educational. In fact, it is very suitable for children aged 3 or 2 to tell stories or learn to read. But when I thought about it, it was written by Jiraiya. Ha ha ha, no more, no more. The owner of the bookstore had been staring at Gendai for a long time. He didn't know whose child it was. When he entered the room, he went straight to the children's story area, holding a storybook by Jiraiya-sama and laughing non-stop. "Have you still lost your childlike innocence? Is it really okay for a child like this to wear a forehead protector and become a genin? Uncle, how much does this book A Little Story a Night cost?" Gendai asked. "Still want to buy it?" The boss secretly complained, but he had to do business, 80 taels. "How much?" Gendai blinked. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net. 80 taels, no counter offer. The boss explained half of the sentence, the purchase price is also very expensive. After all, Jiraiya-sama is very famous. Gendai wisely understood the second half of the boss's unsaid sentence. The publishing house gave Jiraiya a large share, so the price of a single storybook would naturally have to go up in order to make a profit. 80 taels, which is only 50 yuan when converted into RMB. As a storybook with only 100 pages, it seems very expensive, but parents can still afford it. Tisk, no matter in the normal world or the infinite Tsukuyomi world, Jiraiya is a very lucky person. Putting aside the remuneration he received from the missions for completing the most S-level and A-level missions, writing a book can make he's making a lot of money. Maybe he can compete for the second richest ninja in the Naruto world. The thought flashed across his mind, and Gendai took out 80 taels and bought the storybook, having an idea in his mind. Who doesn't know how to write stories and fairy tales? Zheng Dai is a modern young man who has read Andersen's fairy tales, Grimm's fairy tales, 1001 Nights, and many children's fables. Although I can't say that I can completely remember the contents, I can always recall the classic ones, which is enough to compile 200 or 300-page fairy tale books. Moreover, many fairy tales are not only suitable to be told to children, but can also be read by older children, such as Spirited Away and Big Fish and Begonia. The parts with fantasy magic can even be replaced with ninjutsu, making the children of this world more magical. Empathy. It seems very interesting to make friends with Jiraiya through literature, and it is a good way to make money. Compared with making money by opening a restaurant, isn't it much better to become a writer? Zheng Dai thoughtfully said, if Jiraiya's wealth is taken away, can he be forced to embark on the path of pornography? It is very difficult, but why not try? It is better than using sex and seduction. Chapter 60 Water Escape Ninja Hara no Omen. In the afternoon, Konoha's fifth training ground. Gendai, Asuma, and Hong gather here. Gendai, how will we fight for it later? It's up to you to decide the tactics. Asuma said. Red nodded in agreement. Gendai did not refuse. As the strongest among the three, he was naturally the leader of the team. Gendai, who was carrying the handle, observed the terrain, his eyes lingering on a few big rocks, and then looked at the larger trees around where he could hide, and said, "You two hide and support, I will fight head-on." Asuma, do you have any smoke bombs? Asuma, I have one. Give it to Hong, Hong. Don't use illusions on teacher Hixing. It won't work and will hurt yourself. If you have a chance, use a kunao to interfere. After interfering, quickly change to a hiding place. If you don't have a chance, pinch a smoke bomb. Just find an opportunity to throw it away. Teacher Hixing. Hong was stunned for a moment. Zheng Dai got a haircut and Hong understood. What about me, Gendai? Asuma asked. Look at my situation. If things don't go well for me, just rush out and help me. This mainly depends on the extent of Mr. Hara no Zhao's letting go. Gendai said, if he and I are evenly matched, you just wait. When Hong throws smoke bombs, he rushes out to grab the bell. It's that simple. The simpler it is, the easier it is to use. Anyway, it's a test of teamwork. Let's just work together and show him. Half an hour later, a gust of breeze passed by, and Hara no Zhao suddenly appeared in the open space in front of the three of them, holding a small bottle of wine in his right hand, his face flushed. Three little cuties, did you have a good lunch? Burp, he said with a wine belch. We encountered several classes where their instructors were inviting guests, but our teachers were not, so they didn't eat well. Gendai said. Ha 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 ha. Hara no Zhao laughed, then touched his pocket and hung the two bells on his waist, saying, let the test begin. The topic changed so abruptly that the three of them, including Gendai, were stunned for a moment. After a few seconds, Asuma and Kurane both pulled away and retreated. Oh? Hide it? Boy, don't you hide it. Hara no Zhao shook the bottle. Hiding is unmanly. Zheng Daiduan shouted, teacher, be careful. Asuma who just hid? Hara no Zhao was also stunned, seeing Zheng Dai rushing straight towards him. He chuckled, young man, you are reckless. The right hand holding the wine bottle was withdrawn, and the left hand was pushed forward to catch it. Hara no Zhao easily grasped the fist he was wearing firmly and twisted it hard. In the blink of an eye, Gendai was caught in front of him in a grabbing position by Hara no Zhao. Asuma, who was hiding behind the big rock, stared, cursed, what the hell, and rushed out helplessly, trying to rescue Gendai. Hong on the other side of the tree subconsciously tightened the smoke bomb in his hand. That's it, hey. Hara no Zhao suddenly raised his eyebrows, sensing something was wrong. He raised his foot and kicked the butt in front of him. Wow, Dai Hua Shui disappeared. Asuma, who was about to arrive in front, glared again, braked suddenly, stumbled forward, put his hands on the ground and bounced back, quickly retreating to his hiding place. The corner of Hara no Zhao's mouth curled up, feeling the strong wind behind him. It has been a water avatar from the very beginning. Even my teammates don't know about it. Is it used to attract my attention? I can't let you grab it so easily. He reached out with his left hand and grabbed a hand stretched out from behind near the bell. The fingertips of that hand made two hooks, but there was still an insurmountable half-centimeter away from the bell. Tisk! Gendai tutted regretfully, then raised his foot and kicked Hara no Zhao's butt hard. Hara no Zhao retracted his butt, then pushed it out, pushing his butt against Zheng Dai's calf. The force of the QQ bounce made Zheng Dai's body spin backwards. His left wrist twisted again, and Zheng Dai turned into water again. It's a water body again, be careful. Harano Zhao turned his eyes and caught the figure of Zhende, who was forming seals about 20 meters behind. Water escape, water rush wave. The water rush wave that reached the limit of ninjutsu was used by Zhende for the first time. Compared with before adding points, the water rush wave this time was indeed very different. With almost no effort, the chakra in the body automatically took on the shape it should have. The consumption during the process was greatly reduced, but the power of the ninjutsu was multiplied several times, and it almost never returned to its original appearance. The original water wave sprayed out a powerful water column, but now the water wave sprayed out a fan-shaped high-pressure water wave. Although it is not as good as the technique of a large waterfall, the water waves it spits out are equivalent to a small waterfall, sweeping towards Harano Omen. What kind of water wave is this? Harano Zhao was stunned, and the alcoholism on his face was reduced a lot in an instant. He was secretly wondering in his heart, and jumped back more than 10 meters. Then he took out the kunao from his ninja tool bag, waved his arm, and blocked the kunao that Red took the opportunity to shoot away. He watched quietly as the small waterfall hit the ground in front of him, creating a winding path on the originally dry field. A flowing river. 6 shurikens followed closely, drawing 6 shell-like arcs, blocking his retreat. Harano Zhao is not like Kakashi before, he can only use the substitute technique to dodge. He just used his kunao to block 2 shurikens, jumped forward, and easily escaped from the net of 6 shurikens and stood on the water. Good job, wearing a boy. Zhende's eyes were slightly solemn. Teacher Hixing was indeed very strong. A whole set of attacks that he had designed for a long time were implemented by him using only some ninja basics, such as jump dodge and kunao block. More importantly, the half cap of the bottle of wine he was carrying in his right hand was open, but his previous evasive movements did not cause it to leak at all. Yu Kanshu www.yuyuganshu.net. This shows that Teacher Hixing is very skillful. But he deserves to be strong. Even if Heisei Sensei is compared to Namikaze Minato, who is even older than him at the same age, there is probably nothing wrong with him. Just as Dai regained his composure, he also stood on the water. After 2 feet, 1 deep and 1 shallow, it stabilized. Harano Zhao's heart moved slightly. Judging from his actions just now, he could tell that Ma Seide was treading water for the first time, but it only took 1 second to fully adapt. This shows that Ma Seide's chakra control level has never stepped on water. How did this kid practice? Geek. No wonder the Sandaime Sama specifically asked the future star of this ninja world to guide him carefully, even leaving his own youngest son behind. What should I teach him? Harano Zhao grabbed the starfish in distress, while Zhende formed a seal with his hands. Water release, water body technique. The clone emerges from the water on the side of the body, creating a water-based geographical advantage. The combat power of the water clone can be increased by more than twice, which is roughly equivalent to Asma's combat power. Seeing that Harano Zhao was distracted, Ma Seide was not in a hurry to attack. He used the chakra extraction technique, which was close to the 4th level, that is, close to the limit of Chuyunin and Jiaonin level, to quickly restore chakra. However, Asuma was unwilling to be left alone and threw 2 kunao, but Harano Zhao easily hooked the ring behind the kunao, causing him to flee in panic. Let me show off my skills first. Create a water-attributed environment. I'm also a water escape ninja. Harano Zhao muttered, drank the wine in the bottle in his right hand, and smiled with satisfaction. Water release, Kirigakure's jutsu. P.S. There is the 3rd update today. Also, the technique in the last chapter is just a joke. Don't pay attention to it. It's not that it's a prank. It's just that there was a small problem in the original setting. I had to make such a thing. For a moment. Forgive me.